Neo's lost his soul during the process of traversing realms. Clever as he is, he crafted a new body for himself. Although devoid of a soul, it suffices. Dumbledore, what is this? Neo's, a demon, what else could it be? Dumbledore, ah, Snape, you must cease using the powers of demons. Neo's, but we are wizards after all. Snape, and what are being wizards? Neo's, wizards must certainly engage with demons. One cannot seek out angels or members of the clergy. Can one? Harry, Neo's, Azazel has once again cast strange magic upon me. Neo's, did you not express a desire for Snape to leave you unscathed? Harry, there was no need to transform me into a girl. Ron, indeed, turning Harry into a girl during potions class would suffice. Hermione, hurry up, you two. Class is about to start. Azazel, if this sacrificial offering is yet again a pig's trotter or a small pink creature, do not blame me for my lack of diligence. Neo's, here, piggy. Azazel, you wretch. I've had enough. Why must it always be these things? Half an hour later. Azazel, the piggy is truly delectable. Chapter 1. The Book of Spirits and Demons. June 6, 1991, early morning. In Britain, Chelmsford, in the basement of an abandoned manor. In the dimly lit basement, a mountain of religious tomes exudes a musty odor. The sole source of illumination is a ghost, emanating a soft blue glow. At this moment, the ghost is hunched over a battered table, engrossed in a hefty ancient tome. Its form is peculiar, lacking facial features and hair, its head merely a vague, luminous sphere. Adorned with neither clothing nor insignia, its simplistic outline resembles that of a stick figure. It flips through the pages, occasionally bowing its head to record notes in a notebook with a bony quill. Strangely, it sometimes retrieves another ancient text from its semi-transparent torso. After swiftly perusing a few pages, it nonchalantly returns the book to its body, as if its form were connected to a library. After a while, the recording is finally complete. Gathering all the scattered tomes into its body, the ghost cautiously extracts 2 items. One is a uniquely styled book, and the other a vial of viscous dark red liquid. It meticulously arranges the book and the vial upon the table. The entire process is unusually gentle, as if a slight misstep might harm these items. It opens the peculiar book. The pages are densely filled with text, save for the final page, which remains blank. Ah, a long sigh escapes. The ghost bows its head, focusing intently as it begins to transcribe the contents of its notebook into the book. Each word is meticulously verified, every stroke pondered deeply. Time flows silently in this concentrated endeavor, and the midday sun cannot penetrate the thick earth to reach this place. It slowly completes the final stroke. The moment the pen lifted from the paper, the tome suddenly erupted with an enchanting pink luminescence. The brilliance flickered and vanished. Upon a closer glance, the book had transformed entirely. The cover, originally crafted from dark pomegranate wood, now emanated an indescribable dusky pink sheen. An ineffable fragrance wafted through the basement, reminiscent of the hormonal essence exuded during youthful infatuations, mingled with the subtle sweetness of lilies and roses. This scent was so potent that even he, an insensate specter, could detect. As fingertips glided across the pages, he felt not the roughness of paper, but the warmth and delicacy akin to living flesh upon careful scrutiny. He could even faintly perceive a subtle pulse. The bone pen had vanished in a thin air. A white inverted heptagram slowly materialized upon the cover of the book. The number 7, which pervades the realms of religion, astrology, and alchemy, now appeared in its most depraved manifestation. The inverted heptagram pointed towards the 7 deadly sins, inseparably linked to humanity. At last I have succeeded. The ghost's voice quivered with excitement. It eagerly turned the pages of the book. The text within had morphed into a bizarre script. Yet, astonishingly, he could comprehend its meaning without hindrance. The entirety of the book was accessible only at the first page, while the remaining sections seemed to be firmly sealed by an invisible force. I am indeed a genius. The specter erupted into a sharp, maniacal laughter, spinning wildly in the air like a top. Though my soul has been seized, who could have imagined that I could craft a grimoire? Ha ha ha, I am utterly magnificent. Ha ha. The laughter abruptly ceased. In an instant, the ghost, who had been cackling madly just a moment prior, became entirely still. Suspended in midair, its tone turned frigid and devoid of any emotion, as if a different entity had taken its place. Very well, it is time to test the results. Perhaps this was the consequence of losing one's soul. Jiang, relics of Saint Oviedo, the headscarf and belt of the Virgin, and the Shroud of Turin. It deliberately elongated its tone, mimicking the cadence of Doryman retrieving gadgets. With these words, it theatrically produced tattered pieces of fabric from its breast, carelessly piling them upon the ground. Have you grown weary of residing in the church all these years? It spoke to the fabric, as if engaging in a soliloquy or conversing with it. Are you not delighted to be of use to me now? With a sharp clap of its hands, the ghost created a crisp sound, then forcefully slammed its palms onto the heap of fabric. A blinding white light erupted, instantly enveloping the tattered remnants. As the radiance dissipated, only a 3-meter square, uniquely textured piece of pristine white cloth remained on the ground. Next, it extracted a yellowed arm bone from within its being. Jiang Jiang. The arm bone of St. Paul. Once again, the comical voice of Doraemon echoed. A ghostly finger traced the surface of the arm bone, sensing the traces of magic within. It couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. How ironic, it murmured softly. A wizard, one of the 12 apostles, has been venerated by Christians for over a millennium. Wasn't it the Christians who instigated the witch hunts back then? Setting aside its mockery, the ghost's movements became swift and efficient. It retrieved the wooden fragment of the cross on which Jesus was crucified, the thorny crown worn by Jesus, the chalice he once used, and a small vial of fresh lamb's blood. Fortunately, you are all imbued with profound faith, otherwise I would truly be at a loss on how to gather you. The ghost muttered, its gaze sweeping over these legendary relics. Clearing its non-existent throat, it mimicked the actions of a renowned trainer, dramatically raising its right arm before thrusting it forward. Go forth, ghostly flame. It shall be you. A wisp of ethereal blue fire erupted from its palm, landing precisely upon the assemblage of sacred objects. The flames licked at the relics, yet they did not turn to ash instead. They melted and morphed in the azure blaze, ultimately coalescing into a viscous black liquid. The ghost manipulated the dark fluid with unseen hands, directing it into the chalice, while the remainder was sealed in a prepared glass jar for preservation. Next, it poured the lamb's blood into the chalice and retrieved a rusted iron nail to serve as a stirring rod. Had there been a connoisseur present, they would surely recognize this nail as one of the fabled holy nails that pierced Jesus' hands and feet. As the nail stirred within the chalice, the two liquids blended swiftly, transforming into an even deeper shade of black. The ghost casually stowed away the glass jar and the iron nail within its body, as though it were a 4-dimensional pocket. It flexed its translucent fingers and then lifted the chalice with its left hand, while its right hand produced a soft wool pen. I am a painter, skilled in the art of painting. The ghost hummed an off-key tune, hovering above the vast expanse of white cloth, dipping the pen into the liquid from the chalice, to begin crafting the summoning circle. This process was exceedingly intricate, each stroke imbued with power and constraint. Time slipped away quietly, and by the moment the final stroke was completed, the estate outside the basement was bathed in the dusky hues of sunset. The summoning circle comprised 5 layers, each nested within the other. The outermost layer, a massive ring, symbolizing the boundaries of binding and control. The second layer, a heptagon, representing the 7 virtues, serving as the bars of a cage. The third layer, a heptagram, tracing back to the roots. The fourth layer, an inverted heptagon, corresponding to the 7 deadly sins as targets. The center, an inverted pentagram, the core pivot of the entire ritual. Between each layer were densely inscribed, twisted runes. The summoning circle exuded an aura of profound unease, the sacred and the profane, order and chaos, a bizarre fusion that was discordantly nauseating. I am utterly exhausted, the specter gazed at the completely empty chalice in its hand, clearly exhaling in relief. Fortunately, 1 cup suffices, otherwise I truly would not know where to procure fresh lamb's blood. Next comes the offering. While grumbling, it placed a frozen, rigid leg of lamb at the center of the summoning circle. Given the profound symbolic significance of a sheep, why can't it be summoned directly? Is it because there are too many sheep in this world, lacking a definitive target? It meticulously arranged 7 stout white candles at the 7 pivotal nodes surrounding the summoning circle. All is prepared. Let us commence. The specter cradled the grimoire in its left hand. With a flourish of its right hand towards the cluster of candles, the 7 candles ignited simultaneously, casting forth pink flames. An obscure, twisted incantation, syllables fragmented and utterly unlike any earthly tongue, flowed from the specter's lips. Each syllable bore an immense power, striking the air with resonance. As the final distorted note reverberated, a hum echoed within the summoning circle. The section representing lust and purity suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. As the light dissipated, a dense black fog poured forth from the center of the summoning circle. It was ensnared by the outer ring, revealing not a trace to the outside world. Amidst the roiling black mist, a vague, humanoid shadow gradually coalesced and rose, its outline writhing within the fog. Who calls upon me? The shadow's voice resembled a cacophony of whispers, each tone distinct yet overlapping, imbued with hollowness and echo. I am lust, I am purity, I am decadence, I am loyalty, I am. The voice suddenly faltered. The shadow seemed to glance at its own hands, and in an instant, the authoritative amalgamated voice shattered. In its place emerged an incredulous astonishment and ire. What the? I'm so small. How can I be this tiny? Chapter 2. Acecel. How could I be so diminutive? What have you done to me? In the center of the summoning circle, a diminutive, 50-centimeter tall, three-headed demon erupted in despair. Its visage resembled that of a bulldog, while its lower half boasted the legs of a goat. Its orange hair was styled into a center part reminiscent of some pigeon-like creature. Perched atop its head were a pair of delicate horns, and from its back hung a pair of bat-like wings proportionate to its size, with a heart adorning the tip of its pink tail. It pointed accusingly at its stubby limbs, voicing a plaintive lament. Huzzah! Success! The specter entirely disregarded its furious cries, lost in the ecstasy of its triumph, spinning wildly within the cramped confines of the basement. Answer me! The little demon roared in indignation. I am simply magnificent. The specter paused, casting a perfunctory glance at it before resuming its joyful pirouette. Do not ignore me. The little demon's anger simmered at the specter's indifference. Could this mischievous entity truly be its creator? Do you not see? My flawless summoning circle. With a benevolent tone, the specter offered a hint. Brimming with admiration for its own creation, guided by this, the little demon cast its gaze downward, examining the intricate summoning circle beneath its feet. A divine aura, so potent it nearly blinded it, enveloped the air, allowing it to discern the materials that constituted the summoning circle and the formidable arcane inscriptions. The little demon's complexion turned pale. How much have you pilfered? Just one of these components could sanctify a small country church. I have no recollection of molding you in this manner. The little demon's voice shifted, resembling a mother's heartbreak upon witnessing her child stray from the righteous path. What shall we do? If the authorities arrive, you must not resist. Otherwise, given your complexion, no, your form, they will undoubtedly serve you a purple egg. Woe is me. Upon finishing, it produced a small handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, covering its mouth and nose as it began to sob. How could I have ended up like this? The little demon, utterly devastated, hurled the handkerchief to the ground, producing a soft clap. Firstly, the specter floated before it, raising a finger. What I did cannot be termed theft. Rather, it is a form of elegant, unclaimed, temporary guardianship. Do you comprehend? Secondly, a second finger was raised. We have only just met today, and, strictly speaking, I am your creator and legal guardian. Furthermore, a third finger was raised. This is Britain, not America. The kind-hearted enforcement scenarios you speak of have a probability of occurring here of less than 30%. Lastly, the specter retracted its fingers and flashed a dazzling thumbs up at the little demon, its tone laced with a hint of pride. Of course, this is because, during the process of creating you, I infused your factory settings with a few delightful enhancements. Where should I even begin my lamentations? Observing the specter reclining in midair, exuding an aura of leisure akin to that of a vacationing spirit, the little demon felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, choked by a myriad of grievances. Enough of this frivolity, let us address the matter at hand. In an instant, the specter's tone shifted, having just been gesturing with a thumbs up. Now firmly grounded and speaking with a gravity that suggested a complete transformation. Your mood swings are rather abrupt. The little demon nearly leaped in astonishment at this rapid change. Unable to suppress another jab. How do you feel now? The specter disregarded the quip and posed a direct inquiry, suddenly prompted to speak. I find myself at a loss for words. The little demon scratched its head, weariness etched upon its visage. The specter's orb-like head turned to it and declared, You are a fusion of the concepts of lust and chastity, drawn from countless myths and legends that I have collected. Surely, you can sense the conflicting forces within you? The little demon felt the strange tug-of-war within, a desire for indulgence clashing with a yearning for purity. What an exquisite torment, it remarked with a grimace. Forcing lust and chastity together, do you not fear that I might explode right before your eyes? No need for concern. The specter's tone was as nonchalant as discussing the weather. I am a specter. Physical explosions cannot harm me, and besides, it paused, adding, I have already exploded 3 times. What? The little demon's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The first 3 times, the specter stated flatly, I attempted to create anger, greed, and pride. Regrettably, each time, at the final step, it would vanish into thin air. It gestured to illustrate the explosion, until I realized the specter's orb seemed to glow for an instant. Reproduction is the most primal, fundamental, and powerful desire of all life. Without reproduction, other desires are but ephemeral weeds. Thus, I created you, my masterpiece. The specter spoke with a fervor that bordered on mania. Acecel, this is the name I bestow upon you. Thank you. Although the specter possessed no discernible features, Acecel inexplicably felt the intensity of 2 burning gazes emanating from where the specter's eyes would be, rendering it quite uneasy. And what of my body? Why has it taken this form? Acecel inquired weakly. It is merely a personal preference. What else could it be? The little demon could hardly contain its indignation at the specter's audacity. Then why must you impose upon me the wretched power of chastity? Azazel erupted, momentarily setting aside the issue of its physical form. It simply could not comprehend the rationale behind forcibly merging two utterly opposing powers. Such an endeavor could only be conceived by one whose mind is profoundly unhinged. As he wielded his power, whether driven by lust or chastity, an opposing force invariably interfered with him. The spectral orb flickered momentarily, revealing a rare hint of insecurity in its tone. Anxiously, he feared inadvertently conjuring a lecherous aberration. However, he quickly regained his nonchalant demeanor and waved dismissively. You shall adapt in due time. After all, you cannot perish. One day, you will command your abilities with ease, able to indulge in desire or maintain purity at will. Upon concluding his speech, he suspiciously turned his head aside. Well, fine then, Asarhel sighed, retreating a step back from the unreliable specter. I must not fall into his clutches, he thought fervently. Outside, a world of freedom and beautiful maidens awaited him. Regardless of the outcome, Asarhel was determined to make the attempt. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Contact me if anything arises. With that, he cautiously turned, making his way toward the basement door with small strides. The ghost remained silent, watching Asarhel approach the exit. It was only then that the specter leisurely opened Asarhel's grimoire. The pages, which had once seemed immovable, now yielded effortlessly. The ghost casually skimmed the text before selecting an incantation, uttering a string of inhuman syllables. Asarhel, joyfully striding toward freedom, suddenly felt as though struck by an invisible hammer between his legs. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the floor, writhing and convulsing, his anguished cries echoing against the stone walls of the basement. The agony lingered until the spell's effect dissipated, leaving Asarhel sprawled on the ground, clutching his injured self, gasping for breath, the cold sweat soaking the floor beneath him. You've forgotten something. The ghost's voice was calm and unruffled as it waved the grimoire before Asarhel. With great effort, Asarhel lifted his head to gaze at the ominous tome. Chapter 3. Asarhel, a contract? Not even a dog would sign. Oh dear. My apologies. What a scatterbrained memory I have. Asarhel sprang to his feet, donning an excessively obsequious smile, scrambling closer to the specter. You truly are my benevolent progenitor, creator. The ghost remained silent, merely extending the grimoire toward him. Is it really for me? He asked, feigning reluctance, though his face betrayed uncontainable ecstasy. As he spoke, his small hands lunged for the grimoire. The instant his fingertips brushed the cover, a scream erupted, far more piercing than before, as a satchel was pierced by an electric current. Every pore of his body erupted with fine droplets of blood. He convulsed and leaped upon the ground like a fish out of water. His anguished cries formed a terrifying echo in the basement. The specter observed the writhing, blood-shedding plush toy on the ground with a hint of cold amusement in his tone. I am your creator. Surely, you do not naively believe that I would leave no contingency plan? He gently prodded the bleeding satchel with his toe. If I were unable to hold you in my grasp, why would I have summoned you? Leaning closer, as if sharing a secret, the specter whispered into satchel's ear. To be candid, the moment I laid eyes upon you in that sea of souls, I devised a plan for your utilization. After all, his voice regained its clarity and coldness. Only by completely mastering you will I have the opportunity to reclaim my soul from that damned place. The specter crouched and extended a translucent hand, gently caressing satchel's blood-soaked head. Satchel complied, resembling a newly fed dragon fruit. Upon feeling that icy touch, his body involuntarily convulsed. Stop pretending. The specter's voice was colder than the basement floor. Yes. With a sudden surge, satchel sprang upright, the blood on his body instantly drying, rendering the recent ordeal as mere illusion, save for the pool of blood on the ground. Come, let us formalize the contract. The specter waved the grimoire in his hand. Very well, satchel conceded, understanding that resistance was futile. He could only hope the term of the contract would not be prolonged. He still intended to woo the beautiful older sister with his charming appearance and unique abilities. Though difficult to accept his current form, upon reflection, it was rather thrilling. The specter turned to the last page of the grimoire. Satchel curiously craned his neck to see. On the blank page, lines of distorted yet legible text began to slowly materialize, reading as follows. Demonic Contract Party A, Satchel Party B. Terms, 1. Party A must unconditionally obey all commands of Party B during the duration of the contract. 2. Regardless of the nature of the commands, Party A must comply without any form of resistance, delay, or deceit. 3. Each time Party B summons Party A to fulfill obligations, an appropriate offering must be presented, the standards for the offering to be interpreted and executed unilaterally by Party B. 4. This contract shall take effect from June 6, 1991. 5. Contract termination time, none. 2 signature lines were left below. The air seemed to solidify. After 3 seconds of profound silence, The question arose, are you mad? Or am I? Asahel's roar was filled with a discordant fury. Surely, you do not think I would ever sign a contract that binds me to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. The specter remained silent, its faceless visage fixed upon the enraged Asahel. There is no point in looking at me. Asahel felt a chill run down his spine under the specter's unblinking gaze. Yet he bellowed defiantly, I would rather perish than sign such a diabolical pact. I am well aware that you would not easily acquiesce. The specter's voice was unexpectedly calm, even tinged with understanding. Though I created you, you are, after all, an autonomous being endowed with consciousness. It is only natural to seek freedom. Then why? Asahel began to question, but was gently interrupted by the specter. Why not inquire of me? The specter's head seemed to flicker, adopting a tone that was both coaxing and persuasive. What do I intend to offer you? After all, to draft a contract in such a manner, I must possess some irresistible leverage. Would you not agree? What leverage? Asahel's expression was one of incredulity. Logic dictated that this was undoubtedly a trap, yet his insatiable curiosity compelled him to voice the query. Unable to suppress himself, he cautiously posed the question. The specter slowly raised a hand toward Asahel, forming a gesture that resembled a sign of affirmation. Then, in a monotone voice, it declared, should you sign this contract, I promise not to erase your consciousness. Boom. Those words detonated in Asahel's mind like a bomb. No, it cannot be. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Asahel erupted into a frenzied scream. His voice warped by terror. As the embodiment of both lust and chastity, I cannot be obliterated, unless both concepts cease to exist. Otherwise, I shall not perish. Asahel pointed vehemently at the demon's tome. That book, though it serves as my anchor in the material realm, is influenced by my dual primal forces. It is indestructible. To attempt to annihilate it as a means to eliminate me is utterly futile. He animatedly waved his short arms, striving to validate his argument. The only way to extinguish my existence is to completely obliterate the essence that constitutes my being. Asahel panted heavily, his gaze fierce as it bore into the specter. No one could accomplish such a feat, nor would anyone be mad enough to attempt it. To do so would equate to erasing a concept. I represent procreation. Without me, this world would never give rise to new life. If you could achieve that, you would not. His roar abruptly ceased, for he saw the specter's hand, still raised in affirmation, unmoving and steady. That faceless head was terrifyingly tranquil. Asahel's fiery orange hair lost its luster in an instant, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. As a horrifying thought surfaced. Could it be? His voice trembled uncontrollably. The knowledge and memories you have instilled in me are false. He fixed his gaze on the specter, desperately seeking any sign of a flaw in that face. Do not be anxious. The specter spoke with a hint of frivolity, waving a hand dismissively. I have no interest in engaging in such distasteful acts. False advertising would surely be reported. You can feel it, can't you? The connection between the book, yourself, and the source. The specter spread its hands. Upon hearing this, Asahel felt the taut nerves within him loosen slightly. I merely. The specter's voice suddenly turned cold. I have concealed a portion, or perhaps you have yet to realize it. The sense of relief Asahel had just experienced tightened in his throat once more. Yes, the specter's voice slithered like a serpent's hiss, slow and clear. If I were to cast your demon book into that sea of souls, what do you suppose would happen? Buzz. Asahel felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The Sea of Souls, the ultimate destination for all souls and consciousness, as a concept, understood better than anyone what it meant to be cast into it. Cold sweat instantly drenched every hair on his body, pooling with the blood on the floor. The basement floor was saturated with Asahel's blood and sweat. You see, the specter's voice carried a note of amusement. Isn't this quite simple? When the time comes. It pointed to the demon book. I merely need to gather the materials again and create an identical demon book. Though the newly summoned being may share your voice, appearance, personality, and even memories. The specter turned to the trembling little demon, its tone gentle as it inquired. But, Asahel, is that demon still you? Chapter 4 Asahel, sign. The dog won't sign. I will. Silence. An oppressive silence. Only the sound of Asahel's sweat dripping onto the ground and his teeth chattering broke the stillness. The specter remained silent, simply hovering there, watching Asahel intently. To sign? The specter was the first to break the silence. Of course I will sign. Asahel practically leaped up, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. My dear creator, my great father, serving you is the sole purpose of my existence. The specter paid no heed to this exaggerated display. It opened the last page of the demon book, then extracted a new bone pen from its translucent form, offering it to Asahel's trembling little hands. Asahel took the pen and quickly signed his name, then respectfully presented the pen with both hands to the specter. The specter grasped the pen and inscribed his self-chosen name onto the contract. As Asachel leaned closer to observe the name solidifying on the parchment, A peculiar expression crossed his face upon recognizing it. Neos Geos. What do you think? Neos retorted with a mischievous tone. Isn't it impressive? Impressive. If this were the Warhammer universe. A name like that would have already led to our incineration by the Inquisition's white phosphorus fire. A satchel exclaimed, almost instinctively. Wait. After his initial retort, he suddenly froze, clutching his head in dismay. What is Warhammer? What is the Inquisition? Just how much personal embellishment did you mix into my fragmented memories? And why does it feel so incomplete? That's how it's designed. Neos shrugged nonchalantly. Your only duty is to provide the commentary. As for the meanings of those terms, don't worry about it. This is your factory setting. Are you out of your mind? A satchel lamented, feeling utterly despondent over Neos' capriciousness. Very well, go indulge in your offering, Neos concluded, closing the demonic tome and stowing it back within himself. He gestured towards the center of the summoning circle, where a frozen leg of lamb stood rigid as a stone pillar. A satchel gazed at the ice mass, comparable in size to himself, his lips twitching. Eat that. Are you certain the Cultural Heritage Department and the Food Safety Agency won't conspire to place me in a glass case for public display? This is Britannia. They have a penchant for such things. Go on, Neos urged with an undeniable insistence. Fine, a satchel sighed, trudging over with his short legs. He lifted the heavy frozen lamb leg and sank his teeth into the softest-looking spot. Crack. The sound was excruciatingly sharp to the ears. Followed by a satchel's heart-wrenching scream. My teeth. My teeth. He writhed on the ground in agony. Neos retrieved the demonic tome once more, swiftly flipping through its pages while muttering under his breath. Strange, the incantation is correct, the procedure is intact, and the power fusion is stable. Why is it so feeble? He glanced at a satchel still rolling on the ground and recited a healing spell from the book. How should I know? You are the genius who created me. A satchel bellowed in indignation, kicking the frozen lamb leg aside in frustration. Forget it. Neos seemed to abandon his line of thought, casually casting a small orb of ghostly blue fire towards the frozen leg. The flames silently caressed the surface, swiftly melting the solid ice and frozen meat, collapsing into a murky, viscous liquid that swirled with red and yellow hues, exuding a pungent aroma. With a flick of his wrist, the liquid floated steadily above Neos' palm. He turned to Azazel and commanded, "Open your mouth." Azazel gazed at the viscous mass in Neos' palm, a substance nearly equal in size to himself, emanating an infernal aura. Terrified, he clutched his mouth tightly, shaking his head in frantic retreat. This is absurd. Such a large portion. If you force that in, I shall surely perish. And the smell, ugh. Be good, just for a moment. It will be over quickly. This is mutton broth. Neos advanced with an unyielding grace, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an irresistible chill. With his left hand steadying the swirling liquid, his right shot forth like lightning, deftly capturing Azazel's small hand that was covering his mouth. This is the final step of the contract. Endure it just a little longer, grit your teeth, and it will be over. No. Azazel struggled in despair. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, Neos flicked his wrist. The enormous, greasy, and pungent mutton broth surged into Azazel's mouth in one swift motion, gagging and choking. The intensely strong flavor akin to biting into the rear of a live sheep exploded within Azazel's mouth, throat, and even his nasal passages. Neos' ghostly flames could only alter the form of objects, lacking any warmth, so Azazel had, in essence, consumed a liquidized frozen leg of lamb. Azazel's eyes rolled back in his head, his body convulsed violently as he retched, striving to expel the infernal liquid. Excellent, Neos remarked, clapping his hands, indifferent to the horrific scene before him. The final step of the contract had been fulfilled. The demon accepted the offering, completing the pact. His tone was relaxed, as if he had finally laid down a burdensome weight. Azazel, a demon embodying two primal forces, had permanently sold himself due to threats and a leg of lamb that had been frozen for centuries. Neos patiently hovered nearby until Azazel could retch no more. He lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless fish, panting as he looked at Neos and gasped, "In the future, do not ever prepare anything related to sheep for me again." Weakly lifting a hand to point at his own leg, he said with hollow eyes, "Even looking at my leg makes me want to vomit." Neos disregarded Azazel's lamentations, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic basement. Thick blood and sweat mingled with the odor of vomit, the entire space suffused with the horrifying scent of a slaughterhouse combined with inferior mutton broth. "Now," Neos' voice shattered Azazel's labored breathing, "you need to do something." Following the direction of Neos' finger, Azazel instantly comprehended his intent. "You have gone too far." He gazed at Neos with indignation, his voice faltering. "Too far." Neos' tone carried a sense of delightful inevitability. "I am your creator and the master of this contract. Moreover, which primordial demon could relish the honor of personally tidying up for their master? Do you still have any shame? I am a primordial demon. You expect me to do this?" Azazel felt his dignity shatter into fragments. What else could he do? Neo's expression flickered momentarily, a hint of malicious amusement lacing his tone. Or perhaps, we could experiment with the incantations from the Book of Demons? I shall retrieve a mop. Resigned to his fate. A satchel rose from the ground, his short legs trudging heavily as he embarked on his inaugural foray into domestic service as a primordial demon. Fortunately, the summoning circle composed of countless sacred artifacts was made of extraordinary material, impervious to any filth. Otherwise, a satchel had no doubt that Neo's would unleash every spell from the demon book upon him. Chapter 5. The Branded Manor. In the county of Essex lies the capital, Chelmsford. This land bears a dreadfully notorious title within the wizarding community, the source of witch hunts. Although witch hunting practices existed in pre-medieval Britain, they were largely sporadic acts of vigilantism. The true, systematic trials of witches commenced here in 1566. Centered around Chelmsford, a frenzied wave of witch hysteria swept across all of Britain. Not until 1951 did Britain officially abolish the Witchcraft Act. During this prolonged dark period lasting nearly 4 centuries, over 5,000 lives were lost. Some Muggles deemed it a woeful internal persecution, yet wizards understood that the truth was far more complex. While the majority of those thrust onto the gallows or the pyre were Muggles, a mix of squibs and wizards who could not escape in time also faced the same fate. In an effort to end this calamity, the International Confederation of Wizards ratified the International Wizarding Secrecy Act in 1689. Enacted in 1692, this marked the complete transition of the wizarding world into secrecy. However, retreating underground was not a panacea. There would always be wizards who, through carelessness or misfortune, revealed their whereabouts. Thus, far from the epicenter of the witch hunts, Chelmsford became a guiding principle for wizard survival. To this day, few wizards choose to settle in this city for the long term. There have been iron-willed individuals who attempted it, yet this land seems to be cursed by some malevolent spell, exhibiting overt repulsion towards wizards. Those who remain here for extended periods experience inexplicable palpitations and unease, and their spellcasting becomes obstructed. Even more alarming are the peculiar mishaps and spells, wands occasionally backfiring, and incantations being mispronounced inexplicably. Wizards firmly believe that the very soil of Chelmsford is cursed, or perhaps it is the land that curses any wizard who treads upon it. History has never lacked in defiant challengers. Thus, nearly every few years, a wizard would journey from Chelmsford to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries in search of aid. Fortunately, this curse does not endure. It gradually dissipates after a period of distance from Chelmsford. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has even established a new department dedicated to the peculiar afflictions of curses. The estate of Marked Manor, where Neos and Acicel currently reside, was once the domain of a wizard who was both a creator of the curses plaguing this region and one of its tragic victims. This estate's master hailed from a Muggle family, and his years at Hogwarts are marked by profound anguish, bullying from purebloods, indifference from half-bloods, and the injustices faced by friends of Muggle origin. These experiences sowed within him a deep-seated loathing for the pureblood elite. After graduating, he resolutely returned to the Muggle world and, leveraging his extraordinary magical talents, swiftly ascended to the position of court wizard for the royal family. With the support of royal resources, his magical prowess flourished. In a bid to prove his worth and repay the royal favor, he turned his blade against the wizarding world, particularly targeting the lofty purebloods. He transformed into a merciless hunter, infiltrating the wizarding community to abduct purebloods back to Chelmsford. After what he deemed fair trials, he offered them to the gallows and flames of the Muggle world. To the royals, he was an omnipotent and loyal hound. To wizards, he was a blood-soaked executioner, instilling fear in all. Ironically, his natural allies, those wizards of Muggle descent, chose to collaborate with purebloods out of dread for his extreme methods. The betrayal by his companions plunged him into utter despair. From that point onward, he ceased to differentiate between purebloods, half-bloods, or Muggle wizards. Anyone associated with the wizarding world became his target. Judgments morphed into a grotesque carnival of bloodshed. Until one fateful day, the wheel of destiny turned once more. After presiding over a trial, he was unexpectedly accused by another court wizard of colluding with the newly established British Ministry of Magic. Though he cleared his name, the royal family's emerging suspicion and estrangement pierced his heart like a chilling dagger. Disheartened, he retreated to Marked Manor, finding solace only in the embrace of strong spirits. One day, a group of young wizards, fresh from their Hogwarts graduation, plotted an assassination against him. Isolated from all, he still needed to maintain ties with the Muggle realm, allowing his estate to remain free from potent loyalty enchantments. Thus, he was never short of assassination attempts, most of which were easily thwarted. He believed this time would be no different, considering the attackers were merely fledgling wizards. With a mindset inclined towards amusement, he intended to toy with them before delivering his fatal blow. Even inebriated, his innate combat instincts far surpassed those of these young wizards. However, amidst the fray, A figure captured his attention, a timid young wizard. From the moment the battle commenced, he fled in disarray, evading his pursuers. The harsh demeanor and commanding tone of his companions mirrored the torment he endured during his childhood at Hogwarts, reflecting the fears of helplessness, of the oppressors, and the dread of having nowhere to escape. He lost interest in frivolity, swiftly subduing several young wizards, disarming them with ease. Cornering one such wizard, he approached slowly and employed the spell of legilimency. As he anticipated, this young wizard bore a strikingly similar plight, causing his once icy heart to soften unexpectedly. When he gazed into the eyes of the young wizard once more, he beheld his own reflection within them. In that instant, he realized the bitter truth. He had become the very oppressor he despised the most. In his moment of stunned realization, the young wizard broke free from the spell. Drawing a dagger from his cloak, the young wizard screamed and charged at him. With a collision, he found himself enveloped by the young wizard, the dagger piercing his heart. For a wizard, such an injury could be rendered non-fatal with timely magic. Yet, he chose to surrender. His body collapsed heavily, and his blurred vision cast upon the exquisite reliefs adorning the ceiling. As he stared upward, a bitter smile crept across his face. He laughed at the absurdity of this world, at the absurdity of his own life. Becoming a wizard, only to be bullied by another faction of wizards. Rising to the position of court wizard, yet descending into the role of the royal executioner. Transforming from victim to perpetrator, a most ironic cycle. As his life drew to a close, Chelmsford, the land steeped in his and countless other wizards' blood and resentment, seemed to awaken a malevolent will. It began to actively reject all traces of magic, ensuring that no wizard would ever be born upon its soil. Those who lingered too long would be cursed. And magical creatures began to flee from this place. The estate, burdened by darkness and despair, ultimately succumbed to desolation after the bizarre and tragic fates of its past inhabitants. Chapter 6. The Alchemy of the Human Body. In July 1991, in the basement of the Blazon estate in Chelmsford, a voice echoed, "Neos, I have returned. I brought you what you desired." The characteristic call of a satchel, tinged with a hint of pride yet fatigue, resonated from the top of the stairs, accompanied by the sound of his heavy footsteps. With a creak, the weathered wooden door of the basement swung open. A satchel, with his short legs, entered, and his eyes immediately fell upon Neos, who lay languidly in midair like a weightless fish, staring vacantly at the ceiling. "You certainly have a lot of leisure time," a satchel exclaimed as he set his bulging backpack down on the floor. "I'm nearly exhausted. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to steal? No. To procure these items? You have my gratitude," he replied. The voice of Neos was devoid of any emotion, his body remaining eerily still as it floated. Could this truly succeed? As Azazel grumbled, he rummaged through his backpack, carefully arranging the items on the ground. "The concoctions you previously crafted were either grotesquely flavored or utterly tasteless, particularly that little pink one, which was delightful in appearance yet lacked the flavor of pure water." The pink substance was an unintentional creation of Neos, resembling a jelly-like texture. This time, there would be no failures. Neos finally descended slowly, turning towards Azazel with his hands raised in a gesture of exasperation. The last time was merely an oversight regarding the inclusion of the container, and furthermore, the little pink one had a delightful bounciness and melted in the mouth. It was your taste buds that were underdeveloped. His tone was as neutral as if he were stating an objective fact. Its appeal lies in its utter lack of flavor. What difference does consuming it make compared to drinking the wind? Azazel rolled his eyes, arranging the last few materials with haste. "Create the summoning circle for me. If we fail again, I refuse to be the one to take the blame. It's far too perilous. Here you go." Neos seemed indifferent to Azazel's incessant chatter, withdrawing a neatly folded piece of thick black cloth from his translucent form and tossing it over. Azazel hurriedly caught it, still muttering under his breath. "Being a demon has brought me to this point, truly. It's either cleaning or repairing this dilapidated estate every day. And now I must sneak among ordinary people to act as your thief." Complaining, he deftly unfolded the black cloth, laying it flat at the center of the now pristine ground. Upon the cloth, a complex and bizarre summoning circle was sketched with a white paint that emitted a faint phosphorescence. Twisted geometric lines, intricately nested symbols, and extensive annotations written in an ancient tongue collectively formed a disquieting pattern. Even a cursory glance revealed the forbidden knowledge contained within, concerning the construction of the human body, the decomposition and reassembly of matter, and the distillation of life. "Let us commence." Azazel took 2 steps back, gesturing towards the summoning circle. "This time, do not slack off and let me operate the core circuit." The last attempt nearly resulted in an explosion. Fortunately, it was not my fault, otherwise. "I shudder to think how you would torment me." He instinctively touched his belly, still haunted by the memory. Neos did not respond to Azazel's incessant prattling. His gaze swept over the materials laid out on the ground, pausing imperceptibly for a moment. A sudden cry of pain escaped Azazel's lips. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible whip, crumpling to the floor in an instant, writhing in agony. This was the punishment spell from the demonic tome employed by Neos. Are there not a few materials lacking? Neos' cold voice rang out, looking down upon the writhing figure of the plush toy on the ground. Yes, it's those humans, Azazel gasped in pain, struggling to explain. The warehouse's security had intensified, raising suspicions among them. They could only procure so much. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. The voice of Neos carried a chilling resonance as he used an unseen force to lift Azazel into the air. Remember your place. Before the words fully left his lips, Azazel was violently hurled away. With a thud, his face met the cold stone wall. All right, a muffled, nasally voice came from the wall, followed by a small hand struggling to extend from beside his face, defiantly giving a thumbs up towards Neos. Neos dismissed the ornamentation adorning the wall, redirecting his focus to the pile of materials on the ground. An invisible force swept over each item, meticulously assessing their quality and quantity. A few moments later, a barely audible sigh dissipated into the stillness. It seems I can only create a child's body, Neos remarked, his tone tinged with evident disdain. Growing up slowly is far too troublesome, he added, as if lamenting a design flaw. Isn't it natural to grow up slowly? Azazel finally detached himself from the wall with a resounding pop, his face marked by a distinct red imprint, and his nose comically stuffed with 2 balls of blood-stopping tissues. Who was born as an adult? Athena. Neos turned to gaze at Azazel's comical visage, adorned with red marks and tissues. That is mythology, Azazel bellowed. Do you believe a demon has the right to critique the absurdities of mythology? Neos replied, his tone flat. Azazel paused, his face flushing crimson. Well, that's still more reliable than you. Do you think a specter who relies on threats and frozen lamb legs to sign demons has the right to say that? Stop wasting time. Neos crossed his arms, the light orb flickering momentarily. It's time to work. Azazel nearly choked in indignation, but ultimately opted for strategic silence, sulking with his arms crossed to the side. All right, be my guest, oh great creator. Neos turned back towards the transmutation circle and materials on the ground. He raised a hand, and an invisible magic surged forth, gently lifting the materials to hover steadily above the transmutation circle. Then, a surge of ghostly blue flames erupted from his palm, enveloping all the materials with precision. With a hiss, the various components rapidly softened and deformed in the ghostly fire, ultimately transforming into a swirling, luminous, viscous liquid. Neos extinguished the ghostly flames. With outstretched hands and subtle finger movements, the liquid began to spin at high speed. Under the powerful manipulation of magic, different components were forcibly separated, collided, and then fused, the colors gradually becoming uniform and translucent, emanating a peculiar wave of energy. With a soft exclamation of astonishment, Azazel marveled at the remarkable water control technique displayed before him. To think you could forego the laundry room for such talent. It cleans swiftly and impeccably, without a trace of water stains. Neos, undeterred, continued to manipulate the liquid with seamless precision, his luminescent orb-like head slowly pivoting towards Azazel. Please, do continue, Azazel urged, his embarrassment causing him to chuckle awkwardly while gesturing for Neos to proceed. As the rotation ceased, the liquid began to take form under Neos' meticulous shaping, gradually elongating and coalescing into a hazy outline resembling a child of approximately 11 or 12 years. The limbs, torso, and head became increasingly defined, emanating a gentle, jade-like glow. Is this sufficient? Azazel inched closer, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the suspended liquid figure. Indeed, Neos replied nonchalantly. And now? Azazel began to inquire, but his pupils suddenly constricted in alarm. What the? Could you at least give me a heads up before you start? Without warning, Neos struck the alchemical array with both palms. In that instant, his entire azure form transformed into a streak of light, dashing unhesitatingly towards the liquid figure. Boom. The alchemical array erupted alongside the suspended liquid figure, releasing a blinding burst of pure white light that engulfed the entire basement. Azazel, caught off guard by his intense curiosity, was overwhelmed by the sudden brilliance, leaving him in a searing void of white and an excruciating pain in his eyes. My eyes! Neos, you scoundrel! Azazel's anguished cries were drowned out by the overwhelming sea of light. Chapter 7. Admission notification. In the basement, Azazel sat cross-legged on the ground. A pair of children's sunglasses perched on his nose. He held a small piece of candy, nibbling absent-mindedly with a forlorn expression. Occasionally, he glanced up at the center of the alchemical array, where a sphere radiating dazzling white light hovered. Within the orb, a curled human silhouette could be faintly discerned. It would be splendid if it could dim a bit, Azazel muttered softly, rubbing his still throbbing eyes. As if responding to his complaint, the brilliance of the orb began to diminish at a visibly perceptible rate, retracting its radiance. Gradually, it floated downwards like a feather, finally stabilizing half a meter above the ground. its glow fading to a mere whisper, illuminating only a small area around it. Azazel, witnessing this transformation, halted his chewing, his expression behind the sunglasses reflecting sheer astonishment. This is possible too. The darkness of the basement began to creep back into the corners. With a dismissive pout, Azazel discarded the remnants of his candy and produced a small trident, adorned with pink hearts, seemingly from nowhere. He casually struck the rough ground beside him as if igniting a match, and with a sharp scrape, a stable flame, emanating an ambiguous pink glow, ignited at the tip of the trident. As Azazel cautiously advanced towards the quietly suspended sphere of light at the center of the transmutation array, step by step, a sudden crackle and hiss erupted. Several tendrils of crimson lightning, twisting like veins, erupted from within the orb without warning. The lightning instantaneously tore through the soft white light, casting grotesque, flickering shadows in the dimly lit basement. A powerful and chaotic wave of life energy spread like a shockwave. Startled, Azazel nearly dropped the trident, hastily retreating 2 steps, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Amidst the flickering crimson light, he discerned a curled human silhouette within the sphere, gradually unfurling. A pale, childlike hand seemed to press against the inner wall of the orb, striving to support its body. The sphere flickered violently in a blend of red and white, then shattered silently like a broken eggshell, disintegrating into nothingness. Darkness enveloped the basement once more, leaving only the feeble pink flame at the tip of Azazel's trident and the transmutation array. In the array stood a boy, approximately 11 or 12 years old. The boy stood silently, eyes closed, completely unclothed, his soft black hair falling gently on his forehead, his skin so pale it was nearly translucent, his features exquisitely doll-like, yet imbued with an inhuman detachment. Azazel held his breath involuntarily, the pink flame flickering anxiously atop his trident. Simultaneously, in the Scottish Highlands, atop a tower of Hogwarts Castle, Minerva McGonagall, known for her meticulousness and unwavering diligence as the deputy headmistress and transfiguration professor, was organizing the final few admission letters adorned with the Hogwarts crest. Adjusting her rectangular glasses, she prepared to send them to the Ollery with a levitation charm. Just then, a low hum resonated from the corner of the tower, as the massive, ancient tome, bound in dragonhide, opened itself without warning. The heavy pages produced a dull thud. Immediately, the quill floating beside it, as if grasped by an invisible hand, began to write smoothly on the newly opened page. Professor McGonagall's footsteps halted abruptly, her keen gaze instantly fixating on the magical book. A slight frown creased her brow as she quickly approached. The list of newcomers had already been finalized. It was exceedingly rare for a new name to appear at this juncture. Leaning in, she peered at the freshly inked name, still wet with ink. Neoscaros. Date of birth, September 11th, 1979. 1979, and a surge of magical energy now? Professor McGonagall murmured to herself, her eyes behind the lenses filled with confusion and a subtle hint of unease. At the tender age of 11, the initial manifestation of magical power typically suggests either a feeble magical ability or the existence of significant issues. However, the disturbance of the Book of Admission indicates that this individual possesses sufficient magical reserves to attend Hogwarts. Despite her myriad concerns, Professor McGonagall's professionalism compelled her to respond swiftly. With deft precision, she maneuvered an enchanted quill, hastily inscribing a new admission letter on parchment. With a flick of her wand, she uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. All letters, including the freshly penned one, gracefully levitated, trailing behind her as she made her way to the cacophonous Ollery. The Ollery resonated with a chorus of hoots, flapping wings, and the distinct scent of feathers. Professor McGonagall expertly distributed the letters to the impatient owls, these magical creatures endowed with remarkable blood magic, enabling them to locate their recipients with pinpoint accuracy, regardless of distance. One by one, the owls soared through the open windows, disappearing into the morning mist of the Scottish Highlands. Habitually, she scanned the interior of the Ollery to ensure nothing was amiss. It was then that her gaze fell upon a sturdy barn owl perched near the corner. Unlike its companions, it did not take flight. Its sharp talons gripping a letter tightly, feathers ruffled, and its body trembling as if beset by a tempest of fear. Its amber eyes were filled with sheer terror, and it dared not lower its gaze to the letter it clutched, remaining rigid and paralyzed in fright. A wave of dread washed over Professor McGonagall. She had never witnessed such an extreme reaction from an owl. Approaching briskly, she endeavored to soften her voice. Poor little creature, what troubles you? Are you unwell? She extended her hand, attempting to soothe the frightened bird. Yet, the moment her fingers brushed against the letter, the owl, as if scalded, released its grip with a sharp, anguished cry, flapping its wings in panic as it ascended to the highest beam of the Ollery, curling into a trembling ball of fear. Professor McGonagall retrieved the fallen letter. Under the enchantment of the owl's magic, the recipient's address became glaringly clear. As the name registered in her mind, An icy shiver coursed down her spine. Chelmsford, Locket Manor. Basement number 3. That name, that cursed place, regarded by all wizards as ominous. Professor McGonagall's expression grew grave. She meticulously verified both the address and the magical seal on the envelope, finding no discrepancies. She glanced up at the trembling owl huddled on the beam, then down at the letter in her hand, which seemed to emanate an aura of foreboding. Without a moment's hesitation, she clenched the letter tightly and strode purposefully out of the bustling Ollery. She made her way towards the headmaster's office. This matter required the immediate attention of Albus Dumbledore. A half-hour later, in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts. The office was suffused with the sweet aroma of honeyed candy and the musty scent of old tomes. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his expansive desk, his blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, gazing through the rising steam at the swirling silver memories within the pensieve. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on a nearby stand, vigilantly watching over Dumbledore. With Harry Potter's impending enrollment, numerous arrangements required careful contemplation. Albus. The door to the office swung open abruptly, and Professor McGonagall's somewhat hurried voice shattered the tranquility of the room. Rare anxiety marked her typically composed features. Steady, Minerva. Dumbledore raised his head, his tone gentle, as he flicked his wand lightly, causing a floating teapot to automatically pour a steaming cup of tea for Professor McGonagall. Care for a cup? Freshly brewed, with a touch of lemon and honey. Albus, you must see this. McGonagall did not accept the cup. Instead, she hastened to the desk, placing a letter that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds before Dumbledore. The portraits of former headmasters hanging on the walls stirred from their reveries, stretching their necks curiously to discern what had caused McGonagall's uncharacteristic agitation. As Dumbledore picked up the letter, his fingers tightened imperceptibly upon seeing the address on the envelope. The seasoned wizard, renowned as the greatest sorcerer of his time, felt a sudden sharpness in his azure gaze, as if he could pierce through the parchment to unveil the dark history and ominous aura that the address concealed. The air in the headmaster's office seemed to solidify. Chapter 8. A New Life. Neos? Are you all right? A Satchel gazed at the naked little boy before him, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Neos. Gathering his courage, a Satchel raised his voice and cautiously prodded the boy's ankle with the trident's shaft. Neos, with his head bowed low, slowly lifted it, turning towards a Satchel. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at a Satchel. The orbs within his eye sockets were devoid of pupils or sclera, presenting only pure blackness, like two voids leading into nothingness. This eerie gaze sent shivers down a Satchel's spine. Big brother. A tender, hollow voice, devoid of inflection, floated from Neos's lips. A Satchel froze, as if struck by a petrifying curse. In the next moment, he hurled the trident to the ground with a resounding clang. You, what's wrong with you? What kind of sick game is this? He shouted, anguish tearing through him. Fragments of memories, uncontrollable and chaotic, surged within his mind, revealing a particularly disturbing segment. A dimly lit room housing a grotesque amalgamation of a little girl and a dog. This was undoubtedly the most unsettling piece of his fragmented recollections. Haha. Neos' previously doll-like visage suddenly blossomed into a smile imbued with malice. You deranged bastard. Could you not provide me with some earthly and normal memories? Perhaps of a lovely older sister or something of that sort. Asmodeus's anger intensified. Yet, Neo disregarded the plush toy at his feet, bending down to inspect his corporeal form. He pinched his arms, lifted his legs, confirming each component. Once satisfied, Neo stretched languidly. The sound of his bones cracking resonating softly. A peculiar hum escaped his throat, echoing oddly. The sensations of flesh, the friction of joints, and the constraints of gravity were feelings he had nearly forgotten. There was a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Observing Neo, who was twisting and swaying in place, Asmodeus remarked, "Could you not put on some clothing first?" Neo, momentarily oblivious, replied, Having been a ghost for so long, I completely overlooked that." His tone was casual, devoid of any shame regarding his nakedness. With that, Neo unsteadily descended from the center of the transmutation circle, resembling a toddler taking its first steps. The cold, rough surface beneath his feet elicited a smile at the sensation and slight discomfort. How does it feel? This grounding sensation, tethered by gravity? Asmodeus observed him, his voice unusually tinged with concern. Quite good, Neo replied tersely, his tone betraying no emotion. With a clap of his hands directed at the ground, a blinding white light erupted instantaneously, only to retract just as swiftly. Damn, a flashbang. Fortunately, Asmodeus was prepared, shielding his eyes at the moment of impact to avoid a second bout of blindness. Could you not give a warning, you jerk? As the brilliance faded, the transmutation circle vanished, replaced by a smart black suit, a black shirt, a pair of small leather shoes, cotton underwear, and short socks. Let us proceed. After donning his attire with ease, Neo strode toward the basement door without looking back, his tone flat and unruffled. I wish to see my home. Wait for me. Asmodeus picked up his trident, scurrying behind Neo with his short legs, not forgetting to snatch a small piece of powder from the corner to nibble on. The exit of basement number 3 was located at the corner of the garden on the right side of the main residence. As he followed Neo, chewing the tasteless powder, Asmodeus mumbled, "By the way, Neo, you are nothing but an empty shell now, devoid of a soul. How are you making this heap of flesh move? Is it by sheer will?" Curiously, he prodded Neo's newly donned trousers with his trident. Neo continued walking, not glancing back, and calmly replied, "Surely. You do not naively believe that I have gone through all this trouble merely to revert to a fragile human?" Asahel gazed at Neos with a bewildered expression. "Huh, is that not the case? What, then, is the purpose of this body? To be a mere collectible?" "Certainly not," Neos replied, a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm lacing his tone. "At present, I am merely piloting this body, akin to operating a vehicle. There is no connection of the soul. I am merely the controller, not the possessor. This body is just that, this body." He raised a hand, flexing the pale, slender fingers as if fine-tuning a delicate instrument. "And I am I." His pitch-black eyes bore no trace of emotions belonging to Neo's chaos. "Hiss," Asahel gasped, feeling a wave of nausea that surpassed even the taste of chilled lamb soup. "Your words are rather disheartening. So what shall we do next? Take your fleshly sports car for a joyride?" Neos halted before the basement exit. "Indeed," he replied, his voice deep and resolute. "To create more demons and seize greater primal powers. Then," he paused, his obsidian gaze fixed intently on Asahel, "we shall possess sufficient strength to influence or control that wretched sea of souls." Neos pushed open the creaking basement door, stepping into the dim corridor that linked the rear courtyard to the front hall. Traversing the dust-laden passage, the two arrived at the main entrance of the manor. The morning sunlight streamed through towering window openings, casting slanted rays upon the ancient tiles, cracked and encrusted with moss. In the shafts of light, dust motes danced like tiny sprites. Deep green vines crawled up the walls. Neos stood beneath a beam of light, closing his eyes, extending his arms, and tilting his head slightly to allow the warm sunlight to cascade unreservedly onto his pale visage. He inhaled deeply, as if savoring the essence of sunlight, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Hey," Asahel kicked Neos' polished shoe with his short legs, mumbling with a mouthful of candy, "Stop pretending to be an artsy intellectual. Hurry inside. If the sun rises any higher, this new body of yours will attract a battalion of mosquitoes." In response, Neos did not even lift his eyelids, merely emitting a barely audible huff through his nose, dismissing Asahel's attempt at disruption. He lowered his arms, relinquishing his fondness for the sunlight, and began to stride slowly into the manor. The main hall of the Lauine Manor, thanks to Asahel's month of diligent repairs, had finally transitioned from a haunted house to a barely habitable ruin. The ceiling's murals and reliefs remained antiquated and worn. The glass from the windows had been absent for centuries, and the walls bore deep, brownish stains. Although the empty room still reeked of mustiness and damp wood, at least the floor had been tidied by Asahel. Neos stood in the center of the vast hall, surveying his surroundings. Sunlight streamed through the hollow windows, casting irregular patches of light upon the floor, rendering the entire space even more desolate. He remained silent for a few moments, his gaze sweeping over the barren walls, the stark floor, and the dark doorways leading to other rooms. Asahel, Neos' voice reverberated through the empty hall, tinged with a hint of authority. "What now?" Asahel, chewing on the last morsel of his small treat, looked up warily, his canine visage betraying a sense of foreboding, as if to say, "Not again." Neos elegantly raised a slender hand, gesturing towards the vacant room, and spoke with unwavering certainty. "Go fetch some furniture." He paused, emphasizing his command. "Fill these rooms completely." Upon hearing this, Asahel's treat fell to the floor with a soft thud. He darted in front of Neos, flailing his little arms, spittle nearly hitting Neos' indifferent face. "Are you mad, or am I? This place is enormous. 3 stories high, dozens of rooms. Do you think I am a fourth-dimensional pocket like Doraemon? How much do I need to gather to fill it?" "It's all right," Neos replied, again wearing that harmless, standard smile. He even gave Asahel a thumbs up. "Ordinary people cannot see you. Go boldly and gather for our wonderful new life. They cannot see me, but the things I carry will be seen." Fool. Chapter 9, Dumbledore's Visit. Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. Albus. As Professor McGonagall observed Dumbledore, lost in thought, she gently reminded him. "Minerva. It seems I must make this journey myself." Dumbledore raised his head, the blue eyes behind his glasses sparkling with a gentle, yet undeniable mirth. According to Hogwarts tradition, young witches and wizards must confirm their acceptance of enrollment after receiving their acceptance letters. In the case of Muggle families, the school would send a professor to explain everything to the guardians and guide the young wizards to Diagon Alley for their school supplies. Dumbledore had often performed this duty when he was the Transfiguration professor, but since becoming headmaster, he had not done so. "Albus." McGonagall's voice was tinged with urgency. She was well aware of Dumbledore's prowess, yet in that cursed land, any unforeseen event could occur. It had been 400 years since a young wizard was born in Kempsford. Dumbledore spoke calmly, his tone carrying an air of inevitability. I must go, mustn't I? Ultimately, McGonagall conceded. She understood Dumbledore, as well as the significance of the matter. If a wizard truly emerged from the land of Kempsford, it might indicate that the curse was beginning to weaken or dissipate. Dumbledore turned and walked into the headmaster's lounge. Upon his next appearance, he had donned a striking ensemble, a tailored gray coat, complemented by a matching three-piece suit, a crisp white shirt adorned with a black tie, and polished black leather boots. Rarely, he had tied his full head of silver hair into a low ponytail, while his long beard was meticulously braided in a Viking style. In the cursed realm of Chelmsford, where magic easily faltered, transformations were difficult to sustain. This attire, long untouched, was the very outfit he wore during the 1932 election for the presidency of the International Wizarding Federation, a choice that proved to be the most prudent in the present circumstance. Observing Dumbledore's appearance, Professor McGonagall's thoughts drifted back to that era. Dumbledore twirled in place, smiling as he inquired, "How do I look?" "Splendid," Professor McGonagall replied sincerely. As they discussed the commencement of the school year, they ambled outside, purposefully steering clear of the impending home visits and the topic of Harry Potter. Exiting the protective boundary of Hogwarts' anti-apparition enchantment, Dumbledore winked at Professor McGonagall, conveying a reassuring signal. With a soft pop, the air shimmered, and Dumbledore's figure vanished instantaneously. At the Chelmsford boundary, a secluded road led to his destination. Dumbledore appeared upon this quiet thoroughfare, walking steadily towards his goal. Beep. A taxi slowly came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing the curious face of a young driver. "Sir, do you require a ride?" Dumbledore nodded slightly and opened the door to take a seat inside. "Where to?" the driver asked, starting the engine while glancing at the distinguished elder in the rearview mirror. "Rookwood Manor, thank you," Dumbledore replied in a gentle tone. Upon hearing the name of the location, the driver's fingers tightened imperceptibly around the steering wheel. His gaze lingering a moment longer in the mirror, he refrained from probing further. Over the years, many curious or daring individuals had ventured to that place. The vehicle glided smoothly towards the outskirts. Along the way, the driver couldn't help but steal glances at the rearview mirror, only to meet the elder's warm gaze. He offered an awkward smile, breaking the silence. "Sir, you must be a teacher?" "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, nostalgia lacing his smile. "Though it has been quite some time since I personally instructed students. Traveling alone? One could say so. Time is often in short supply. Have you been here before?" "Once. In my youth." Dumbledore began to share tales of his youthful travels around the globe, while the driver recounted the changes Chelmsford had undergone in recent years. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. The driver was astonished by the elder's vast knowledge, while Dumbledore saw in the young man a reflection of his old friend Jacob, his zest for life and the rustic vitality unique to Muggles. Ultimately, the taxi halted outside the rusted gates of the manor. "Sir, shall I wait for you? Or would you prefer I return for you later?" The driver gazed at Dumbledore, who was preparing to exit the vehicle, and could not help but speak. "It is quite rare for taxis to frequent this place. How long do you anticipate needing?" Just as Dumbledore was about to politely decline, the driver added, "Would 3 hours suffice? I can return to collect you." This gesture of kindness touched Dumbledore profoundly. "Thank you very much for your generosity. 3 hours hence, I would appreciate your assistance." "Not at all, sir. Until we meet in 3 hours." The driver smiled and waved farewell. Dumbledore watched as the taxi vanished into the distance, until it disappeared beyond the end of the road. Slowly, he turned to face the manor, ensnared by dead branches that resembled skeletal claws, so desolate that even the song of birds was absent. The iron gate emitted a harsh groan in the wind. He sensed a peculiar atmosphere amidst the chill and dampness, simultaneously dazzling yet warm, a contradictory sensation that left him feeling odd. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Locket Manor, Acisel continued to grumble about Neos' unreasonable demands. "Why can't you conjure things up with alchemy in an instant?" Neos, who had been strolling with Acisel, suddenly halted, his gaze sharply directed toward the manor's entrance. "Go open the door," he commanded coldly. "We have a visitor." Following his line of sight, Acisel sniffed the air, as if attempting to capture an invisible essence. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. It must be an upright character. Fix your eyes. I shall attend to the door." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Acisel flapped his tiny wings and began to glide toward the manor's entrance. Smack! Neo's palm struck the manor's weathered wall with force. Crack! Amidst the deafening explosion, a surge of white lightning erupted from him, enveloping the entire estate in its wake. Acisel, soaring towards the door, felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, nearly plummeting from the sky in shock. Whirling around, he beheld a blinding white light consuming the dilapidated surroundings, advancing at a terrifying speed. "You wretched creature, would it kill you to give a warning beforehand?" Acisel shrieked, pouring every ounce of strength into his wings, transforming into a streak of pink light racing toward the door. Outside the manor's entrance, Dumbledore acutely sensed that the strange presence deep within the manor was rapidly approaching the gate. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, his gaze fixed upon the rusted iron door. Boom! The lock at the center of the iron gate was violently torn apart, as if struck by a cannonball, and a blurred pink shadow burst forth, accompanied by debris and dust. Dumbledore even glimpsed that the entity's head seemed to have been forcefully driven into its chest by the tremendous impact. Almost instantaneously, the furious torrent of white lightning arrived. The blinding brightness swiftly engulfed the shattered door and the entrance. The intensity of the light compelled Dumbledore to squint slightly. The radiance came swiftly but vanished even faster. As the white light dissipated, Dumbledore's pupils narrowed slightly. Where now stood the dilapidated, rusted gates. In their place loomed a brand new, imposing black iron door, adorned with intricate designs and gleaming with a metallic sheen. The lock appeared pristine, as if the recent explosion and breaches were mere figments of imagination. Peering through the open wrought iron gates revealed a scene that was utterly transformed. A straight, tree-lined avenue led to the magnificent main residence, flanked by meticulously manicured lawns resembling lush green carpets and orderly gardens. Dumbledore sensed the strangeness of the magic at play, not merely reshaping or repairing objects, but decomposing and reassembling matter. At that moment, the pink figure that had crashed through the gate stirred. A satchel clumsily rose from the ground, his posture peculiar. He emitted a series of muffled grunts, as if striving to recalibrate something. Then, with a soft pop, his head abruptly detached from his torso. He shook his head, and then his gaze fell upon Dumbledore, more specifically, on the wand he had yet to lower. A wizard? A satchel's voice was laced with unmistakable wariness. Observing that this extraordinary creature could communicate and seemed devoid of hostility, Dumbledore subtly tucked his wand back into his sleeve, though his scrutiny and vigilance remained undiminished. Indeed, Dumbledore replied calmly, his voice gentle yet imbued with authority. A satchel offered no explanation, slowly flapping his diminutive wings as he wobbled into the estate. If there is something to discuss, do come in. Chapter 10, Dumbledore what? Dumbledore followed a satchel into the rejuvenated estate. The resplendent and orderly sight ignited a tempest of fury within a satchel's chest. The impeccably trimmed lawns, solemn statues, and the straight avenue leading to the grand residence stirred conflicting emotions. Dumbledore's gaze did not linger excessively on this sudden opulence. His attention remained steadfastly locked on the peculiar creature before him, its pink wings flapping rhythmically. The man and the demon proceeded in silence, instinctively quickening their pace. Upon reaching the entrance of the main residence, a satchel could no longer contain himself, abruptly turning to Dumbledore and curtly stating, "I shall proceed ahead. You can follow on your own." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he darted through the wide-open doors. Immediately after, a cacophony of roars and crashing sounds erupted from within the estate. "Neos, you bastard! If you can accomplish such feats, what has my month of labor amounted to?" Beside the main residence, in a gazebo, Dumbledore sat opposite Neos, a refined tea set placed before them. The delicate aroma of tea seemed incongruous with the distant sounds of destruction. Neos wore an odd cartoonish eye mask. The eyes depicted on the mask continued to rotate with a lifelike grace, resembling genuine eyes. "Do you not intend to intervene?" Dumbledore raised his fine porcelain teacup, his gaze piercing through the swirling steam, resting upon Neos. "It's quite all right." Neos casually waved his hand dismissively, refilling Dumbledore's cup with crimson tea. Once he finished smashing, he would be the one to repair it. He set down the teapot, the eyes on the black mask shifting to face Dumbledore, his tone calm and unruffled. "So, esteemed guest, do you not intend to introduce yourself and the purpose of your visit? Since your arrival, it seems you have been savoring tea." "Oh dear." Dumbledore offered a faintly apologetic smile. With age comes forgetfulness. He retrieved a parchment envelope from the inner pocket of his gray coat, delicately placing it on the table between them. The Hogwarts crest was clearly visible on the envelope. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." As he spoke, he took the sugar bowl and began pouring crystalline white sugar into his cup of tea. "This visit is to deliver this to you." Neos picked up the envelope, his fingertips brushing against the distinctive wax seal. Without searching for a tool, he casually slapped his palm against the corner of the table. Crack! A faint arc of electricity flickered. A small piece of the table corner vanished, and in Neos' hand appeared a delicate letter opener. He leisurely sliced open the envelope and extracted the letter within. Observing this, Dumbledore's hand, which had been adding sugar to his tea, paused imperceptibly before resuming its steady motion. Neos unfolded the letter, his gaze sweeping over its contents. After perusing the letter and the accompanying list, he refrained from responding immediately. He first set the letter back on the table, then lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip of the tea. Setting down the cup, he finally raised his cartoon-eyed face to meet Dumbledore's gaze, who had already consumed more than half of the sugar in his bowl. "So," Neos remarked with a hint of amusement, "a magical school wishes to invite me to attend, and it is delivered personally by a headmaster of such distinguished standing? Indeed. Dumbledore raised his surprisingly sweetened teacup, taking a sip with an air of composure. I must respectfully decline, Neos replied succinctly, without a trace of hesitation. Why? A flicker of confusion crossed Dumbledore's azure eyes. The maturity exhibited by this boy far exceeded his appearance. Intuition told him this was no child content with mediocrity. Why? Neos spread his hands wide, his tone imbued with an air of incredulity. A school reduced to the point where the headmaster must personally recruit students? Would I dare to attend? Furthermore, that long list of titles in your letter, while I am not entirely certain of their precise meanings, I can only surmise that each one, solemnly inscribed in a letter to a prospective student, signifies unimaginable power and influence. He tilted his head slightly, and the cartoon eyes on his mask blinked in unison. For such a prominent figure to make a personal visit could only mean one of two things. Either the school was on the verge of collapse and desperately needed students, or there was something about me that compelled you to see it for yourself. Either way, it sounds rather troublesome, does it not? He paused momentarily before adding, although I'm uncertain how you came to discover my existence, I must clarify that I am not a wizard. This admission rendered Dumbledore's embarrassment all the more palpable, prompting him to clear his throat. The primary purpose of my visit is to ascertain your identity and the condition of this land. As for how I learned of you, Hogwarts possesses two powerful magical artifacts capable of automatically detecting and recording all children with magical potential within Great Britain. Neos fell into a brief silence. The Sea of Souls favored the elderly man before him. He could sense that this elder carried an object imbued with primal essence, if he was not mistaken. It should be his wand. The temptation to study it closely was irresistible. He was not entirely unfamiliar with wizards, having glimpsed their existence during his drifts through the Sea of Souls and while exploring various countries. This familiarity was the reason for his composure in the presence of Dumbledore. He needed to confirm whether this body truly possessed magical talent. May I borrow your wand? Neos extended his hand. Dumbledore regarded him with a penetrating gaze, weighing his options. After a brief moment of contemplation, he handed over the slightly curved wand made of ebony. The instant Neos grasped the wand, he perceived not ebony through his mask, but rather a wand of elder. The core was made from the tail feather of a thestral. The dense aura of the Sea of Souls enveloped it, revealing it to be an object wrought from an incomplete concept of origin. If he could unravel its mysteries and strip away its essence. Dumbledore keenly detected the fleeting glimmer of greed in Neos's eyes as he held the wand, and his entire demeanor shifted, becoming as sharp as a drawn sword. Neos felt the weight of that invisible pressure, yet he remained unfazed. He waved the wand casually through the air. There was no response. In his hand, the wand lay silent, akin to an ordinary stick. This outcome left Dumbledore momentarily stunned. Wands choose their wizards, and the Elder Wand is no exception. Yet, even if not its master, a wand should respond simply because a wizard was holding it. Moreover, he had just witnessed Neos casting spells silently and without a wand. Although curses still lingered in this land, Neos's performance, akin to that of a muggle, exceeded all his expectations. You see, Neos returned the wand to Dumbledore, his tone unremarkable. I am not a wizard. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot attend your school. Though he felt a deep reluctance to part with the wand, he was not mad enough to attempt to seize it from this venerable old wizard, who could serve as a shield with his title. Then what are you? Dumbledore grasped the Elder Wand, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze upon Neos. Neos, scratching his head, noticed the cartoonish eyes on his blindfold swiveling in tandem. Perhaps he could be considered an alchemist? Alchemy is a branch of magic. Dumbledore promptly identified Neos' cognitive misstep while simultaneously reaching a resolution, regardless of the child's nature. He must be escorted to Hogwarts for close observation or supervision. Moreover, I too am an alchemist. Oh, a hint of curiosity tinged Neos' tone. Do you mean to say that someone like me, an alchemist, can attend Hogwarts? Although he lacked enthusiasm for schooling itself, the value of Dumbledore and his wand was enough to sway Neos' inclination. Certainly. A gentle smile reappeared on Dumbledore's face as he extended his hand towards Neos. Hogwarts welcomes every gifted young individual. We are pleased to admit you, Mr. Neos Chaos. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Neos extended his hand in response, his face adorned with an innocent smile befitting his age. Just as the large hand and the small hand were about to clasp, a deafening crash resonated. The glass of the main house's window shattered in response. A yellow figure, fueled by rage, hurtled towards the gazebo. Neos, you scoundrel, hiding here. Asmodeus's canine visage twisted in anger, yet when his gaze fell upon the exquisite red tea and delectable pastries on the table, his mouth watered uncontrollably. You're eating without inviting me. Neos, seemingly unfazed, did not even turn his head, as if anticipating the encounter. He casually seized a piece of cream cake from the plate and hurled it towards the far end of the garden without a second glance. Away with you. Whoosh. Asmodeus's eyes and body were instantly fixated on the flying cake, all his fury evaporating, leaving only a ravenous desire for the delicacy. He transformed into a streak of yellow light, racing after the direction in which the cake had vanished. A fleeting tranquility enveloped the gazebo. Dumbledore gazed toward the direction where Asmodeus had disappeared, his blue eyes behind the glasses brimming with an unprecedented curiosity and inquisitiveness. What, exactly, is this creature? I have never encountered such a peculiar existence. Upon hearing this, Neos straightened his small frame, his tone infused with pride. Indeed, this is my unparalleled masterpiece. A demon birthed from the fusion of the powers of lust and purity. This is unlike any of the lowly demons you have encountered before, which possess only a singular attribute. The eyes on his blindfold seemed to curve with smugness. A demon? Dumbledore was utterly taken aback. This revelation surpassed his imagination and exceeded his comprehension of the world. Neos, proudly gazing towards the direction Asmodeus had flown, remained blissfully unaware of the rare, almost stupefied expression on the headmaster's face. He began to indulge in his visions of the future. Isn't it marvelous? I am not boasting. Apart from myself, no one else in this world can create such a composite demon. Just imagine, when I start mass-producing these demons for the market, they will undoubtedly encroach upon the territory of the natural demons. At that time, those traditional demons will have no choice but to lower their standards and requirements for contracts in order to compete. He turned to Dumbledore with excitement, as if sharing a brilliant business plan. Soon, you too shall reap the benefits of the demon dividends I bring. What do you think? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore, holding a cup of overly sweet tea, widened his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses for the first time, as if his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Chapter 11. Misunderstandings and Good News. Just as Neos was reveling in his grand blueprint, he finally noticed the shock and confusion etched on Dumbledore's face. Indeed, my abilities have astonished him. Neos felt a sense of pride swelling within him. However, Dumbledore's inner alarm bells were already ringing. The peculiarities of this boy far exceeded his expectations. Though he was a master of mind-reading, he seldom ventured to pry into the thoughts of others. Yet, the inhuman traits displayed by Neos and Azazel compelled him to make an exception. The moment Neos turned his gaze toward him, the depths of Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled, and a powerful will surged into Neos' mental realm. The anticipated flood of memories and emotional whirlwinds did not materialize. Instead, what unfolded before Dumbledore was a chillingly pure void. There were no memories, no emotions, no traces of thought activity, like an unwritten sheet of paper. This was utterly abnormal. Dumbledore's heart jolted, and he immediately withdrew his consciousness. Almost as soon as he exited the mind reading, an unexpected change occurred. With a sudden movement, Neos leapt back 10 meters like a startled leopard, landing on the estate's lawn. At the moment he touched the ground, the earth beside him heaved upward as if alive, and a 2-meter-long spear, gleaming with a metallic sheen, burst forth from the soil. Neos grasped the spear with one hand, pointing it at Dumbledore, and shouted, "Azazel, battle!" In the distance, Azazel, who had just taken a bite of cake, froze, the force of their contract compelling him to instantly sense Neos' will. Pink flames ignited around him, and, with a loud bang, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, a burst of pink flames erupted at Neos' feet, and as the fire dissipated, Azazel stood before him, brandishing his trident. Dumbledore's pupils constricted, and his elder wand was swiftly raised, its tip steadily aimed at the ready duo. He did not wish to harm his student. But the eerie void of Neos' mental realm and the presence of Azazel made him realize that only by taking action could he unravel the mystery. Neos' exquisitely doll-like visage twisted in rage, his pitch-black eye mask fixated intently on Dumbledore, silently burrowing into the minds of others. "Have you fed your courtesy to the dogs?" Azazel stoked the flames further, his blunt words erupting in a fervent outburst. "Indeed, you damned old fool. Why didn't you seize the opportunity to turn that scoundrel Neos' brain into mush?" Suddenly, with a swift flick of his wrist, Neos' spear pierced Azazel's skull without warning, lifting him as if he were a mere shish kebab. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. This scene sent a chill coursing through him. He had not anticipated Azazel's furious response to the failed assassination, nor did he foresee Neos' mercilessness towards his own. The coldness exhibited by this child evoked memories of another perilous figure, Tom Riddle. Now, Neos' voice was as frigid as the winds in a cellar, and with a flick of his wrist, he slammed Azazel's corpse heavily to the ground. "Care to explain, old man?" Just as Dumbledore braced for an unavoidable confrontation, Azazel, staggering, rose unsteadily from the ground. The horrific gash on his head visibly writhed, contracting and healing at an astonishing rate. In less than 10 seconds, the lethal wound had completely mended. Dumbledore's astonishment was palpable, etched across his face. He stared intently at Azazel's rapidly regenerating wound. In his 110 years of life, he had never witnessed such an unfathomable capacity for regeneration. He stifled the urge to once again employ the legilimency, as a primal instinct warned him vehemently that probing this creature's mind would be a foolhardy endeavor. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the treetops. Neos did not seize the opportunity to attack. He was acutely aware that this new body had yet to acclimate. The grimoire still lay in the basement, and without the book's power, Azazel was merely a meat shield. A direct confrontation would be unwise. He observed Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, fraught with deep confusion, particularly the intense scrutiny of Azazel's inhuman attributes. A bold yet absurd notion struck him like a bolt of lightning. The arm bone of St. Paul bore traces of magic. This old man was also a wizard, exhibiting such keen interest in his demon. Azazel claimed to be virtuous. And did not the church also pride itself on righteousness? Everything seemed to intertwine. Neos's realization dawned upon him, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he leveled his spear once more at Dumbledore. Old man, you are a spy sent by the church, aren't you? You've infiltrated deeply. Neos's voice resonated with the indignation of uncovering the truth. President of the International Wizarding Federation? Sir Merlin's first-class medal? Chief Wizard of Wizenagmo? Huh. How many resources has the church expended to elevate you to this position? Dumbledore was utterly bewildered. Despite his vast experiences, he was caught off guard by this peculiar reasoning, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This misunderstanding could escalate. Child, remain calm. Dumbledore, caught between laughter and tears, hastened to clarify. I swear to God. No, to Merlin. I am not affiliated with the church. I am merely the headmaster of Hogwarts, an elderly man who cares for his students. Then why did you just attack me? Neos, unconvinced, retorted. The previous encounter nearly severed his connection to his corporeal form. Without its energy, his body would instantly disintegrate into dust. I merely sought confirmation. Dumbledore sighed helplessly, his gaze once again falling upon Azazel. What, dear friend, is this creation of yours? Its form of existence surpasses my comprehension. He deliberately avoided the term demon. What else could it be? Neos impatiently shouted. Haven't I made it clear? A demon. Though it differs from the kind that crawls from the depths of hell, it is indeed a demon. He contemplated how to ensnare this old man while he sought the tome. Child, Dumbledore's tone carried a profound calm born of experience. Having lived for 110 years, I consider myself well acquainted with the wonders of the magical world. However, true demons exist solely in ancient myths and Muggle religious texts. In reality, I have never witnessed one, nor have I encountered any definitive evidence of their existence. Neo scoffed, what nonsense. Aren't wizards and demons in a symbiotic relationship? Is not your power bestowed by demons? I believe a significant cognitive disparity exists between us. Dumbledore found the situation increasingly troublesome. It was evident that before his arrival at Hogwarts, this child had constructed a worldview entirely distinct from that of the mainstream magical community through some unknown means. The sources of a wizard's power have been debated for millennia, some attributed to bloodlines, others to magical energy itself, and some to a resonance with nature, but it is certainly, absolutely, not derived from so-called demons. Neos was taken aback. Dumbledore's gaze was sincere and resolute, devoid of deceit. More importantly, Azazel. Neos abruptly turned to his creation, his voice tinged with an urgent need for validation. Though you may not be a denizen of hell, as a manifestation of lust and purity, you must have some sense of power, correct? Tell me, how many beings of your caliber and type exist in this world? Provide me a number. Azazel trembled under the shout, his canine visage reflecting innocence and confusion as he replied softly. Boss, I can't sense anything. I can't even smell a single kindred essence. What? What did you say? Neos's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief, but soon an indescribable elation surged from within him. He sensed that Azazel was not lying. This meant that what Dumbledore had stated was indeed true. More importantly, it indicated that the foundational concepts of power in this world were largely unclaimed, like countless treasures scattered across the wilderness, awaiting discovery. Observing the myriad expressions that flitted across Neos' face, a spectacle partially obscured by his mask, Dumbledore revealed a knowing look. You see, my child, the power structure of wizards is entirely distinct from the demonic contracts you are familiar with. In a hushed tone, Neos murmured, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous excitement. So, the power of wizards does not stem from demons. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed, at least, as far as our known history and reality suggests. Neos comprehended, utterly understood. The vast disparity of information had rendered his previous judgments utterly erroneous. Yet, this error was so delightful that he felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh aloud. A crackle of energy surged beneath his feet. As the earth trembled, a tome of demonic lore was forcefully ejected from the basement, landing securely in Neos' grasp. A satchel. Neos' voice regained its calm, laced with a hint of pleasure. Just as a satchel attempted to stealthily retreat, he froze. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and instantly returned to cling desperately to Neos' leg, his big, watery eyes pleading for leniency. Neos, he implored. Why not indulge this kind-hearted old man in tea and conversation? I shall promptly restore the main residence. I assure you, it will be as good as new. Neos looked down, the cartoonish eyes on his mask gazing affectionately at his satchel. Now, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? A satchel, glancing at the open demonic tome, felt a chill run down his spine, his voice trembling. Let us hear the good news first. A foreboding sensation gripped him. The good news is, Neos' voice sank to a devilish whisper, you shall soon have many new colleagues. Many, many. A satchel swallowed hard, his voice quavering. And the bad news? Neos did not respond, merely moving his lips to chant an exceedingly convoluted incantation from the tome, its syllables fragmented and laden with blasphemous undertones. This spell was interminably lengthy, surpassing any punishment previously inflicted. A satchel, gripped by terror, exclaimed, wait. Boss, isn't this spell a bit excessive? Let us discuss this, huh? His pleas were abruptly silenced. With a series of unsettling sounds, pop, crack, crash, a satchel's body inflated rapidly like an overblown balloon, distorting grotesquely, his skin splitting inch by inch. Ultimately, amidst a burst of pink mist and indescribable, viscous noises, he shattered completely. Flesh, entrails, and bone fragments, mingled with remnants of pink energy, splattered in a torrential downpour in all directions. Neos had anticipated this moment. As the explosion erupted, a formidable stone wall rose with a thunderous roar, precisely shielding him and Dumbledore from the onslaught, intercepting the majority of the debris. In the distance, Dumbledore reacted with equal swiftness. Almost instantaneously, at the moment of a satchel's transformation, he cast a silent ironclad charm, the barrier unfurling to deflect the splintered remnants that flew forth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and the ground was a gruesome tableau of flesh. Behind the stone walls and the shimmering shield of the charm, Neos and Dumbledore found themselves ensnared in a new, even more peculiar silence across the battlefield. Chapter 12, Confirmation of Enrollment. Ignoring the chaos strewn about, Neos turned to Dumbledore, offering a gentle smile. A minor administrative issue. I hope it amuses you. Dumbledore remained silent, his brow furrowed, sharp eyes peering past Neos' shoulder, fixated on the pooling blood and flesh that writhed toward the center. Neos perceptibly sensed the old headmaster's unease. This is hardly the place for conversation. He gestured invitingly. Let us proceed to the study. With that, he took the lead, guiding Dumbledore. Upon entering the grand hall of the manor, Neos sighed softly at the sight of the furniture and walls ravaged by Azazel. With a casual slap of his palm against the adjacent wall, a surge of white lightning enveloped the estate. Scattered fragments of furniture flew back to their original places, torn tapestries mended as if new, toppled objects righted themselves. And even the dust seemed to vanish as if wiped away by an invisible cloth. In an instant, the entire hall was transformed, immaculate as if freshly renovated. Dumbledore surveyed the rejuvenated interior with keen interest. Neos had shed the manor's medieval essence, reshaping it into something strikingly modern, verging on a Muggle futurism. Fascinating, Dumbledore mused. These devices appear to be projections of Muggle imaginations of future technology. His intuition was correct. Neos had replicated the aesthetic of household appliances that would not become commonplace until 2025, an endeavor that, while superficial, provided him a modicum of solace. Dumbledore paused, pointing to an oversized black mirror on the wall, inquiring with curiosity, Neos, what purpose does this serve? A decorative piece, Neos succinctly replied, his stride unbroken. The pair ambled forward, eventually arriving at the study. This room seemed to be the sole sanctuary untouched by Neos' modernizing hand within the manor. Towering oak bookshelves loomed, the air thick with the unique scent of aged parchment and leather. The shelves were crammed with an array of ancient, hefty religious tomes, their covers embellished with gilt or adorned with gemstones. Dumbledore's piercing gaze traversed the spines, his pupils narrowing in shock as he recognized several open volumes bearing distinct insignias and binding styles that should never have graced a private residence, but were instead reserved for the depths of the Vatican's sacred chapel. A revelation dawned upon Dumbledore, illuminating his understanding of the origins of this young man's bizarre worldview. He was not exposed to the mainstream magical education, but rather to the history, myths, religions, and various superstitions of Muggles. The two settled into the spacious leather armchairs by the fireplace. The flames danced quietly, radiating warmth, and the atmosphere was so tranquil that it was as if the earlier tensions and chaos in the courtyard had never transpired. Headmaster Dumbledore, Neos began, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the chair. I am most willing to accept your invitation to study at Hogwarts. However, as you have witnessed, I seem to be insulated from wands. His tone carried a hint of perfectly measured perplexity. But, my dear child, Dumbledore replied playfully, winking, did you not just skillfully employ a rather distinctive spell to manage Mr. Azazel? That alone suffices to prove that you are not incapable of magic. Neos fell silent, the eye patterns on his cartoonish mask seeming to reflect his contemplation. Dumbledore patiently awaited his response, lifting the steaming cup of tea that Neos had conjured, gently blowing on it. After a moment, Neos raised his head, his mask's gaze precisely directed at Dumbledore. "Professor, may I request that you teach me a fundamental spell?" "To my utmost pleasure," Dumbledore readily agreed. He chose the most innocuous and basic spell, the very inception of every young wizard's dreams, the wand-lighting charm. He elaborated on the pronunciation of the incantation, the subtle guidance of emotion, and the essence of visualizing the point of light coalescing. Dumbledore's explanation was both profound and accessible. It was no wonder he was regarded as the greatest wizard of contemporary times. Having absorbed Dumbledore's teachings, Neos felt an unwavering confidence surge within him. He extended his index finger towards the air before him and clearly articulated, "Lumos." A soft, stable white light, akin to a waking firefly, gracefully hovered at his fingertips. Success! A wave of exhilaration coursed through Neos. Slowly, he placed the demonic book he had clutched tightly in his other hand onto the low table between them. The moment his fingers relinquished the cover of the book, the white orb extinguished, vanishing silently like a snuffed candle flame. Neos pressed his hand once more onto the book's cover and recited the incantation again, "Lumos." The white light ignited once more. Observing this clear and unequivocal correlation, combined with the earlier scene of the lengthy incantation and the emergence of the demonic book, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place for Dumbledore. Everything made sense. Neos was not devoid of magical ability. Rather, his magical turmoil likely occurred long ago, and his perception of his own power had been distorted by those ancient texts. The peculiar tome he created was a powerful magical conduit unconsciously shaped by him, akin to artifacts or wands used by ancient sorcerers. As for Azazel, he was a magical being inadvertently born from Neos' skewed understanding, or at least that was Dumbledore's current inclination. Modern wizards commonly wield wands. As they achieve a perfect equilibrium between stability and versatility, Neos can indeed be considered a throwback. A look of satisfaction blossomed on Dumbledore's face, his blue eyes behind the lenses warm as spring. "The gates of Hogwarts have swung open for you, Mr. Chaos." The ensuing conversation became considerably more relaxed. The two settled the matter of the enrollment letter and the shopping in Diagon Alley. Once the primary task was completed, Dumbledore commenced the pursuit of another objective on this journey, to explore this cursed land. "Neos," Dumbledore's tone grew solemn. "Did you grow up in this city?" "Sort of." Neos leaned back against the chair, his eye mask directed toward the window. "Here is my starting point." He harbored a profound and indescribable sentiment for the estate that bore witness to his birth and studies. "Then, you must have some understanding of this city's history and its unique atmosphere?" Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "The birthplace of the witch hunt movement," Neos' voice sank. "And the malice and curses this land harbors against wizards?" Seeing that Neos not only knew but could accurately utilize the term curse, a flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's eyes, quickly replaced by acceptance. For a genius capable of summoning Azazel, such knowledge seemed unsurprising. Neos once again picked up the grimoire on the low table, deftly flipping to the final page of the contract, revealing the twisted, profane yet powerfully binding words to Dumbledore. "This is the contract that binds Azazel," he explained. "During its duration, his existence will shield me from all curses." He deliberately omitted the contract's despairing, indefinite duration. Although Dumbledore could not comprehend the bizarre script, his potent magical perception allowed him to instantly grasp the essence of the contract's binding force and efficacy. As his gaze swept over the symbols representing the duration beneath the contract, his lips involuntarily twitched once more. He finally understood the origin of Azazel's heartfelt remark about why he did not kill Neos. When his eyes fell upon the date of the contract signing, the last vestige of doubt evaporated. June 6, 1991. This date perfectly elucidated why the Book of Admission did not record Neos' name until July. It was likely that prior to this, curses had continually suppressed him, until Azazel, the curse suppressor, came into play. Time quietly passed. The sun outside had risen to its zenith, bright and warm. "I believe I must take my leave." Dumbledore set down his teacup and rose to his feet. A kind driver awaited him outside, and he did not wish to cause Professor McGonagall any concern. "Will you not stay for a meal?" Neos also stood, extending a polite invitation. "Perhaps another time." Dumbledore graciously declined my invitation, as he walked alongside a friend. Together, they exited the study. Upon reaching the corridor, a swaying figure approached. It was Azazel, who had fully recovered, albeit in a rather disheveled state. He donned a white chef's uniform, marred by several charred holes, and his hair was unevenly sparse, with patches missing. His face bore smudges resembling soot. With his head hung low, he mumbled feebly, "The meal is ready." Observing this disarrayed demon, Neos and Dumbledore exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a hint of amusement. "Professor Dumbledore has pressing matters," Neos said, stifling a chuckle. "We can simply order takeout later." With that, The two companions tacitly disregarded the flustered Aesopel behind them, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they made their way to the manor's grand entrance. Neos even enthusiastically began to introduce Dumbledore to his ostentatious array of futuristic appliances. Outside the manor, Neos escorted Dumbledore to the ornate black wrought iron gate. Almost simultaneously, a familiar taxi slowly approached along the road, coming to a halt precisely at the entrance. The driver rolled down the window, his complexion pale and his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. He stared in disbelief at the transformed estate, the opulent main house, the pristine lawn, the solemn statues, so vastly different from the dilapidated, haunted dwelling etched in his memory. "My God, sir, what has happened here?" Throughout the journey, the driver incessantly recounted the terrifying legends surrounding the estate, attempting to rationalize the supernatural spectacle before him. He did not associate these extraordinary changes with the gentle, kindly old man beside him, who emanated warmth akin to the sun piercing through heavy clouds. Conversely, the pale-skinned boy at the gate, adorned with an eccentric cartoon eye mask, sent chills down his spine, as if he were witnessing something that had just risen from a coffin. Dumbledore calmly reassured the driver, deftly steering the conversation back to travel anecdotes. Once the vehicle had safely exited the estate and reached the original pickup point, Dumbledore seized the moment while paying, subtly directing the tip of his wand towards the driver, whispering, "Obliviate." The driver momentarily appeared dazed, only to regain clarity moments later. In his mind, the manor remained desolate and decrepit, shrouded in gloom. On the return journey, he conversed merrily with the erudite and engaging elder about the customs and cultures of the world. And nothing more. Dumbledore stepped out of the taxi, watching it depart. He harbored no concerns that the changes to the manor would attract the attention of muggles. He trusted that the mature young man would manage everything adeptly. Chapter 13. In the aftermath. Beside the Chelmsford boundary road, Dumbledore gently waved his wand towards the cerulean sky. With a sudden whoosh, accompanied by a cacophony of screeching brakes and the acrid scent of rubber meeting asphalt, a towering purple bus materialized before him. Coming to a jarring halt, the vehicle shuddered violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. At the rear, a tall, slender young man stood at the entrance, clutching a crumpled note, monotonously reciting, "Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transport service for distressed wizards. I am the conductor, Stan Shunpike, at your service, Professor Dumbledore." Stan's voice, which had been flat and professional, suddenly escalated into a high-pitched scream. The note slipped from his grasp. "Dumbledore." This exclamation ignited the bus like ice plunged into boiling water, instantly erupting into chaos. Passengers sprang from their seats, rushing towards the narrow doorway. Even the driver, Ern Plinkett, abandoned the steering wheel to join the throng, eager to glimpse the most illustrious wizard of the age. Amidst the pandemonium, only Stan appeared pale, desperately attempting to shrink into the shadows of the bus. In his youth, Dumbledore had been a frequent traveler on the night bus, relishing the exhilarating speed it offered. Yet, since his famed victory over Grindelwald, such moments of freedom had become a distant memory. Observing the familiar yet foreign tumult before him, he managed a wry smile, graciously shaking hands and nodding in response to the frenzied greetings of each excited passenger. All right, my friends." Dumbledore's voice, though soft, possessed an unusual penetrating quality that silenced the noisy bus in an instant. The duty of the night bus is to escort travelers, not to linger unduly. It would be rather ungentlemanly to delay others, wouldn't it? His azure gaze swept across the crowd, imbued with an undeniable warmth. The passengers, as if awakening from a dream, returned to their seats, filled with awe and reluctance, yet their eyes remained fervently fixed upon him. The crowd parted, finally revealing Stan, who was attempting to become invisible in the corner. Dumbledore approached, his gaze kindly resting upon the young man, who appeared far more weary than his peers. "Mr. Shunpike, how is your mother faring? The recovery from dragon pox requires diligent care." With those few words, Stan's carefully maintained facade crumbled, tears streaming forth as he struggled to articulate a response. This 16-year-old Hufflepuff had been forced to cease his studies after a reckless potion experiment had resulted in the destruction of a classroom. With his mother incapacitated by dragon pox, the burden of a single-parent household had suddenly fallen upon his tender shoulders. He could only drop out of school to work, navigating the tumultuous life aboard the night bus to barely make ends meet. Dumbledore gently patted his trembling shoulder. "Be strong, my child. Remember, the doors of Hogwarts will always be open to you." This sentence is laden with profound meaning. Yet both individuals are acutely aware that the path beneath Sampake's feet has strayed from the castle's direction. Dumbledore silently observed the young boy laboring diligently within the jostling carriage, his clumsy yet earnest demeanor suggesting he had discovered a new beacon to guide him. The night bus came to a sudden halt near Charing Cross in London, nearly ejecting several passengers who had neglected to fasten their seatbelts. Dumbledore politely declined the enthusiastic farewells of those eager to rush towards the door. instead smiling and waving from behind the window before turning to push open the creaking wooden door of the leaky cauldron. The scene inside the pub mirrored that of the night bus. Patrons who recognized him rose to their feet, their raucous cheers nearly lifting the roof. It was only when the proprietor, Old Tom, vigorously struck the bar with a cloth, creating a resounding clap, that some semblance of order was restored. After exchanging pleasantries with Old Tom, Dumbledore declined a butterbeer and made his way directly to the fireplace. He pinched a handful of shimmering golden powder from a small silver container embedded with a phoenix feather. This was a special blend infused with fox tears, ensuring that the user could pinpoint the headmaster's office under Hogwarts' formidable spatial protections. Hogwarts headmaster's office. The emerald flames instantly transformed into a peculiar azure hue, and Dumbledore's figure swirled and vanished within the fireplace. In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall paced, the azure flames emerging from the hearth easing her taut nerves. "Albus," she exclaimed, hastening towards him. "How is the child?" She noticed a trace of elusive fatigue etched upon Dumbledore's brow. "A gifted child, Minerva," he replied as he approached his desk, gesturing for her to sit. "The nature of his talent is rather unique, and it may require our careful guidance." He circled the desk and settled into his high-backed chair. "Can he truly withstand the curse from Chelmsford?" Professor McGonagall's voice brimmed with disbelief. "For 4 centuries, St. Mungo's curse-damage department has been at a loss. He has found an unconventional method." Dumbledore carefully selected his words, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of Foxperch. "A powerful contract magic has transferred the burden of the curse." He deliberately withheld the details regarding the demonic contract and its permanent duration. With some time remaining before the new term, the professors deserved to enjoy their holiday. Moreover, the thought of the soon-to-be-enrolled Harry Potter ignited a glimmer of deep insight in Dumbledore's eyes. Perhaps this alchemist from a cursed land would prove to be an unexpected variable? "There's no need for excessive worry," Dumbledore finally stated, his voice regaining its customary calm. "I believe in Hogwarts' inclusivity and our guidance to help him find the right path." Meanwhile, within the office of the mayor of Chelmsford, Neos languidly sank into the mayor's genuine leather swivel chair, his legs draped over the polished mahogany desk. Beside him lay 2 empty pizza boxes that he and Acisel had just vanquished. Opposite him, the corpulent Mayor Peter Griffin appeared pallid, incessantly dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe away the perspiration. "So, Mr. Mayor," Neos's voice was as flat as a discussion about the weather. "I trust you would not wish for your, well, peculiar friendships with shepherd dogs and farm bulls, along with your late-night interviews in the alley behind the Gentleman's Club, to become tomorrow's front-page news in the Sun?" Acisel floated nearby, chewing on a piece of licorice candy he had found, muttering indistinctly, "Ugh, this plot feels oddly familiar." Peter Griffin trembled, his corpulence quaking with dread. His ascent to this position was solely due to the illustrious family of his wife, Louise. This political union bestowed upon him power, but stripped him of his masculine vitality. Domestic issues, political pressures, and unexpressed desires ultimately propelled him into a more distorted abyss. Now, this boy who had intruded upon his office seemed to know his secrets intimately, like a Damocles sword poised above his head. Should his secrets be revealed, he would be utterly disgraced and left with nothing. "Please, sir," Peter's voice quavered with desperation. "What do you need from me?" "Anything," he nearly pleaded. "2 things," Neos replied, lowering his legs and leaning forward, the cartoon eyes on his mask seemingly penetrating Peter's very soul. "A legitimate identity and a property." A flicker of hope ignited in Peter's eyes. Identity and property were trifles for a mayor. However, Neos extinguished that hope with his next words. "I want the branded manor. Full, irrevocable ownership." Peter's countenance instantly contorted into a grimace. "The branded manor? That accursed, historically significant ruin? Not only has there been uproar in the council over repair proposals, but I lack the authority to even consider selling it." Observing Peter's despair, Neos rose, and Acisel, in silent understanding, floated to his side. Neos strode directly to the door, pausing to glance back slightly as his hand rested on the doorknob. "You won't be busy for nothing. There will be a surprise waiting for you tonight when you return home. I shall return at the same time tomorrow." With that, he pushed the door open and departed. The bustling secretaries and staff at the entrance seemed to part like the Red Sea before him, instinctively creating a path, their eyes averted as if he were but a wisp of air. Peter watched this scene unfold, a chill racing from his spine to the crown of his head. That evening, Peter could scarcely recall how he made his way home. However, when his wife Louise appeared in the living room clad in a robe, an intense, unprecedented surge of passion surged through him. The burdens that had plagued him for years evaporated, now replaced by a force that was ineffably empowering. He cast a gaze upon his wife, infused with a long-lost, even somewhat terrifying desire. The following midday, when Neos once again entered the mayor's office, the terror that once adorned Peter's face had transformed into an almost fanatical devotion. He eagerly presented the identification documents to Neos. "Sir," All you require now is a photograph for usage, he said, his tone dripping with sycophancy. As for the estate, sir, it is not a decision I can make unilaterally. It requires the council's approval. Neos scrutinized the documents without raising his gaze. You merely need to propose the motion, they will acquiesce. As he departed, Neos casually left behind a photograph of himself for system entry. In the ensuing 7 days, the Chelmsford City Council became ensnared in a bizarre cycle. Mayor Peter consistently advocated for the sale of the branded estate to a mysterious overseas magnate, facing vehement opposition at first. Strangely, however, each day, the voices supporting Peter began to quietly multiply. Opponents either abruptly changed their stance or conveniently absented themselves from the voting. By the 7th day, this proposal, once deemed impossible, astonishingly passed by a slender margin. Peter, exhilarated, felt every ounce of his corpulent body dancing with glee as he cradled the freshly minted property documents and presented them to Neos. The exorbitant purchase sum? He had already preemptively covered it with his clandestine funds. He felt immensely vindicated. Neos not only cured his chronic ailment, but also elevated him to the core of a cohesive and efficient council. Clutching this newfound unity, Peter envisioned the cabinet minister's throne beckoning him. With further backing from this enigmatic gentleman, the possibilities were endless. He was enraptured, his smile bordering on obsession. Chapter 14, Hagrid and Harry. With a screech, a sidecar motorcycle abruptly halted at the Chelmsford border, the engine's roar piercing the stillness of the air. 2 figures were crammed onto the motorcycle. One was a burly man clad in a massive moleskin coat, his hair bristling like a great bear, while the other was a frail boy dressed in ill-fitting shirt and jeans. Harry, Hagrid's gruff voice bore an unusual seriousness, his colossal frame nearly enveloping Harry in shadow. The place I am about to take you is exceedingly perilous, and I wish for you to remain here and wait for me. Hagrid, don't you dare leave me behind. Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with defiance. The previous night's experiences felt like a wild dream. Hagrid had appeared in the cottage atop the rocks, revealing that he was, in fact, a wizard, while also bestowing a pig's tail upon Dudley, his cousin. Last night, he had slept beneath Hagrid's great coat, nestled alongside 2 dormice. Throughout their journey today, Hagrid had regaled him with tales of his parents, James and Lily, casting warmth into the chill that had enveloped him for 11 years. However, just as they were to approach the leaky cauldron, Hagrid suddenly slapped his thigh and bellowed in frustration, Merlin's beard. I forgot to pick up the other young wizard. Harry insisted on accompanying him. Hagrid initially resisted vehemently, yet ultimately succumbed to the blend of concern and longing reflected in Harry's eyes, and thus led him to the edge of the cursed land. Along the way, Hagrid recounted in a low, rumbling voice the centuries of malice faced by wizards in Chelmsford. The weight of that history deepened Harry's unease, but he could not allow his only friend to venture alone, even if he felt powerless to assist. Listen, Harry. Hagrid attempted one last plea, his thick brows furrowing together. This land is cursed. A true curse. Wizards who linger too long are met with dire misfortune. A backfiring wand or a miscast spell are merely the least of their troubles. You, Hagrid, I am unafraid. Harry straightened his slender chest, his voice soft yet remarkably resolute. You can trust me. I promise I won't hold you back. His green eyes locked onto Hagrid's anxious black ones. Hagrid sighed heavily, the sound rumbling like distant thunder, just like James and Lily's child. Eventually, he relented, his robust arms waving in resignation. As the 2 took a deep breath, preparing to step into the foreboding land, a quivering voice emerged from the roadside. Are you from Hogwarts? Both Harry and Hagrid turned simultaneously. Not far off, on the shoulder of the road, stood an exceedingly peculiar creature, swaddled in a pitifully thin blanket, shivering as it inched toward them. Its unruly, orange hair was parted down the middle, and a pink, heart-patterned tail dragged lifelessly on the ground, icicles forming from its nose in the cold wind. Harry's eyes widened. Such an extraordinary creature had never graced his meager Muggle worldview. Hagrid's reaction, however, was starkly different. His massive frame sprung into unexpected agility, covering the distance to the creature in mere strides. He crouched down carefully, as if to avoid startling a fragile butterfly. His enormous hand rummaged through his moleskin coat, and he miraculously produced a glistening piece of meat, as long as Harry's forearm, which he gently offered to the creature. Poor little thing, Hagrid's voice softened, thick with nasality. You must be freezing. Here, have something to warm you up. His eyes sparkled with the fervor of discovering a new species. Harry leaned closer, curiously observing the creature's diminutive stature, then glanced at the desolate highway. Hagrid, what is this? Where's the little wizard? Huh. Hagrid seemed to awaken from a trance, his large palm frustratedly tapping his furry forehead. Dumbledore had mentioned that Neos had a peculiar companion, and this creature must be it. Yes, the little wizard. Where is your master, the one called Neos Kalos? At that moment, Azazel, the demon who had endured the biting cold all night, finally began to comprehend the situation. A torrent of grievances and anger instantaneously breached the dam of reason. With a resounding thud, he hurled the utterly useless thin blanket and the precious jerky to the ground, his short legs bouncing as he emitted a heart-wrenching cry of accusation. "Why have you only just arrived? I have been waiting all day." Hagrid's large face flushed to a hue reminiscent of liver, his enormous fingers awkwardly scratching at his thick beard. He certainly recalled that he was supposed to pick up Neos before fetching Harry, but the thrill of soon encountering the children of James and Lily caused him to forget the other young wizard entirely. Harry's face also turned crimson, as if splashed with red ink. He understood that Hagrid's lapse was entirely due to him, as Ashisel observed the two in their embarrassment. A disdainful snort emanated from his canine mouth. He leisurely picked up the blanket, smoothed it out, and plopped down upon it, casually retrieving the jerky that had fallen to the ground and gnawing on it viciously, as if it were Neo's bone. Hagrid and Harry exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Clumsily mimicking Ashasel's demeanor, Hagrid extracted a much thicker blanket from some magical pocket and laid it beside him, gesturing for Harry to sit down. Then, with a flourish, he produced 2 pieces of jerky, offering one to Harry before sitting down himself to join Ashisel in gnawing on the meat. As Hagrid chewed, he couldn't help but steal furtive glances at Ashisel, his eyes brimming with fascination for this peculiar creature. Harry, however, seemed to be entranced. Not having taken a single bite of the jerky in his hand, his emerald eyes unblinkingly fixed on Ashisel, as if attempting to see through him. Ashisel, uncomfortable under Harry's intense gaze, found the jerky suddenly unappetizing. He abruptly lifted his head, his canine features contorted in irritation, his pink tail irritably thumping against the ground. "Hey, you little imp. Speak if you have something to say. Stop staring at me with that look, as if you're a lovesick fool. And you too, big guy?" He turned to Hagrid. "Your gaze is akin to that of a shy high schooler covertly observing their crush. It's quite repulsive." Instantly, Hagrid and Harry's faces turned an even deeper shade of red, resembling steamed lobsters. Taking a deep breath, Harry summoned his courage and pointed at Ashisel, asking, "What exactly are you?" Hagrid also ceased chewing, holding his breath, his enormous ears nearly perking up. "A demon," Ashisel mumbled around the jerky, then extended his small paw towards Hagrid. "Big guy, another piece, please." "Hey, big guy." Noticing Hagrid's lack of response, he impatiently tapped his paw against Hagrid's pillar-like leg. Awakened from his reverie, Hagrid dazedly handed over another piece. Ashisel accepted it, continuing to munch as he spoke. "I know that in your world, demons do not exist, but they will come to be." He paused, a peculiar expression of mixed schadenfreude and resignation crossing his canine features. "And there will be many." Although Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, his fundamental magical education remained quite solid. He abruptly stood up, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped Ashisel entirely. His voice was laced with incredulity and a hint of anger at being deceived. "Impossible. Demons are mere figments of Muggle imagination. The magical realm has thrived for millennia without any evidence of demons' existence. This world possesses no demons." In that moment, Harry also comprehended that the demons from the storybooks were indeed just tales. However, Ashisel remained unfazed, as if discussing the weather, leisurely gnawing on jerky, his pink tail tip idly swaying. "I already said, it's for later. I was created by Neos. Given that scoundrel's nature, would he truly conjure beings like us without an absolute means of counteraction?" He scoffed. "Dream on. Then why did he create you?" Harry pressed, a surge of wariness toward this unfamiliar classmate rising within him. "Creating demons? That sounds even more perilous than the dark wizards Hagrid spoke of." No comment. Ashisel rolled his eyes, his cheeks bulging as he chewed on the jerky. The air thickened with tension, leaving only the sound of the wind wailing at the desolate boundary and the crunching of jerky. Harry gazed at Ashisel's rotund, furry figure, adorned with a comically parted hairstyle, and found it exceedingly difficult to connect him with the fearsome demons of legend. Curiosity clawed at him like a playful kitten, and he could not resist speaking again. "Then why do you look like this?" He gestured toward Ashisel's 3-headed stature and his lion-like visage. Suddenly, an intense wave of tangible black mist erupted from Ashisel. The once somewhat endearing canine face contorted into a grotesque snarl, resembling a hellish hound. The resilient jerky in his hand audibly snapped. Hagrid reacted with lightning speed, scooping up Harry and shielding him behind himself as if he were a chick, while his other hand swiftly produced the iconic pink umbrella from within his coat. Its tip pointed warily at the enraged demon. Harry's heart nearly ceased as he recognized that he had undoubtedly trespassed into a perilous territory. In that tense moment, crack, zing, the ground behind Ashisel erupted without warning, unleashing a series of twisted white electric arcs. The soil heaved as if alive, rolling and churning without raising a speck of dust. A boy, impeccably dressed in a neat black suit, emerged gracefully and silently from the surging earth, as if rising from water. His skin was pale to the point of translucence, and he wore a peculiar cartoon eye mask, adorned with eyes that seemed to move with agility. "Ashisel, still lost in his furious tirade, had his back turned to Neos, entirely oblivious to the transformation occurring behind him, continuing to roar, "Why do I look like this? You must inquire with that rascal Neos. I am undeniably a manifestation of the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues. Why then do I find myself in such a disgraceful predicament?" The roar abruptly ceased. A pale, slender yet remarkably strong hand, akin to an iron claw, gripped Assassel's nape with precision, lifting him entirely off the ground. Assassel's body instantly stiffened, as though frozen in time. All his fury and dark energy dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming chill racing up his spine. Cold sweat poured down like a torrent, instantly soaking his orange hair and dripping onto the ground. A voice, calm yet laced with an icy menace, slithered into Assassel's ear like a venomous serpent. "It seems our great demon." Neos Cows tilted his head, the eyes on his cartoonish mask studying the rigid plush toy in his grasp with keen interest, evidently dissatisfied with his master's aesthetic. Chapter 15, The Broken Pot Tavern. Neos weighed Azazel in his hand, flicked his wrist, and hurled him into the air, immediately following with a fierce spinning kick. Whoosh thud. Azazel screamed as he crashed into the bushes by the roadside, his body contorting into a grotesque fold, falling silent. Neos dusted off his hands and approached the stunned Harry and Hagrid nonchalantly. Harry and Hagrid exchanged glances between Neos and the lump of demon in the bushes, their expressions frozen. Neos' masked eyes glanced at the greenery. "No need to worry about him. The demon will not perish." His tone was flat, asserting that one must be firm with demons. Otherwise, it would not be the wizard controlling the demon, but rather the demon ensnaring the wizard. Having said that, he offered a gentle smile and extended his pale, slender hand towards the two. "Greetings, I am Neos Cows. A pleasure to meet you." Harry jolted back to reality, instinctively grasping the outstretched hand. Cold. That was Harry's immediate reaction upon touching it. He quickly withdrew his hand, although it was merely a fleeting contact. The frigid sensation sent shivers down his spine. It was not an ordinary chill, but rather a temperature devoid of life, imbued with a profound stillness that penetrated to the marrow. "Why you hello, I am Harry Potter." "Harry Potter," Neos murmured softly, his masked eyes fixated intently on Harry's face. Some long-buried memories began to resurface, of a film titled Harry Potter, which he had heard of in his youth, but never watched. For he was then engrossed in the depths of the underworld. Gazing at the face that bore a striking resemblance to the poster in his memory, Neos' lips subtly curved. "So this is the world, but what of it? The past has long evaporated." He suppressed that flicker of emotion and nodded to Harry. "It is also a pleasure to meet you." His tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. He then extended his hand towards Hagrid. Hagrid hurriedly rubbed his hands on the moleskin coat and cautiously grasped Neos' hand, giving it a shake. "Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. My apologies. I should have picked you up yesterday, but the thought of meeting Harry made me quite flustered." He scratched his furry head in annoyance. "It's quite all right. I'm not in a hurry," Neos replied, retracting his hand. The bushes rustled, and Azazel stumbled out, covered in grass clippings, looking disheveled as he returned to stand by Neos' feet. Upon witnessing this scene, both Harry and Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. Despite knowing that Azazel was a demon, Hagrid found his fluffy, three-headed appearance to be oddly intriguing, while Harry felt a strange sense of endearing ugliness. He began to understand why Dudley's aunt kept those unattractive dogs. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned that you would guide me to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary items for school?" Neos' gaze shifted to Hagrid, signaling the matter at hand. "Ah yes, Diagon Alley," Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his thigh, finally diverting his attention from Azazel, though a look of concern quickly crossed his face. He gazed anxiously at his beloved motorcycle. "I should have taken you yesterday, but now there's simply no room for a third person, especially with a demon alongside you." Neos did not respond immediately. He walked over to the motorcycle, extending a finger to gently trace the cold metal frame and leather seat. Raising his head, he confidently addressed Hagrid. "This motorcycle can fly, correct?" A flicker of surprise crossed Hagrid's eyes. How could a wizard yet to be enrolled discern the enchantments placed upon this motorcycle? Glancing at Azazel, who was busy digging in his nose, he thought, perhaps it wasn't so surprising after all. "Indeed, it flies quite smoothly," Hagrid affirmed. Neos retrieved a book on demons from his suit pocket. "Then it's settled. You lead the way, and I shall keep up. What do you plan to do?" Hagrid asked, looking perplexed as he glanced between Neos and Azazel, finding it hard to envision the situation. Neos remained silent. He opened the demon book, his fingers gliding over the twisted text, and recited a spell directed at Azazel. Suddenly, with a hum, the tiny bat wings sprouting from Assassel's back expanded dramatically, stretching out. The grotesque bony spurs protruded, and the wingspan reached an astonishing 5 meters. A terrifying aura enveloped the vicinity. Nevertheless, the rest of his body retained its adorable features. With a resounding flap, the enormous wings unfurled too quickly, the force of the wind sending Azazel crashing into the ground. "You scoundrel, Neos!" A Sassel's furious voice echoed from beneath the wings. Harry gasped, and Hagrid took a step back. Neos closed the book and tucked it away. "A little trick. Useful for managing troublesome situations," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. Hagrid swallowed hard and refrained from further inquiries. He mounted the motorcycle, and Harry climbed into the sidecar. As Harry turned, he caught sight of Azazel grumbling as he clambered onto Neos' back, the enormous wings awkwardly trailing behind him like two cumbersome, tattered curtains. "Hold on tight, Harry," Hagrid called out, having noticed that Neos and the others were ready. He twisted the throttle, and after the motorcycle surged forward along the road for a brief stretch, he abruptly lifted the front. The vehicle gently lifted off the ground, then soared into the sky with a sudden burst. Witnessing Hagrid's successful ascent, Azazel flapped his massive wings. Powerful gusts of wind stirring up dust as he shot skyward with Neos in pursuit of the motorcycle. The howling wind at altitude was deafening. Azazel felt the height beneath him and the weight in his grasp, were it not for the binding contract that held him captive. He would have relished the opportunity to release his grip and send Neos plummeting to his demise. For now, he could only curse fervently in his mind while exerting himself to chase after the motorcycle. London was not far from Chelmsford. Within half an hour, they had reached Charing Cross in London. Hagrid found a secluded alley to land. Azazel followed suit, diving downward, and at the moment of landing, his wings quickly reverted to their original form, akin to a deflated balloon. Azazel slumped to the ground, a look of utter despondency on his face. Once Hagrid parked the motorcycle, he called out to the two. "All right, lads. We've arrived. Follow me, and don't get lost. There are plenty of muggles in London." Hagrid's massive frame emerged from the alley first, resembling a great ship navigating through a throng of people. Harry hastily followed, pressing closely behind Hagrid's wall-like body, which shielded him from the surging crowd. He instinctively glanced back to beckon Neos to join them, lest he get separated in the throng. However, the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. The crowd parted naturally about 2 meters away from Neos and Azazel, as if they were invisible. It was as though there was nothing but air in that space. Neos, sensing Harry's gaze, waved at him. Harry hesitated, slowing his pace to wait for Neos to catch up, standing beside him. An invisible barrier seemed to offer him a slight protection, and he marveled at the enigmatic classmate beside him. Fortunately, Hagrid's size was remarkably conspicuous. Otherwise, amidst the dense throng, they would have been scattered long ago. Not far along, Hagrid halted before a shop, excitedly announcing to the two, "This is the place." Harry and Neos looked on. The pub was filthy and cramped, wedged between 2 gleaming shops, standing in stark contrast to its surroundings. The paint on the sign had peeled away significantly, barely revealing its name, the Leaky Cauldron. Strangely, passers-by seemed oblivious to its presence, either ignoring it entirely or instinctively averting their gaze upon seeing it. The Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid's voice brimmed with pride, is quite a famous establishment. It's a vital stop for wizards heading to Diagon Alley. He gently pushed open the creaky, dilapidated wooden door. A unique aroma, a blend of aged beer, tobacco, dust, and the essence of magical corners, wafted forth, accompanied by a cacophony of voices from within. Chapter 16, Diagon Alley and Gringotts. Harry grimaced as he surveyed the grimy and dilapidated Leaky Cauldron, his expression one of disdain. However, Neos appeared exhilarated, his eyes wide behind his mask. Indeed, although there were no demons, the wizards exuded the very essence of legend. Asmodeus sniffed derisively, his countenance reflecting his contempt. "The sanitary conditions here are nearly on par with those of my third brother." The once boisterous tavern fell into an eerie silence at their entrance. Clearly, the patrons recognized Hagrid, as smiles broke out and greetings were extended to the giant. The bald proprietor, Tom, leaned over the bar. "The usual Hagrid?" "Not today, Tom. I'm here on Hogwarts business." Hagrid boomed, enthusiastically patting Tom's shoulder with his enormous hand. "Oof." Tom stumbled slightly, his face flushed. Asmodeus tiptoed closer to Neos, whispering, "Do you think this giant might accidentally crush that bald fellow?" Tom, finally recovering his breath, cast a glance at the 2 boys behind Hagrid. Upon seeing Harry's face and those striking green eyes, he froze, squinting in recognition. Could it be? Tom's voice, though barely audible, pressed the mute button on the entire tavern, plunging it into silence. In the next moment, he almost leaped from behind the bar, seizing Harry's hand, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Welcome back." Harry was utterly bewildered, looking up at Hagrid in confusion. Hagrid beamed with pride, his mouth wide in a grin. "I told you, you're quite famous." The tavern erupted in excitement. Ever since the news of Dumbledore's appearance here last month spread like wildfire, a throng of wizards had gathered daily, hoping to catch a glimpse of the greatest wizard of the age. Although Dumbledore was not present this time, the boy who lived, Harry Potter himself, had arrived. The legendary boy who vanquished the Dark Lord. Harry had yet to fully comprehend the sudden attention when the crowd spontaneously formed a line, eager to shake his hand. Each introduced themselves warmly, and Harry even recognized a few familiar faces, including some professors from Hogwarts. Neos and Asmodeus, reveling in their leisure, had already found a relatively clean chair to sit and observe. Neos leisurely flipped through his book with a dark pink cover, while Asmodeus produced a watering can from somewhere, nurturing a small pink creature on the table that could replicate itself with water. I swear, Asmodeus declared, surveying the greasy bar and the exuberant crowd. I shall never drink in this wretched establishment. Otherwise, I might awaken the next morning missing a kidney. It was a full half-hour before Harry's fan meeting concluded. He and Hagrid suddenly remembered Neos, who was still engrossed in his book, while Asmodeus's little pink creature had multiplied into a small puddle. The two exchanged awkward smiles towards Neos, with Harry feeling particularly embarrassed. Yesterday, Neos had waited for Hagrid due to him, and now, once more, he had kept him waiting for an extended period. The trio navigated through the bustling bar, arriving at a narrow little alleyway at the back. Aside from the four walls, a solitary trash bin, and a few hardy tufts of weeds, there was little else to behold. Hagrid produced his distinctive little pink umbrella and solemnly instructed Harry and Neos. Pay close attention, lads. This step is indispensable for your future visits to Diagon Alley. He pointed the tip of his umbrella at the mottled brick wall above the trash bin, counting 3 bricks up and 2 bricks across. With precision, he tapped the specific brick 3 times with the tip of the umbrella. Instantly, the brick began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the surrounding bricks seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly sliding apart to reveal a wide archway, ample enough for Hagrid to pass through with ease. Upon stepping through the archway, a vibrant scene unfolded before them. Wizards and witches bustled about, flanked by an array of shops lining the streets, each adorned with bizarre and fantastical signs, while the air was filled with the merchants' lively calls. Harry's heart raced with excitement, his eyes shimmering with delight. However, as Neos surveyed his surroundings, an unmistakable look of disappointment crossed his face. This was far removed from the magical black market he had envisioned. In his imagination, everyone here would be cloaked in dark robes, their hoods drawn low. Merchants would lay out an assortment of forbidden or dangerous items on black cloths before them. During transactions, stall owners would cackle eerily, swiftly packing up and fleeing after a deal, or daring patrons would seize items and make a hasty escape while the vendor was distracted. It ought to be darker, dirtier, and more chaotic. The ground should be awash with filth, suspicious bones piled in the corners, and rats scurrying in the shadows. Asher keenly sensed Neos' dejection and bluntly remarked, "Hey, what's with that expression? You seem to be harboring some rather rude and stereotypical thoughts." Hagrid also noticed Neos' reaction. While Harry's excitement was expected, Neos' disappointment took him by surprise. "What's wrong, Neos? Not to your liking?" Hagrid inquired with concern. Neos managed a strained smile. "It's nothing, Hagrid. It just feels a bit different from what I imagined." "Ha!" Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter. "You muggle-born wizards always carry some peculiar misconceptions about us. Relax, my boy. This place is undoubtedly fascinating, and it will surely broaden your horizons." As he spoke, he led the two onward. The storefronts along the street displayed a dazzling array of magical wares. Books that could bite, bizarre potion ingredients, self-stirring cauldrons, and models of the Nimbus 2000, leaving Harry utterly spellbound and overwhelmed. While Neos found the scene intriguing, he subconsciously felt that this street, despite its eccentric merchandise, was not fundamentally different from the bustling commercial avenues of London. "We need to head to a certain place," Hagrid declared, coming to a halt. "Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. We need to withdraw some money." "Gringotts?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "Yes, Gringotts. Look, it's right there." Hagrid pointed toward the end of the street. A magnificent structure, crafted from pristine white marble, loomed at the street's terminus. It boasted grand bronze doors adorned with intricate and mysterious engravings. Flanking the entrance stood 2 diminutive creatures clad in scarlet and gold uniforms. They were short, their skin wrinkled, with pointed ears and long noses, their eyes sharp as those of a hawk. Upon catching sight of the guards beside the door, Neos' eyes sparkled with excitement as he gently nudged Asher, who was surreptitiously eyeing a beautiful witch by the roadside. "Hey, look, it's a goblin." Hearing this unfamiliar term, Harry asked in confusion, "Goblin? What is that?" Neos, instantly invigorated, puffed out his chest and assumed an air of authority. "A goblin? Well, they look quite similar to those fellows, but their skin is green. They love to lurk in dark corners, ambushing lone members of adventuring parties, especially those who appear vulnerable or poorly dressed," he elaborated with growing enthusiasm. Asher, initially indifferent to Neos' nonsensical ramblings, found himself increasingly alarmed as the conversation took a decidedly inappropriate turn. "Shut up, you idiot!" Asher erupted, his tiny wings flapping as he seized Neos by the collar, exclaiming in exasperation, "What kind of grotesque knowledge are you trying to impart to an 11-year-old? Observing Asher clinging to Neos and shaking him, Hagrid could not help but burst into laughter. "Haha, Neos, those are not goblins. They are the fairy guards of Gringotts. However, a curious expression crossed Hagrid's large face. Goblins. They sound like some sort of magical creature? Neos, still being tugged by the collar, tilted his head in thought. I suppose so. The most remarkable thing about goblins is that they can produce goblin offspring with any creature, such as humans, elves, orcs, and even dragons. Shut up, you idiot. Asher shrieked in terror, desperately covering Neos' mouth with both tiny hands, stifling his impending outrageous examples. Amidst the commotion and struggle, Asher clung to Neos like a human ornament, and at last, the trio managed to push open the heavy bronze doors, stepping into the resplendent yet imposing interior hall of Gringotts. Chapter 17. The Greedy Goblin and the Quirky Neos. Hagrid's imposing figure, juxtaposed with Harry's slight frame. Along with Neos, a pale boy adorned with an eccentric cartoonish eye mask, atop whose head perched a bizarre three-headed creature with wings, formed a peculiar assembly that instantly attracted attention upon entering the opulent and imposing hall of Gringotts. The goblin's sharp gazes fixated upon them. Hagrid, unfazed by the scrutiny, guided the two towards a tall counter. Behind it, a goblin donned spectacles, exuding an air of arrogance. Hagrid's booming voice resonated. "Good day. We wish to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault." The goblin leisurely removed his glasses, leaned over the counter, and surveyed Harry and Neos, ultimately honing in on the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. He returned to his seat, his tone condescending. "Where's the key, sir?" "Right here," Hagrid replied, rummaging through the pockets of his enormous moleskin coat. He produced a jumble of odds and ends, unceremoniously depositing them onto the goblin's polished counter. The goblin's brow subtly furrowed, a fleeting expression of distaste that Neos keenly observed. "Found it. Here." Hagrid finally extracted a small golden key and handed it over. The goblin scrutinized the key meticulously. At that moment, Hagrid fished out a crumpled letter, lowering his voice. "And this, a letter from Dumbledore. He instructed me to retrieve something from Vault 713. The goblin confirmed the seal and signature, expressionless as he returned the letter. "I shall fetch someone to escort you below." "Ragnok," he called out. Another goblin swiftly emerged. "Gentlemen, please follow me." Ragnok respectfully led the way. As Harry trailed Hagrid for a few steps, he noted that Neos had not moved. He jogged back, only to hear Neos calmly state, "You go ahead. I'll exchange some money here." Although Harry found Neos somewhat peculiar, after spending the morning together, he perceived that Neos might merely possess a different perspective on matters. He nodded and turned to follow Hagrid. Once Harry and Hagrid had distanced themselves, Neos faced the previously haughty old goblin. The cartoonish eyes on his mask were now fixed intently on the goblin's face. The old goblin squirmed under the scrutiny, much like a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat. "What do you think of nuns?" Neos suddenly inquired. The goblin hesitated, caught off guard, and stammered a response. You mean those female clergy among muggles?" Neos nodded. The goblin, unsure of Neos' intentions but adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, cautiously opted for the most diplomatic reply. "I believe they are quite admirable." A mischievous smile crept across Neos' lips. "Admirable? Your appetite seems rather large." Uffed. Asmodeus, perched atop Neos' head, could not suppress a quiet retort. "Bullying the innocent goblin like this. Do you not feel a twinge of conscience?" Neos seized the aces from atop his head and cast it to the ground, then continued to inquire. "What of the female warrior, the female assassin, and the female hero?" He deliberately skirted around the topic of the witch, for if witches truly existed in this world, he worried that this mischievous fairy accompanying him might face dire consequences afterward, leaving him without anyone to entertain him. The old fairy's expression darkened. "Sir, please do not mock me. What business do you wish to conduct?" Her tone bore a distinct hint of impatience. Neos remained silent, his blindfold fixed intently upon her. Just as the elderly fairy was about to summon the guards, a somewhat eager voice interjected from the side. "I think they are all splendid. Quite remarkable." The speaker was a young fairy, stationed behind a rather rudimentary auxiliary counter. He was one of the lowest receptionists at Gringotts, named Glock. Glock astutely sensed an indescribable aura emanating from this young wizard, believing it to be an opportunity, one that could potentially liberate him from his humble fate. If he wagered incorrectly, he might only face ridicule. If he succeeded, it could lead him to great heights. Summoning his courage, he met Neos' gaze and reiterated clearly, "Sir, I believe they are all exceptional." A broad smile instantly spread across Neos' face, his lips curling back to reveal a set of shark-like, pointed teeth. "Excellent. Very spirited. What is your name?" "Glock, sir." "My name is Glock." The young fairy responded loudly. "Fine name." Neos nodded approvingly and reached into his suit pocket, retrieving a heavy, gleaming gold bar. He casually tossed it onto Glock's modest counter. "A reward for you." Buzz. The entire hall's attention was immediately captivated by the radiant gold bar. The fairy's insatiable thirst for gold was ingrained in their very bones. Glock gazed at the gold bar, which weighed a substantial 100 grams with remarkably high purity. his eyes widening in astonishment, greed practically radiating from him. He eagerly grasped the bar, feeling its weight, admiring its pure hue, and even greedily inhaled its unique metallic scent. 999 pure gold. Though the fairies held the right to mint currency, the galleon was not pure gold. This gold bar's value far exceeded its mere weight. Yes, sir. This is... Glock stammered, his voice quaking with excitement. Neos tilted his head. A tip for you. Glock bent at the waist, almost bowing to the counter in gratitude. Thank you immensely, esteemed sir. Should you ever visit Gringotts again, please do seek out me, Glock. I shall ensure you receive the finest service and the greatest discounts. Seemingly satisfied, Neos reached once more into his inner pocket, and with a resounding slap, another gold bar of identical size landed in Glock's trembling hands. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. All the fairies, including the wizards, fixated their eyes on the two gold bars and the enigmatic young wizard. Glock felt himself on the brink of fainting, his back bending lower as he spoke with a quivering voice. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Discount. Neos waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested he was not at all concerned about money. Glock straightened slightly, confusion etched across his face. Then, esteemed sir, what may I do for you? A mischievous grin deepened on Neos' face, his tone deliberately drawn out. Quite simple. When you attend to me in the future. Glock was taken aback. What? Though the request was absurdly peculiar, glancing at the two hefty gold bars in his possession made him think, what essay little dying. The man who produced the gold bars was indeed the embodiment of truth. As you wish, sir. Without a moment's hesitation, Glock swiftly traced a complex fairy rune in the air with his finger. In an instant, his skin transformed, appearing as if coated in vibrant green paint. Asahel slapped his forehead in despair, exclaiming, I say, did you undergo electroconvulsive therapy at the same psychiatric institution as Firebrother in your past life? What a ridiculous demand. Neos ignored the grumbling, clapping his hands in delight at the sight of the newly transformed green-skinned fairy. Yes, exactly. Now it has the right flavor. Standing up, Glock strove to maintain a professional respectfulness. Esteemed sir, what services may I provide you? Exchange money. Neos waved his hand grandly, this time producing a stack of crisp British pounds, slapping them onto the counter. Glock, cradling the pile of mundane currency, glanced from the gold bars to Neos, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. Sir, we offer services for direct exchange of gold into galleons. The implication was clear. Why exchange for pounds when you possess gold bars? Unnecessary. Neos waved his hand nonchalantly. Go, help me exchange it. Asahel rolled his eyes dramatically, his voice lacking vigor. All right then, you're quite ill. But if it makes you happy. Glock dared not question further, hastily making his way to process the exchange. When he returned with a bulging money pouch, the sight before him twisted his face in anger. Neos was surrounded by his colleagues. The fairies clamored to approach, sporting the most obsequious smiles, eagerly promoting various exclusive services and private vaults, the air thick with palpable jealousy and desire. Get away. Everyone, step aside. This esteemed sir is my client. Glock, like a protective hen, waved the money pouch frantically to disperse the brazen individuals. He squeezed back to Neos, respectfully presenting the pouch. Sir, 10,000 pounds have been exchanged for 2,000 galleons. This, a seamless extension pouch, is my personal gift to you. As a natural smith, crafting a seamless extension pouch was not beyond the capabilities of a fairy, and the value of those 2 gold bars could afford him the creation of dozens of such pouches. Neos accepted the pouch without a glance, tucking it away, and casually handed Glock another gold bar. As the other fairies observed the scene, their eyes nearly turned crimson, with envy and jealousy almost manifesting as tangible entities. Dyeing one's skin green, performing a little bit of one's duty, and in return, receiving 3 bars of pure 999 gold? How could such fortune have eluded them? At that moment, Hagrid and Harry emerged from the underground vault passage. They were greeted by the peculiar sight in the hall. A fairy with emerald-hued skin was bowing and scraping before Neos, while Asahel stood nearby with an expression of utter despondency, surrounded by a throng of fairies casting covetous glances at Neos. Both were momentarily taken aback, confusion written all over Harry's small face as he pondered. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Hagrid's bushy beard quivered, and his large, bell-like eyes brimmed with bewilderment at how adept today as children had become at such antics. Chapter 18. A wand? Why buy a wand? Neos and his companions, under the fervent gaze of the fairies, exited Gringotts. As they stepped onto the cobbled street of Diagon Alley, Hagrid boomed in his rumbling voice. All right, lads. It's time to buy your school uniforms. His enormous frame pushed through the crowd, guiding the two straight to the entrance of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. You go in and get measured. I'll take a breather at the leaky cauldron. Have a cup of tea. He rubbed his stomach, clearly still rattled by the rather uncomfortable experience of the roller coaster-like cart ride at Gringotts. Without a word, Neos stepped into the shop. Harry turned to watch Hagrid's massive figure disappear around the corner before taking a deep breath and following suit. Inside, the stout and plump Madame Malkin, clad in a striking purple robe, was deftly adjusting a brand new black robe for a pale, blonde-haired boy using a pin. The golden-haired lad raised his chin, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the figure that had just entered. He prided himself on his own pale complexion, but in comparison to the individual before him, who wore an eye patch and appeared as though he had just emerged from an ancient tomb. Well, how curious. Dear, are you here to buy Hogwarts uniforms? Madame Malkin greeted warmly, her hands not pausing in their work. Just a moment, please. I'm not buying. Neos's voice was calm and unyielding. Cutting off Madame Malkin's sentence, he gestured nonchalantly toward Harry. He is. Having said that, he paid no further attention to anyone else and proceeded to a slightly worn chair in the corner, where he took out a book on demons and began to read. Harry, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and stepped onto the low stool. The magical measuring tape automatically wrapped around his body to begin its measurements. The blonde boy's gaze flitted between Neos and the magical creature seated beside him, clearly wishing to strike up a conversation. For such an unusual being was not something one encountered every day. However, the icy aura emanating from Neos deterred him. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. Instead, he redirected his attention to Harry, commencing a one-sided, incessant discourse on pure blood superiority, wholly oblivious to the increasingly evident impatience and distaste on Harry's face. Neos, are you really not buying? As Harry seized the opportunity to measure his arm length with a tape, he couldn't restrain himself from speaking once more. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Had Neos not exchanged enough galleons at Gringotts? He felt compelled to assist him. Neos, however, remained utterly unfazed, merely placing a hand casually upon his chest. Suddenly, with a crackle and a sizzle, a dazzling white arc enveloped him entirely. The brilliance flickered briefly before vanishing, leaving behind a perfectly tailored, exquisitely crafted Hogwarts black robe in place of his former black suit. Harry, the blonde youth, Madame Mokel, by Merlin's beard. The three stood frozen in synchronized astonishment, jaws agape, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The style, the texture, it was identical to the uniforms they had been handling. Before they could recover from their stupor, yet another subtle flicker of electricity surged forth. In an instant, Neos' Hogwarts uniform reverted back to his original suit. He remained seated, as composed as ever, as if he had merely brushed off some dust, his gaze never wavering from the peculiar book before him. Phew! Harry and the blonde youth finally regained their breath. At that moment, Acisel retrieved a pair of exaggerated sunglasses from the skull pendant on his necklace. He drifted slowly to Harry's feet, tilting his canine head to scrutinize the sunglasses, then glancing at Harry's tattered round glasses, bound together with tape. Acisel nodded thoughtfully, then with a sudden flap of his tiny wings, darted upward. Before Harry could react, he deftly snatched away his glasses. Hey! Harry exclaimed. Acisel ignored him, returning to Neos' side, and unceremoniously kicked Neos' calf with his small legs. Neos finally responded, extending a hand. Acisel promptly shoved Harry's broken glasses alongside his own sunglasses into that cold palm. Neos closed his fingers. Crack! Both pairs of glasses shattered instantly. Following that, the familiar, dazzling white arc erupted in his palm. The brilliance forced Harry to instinctively squint. As the light dissipated, Neos revealed an entirely new pair of round glasses, resting quietly in his open hand, the lenses gleaming with a warm luster under the light. Throughout this entire process, Neos' gaze had scarcely departed from the pages of the book for more than a second. Acisel seized the new glasses and swiftly flew back to Harry, thrusting them into his hand. Here, take these. If you wish to befriend Neos, first lesson, always be prepared with your anti-glare sunglasses. Acisel patted Harry's shoulder with an air of wisdom. Hagrid mentioned yesterday was your birthday? Though belated, happy birthday. These glasses now feature automatic light adjustment, ensuring you won't be blinded by his next magical display. Harry, filled with surprise, donned his new glasses, and the world around him instantly appeared much clearer and brighter. The frames sturdy beyond belief. Thank you, he exclaimed, glancing towards Neos. Madame Mokin observed in amazement, unable to restrain her curiosity. Was that young gentleman employing transfiguration? Transfiguration? Asher returned to his seat, a peculiar expression adorning his canine face. No, it should be, perhaps, alchemy? He scratched his head uncertainly. Alchemy? Madame Mokin and the blonde youth echoed in unison, their faces etched with even greater confusion. Asher, disinterested in elaborating, slumped beside Neos, stating simply, "That's just how it is." The three could only suppress their myriad questions and resume their tasks. The blonde youth swiftly took measurements, leaving with a look of a country bumpkin unaccustomed to the extraordinary. Harry and Neos soon exited the robe shop. At the entrance, Hagrid held aloft 2 ice cream cones. Come lads, cool off. He cheerfully thrust the ice creams into Harry and Neos' hands. Neos promptly handed his portion to the eagerly awaiting Asher. who began to lick the cone excitedly, on their way to the next destination. Harry couldn't help but voice his grievances about Draco's arrogance and his ignorant disdain for Muggle heritage. Hagrid patiently elucidated the notions of pureblood families and some arcane knowledge of the magical realm that Harry found perplexing. Next, they visited the Leaky Cauldron, where Hagrid assisted Harry in locating all the requisite textbooks for first-year students. Neos merely cast a cursory glance at covers like standard spells, beginner, lacking any interest in perusing them. What he yearned for were tomes on demonology or the mysteries of the Soul's Ocean. Relying on such a bookstore? However, fulfilling his student duties, he still procured the necessary books for the first year. Subsequently, they ventured to the apothecary and the cauldron shop, where Neos remained utterly disinterested, his enchantment with the Wizarding World waning as he recalled the sensation of accompanying others on shopping excursions in a past life. After a circuitous journey, the sun hung high in the sky. Hagrid, still brimming with enthusiasm, led Harry to the Elop's Owl Emporium, selecting a beautiful snowy owl as a belated birthday gift. He wished to buy one for Neos as well, but Neos gently shook his head, politely declining the kind offer. Eventually, they halted before a narrow, dilapidated old shop. The peeling golden sign read, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dust-laden window, a solitary wand lay on a faded purple cushion, the entire shop exuding an air of aged wood and enigmatic allure. Goodness, Asher remarked, fanning the air before his nose. The dust here is so thick that one might think we are here for an archaeological dig. Upon pushing the door, a weary bell tinkled. The store was overflowing with wand boxes, nearly reaching the ceiling, and the air was thick with the scent of sawdust and old paper. Neos and Acisel, well acquainted with the surroundings, strolled towards the only bench in the corner and plopped down, clearly positioning themselves as spectators. Next came the wand selection showcase of Harry Potter. The small shop was in chaos, with wands unleashing uncontrollable fireworks, gusts of wind, and explosions echoing throughout. Yet Mr. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Harry, covered in dust, was nervously protected by Hagrid, while Acisel watched with keen interest, and Neos calmly flipped through his grimoire, as if the surrounding tumult was merely background noise. Finally, when Harry grasped the wand made of holly with a phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches in length, a warm sensation coursed through him, and the tip erupted with gentle golden-red sparks. As the dust settled, a sense of wonder enveloped the room. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous, Mr. Ollivander whispered with exhilaration. Upon seeing Harry select his wand, Neos closed the grimoire, rose, and gestured for Hagrid and Harry to depart. Ollivander's sharp, silver gaze immediately locked onto the quiet boy. His eyes, which seemed to penetrate the fabric of time, scrutinized Neos, furrowing his brow as if searching through memories. He was certain he had never sold a wand to this child. This gentleman, Ollivander's voice carried an inquisitive tone. It appears you already possess your own wand? He noted the peculiar dark pink book in Neos's hand. Neos tilted his head slightly at the remark, the eyes on his cartoonish mask seemingly blinking. His tone laced with confusion. A wand? Why would I need to purchase a wand? The shop fell into a profound silence. Harry, Hagrid, Ollivander. Acisel desperately covered his face with his tiny paws, releasing a long sigh. I knew it. I knew it would come to this. Can't you play by the rules just once? What do wizards use if not wands? A spiral sphere? Neos ignored his demon's breakdown. He turned to Harry and Hagrid, calmly inquiring, do you share this sentiment? Though Harry and Hagrid remained silent, their expressions clearly conveyed, what else could it be? Neos, uninterested in further dialogue, steadily held the dark pink grimoire in his left hand and nonchalantly pointed his right index finger towards a dim corner of the shop. A flicker of luminescence appeared. A soft yet remarkably clear white light hovered steadily at his pale fingertip. The glow illuminated the dancing dust motes and also highlighted the sudden constriction of Ollivander's pupils. Harry gasped. Had Neos actually learned magic? Hagrid's wide eyes brimmed with astonishment. Silent. Wandless spellcasting. This was not the level expected of a first-year student. Ollivander's astonishment, however, was entirely different. He fixated intently on the grimoire in Neos's hand, his eyes, which seemed to perceive the essence of wands, instantly grasping the critical revelation. That book, that is not wandless magic. That book is his wand. A powerful, enigmatic, an unprecedented medium for casting spells. The words flowed from Ollivander's lips, infused with the fervor of an impassioned scholar, his eyes shimmering with a gleam of obsession. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone, a hint of mischievousness creeping in. However, young sir, during potion classes, a well-crafted wand provides unparalleled stability and control while stirring a cauldron. I fear your fingers may prove less convenient. He sought to rekindle Neos' interest in traditional wands from a different angle. At that moment, Asher tugged at Neos' trousers. Lifting his dog-like face, and with an innocent yet infuriating tone, asked, Neos, after stirring the cauldron with your fingers, do you ever lick them to taste? Bang. Neos responded with a swift and precise slap to Asher's forehead, the sound ringing clear and bright. Ouch! Asher clutched his suddenly swollen head, spinning in place from the pain. Chapter 19. The school year begins. Neos let out a gentle sigh, his eyes, concealed beneath his mask, emotionlessly fixed on Ollivander. It's not that I don't wish to purchase it, but rather that I cannot utilize it. Ollivander's silvery pupils narrowed sharply, his expression grave as he addressed Neos. Young sir, a wizard's capability must rely on a medium for casting spells until it reaches a certain level of strength. Even the mightiest of wizards perform better with a wand than without one. The Ollivander family has served the wizarding community for centuries. Apart from a few exceptions, I have never encountered a wizard unable to resonate with a wand. His tone was firm and unyielding, as if defending the honor of the Ollivander lineage. Neos merely shrugged nonchalantly. I have tried Dumbledore's wand, and it indeed yielded no response. A hush fell over the shop. Harry and Hagrid looked on in bewilderment, while Ollivander's weathered face drained of color. Dumbledore's wand? The legendary Elder Wand. Ollivander inhaled deeply, his murky eyes mingling shock and confusion. Perhaps it is simply too discerning. He murmured. Locking his gaze onto Neos once more, he implored, please, allow me to attempt. Perhaps within my shop lies the wand meant for you. His tone bordered on pleading, as if Neos represented the greatest enigma of his life. Neos regarded the old man's obstinacy. Though it was a nuisance, he nodded, indulging the curiosity of an elderly man in his twilight years. The ensuing scene resembled a hellish assembly line within a wand shop. After taking his measurements, Ollivander dove into the stack of wands, emerging with piles of wand boxes. Neos transformed into a relentless machine, receiving each wand, waving it nonchalantly, yielding no response, and discarding it back into its box. His motions flowed smoothly, akin to stamping defective products. Outside, the splendor of the sunset was gradually devoured by the encroaching night. As the final vestiges of twilight were extinguished and the shop succumbed to darkness, Ollivander could no longer endure. Stooping with age, he leaned heavily against the counter, his chest rising and falling like a battered bellows. Sweat soaked his robe, and his silver hair clung disheveled to his forehead as he regarded Neos with the gaze of one witnessing a walking catastrophe that had shattered his millennia-old legacy. In the corner, Hagrid's snores reverberated, causing the wand boxes to tremble, while Harry leaned against the furry wall, lost in a deep slumber. Only Azazel sat at Neos' feet, idly toying with the pink heart at the tip of his tail. My sincerest apologies, sir, Ollivander gasped, his voice frail. It appears I possess no wand worthy of you. Neos surveyed the shop, which looked as if it had been ransacked by a giant, and the old man before him, now drained of spirit. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a more pragmatic solution. Why not sell me an unfinished wand without a core? I could insert something myself. Absolutely not. Ollivander straightened his hunched back, as if a tail had been stepped on. Ollivander's wand shop. We will never sell substandard goods. Neos regarded the obstinate relic with a silent sigh. Seeing that Neos seemed to relent, Azazel perked up and darted over to Hagrid. Shoo, he whispered, covering Hagrid's large mouth with his hand. Big guy. It's time to close up. He then zipped back to Neos, deftly retrieving the seamless expansion bag. With nimble claws, he swiftly stowed away Neos and Harry's belongings, before lifting the cage containing Hedwig and darting outside. Hagrid, with gentle care, cradled Harry in his arms. The three made their way toward the door. Suddenly, Ollivander reached out, clutching Neos' icy wrist. Mr. Chaos. The old wand-maker's voice held a note of defiance, his gaze ablaze as he declared, I shall craft a wand that is truly yours. Neos did not respond, but instead gently patted the back of Ollivander's hand with his other hand. Ultimately, the three chose to spend the night at the Leaky Cauldron. Notably, the small mound of pink powder that Azazel had previously forgotten at the establishment became an enduring nightmare for the proprietor, Tom. Fire-making charm. No effect. Freezing charm. No response. Want to dispose of it. Yet, he feared this bizarre substance might spark headlines about a pink jelly consuming London in the Muggle world. In the end, poor Tom could only shove both the table and the pink powder into the storage room, opting for out of sight, out of mind. The following morning, upon learning of this incident, Neos merely raised his chin. Reluctantly, Azazel flew over to Tom and requested a generous handful of salt, casually sprinkling it over the mound of pink jelly as if casting a dispelling charm. The pink powder swiftly dissolved, transforming into a clear, harmless liquid. As Azazel discreetly concealed a small piece while Tom was distracted, the three of them parted ways after enjoying breakfast at the Broken Cauldron. Neos stepped outside, hailing a taxi before departing with a sense of nonchalance, as if leaving behind not the entrance to a magical realm, but rather a mundane marketplace. Hagrid dutifully escorted the yawning Harry onto the train back to Privet Drive, before mounting his three-wheeled motorcycle, its deafening roar echoing as he set off towards Hogwarts. A week prior to the commencement of the academic year at Hogwarts, the professors gradually returned to this millennium-old castle, In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall sat upright, as precise as her square spectacles perched atop her bun. Professor Sprout sat beside her, still carrying the refreshing scent of greenhouse soil. Professor Flitwick occupied a specially elevated chair, while Professor Snape lingered alone in the farthest shadows. Next to McGonagall, an obviously oversized chair stood empty, awaiting the arrival of a certain giant. Behind the desk, Dumbledore surveyed the gathering with a gentle gaze from behind his crescent-shaped glasses. The heavy footsteps, akin to distant thunder, approached as Hagrid's enormous frame squeezed through the entrance of the spiral staircase, nearly filling the doorway. "Ah, Hagrid, please take a seat." Dumbledore's wand flicked lightly, and the oversized chair obediently slid to McGonagall's side. Hagrid sat down cautiously, the chair emitting a strained groan under his weight. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers. "With the new term approaching, I ask everyone to bear with us as we assess the state of our facilities." He paused, a flicker of an elusive light dancing in his eyes. "This year, Hogwarts will welcome a particularly special new student." All professors, save for McGonagall and Hagrid, instinctively straightened their backs, assuming the headmaster referred to the fabled boy, Harry Potter. However, Dumbledore's next utterance fell upon them like a bucket of ice water splashing into a seething cauldron. "This year, we have admitted a young wizard from Chelmsford." "What?" Professor Flitwick nearly sprang from his chair. Professor Sprout covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even Snape's eternally frozen countenance displayed a crack, his dark pupils suddenly constricting. Although Professor McGonagall was already aware, her hands, resting upon her lap, instinctively clenched. Without pausing, Dumbledore calmly cast another shocking revelation. More intriguingly, this young wizard has been profoundly influenced by Muggle fantasy tales and firmly believes that the powers of wizards stem from demons. Thus, Dumbledore scanned the astonished faces around him. He has taken it upon himself to create a demon, employing the methods depicted in those stories. "My word!" Professor Sprout exclaimed in disbelief. Professor Flitwick held his forehead, as if in dire need of rescue. Professor McGonagall's complexion turned pale. She had believed that the cursed lands were the limit. Yet this was an unexpected turn of events. Creating a demon. There is no need for excessive worry. Dumbledore's voice exuded a soothing power, though its effect was minimal. "This child possesses extraordinary creativity. For safety's sake, he has forcefully melded two starkly opposing primordial forces, lust and purity, infusing them into that demon, and forged a powerful contract with it. The demon shall only wield its powers under specific conditions. The particulars, I leave to you, Hagrid." Hagrid's massive form shifted uneasily in his chair, his enormous hands fidgeting as he began to recount his encounters with Neos, the discovery of Acisel at the borders of Chelmsford, and the adventures in Diagon Alley. He endeavored to portray Neos as a misguided child with a unique understanding of magical creatures, attempting to romanticize the creation of a demon as merely nurturing a pet of a peculiar sort. Once Hagrid finished, Dumbledore spoke again. "I hope that you all, both in and out of the classroom, can provide Mr. Chaos with additional attention and guidance. His remarkable talent and creativity have merely strayed from their path. I believe that within the embrace of Hogwarts and with your wisdom, he shall surely find the right direction." Suddenly, Snape rose, his dark robes swirling like a tide of poison. His icy voice pierced through Dumbledore's cultivated aura of gentleness like a poisoned dagger. "The right direction? Dumbledore, the place he truly belongs is not Hogwarts' Great Hall, but the depths of Azkaban." His pale face was etched with scorn. "An 11-year-old child capable of conjuring life out of thin air? Or immortal life, no less? This kind of genius, do you believe we can educate him? Or will he, or his pet, drag all of Hogwarts into the abyss?" With that, he stormed out of the headmaster's office like a black whirlwind, fueled by suppressed rage. Dumbledore gazed at the door through which Snape had vanished. His blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, were as deep as an ancient well, offering no rebuttal or plead for retention. The office was left with only the weighty sound of breaths and a profound anxiety for the unknown. Meanwhile, at the Imprint Manor. "Hey, Neos, is it truly necessary to bring so many books? Are you going to school or expanding the Hogwarts library?" Acisel floated in the air, observing the three bulging trunks before him. Ever since Neos acquired a bag of holding from a goblin named Glock, he had become engrossed in reverse engineering, spending a week barely grasping the fundamentals of the undetectable extension charm and the stability charm, resulting in the creation of these three precariously unstable half-finished products. Neos continued to stuff heavy religious tomes, alchemical manuscripts, and even several scrolls into the trunks without lifting his gaze. "These are my treasures." He paused, his tone flat as he added, "Moreover, it is time to prepare the theoretical foundation for your next colleague's arrival." Acisel despaired, tapping his forehead with a small paw. "The treasures you bring. Furthermore, you could have simply cast a powerful stretching spell on the box. Yet you chose to dismantle it into 3 half-baked pieces." Neos finally paused his actions and made a scissor gesture towards Acisel, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Because I have an affinity for the number 3. He would never concede that his current reverse analysis was incomplete. Azazel, exasperated by Neo's obstinacy, relented. All right, whatever you say. That said, must we really go to that so-called Hogwarts? The comfort of the manor is unparalleled. Once there, our actions will be restricted, and we will be under constant scrutiny. Neo's movements came to a halt, and a brief silence enveloped the room. After a moment, he spoke, his voice notably more somber than usual. You must feel it, the overwhelming essence of the Sea of Souls emanating from Harry. Azazel remained silent, merely nodding, his canine visage unusually grave. Earlier, I remarked that I was uncertain of our whereabouts. Neo's turned to face Azazel, the eyes on his blindfold fixed intently upon him. But upon seeing Harry, it all became clear to me. We are within a narrative, a tale known as Harry Potter. Yet this world is indeed tangible. He slightly tilted his head, the eyes on his blindfold glimmering with a spectral light. What force propels Harry's destiny forward? What renders him the boy who lived against all odds? The answer is singular. The Sea of Souls has chosen him, bestowing upon him the mantle of protagonist. Dumbledore exudes a similar essence, albeit faint, like a candle nearing its extinguishment. If I am not mistaken, he is likely the previous protagonist. The moment he fulfilled his role in guiding Harry and passed the torch, Neo's voice carried an icy undertone. That was the instant he lost favor, moving towards his inevitable conclusion. Ultimately, that wand will rest in Harry's hands. Azazel's small wings flitted anxiously. So do we still press on? Are you not concerned that it may detect our scheme? Neo's did not respond directly, merely offering Azazel a smile imbued with profound significance. Azazel, instantly agitated, lost all semblance of seriousness, furiously spinning in midair. Riddler, get out of Gotham. Does speaking plainly choke you? A week later, at King's Cross Station, Harry pushed his luggage trolley, flitting like a headless chicken between platforms 9 and 10. Hagrid, that towering giant, had shared numerous details but conspicuously omitted the most crucial step: how to access Platform 9. Uncle Vernon had unceremoniously abandoned him at the rear of the platform, disappearing in a cloud of dust. He inquired of every individual who appeared to be staff, receiving either incredulous stares or dismissive admonitions to cease his antics. The station clock's hands coldly ticked away, leaving only 10 minutes until the train's departure. Harry urged himself to remain calm, yet sweat still dampened his forehead. At that moment, salvation arrived. The pale figure of Neos, adorned with his iconic cartoonish eye mask, came into view. Azazel resembled a laborer, each hand grasping a large suitcase, with another clutched in his mouth, wobbling through the air like an overburdened toy aircraft. Long time no see, Neos. Harry's voice was tinged with excitement akin to a miraculous escape. Neos returned a faint smile. It has indeed been a while. Were you waiting for me? His inquiry was rhetorical, the eyes on his mask blinking playfully. Harry, feeling embarrassed, shuffled his toes against the ground. I couldn't find Platform 9 3/4. Neos remained silent, tilting his head slightly, his gaze drifting past Harry to a commotion not far away. Following his line of sight, Harry beheld a lively group of red-haired individuals. A kindly woman was directing 2 red-haired boys, who, along with another lad, were pushing a luggage cart, dashing towards the pillar between platforms 9 and 10 in turns. Contrary to expectations of bloodshed and muggle screams, their figures melted into the solid stone column like apparitions upon entering water. The bustling muggles around them remained blissfully unaware. Harry suddenly understood, just like the wall behind the leaky cauldron. Follow me, he urged, pushing his luggage towards the family. Finally figured it out. Azazel mumbled indistinctly, his mouth full of suitcase. Well, the reflex arc is a bit slow, Neos remarked, his tone unremarkable. Hurry up, the train's leaving. Azazel urged anxiously, his small wings fluttering faster. Neos, seeing Harry excitedly waving by the pillar, finally led his comically shaped demon over. This is it. The kind lady just informed me her children have already gone in. Harry exclaimed to Neos, then turned to the red-haired woman, Molly Weasley, his face radiating genuine gratitude. Thank you so much, ma'am. Molly Weasley beamed warmly. No need to mention it, dear. Off you go, don't miss the Hogwarts Express. Harry nodded, inhaling deeply, channeling 11 years of pent-up longing for the magical world into this one charge. He closed his eyes and forcefully pushed the cart towards the sturdy stone pillar. Neo smiled and nodded at Mrs. Weasley before stepping into the entrance of Platform 9 3/4. Chapter 20, The Hogwarts Express. On Platform 9 3/4, Neos observed the still curious Harry and leisurely retrieved a metal wand from his pocket. In truth, it was merely an alchemical trinket he had crafted, offering no enhancement to spellcasting. He simply imagined that, in a future confrontation, it would be quite a spectacle if it transformed into a dagger at a critical moment. Let us go? Neos spoke in a monotone voice, casually waving his wand toward his and Harry's luggage. Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, invisible forces lifted the bags into the air. With a loud pop, Azazel's suitcase violently tore free from his grasp, knocking out a few of his teeth in the process. Blood gushed forth as he rolled on the ground in a frenzy. Clutching his mouth, "Neos, you scoundrel! Murderer!" Neos ignored Azazel and strode directly toward the deep crimson train, the luggage gracefully floating behind him. Harry, glancing at the bloodied, writhing plush toy on the ground, hesitated for a moment before scooping it up and tucking it under his arm, hastily pursuing Neos. "I thought this smoking relic could only be seen in Muggle history books." Azazel, with blood seeping from his mouth, mumbled incoherently beneath Harry's arm. Thanks to Neos's considerate service, transporting the luggage was effortless. The two made their way to the rear of the train, where they finally found an empty compartment. Just as they settled in to catch their breath, the compartment door swung open once more. A boy with bright red hair and a nose dusted with ash stood at the entrance, clutching an old suitcase. He was the youngest son of the family Neos had encountered outside the station. Sorry, everywhere else is full. May I sit here?" he asked awkwardly. "Of course," Harry replied, shifting to make room. Neos' spot was already occupied by the bloodied Azazel. After helping the boy place his luggage on the rack, they had barely sat down when the compartment door was flung open again, revealing two identical faces, the twins. "Hey, little Ronnie," one of them winked. "We're off to find Lee Jordan. We heard he's got a palm-sized venomous spider. How cool is that?" "Oh," Ron replied disinterestedly, clearly lacking any particular fondness for spiders. However, the gaze of the other twin was fixed upon Harry's forehead, as if trying to burn through his fringe. His brother elbowed him sharply. "Harry?" the prodded one exclaimed, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement. Harry instinctively responded. I knew it." One of the twins burst into laughter. "Hello, Harry Potter. I'm George Weasley, and this is Fred Weasley. As for this little one, he's our dear brother, Ronald Weasley. You can call him Ron. We've gotta go find Lee Jordan now. See you." George interrupted Fred, pulling him away as they exited. The door slammed shut behind them. Outside, a muffled voice could be heard. "Fred, you dolt. There's a strategy to this. If Ron tells Mom, our new invention will end up in the rubbish bin." Azazel lowered his hand from his mouth. The bleeding had stopped, and new teeth were visibly sprouting. He shook his head in disappointment at Harry. "Kid, are you so easily swayed by a mere utterance from Harry? Is there a label on your forehead that reads, 'I am the Savior, come and witness'?" Before Harry could fully absorb Azazel's safety briefing, he was abruptly interrupted by Ron's panicked scream. What is that thing?" Ron pointed at Azazel, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he pressed himself against the wall of the compartment. "Don't be afraid, Ron." Harry quickly reassured him. "This is Mr. Azazel. He means no harm." "Truly." Harry endeavored to make his tone sound credible. Ron's terrified gaze darted between Harry's earnest face and Azazel's blood-stained canine visage, and ultimately, his trust in the Savior managed to overshadow his fear. "Why, you're really Harry Potter?" His voice trembled slightly. Harry nodded. "So, Ron pointed at his forehead, his eyes brimming with curiosity. You know." Harry swept aside his fringe, revealing the iconic lightning-shaped scar. Ron gasped, his eyes wide as saucers. "Is this what you know who did?" "Well," Harry replied, letting his hair fall back into place. "I don't remember it at all. Not a single bit." Ron leaned forward eagerly. "Only a lot of green light, and then nothing." "Wow." Ron's gaze seemed glued to Harry's face, and it took him a moment to realize his rudeness, hastily diverting his attention to a corner of the compartment, as if he had suddenly developed a keen interest in the demonic book in Neos' hands. "Is your entire family comprised of wizards?" Harry found conversing with Ron considerably easier than with the icy alchemist beside him. "Oh, absolutely. My mother has a distant cousin who is an accountant, but we never discuss him. So you must know a great deal of magic then." Harry recalled the haughty blonde boy at Madame Malkin's shop. Ron did not respond directly, instead steering the conversation back to Harry. "I heard you lived with Muggles afterward? What are they like?" "Terrible," Harry replied candidly. "Of course, not all Muggles are like that. But my Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Cousin Dudley are a complete nightmare. I really wish I had a few wizard brothers." "5," Ron said with a hint of exasperation. "I am the 6th in my family to attend Hogwarts. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill was the head boy and Charlie was the Quidditch captain. Now Percy is the prefect, and Fred and George, despite their constant pranks, somehow manage to excel in their studies. Everyone expects me to follow in their footsteps. Even if I become prefect, so what? There are already 5 ahead of me," he shrugged, a touch of self-deprecation in his tone. "With 5 brothers, you can forget about having new things. Here, have Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand." He pulled out a sleepy, plump rat from his jacket pocket. "And this is the old rat Percy didn't want, Scabbers. All he does is sleep. Percy has been appointed as the prefect, and his father rewarded him with an owl, which means that the little creature has now become mine." Ron's face flushed slightly, feeling he had perhaps shared too much, and he instinctively cast a glance at Neos, who was engrossed in his book. Neos, sensing the gaze, leisurely closed the tome on demons, the cartoon eyes on his eye mask shifting to Ron. "Neos Chaos." He introduced himself succinctly, tilting his chin towards Azazel. This is Azazel. Azazel immediately sprang from his seat, striking what he deemed a cool pose, exclaiming, "It is I." Cool. Ron's fear was swiftly replaced by curiosity and envy, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Azazel. Meanwhile, Neo's attention shifted to the slumbering mouse in Ron's hand. That creature was evidently a transformed human. Recalling the legends, where wizards possessed the ability to transmute people into animals, Neos suddenly found the world to be less mundane than he had previously thought. "Your pet," Neos remarked, a hint of barely perceptible interest in his tone, "is quite remarkable." Ron's attention was again drawn to Neos' eye mask. "Is your eye injured?" Neos' lips curved into a cool, emotionless smile. "Would you like to see?" Even Harry could not help but stare curiously at the peculiar cartoon eye mask. Just then, the door to the box swung open with a flourish, and a cheerful witch peered in, pushing a cart overflowing with snacks. "Dear, would you like to buy something?" Bertie Bott's every flavor: beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties. Yay, snacks. Azazel instantly forgot his toothache, leaping from his seat and darting to Neos. Extending his claw, "Neos. Money." Neos produced a seamless extendable pouch from his suit pocket and tossed it to him. Azazel caught it in one hand, extravagantly pointing at the snack cart. "Annie. Free of everything." The witch, observing Azazel's small stature, kindly cautioned, "Little one, can you eat that much?" "I'll only eat one." Azazel boldly pointed to Harry and Ron with his tiny claw. "The rest is for these two." No. Harry and Ron chorused in unison, with Harry quickly rummaging in his pocket. "I have money. I brought sandwiches." Ron also held up a tightly wrapped oil paper package prepared by his mother. Ignoring their polite refusals, Azazel generously thrust a handful of galleons into the witch's hand. "No need for change. Keep the rest as a tip. Thank you for your excellent service." He then piled a mountain of snacks onto the floor of the box. Noticing the two boys' somewhat awkward demeanor, Azazel tore open a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and poured them into his mouth, mumbling while pointing at Neos, "Don't be courteous with him. This guy is an alchemist. Earning money for him is as effortless as drinking water, if he so wishes." Ron looked at Neos, bewildered. A 10 or 11-year-old alchemist. Neos placed his hand on the table, a flash of white light illuminating the space as the table enlarged. Seeing this, Azazel promptly transferred all the snacks onto the table. Ron gazed at Neos, utterly astonished. Upon witnessing Ron's expression, Harry was reminded of the astonished looks on Madame Malkin's and the blonde boys' faces. Was there something distinct about Neos' alchemy compared to that of others? What was particularly special about Neos' alchemy? Harry inquired of Ron, furrowing his brow. Ron struggled to articulate his thoughts. Growing up with a father obsessed with transforming Muggle objects and twin brothers fond of creating prank items had imparted him a modicum of knowledge in the field. It seemed that Neos' approach diverged from that of his father and the twins. He scratched his head. "My dad and the twins have to inscribe an array of intricate runes on various items before assembling them for use, or they directly cast spells on the objects. Neos, on the other hand," he gestured towards the table that had instantaneously expanded. With a flash of white light, it transformed. "It feels as if he directly alters the item into the form he desires." Harry listened, somewhat perplexed. All right. Azazel, with his mouth full of chocolate frogs, ambiguously interrupted their academic discourse. "You'll have plenty of time to broaden your horizons later. Now eat." He waved his paw grandly. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Faced with delectable food, they momentarily set aside their curiosity and joined the fray in devouring snacks. Neos sampled only a piece of the cauldron cake before once again immersing himself in the infernal tome. After a while, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Being interrupted at a crucial moment in his reading stirred an inexplicable annoyance within him. Neos shifted his gaze from the book. The cold lenses of his eye mask directed towards his side. A girl with a mass of thick brown curls and prominent front teeth had seated herself beside him. Her eyes filled with inquisitiveness. The young girl evoked memories of a certain star from a past life. At the entrance of the booth stood a round-faced boy with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having just cried. Chapter 21, Hermione and Neville. "Hello, I am Hermione Granger." The brown-haired girl's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible nervousness, yet her gaze remained firmly locked onto Neos' face. Neos' attention, however, was drawn to Azazel, who still clutched his sleeve, and he subtly frowned. In the next moment, a precise thwack landed sharply on Azazel's forehead. Ouch! Azazel shrank back, cradling his head. Neos cows. Only then did Neos turn to Hermione, the cartoonish eyes on his mask observing her. Hermione keenly noted Neos' method of managing Azazel, her gaze sweeping over his peculiar eye mask. "What book were you just reading? Is your eye injured? Why are you covering it?" Neos directly disregarded her barrage of questions, treating them as mere background noise. "What were you discussing earlier?" he replied in a flat tone. Hermione slightly pouted her lips, feeling somewhat displeased by the other party's evasive demeanor. However, considering it might pertain to personal matters, she decided to respond first. "We are discussing which house we will be sorted into." Neo's cartoonish eyes on his mask widened in an instant, clearly intrigued by the topic. How many are there? Do tell. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts. Ron interjected eagerly, counting on his fingers. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Hermione immediately added, speaking rapidly. Each represents courage, loyalty, wisdom, and ambition. Neo let out a peculiar chuckle, muttering, good thing this isn't the Warhammer universe. Otherwise, I might think Hogwarts is situated in the warp. Acisel also lowered his voice to quip, what are you imagining? If it were Warhammer, you'd be turned into a chaos spawn the moment you landed. Harry, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Neo, which house would you like to join? Rather than responding directly, Neo turned to Harry, asking, and you? Which one do you wish to join? Harry glanced at Ron, Hermione, and Neville. We all want to go to Gryffindor. Neo nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to the others in the box, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then let us all go to Gryffindor. This clear expression of goodwill and the sense of belonging that accompanied the word brought smiles of joy to the fore. By the way, Neville, Hermione suddenly stood up, recalling an important matter. We still need to find your toad. Neville's expression instantly fell. Trevor. Noticing their anxious demeanor, Neo gestured subtly to Acisel. Resigned. Acisel jumped off the table, his little wings drooping. Every day it's either moving things or finding things. Now even toad hunting is my responsibility. He grumbled as he approached Neville, sniffing the air around him, then pushed open the box door, sauntering out. The others watched Asasel's figure disappear beyond the door, their puzzled gazes turning toward Neo. Neo offered a reassuring smile to the nervous Neville. Acisel has an excellent nose. He should find it quickly. Thank you, Neo. Neville replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Neo casually waved his hand, then performed an action that left everyone astonished. He pulled out a metallic replica wand and nonchalantly waved it through the air. Buzz. The confines of the box expanded as if drawn by an invisible force, instantly doubling in size. The previously cramped space became spacious. Undetectable extension charm. Ron and Neville exclaimed simultaneously, their voices pitch rising. Undetectable extension charm? Harry and Hermione echoed in bewilderment. Neo paid no heed to their astonished expressions, his fingers moving slightly, seemingly maintaining the stability of the space. Still at the door, Neville stammered. This is a very advanced magic. My grandmother says many Aurors can't perform it. Ron looked somewhat pale, hastily adding right. Moreover, this magic is strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Unauthorized use without a permit is illegal. My father works at the Ministry, and they have a dedicated team to apprehend those who misuse this spell. Hermione instantly became flustered. Her sense of justice as a scholar and her reverence for rules compelled her to leap up. Neos. Stop it immediately. We cannot break the law. She instinctively reached out to grasp Neos' hand as he performed the incantation. Harry quickly interjected. Yes, Neos, it's far too dangerous. At that moment, Neos lowered his wand. The space had stabilized, and the compartment was exceedingly spacious. He turned towards Hermione, who had nearly collided with him, and said calmly, Fortunately, you did not touch me just now. Otherwise, the entire carriage would have been obliterated by a spatial collapse. A collective gasp echoed in the compartment, and the faces of those present turned as pale as parchment. Neos. Harry's voice trembled with fear and disbelief. Where on earth did you learn such a perilous magic? Neos replied in a tone as casual as if he were discussing a bottle of water purchased the day before. Last time I visited Gringotts, a goblin named Glock gave me a no-blemish expansion bag. Out of boredom, I dismantled it for study, and then I figured it out. He paused, adding nonchalantly. It was merely reverse engineering. Reverse engineering. Hermione's voice reached a pitch nearing a break. Her gaze at Neos filled with the kind of horror one might reserve for a prehistoric beast. Ron and Neville's jaws nearly dropped to the floor, and Harry stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Don't listen to his boasting. A voice filled with resentment emerged from the doorway. His no-blemish expansion charm is half-baked, without a stabilizing spell. It won't last long and will inevitably collapse. Acisel sauntered in, cradling a hefty toad, and unceremoniously shoved it into Neville's arms. Here you go, little chubby, your precious toad. Ugh, it reeks of earth. Ralph, where have you been? Thank you, Mr. Acisel, Neville exclaimed, clutching the toad tightly to his chest. It's nothing but what the... Before Acisel could finish his sentence, the faux wand in Neos' hand swiftly morphed into a cold iron chain, which clinked as it precisely ensnared Asasel's neck. Neos yanked his wrist sharply. Ugh. Acisel was yanked through the air like a rag doll. In swift succession, Neos delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. Asasel's eyes rolled back, and a frothy white substance erupted from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground. Neos' movements flowed as smoothly as if rehearsed 1,000 times. He retrieved a comically striped nightcap from his suit pocket and deftly placed it upon Asasel's head. Then he produced a small pillow and a miniature blanket. Positioning the unconscious Acisel comfortably, resting his head on the pillow and meticulously tucking him in, even smoothing the edges of the blanket. Once he had completed this task, Neos lifted his gaze, placing a finger to his lips, and bestowed a remarkably gentle smile upon the astonished quartet. Shoo, Aisacel is asleep. As the onlookers gazed at Aisacel, who lay with rolling eyes, a strand of froth at the corner of his mouth, swathed in a small blanket and donning a nightcap, his lips twitched in a frenzy. Neos turned to Hermione and Neville. You need not return to your original compartment. Let us descend together later. Neville nodded enthusiastically, eager to spend time with new friends. However, Hermione hesitated. But our luggage? Neos glanced at Ron. If I am not mistaken, the dormitories of each house should be separate, correct? Indeed. Ron replied immediately. George and Fred mentioned that the common rooms and dormitories of the 4 houses are not together. Precisely, Neos shrugged. Until we ascertain our respective houses, we cannot take our luggage to the dormitories, nor can we bring it to the welcome feast. Therefore, upon arrival, there will surely be personnel responsible for delivering our luggage directly to the corresponding house dormitories. You need not worry about losing your belongings. He looked at Hermione and Neville. Just ensure that you do not lose yourselves. After careful consideration, Hermione and Neville found Neos' reasoning sound and felt reassured. Thus, the 5 of them crowded into the considerably spacious compartment, chatting and laughing along the way. Outside, the sky gradually succumbed to the encroaching darkness of night. During this time, Aisacel valiantly roused a few times, attempting to protest or comment, only to be met each time by Neos' swift, precise hand strikes. You should don your robes, Hermione reminded, glancing at the deepening twilight beyond the window. I believe we are nearing our destination. Rising, she prepared to step outside to allow the boys' room to change. Neville had already donned his robe, having been repeatedly instructed by his grandmother before boarding. However, Neos chuckled. There is no need to step out. He raised his hand, gently pressing it against his chest. With a crackle, a subtle arc of electricity flickered, and his black suit transformed instantaneously into a perfectly tailored Hogwarts uniform. Though Harry had witnessed this magical transformation before, he remained profoundly astonished. Ron, on the other hand, was left utterly dumbfounded, seriously doubting whether his father and twin brother's alchemical antics at home were merely rudimentary tricks. Neos disregarded their reactions, approaching Harry and Ron, grasping their wrists. With another crackle, 2 beams of white light flashed. The garments adorning Harry and Ron vanished, replaced by pristine Hogwarts uniforms. Ron looked down at his new robe, exhilarated as he stroked the smooth fabric, nearly brought to tears. He would no longer have to wear Bill's old robe. Though it seemed as if he lacked a set of clothes, it was a new robe. Hermione and Neville gazed in awe at this extraordinary spectacle, their eyes wide with astonishment. Before long, the Hogwarts Express emitted a long, sonorous whistle, gradually arriving at Hogsmeade Station. Chapter 22. Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, the steam it released condensing into a white mist in the frigid night air. Once it had completely stopped, the doors swung open, and the young witches and wizards poured out like a flood, instantly filling the platform with excited chatter. First-year students, gather here. Hagrid's towering figure stood out prominently on the platform as he held a dimly lit lantern, his booming voice drowning out the clamor. Hagrid. Harry had just jumped down from the carriage and immediately spotted Hagrid. Harry, over here. Harry sprinted towards Hagrid, seemingly oblivious to the 4 friends trailing behind him. He's so tall, Ron remarked, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Meanwhile, Hermione cautiously peeked out from the carriage door, hesitating at the treacherous gap between the train step and the platform. Neos extended his hand, steadying her descent. Once her feet were on solid ground, Hermione's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue, her gaze instinctively drawn to the pocket of Neos's robe. Is Aisacel safe in there? She asked quietly, a hint of concern in her tone. Before disembarking, Neos had dispelled the concealment charm in their compartment, hastily stowing the still sleeping Aisacel into the summoning array like refuse. Upon hearing her question, Neos retrieved the summoning array from his inner pocket and waved it in front of Hermione. Rest assured, the summoning array is his home. He replied in a calm voice. We should hurry. If we linger, Harry might truly forget all 4 of us. With that, Neos turned his back and walked towards Harry and Hagrid. Wait for me, Neos. Ron, who had been scanning the surroundings, quickly jogged to catch up. Neville, are you ready? Hermione called after the 2 departing figures, anxiously stamping her foot. Sorry, Hermione, my shoelace is undone. Neville crouched down awkwardly, struggling with his laces. You go ahead and find Neos. I'll be right there. Ultimately, Hermione could not bring herself to abandon him. She knelt down and swiftly tied Neville's shoelaces before dashing towards Neos and Ron, with Neville puffing along behind her. Seeing that the first-year students had mostly gathered, Hagrid raised his lantern high and bellowed, Follow me. Watch your step. His enormous form led the way down a dark, uneven path. As they walked, Neos glanced back at the stumbling crowd behind them, noticing several young wizards had already fallen multiple times. With a sigh, Neos observed Hermione assisting Neville once more. What's wrong? Hermione inquired curiously. I'm starting to have second thoughts, Neos replied, a trace of resignation in his voice. Second thoughts about what? This path is so dark and steep, and there's not even a proper light. Neos spread his hands in exasperation. How severe must Hogwarts' financial deficit be? Walking this path is intended to allow us to retrace the footsteps of our founders, enabling us to appreciate history. Hermione immediately countered, her expression grave. Furthermore, I believe the financial affairs of Hogwarts are hardly a concern for a newly enrolled young wizard like yourself. Neos extracted a fake wand from his robe, and the eyes on his eye patch instantly curved into crescents, gazing at Hermione with keen interest. What a sharp retort. His tone carried a hint of delight akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. In the future, when Aisasel is absent, I shall entrust the task of jesting about this promising job to you. A flicker of light. Before his words had fully settled, Neos transformed into a humanoid spotlight with a resonant buzz. A blinding, pure white light erupted instantaneously. Ah, my eyes. Goodness, I'm going blind. Ron, Hermione, and several young wizards nearest to him were caught off guard, shrieking as they shielded their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. Only Harry, donned in anti-glare glasses, narrowly escaped the onslaught, albeit startled by the sudden brightness. Neos, you scoundrel! Hermione, covering her eyes, shouted, her voice cracking with rage. Why didn't you give us a heads up? The young wizards at the back of the line also noticed the dazzling figure ahead. While looking directly at him was akin to staring into the sun, the bright radiance did illuminate the path beneath their feet as if it were day. Hagrid observed this spectacle and quietly extinguished the meager lantern in his grasp. He leaned closer to Harry and, in what he presumed was a hushed tone, inquired, what peculiar magic has Neos conjured this time? Harry glanced at the towering giant beside him, then at their glowing friend ahead, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. With the powerful support of Neos' luminous form, Hagrid effortlessly guided the group of newcomers to the edge of the Black Lake. Neos snapped his fingers, and the glow surrounding him extinguished, as if it had merely been an illusion. Wow! Upon witnessing the lake's surface reflecting the twinkling stars and the castle's lights, alongside the majestic Hogwarts castle standing across the water, aglow like a fairy tale realm, all the young wizards gasped in awe, and even Neos squinted slightly beneath his eye patch. Hagrid led the newcomers to the lakeside, where numerous empty boats were quietly docked. Each boat could accommodate no more than 4 individuals. He vigilantly monitored the number of occupants in each vessel. Naturally, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville squeezed into the same boat. Neos, hands in pockets, lazily declared his intention to find another vessel. As the 4 contemplated who might accompany him, Neos, with a flick of his hair, remarked in a voice just loud enough for nearby boats to overhear, "Am I truly so captivating that you cannot bear to part with me?" This statement was profoundly impactful. The 4 of them froze in place, mortified to the point of wishing to leap into the Black Lake, and in the next moment, they darted into the nearest boat, scarcely daring to lift their heads. At last, Neos leisurely boarded another small boat. Curiously, his companion was none other than the golden-haired youth he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop, accompanied by 2 henchmen who, by mere appearance, exuded an aura of extraordinary talent. Malfoy had been quite impressed by Neos at Madame Malkin's and had even sought out Harry and Neos' compartment on the train. However, upon catching sight of the bizarrely expanding space within the compartment through the glass door, along with the brutal scene of Neos physically hypnotizing Aisasel, he wisely chose to back down. Of course, the noble Malfoy would never admit to fear. He concocted a perfectly justifiable excuse. A noble ought not to intrude upon others' private affairs in such moments. Now, he finally had the opportunity to engage in conversation. Hello. Malfoy endeavored to present the most decorous and restrained smile, yet his arrogance was unmistakable. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. This is Goyle, and this is Crabbe. He slightly raised his chin while introducing his imposing companions. Neos Chaos. Neos responded with his name, yet his gaze drifted beyond Malfoy's head, fixating on the approaching castle, as if the noble Malfoy were less intriguing than a mere patch of moss on the castle's stone wall. Chaos. Malfoy rapidly searched his mind for any recollection of that surname, finding none. However, considering the impeccable suit Neos wore, the detached demeanor that seemed to see through all, and the bizarrely formidable power he possessed, Malfoy immediately conjured a conclusion. He must belong to a profoundly rooted and concealed family of repute, perhaps even older than the Malfoys. Neos cast a sidelong glance at the contemplative Malfoy. Just then, the small boat gently docked. Feeling playful, he lowered his voice and addressed Malfoy. I hail from the Imprint Manor in Chelmsford. You might want to inquire with your family. He deliberately softened the last few words. Malfoy looked at Neos in bewilderment. Imprint Manor? Chelmsford? I've never heard of it. Yet the mere mention, coupled with the suggestion to consult his family, indicated that it was undoubtedly a place of significance. He straightened his posture and responded with a grave tone, I shall. He was already contemplating writing an urgent letter to his father, Lucius, immediately after the banquet. Neos bestowed upon him a knowing smile and nodded before effortlessly leaping from the boat and making his way towards Harry and the others. Upon Neos' return, Ron hurried over. Lowering his voice in anxious concern, Neos. That Malfoy fellow didn't he say anything unpleasant, did he? Neos gently shook his head, appearing disinterested in the topic. Harry, recognizing Malfoy, found his haughty demeanor off-putting, but Ron's reaction, fraught with tension, suggested that the situation might be more complex than it seemed. He was about to press Ron further when, at the forefront of their group, Hagrid's enormous fist landed heavily on the thick oak door. Bang, bang, bang. The three muted thuds echoed through the stillness of the night. Chapter 23, The Sorting Hat. The heavy oak door silently slid open. Behind it stood a witch clad in a flowing emerald green robe. Her expression was grave, and she was tall, with her black hair neatly pinned up. This figure reminded Neos of his former homeroom teacher, the first-year students, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid's deep voice rumbled as he announced, "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here." Professor McGonagall's voice was frosty, her gaze sweeping over every anxious little face. Lingering for a fraction of a second on Neos' conspicuously cartoonish eye mask, the young wizards followed Professor McGonagall in lockstep as they entered the castle. The magnificent architecture and flickering torches presented a lavish and enchanting spectacle, leaving this group of sheltered youngsters in awe, their whispers echoing through the corridor. McGonagall led them into a sparse room illuminated only by a few wall sconces. The first years huddled together, nervously surveying their surroundings. Clap, clap. McGonagall lightly clapped her right hand against her left palm twice, the sound crisp, and the crowd gradually quieted, dozens of eyes turning toward her. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast will commence shortly. Before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must determine to which house you will belong. The sorting is a significant tradition. For during your time here, the house will serve as your home at Hogwarts. You will learn, reside, and spend your leisure time with your housemates. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a proud history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. During your studies at Hogwarts, exemplary behavior will earn points for your house. Conversely, any misconduct will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor, and I hope that regardless of which house you are placed in, you will bring glory to it. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence in front of the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and appear more spirited." With that, McGonagall cast a glance at the cartoon eyes on Neos' mask. "Once the Great Hall is prepared, I shall return for you. In the meantime, please remain quiet." With that, McGonagall turned and departed the room. As the door closed, the oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated. Most of the young wizards exaggeratedly patted their chests, gasping for breath as though they had just escaped a dragon's lair. Neos, with his hands tucked into his pockets, leaned languidly against the frigid stone wall, his eyes behind the blindfold half closed in indifference. "You must be Harry Potter, right?" A deliberately elevated voice suddenly pierced the air. Draco Malfoy strode in with the pomp of a peacock surveying its realm, flanked by the bumbling duo, Crabbe and Goyle. As they pushed through the crowd and halted precisely before Harry. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." A cough escaped Ron beside him, unable to contain a chuckle. Malfoy's sharp gaze immediately fixed upon Ron's face. "What? Do you find my name amusing?" He did not wait for an answer. Continuing on with self-satisfaction. "I know who you are without asking. Red hair, tattered robes, and a face full of freckles. You must belong to the Weasley family." He cast a disdainful glance at Ron's pristine new school robe, adding, "It seems your family has finally decided to splurge on new robes this year?" After mocking Ron, he turned to Harry. "Potter, you will soon understand that there exists a hierarchy among wizards." His eyes flicked meaningfully towards Ron. "To associate with certain, less reputable individuals will only diminish your standing." He extended his hand, a forced smile plastered on his face. "I would be more than happy to guide you." Malfoy's swift change of demeanor was akin to turning a page in a book, his tone dripping with condescension, particularly as he repeatedly cast disdainful glances at Ron. This behavior struck a nerve with Harry, instantly reminding him of Dudley's repugnant, rotund face. "Thanks. But I have eyes of my own and can discern what is respectable and what is not," Harry replied coldly, devoid of warmth in his gaze. A ripple of suppressed laughter erupted among the eavesdropping young wizards, their amusement bursting forth like a flood. Malfoy's pale face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Just as he prepared to retort, suddenly, a group of translucent, pearl-white ghosts glided into the room without warning. Ghosts. Several timid first years screamed, huddling together in fright. The ghosts floated about the room, engaged in their own conversations. A plump ghost clad in a monk's robe wore a sorrowful expression as he addressed a noble-looking ghost beside him. "I believe we should give him another chance. My good monk, haven't we given him enough opportunities? That wretched Peeves has bestowed upon us all unpleasant nicknames, and he can scarcely be considered a ghost." The noble ghost was animatedly speaking when he suddenly noticed the young wizards below. "Oh, what are you little ones doing huddled together here?" The plump monk floated a bit lower, kindly inquiring, "You must be the new students this year, waiting for the sorting?" The first years nodded timidly. The monk's face broke into a broad smile. "I hope you all get sorted in a Hufflepuff. It's a splendid place. I used to belong to that house." He puffed out his chest. "Step forward. The sorting ceremony is about to commence." Professor McGonagall has returned, and the ghosts have glided through the walls, vanishing into the chamber. Under the sharp gaze of Professor McGonagall, the first-year students form a crooked line, gradually making their way into the Great Hall. A small group of 5 clings together with difficulty. Ron leads the way, followed closely by Harry and Neville, while Neos and Hermione bring up the rear. As they push open the grand doors of the hall, they are greeted by the sight of 4 long tables filled with upperclassmen. Thousands of floating candles illuminate the entire space, casting a bright glow that dances upon silverware and goblets. At the head of the hall, the professors have already taken their places, their gazes calmly fixed upon the students below. Professor McGonagall guides them to a small stage at the front of the hall, positioning them with their backs to the faculty and facing the attentive eyes of the upperclassmen. Neos surveys the faces of the older wizards below, feeling the weight of the professor's gazes behind him. At this moment, he finally begins to feel a spark of interest in this world of magic. Finally, this is somewhat intriguing. He murmurs to himself, his voice barely audible. Beside him, Hermione gazes upward at the ceiling, which sparkles with stars, mirroring the night sky beyond the castle walls. She keenly senses Neos's gaze, leans closer, and whispers eagerly yet with a hint of pride, "The ceiling here is enchanted to look just like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Neos also lifts his gaze, his eyes behind the blindfold fixed on the illusory starry expanse. He can feel that the magic above is far more complex than mere decoration. At that moment, Professor McGonagall places a 4-legged stool in front of them, atop which rests a tattered, grimy wizard hat that looks as if it has been unearthed from a refuse heap. The hat has a gaping seam near its brim, resembling a mouth. Then, under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, the hat's mouth begins to open and close, and it starts to sing. The lyrics introduce the 4 houses, asserting that donning the hat will place the young wizards into the house most suited for them. Upon finishing and bowing to each of the 4 long tables, it falls silent once more, reverting to its shabby appearance. Neos tilts his head slightly and leans toward Hermione, lowering his voice to pose a profound question. "Hermione, based on your extensive knowledge, do you think this thing is in such a filthy state because Hogwarts is too impoverished to afford a bar of soap? Or has it simply been wallowing in a mud puddle all this time?" Hermione, her palms sweating with nervousness and her mind still absorbed in the hat's song, instinctively responds. Theoretically, as such an important magical artifact, it should be well maintained to avoid, the likelihood of falling into a mud puddle. Therefore, it is likely due to a long-term lack of cleaning and care." Her voice diminishes gradually, clearly convinced by her own logic. Neos fell silent for 2 seconds, burdened by the gravity of a more lethal inquiry. "So, we must place this hat, potentially unwashed for millennia and laden with the dandruff and oily sweat of countless predecessors, upon our freshly washed and fragrant heads?" Hermione, she was utterly petrified, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Her complexion shifting from crimson to pallid, and then to a sickly green. Her gaze was fixed intently on the hat, as if it were the most terrifying object in existence. Meanwhile, Ron exhaled deeply, gently nudging Harry with his elbow, whispering, "Did you see that? Fred and George were indeed deceiving me. Just a hat. It frightened me to death. I thought we were going to battle a troll." Harry wore a peculiar expression, tilting his head slightly as he murmured to Ron in a voice reminiscent of a mosquito, "Just now, Neos had Neville relay a message to me." "What?" Ron inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Harry's expression was one of anguish, as if he had swallowed a slug, and he painstakingly recounted. He said that this hat might not have been cleaned since the founding of Hogwarts, and he suspects that the microorganisms thriving upon it could host an entirely new species exhibition. He even asked us if this could be considered Hogwarts' first act of psychological pollution against the new students. Ron, he abruptly glanced at the hat, which now appeared exceedingly filthy, and awkwardly touched his own freshly washed, fluffy red hair. Neville, empathizing, shuddered and instinctively covered his head. Hermione, though unaware of the specifics, observed the expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, as if they were about to face execution. Coupled with Neos' earlier comments about dandruff and oily sweat, she painfully closed her eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly. Consequently, on the teacher's dais and at the 4 house tables, hundreds of upperclassmen and professors were astonished to find that within this year's cohort of new students, there were 4 young witches and wizards who, after hearing the sorting hat's explanation, not only did not exhibit the relief of a burden lifted but instead wore expressions contorted in dread, their faces as pale as parchment, their gazes intensely fixed upon the sorting hat, as if they had encountered something repulsive. Chapter 24. the sorting, and the feast. Professor McGonagall, wielding a parchment scroll, stepped forward. As I call your name, please come up, sit on the stool, and don the hat to await your sorting. Her voice was clear and powerful. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled slightly as she emerged from the line, seated upon the stool, clumsily placing the sorting hat upon her head, its broad brim instantly obscuring her eyes. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville fixated on the tattered sorting hat as it slowly settled atop Hannah's head. After a brief pause, Hufflepuff, the sorting hat bellowed in its signature, discordant voice. The long table of Hufflepuff erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause, welcoming her into their ranks. The fat friar also waved joyfully at her. As Harry and his companions observed, when Hannah removed her hat, a faint black circular mark appeared on her crown, causing her radiant golden hair to appear somewhat dimmed. Neos Gaios. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall call out Neos' name, Harry and his friends instinctively turned their gazes towards him, their eyes betraying a tinge of pity and despair, fully aware that they would soon confront the same ordeal. Yet, Neos remained remarkably composed. He stepped out of the line, rummaging within the inner pocket of his robes as he walked. Suddenly, he extended his hand, and with a swift flourish in the air, a shower cap and a pair of disposable gloves materialized in his grasp. Observant eyes might note that the hem of his robe appeared slightly shorter, indicating that this equipment had evidently been fashioned on the spot. Amidst the astonished stares of the assembly, Neos donned the gloves and placed the shower cap atop his head, then cautiously set the sorting hat upon his crown. The moment the hat made contact with his head, it promptly declared, Gryffindor. Without uttering a word, Neos swiftly descended the platform and made his way directly to the Gryffindor table. Along the way, he casually removed the shower cap and gloves, nonchalantly stowing them back into his inner pocket. A peculiar silence enveloped the hall. Both the professors at the staff table and the young wizards at the 4 long tables appeared as though struck by an invisible petrification spell the instant Neos produced the shower cap, rendering them immobile. The sorting hat's point drooped despondently, seemingly affected by the evident disdain. It was not until Neos settled comfortably at the Gryffindor table that the hall erupted with a flurry of whispered conversations, akin to thawing ice. The young wizards exchanged hushed words, their murmurs incessant, while even the professors could not suppress their bewildered and astonished glances at one another. Silence. Dumbledore's voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the cacophony, and the hall fell silent in an instant. He turned to Professor McGonagall, gently urging, Please proceed, Professor McGonagall. Steadying herself, McGonagall resumed with the parchment. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. This time, the sorting hat seemed to regain its vigor, its voice significantly louder. The Hufflepuff table erupted once more into cheers and applause. On the platform, Harry's group gazed at Neos with a mixture of envy and resentment, incredulous that he had such a clever trick. Sensing their stares, Neos tilted his head, his comical eyes on the mask transforming into a cross-eyed expression, his mouth slightly ajar, allowing a droplet of saliva to elegantly trail down the corner. Hermione Granger. Taking a deep breath, Hermione slowly approached the stool, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately donning a resolute expression akin to one prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. She forcefully placed the hat atop her head. Gryffindor. The sorting hat's voice rang out once more. Hermione swiftly removed the hat as if scalded, her arms tightly pressed against her sides, her small hands raised rigidly before her chest, her face contorted in a display of pain and discomfort. Although the young lions in the audience were puzzled by her reaction, they nonetheless responded with the most enthusiastic applause and cheers. Hermione awkwardly descended the stage, sitting stiffly beside Neos, resembling a startled little dinosaur. Next time, if there's any astonishing revelation, she gritted her teeth, her voice strained, I hope you'll inform me in advance. Observing the young witch beside him still portraying a Tyrannosaurus, a genuine smile appeared on Neos' face for the first time. He produced a small powder and placed it in Hermione's right hand. As the powder touched her skin, it immediately spread like a living entity, gently enveloping her entire right hand. What is this? Hermione exclaimed softly. Fear not, this is the powder. Use it to cleanse your hands. Once finished, simply place it on the wooden table, Neos patiently explained. Remember, it must be a wooden table, otherwise, it will not settle. After hearing Neos' explanation, Hermione cautiously brought her left hand closer to the powder. The powder quickly enveloped it, and Hermione began to rub her hands vigorously within the supple substance. Before long, as she beheld her hands restored to cleanliness, she instinctively touched her hair again, her gaze returning to Neos. I wouldn't advise that. Of course, if you wish to experience the sensation of being bald, then consider my warning disregarded, Neos coolly cautioned. Imagining herself with a shaved head sent a shiver down Hermione's spine, prompting her to hastily pat the powder onto the wooden table before her. At that moment, Neville, donned with a mask of distress, mimicked the stance of a Tyrannosaurus as he joined them. Neos likewise offered him a piece of powder. After expressing his gratitude, Neville set about cleaning the grime from his hands. The number of young wizards on stage dwindled, and it was finally Harry's turn. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated once more. Harry Potter. The whispers in the hall instantaneously escalated to a higher pitch. Potter? Did Professor McGonagall just say Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? Under the scrutiny and murmurs of countless eyes, Harry approached the stool and slowly placed the sorting hat upon his head. A faint voice penetrated his ears. Difficult, very difficult. I can see you possess great courage, a good heart, and talent. Oh, and a strong desire to prove yourself. Quite intriguing. So, where shall I place you? Harry fervently screamed within his mind. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. The voice of the sorting hat held a hint of amusement. Are you certain? You know, in Slytherin, you could achieve greatness. Not Slytherin. Harry's resolve was unequivocal. All right. The sorting hat seemed to acquiesce. Since you are so determined, then it shall be Gryffindor. When the sorting hat bellowed Gryffindor, the hall erupted with the loudest cheers and applause ever heard. Harry had originally intended to follow in the footsteps of his two companions, becoming the third T-Rex of the evening, but Percy excitedly rushed forward and grasped his hand. Fred and George leaped onto the benches, waving their arms and shouting, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" In the midst of this enthusiastic crowd, Harry was giddily propelled to the Gryffindor table, settling next to Nias and the others. Just as he sat down, Nias thrust a piece of candy into his hand. While rubbing his hands together, Harry couldn't help but glance towards the staff table. Hagrid, seated closest to Gryffindor, spotted Harry's gaze and immediately flashed a wide grin. Giving him a thumbs up, Harry responded with a shy smile. His eyes then shifted to the center of the head table, where Dumbledore sat. Harry instantly recognized him from the train, where the cards from the chocolate frogs had all fallen to him due to Asher's disinterest, one of which featured the illustrious headmaster. Dumbledore, keenly noticing Harry's gaze, playfully winked at him before elegantly raising his glass in salute. Dumbledore's gaze swept past Harry, lingering momentarily on Nias, who was poking at the candy with a makeshift wand, and he let out a barely perceptible sigh. Allowing Nias into Gryffindor had been a decision he pondered deeply. Why not other houses? Hufflepuff? He feared Nias might lead those gentle badgers astray. Ravenclaw? He worried that Nias's erratic thoughts might spark uncontrollable, perilous knowledge with the Eagles. As for Slytherin, Dumbledore would never permit Nias the chance to tread the path once taken by Voldemort. Gryffindor, brimming with adventurous spirit, possessed ample enthusiasm and, well, resilience. The final T-Rex of the evening, Ron, had finally completed his initiation ritual, nearly collapsing into the seat beside Harry. Percy, leaning across Harry, gave Ron's shoulder a hearty pat. Well done, Ron. When the last student was sorted, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, took the well-worn, seemingly slightly disgruntled sorting hat, and turned to leave the hall. Dumbledore rose once more, his face aglow with a smile as he surveyed the vibrant faces before him, arms wide open. Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts, and the start of a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. Nincompoops. Crybabies. Rascals. Twist. With that, he sat down without hesitation. Harry blinked, hesitantly whispering to Percy beside him. Is he, perhaps, a bit eccentric? Eccentric? Percy lowered his voice. Filled with fervent defense of the great wizard, he is a genius. The finest wizard in the world. However, Percy paused, subtly shifting his tone. What you say is not entirely incorrect. He is indeed somewhat unconventional. Would you care for some potatoes, Harry? The moment Dumbledore took his seat, the four long tables were instantly laden with a dazzling array of delectable dishes. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fries, crisps. Yorkshire pudding. The selection was nothing short of magnificent. Harry gazed at the sumptuous feast that had never graced the Dursleys' dining table, and his stomach immediately grumbled in response. The meager snacks from earlier that noon had long been consumed. He placed a bit of everything onto his plate. Beside him, Ron was attacking a chicken leg with fervor, while Neville and Hermione displayed more decorum, selecting only their favored dishes. News observed the splendid, yet distinctly British fare before him. A faint twitch of his lips revealing his amusement, and he casually chose a few items to begin his meal. At that moment, a ghost adorned in noble attire drifted over, watching the young wizards feast with a profound sense of loss. Won't you partake? Harry kindly inquired. The ghost sighed heavily. I have not tasted food in 5 centuries. Then, attempting to regain composure, he puffed out his chest. Of course, I do not require sustenance. It is merely that I occasionally long for that exquisite flavor. In just 2 sentences, his emotions oscillated between nostalgia and pride, a state News fully understood. Given his own spectral origins, allow me to introduce myself. The ghost elegantly bowed. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Hogwarts. Ron, releasing his grip on the chicken leg, suddenly realized, oh, I know who you are. George and Fred mentioned you. You are nearly headless Nick. Nick appeared somewhat flustered and awkward. I would prefer you refer to me as Sir Nicholas, if you please. Hermione's curiosity was piqued. Nearly headless? How could you be nearly headless? Nick seemed irked by the question, impatiently retorting, like this. With that, he performed a ghastly trick, abruptly twisting his head to dangle at an odd angle, connected by only a sliver of flesh. Hermione turned away in disgust. Ron found the chicken in his mouth suddenly unappetizing, caught between swallowing and spitting it out. Neville wisely focused his attention on the food on his plate. Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over him, yet he managed to muster an awkward smile for Nick. Having completed his performance, Nick, finding it dull, drifted away in search of other young wizards who might appreciate his talents. As everyone finally finished their meal, the remnants on their plates vanished in an instant, replaced by a mountain of enticing desserts. A new round of sweet indulgence commenced. Meanwhile, News poured himself a cup of red tea and began to peruse the infernal book he had retrieved. As dessert time concluded, the plates once again gleamed as if brand new. Neos also prudently closed his book. During the meal, he had acutely perceived several scrutinizing and malevolent gazes directed at him from various corners. However, he now felt no trepidation. In the month leading up to the school year, he had amassed enough materials in the basement of the Branding Manor to fabricate 5 adult bodies. Rather than fear, he found himself subtly anticipating an early confrontation. Dumbledore once again rose to his feet, and the hall swiftly descended into silence at his movement. Now that everyone had dined to their satisfaction, allow me to reiterate a few important reminders. First-year students, please take note. The forested area on school grounds, the Forbidden Forest, is strictly off-limits to all students. Some of our upperclassmen, his gaze swept over the Weasley twins, must also bear this in mind. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you that spellcasting in the corridors during breaks is prohibited. The selection for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, Dumbledore's tone grew particularly grave. And I must earnestly warn everyone. Those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a most painful demise must absolutely refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Now, his face lit up once more with a cheerful smile as he waved his wand lightly, and lyrics composed of golden ribbons began to float through the air. Before bedtime, let us all sing the school song. Each person may choose their preferred melody. Ready, sing. Chapter 25, Hooray! A Private Dormitory. The deafening chorus of the school song finally concluded, overshadowed by the Weasley twins' rendition of the funeral march. Dumbledore even took a lively interest in conducting the final measures. Music. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Carries a charm that surpasses all our endeavors here. It is now bedtime, so please return to your dormitories. The first-year Gryffindors, led by their prefect Percy, struggled to navigate through the noisy, crowded throng as they exited the hall and ascended the marble staircase. The corridor was far from tranquil. The figures in the portraits lining the walls whispered and pointed as they passed. To make matters worse, they encountered the obstructive Peeves, who was floating mischievously in midair, poised to cause some mischief. Fortunately, Percy invoked the name of the Bloody Baron just in time to scare him off. Remember, Percy warned the first years with a serious expression, always be wary of Peeves. He pays no heed to anyone except for the Bloody Baron and Professor Dumbledore. We have arrived. Under Percy's guidance, they passed through a concealed door hidden behind swaying partitions and heavy drapes, climbing countless dizzying staircases until they finally halted before a grand portrait at the end of the corridor. The painting depicted a plump lady adorned in a lavish pink satin gown. Password. The lady in the portrait inquired with an air of modesty. Dragon dung, Percy replied. The painting gradually swung open, revealing a circular passage behind the wall. The newcomers crawled through the opening, and before them unfolded the warm and inviting common room of Gryffindor. It was a spacious, circular chamber, its floor predominantly covered with a rich red carpet, adorned with hints of golden tassels at the edges. The walls were not of cold stone, but were enveloped in warm-toned wood panels and tapestries, embroidered with majestic golden lions that appeared to gently sway in the flickering light of the fireplace. At the heart of the room stood the grand fireplace, where a roaring flame crackled, emanating a soothing sound. The dancing firelight bathed the nearby plush armchairs in a warm golden red hue, their deep crimson velvet seats polished by the frequent presence of young wizards. Scattered casually on the carpet in front of the hearth were several thick cushions and pillows. Large round and square tables were dispersed throughout the room, their surfaces strewn with open textbooks, freshly inked parchment rolls, quill pens, and a few wizard chess sets embroiled in tense battles. Brass lamps hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow that mingled with the light from the fireplace, dispelling the chill of the tower. Tall arched windows were embedded in the stone walls, their heavy scarlet velvet curtains gathered with golden tassels. Percy first guided the girls towards their dormitory passage before returning to lead the boys through another door, ascending a different spiral staircase. Following the winding stone steps upward, they pushed open a creaking wooden door, revealing the dormitory. This circular room, situated high in the tower, was far quieter and more private than the common room. 5 four-poster beds draped with red and gold curtains were arranged along the curved walls. In the center of the room lay a thick carpet, similarly dominated by crimson and gold, which yielded slightly underfoot. The tall, narrow-arched windows served as the room's primary source of light, allowing ample sunlight to flood in during the day, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. Now, at night, the deep blue velvet curtains were drawn shut, leaving only a small gap through which the dark outline of the forbidden forest and a solitary cold moon could be glimpsed. Fine condensation clung to the window panes, reflecting the chill of the tower. Their trunks and pets had already been placed at the foot of the beds, each bed accompanied by a large wooden wardrobe and a desk for their studies. However, as the weary group surveyed the number of beds, they were taken aback. There were only 5 beds for their party of 6. Percy also noticed the discrepancy and quickly scanned the list. Harry, Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean, you 5 will stay here, he directed, then turned to Neos. I'm afraid you'll have to come with me to the adjacent dormitory. Though Harry, Ron, and Neville felt a twinge of reluctance at Neos being assigned to the adjacent room alone, they ultimately acquiesced to the arrangement. Once Percy ensured that the 5 of them were settled, he led Neos towards the neighboring chamber. As he pushed the door open, the scene before them was strikingly dissimilar to that of the previous room, although equally cozy in its decor. This room was nearly as spacious as the shared quarters of the 5, yet it featured a solitary 4-poster bed standing starkly in the center, rendering the space oddly desolate and cold. Percy regarded the overly spacious single dormitory with a hint of regret and suggested, "Perhaps you might consider adding a few items to make it feel a bit more substantial?" Neos surveyed his surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips. "There's no need for that trouble. The belongings I've brought should suffice." Percy did not delve into the implications of this statement, offering a few more words of caution before taking his leave. As soon as the door closed, Neos's gaze fell upon the 3 trunks he had brought. It appeared to be a significant undertaking. "Looks like quite the project," he murmured to himself, rolling up his sleeves to commence his dormitory transformation. First, he hung his school robe in the wardrobe, then retrieved a summoning circle from his pocket, laying it flat on the floor's center. Next, he produced a small vial of powder, placing it carefully at the core of the summoning circle. He opened the hefty tome of demonology, and the somber, cryptic incantations echoed through the vast expanse of the room. A sudden burst of pink light flared up and then extinguished, heralding the arrival of Azazel. He still wore that absurd striped nightcap, resting on a tiny pillow, snugly wrapped in a diminutive quilt, blissfully slumbering with the faint sound of snoring escaping his lips. Neos approached expressionlessly and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a merciless kick. Bang! Azazel shot across the room like a human cannonball, crashing against the wall before landing with a thud on the floor. "You imbecile! Do you have any idea what time it is?" Azazel, bloodied and enraged, sprang awake, his voice reverberating and causing dust to rain down. Fortunately, Hogwarts dormitories were fortified with powerful soundproofing spells. Otherwise, his outburst would have roused the 5 young wizards who had just drifted into slumber. "What?" Neos's voice was as frigid as ice. "Is your sleep on the train not sufficient? That was a fainting spell, not sleep." Azazel clutched his bleeding nose, indignantly lamenting. "Enough with the wailing." Neos dismissed his complaints with an air of finality. "Get to work. Where's the offering?" Azazel retorted angrily, still dripping blood. "Here, the powder." Neos gestured toward the center of the summoning circle. Azazel's gaze fell upon the small vial, his expression shifting from anticipation to furious despair in an instant. He dashed forward, seizing the vial and smashing it against the ground. Smash! "When will you cease to mock me with this worthless trinket? Even a piece of meat would suffice." He raged, frantically scratching at his canine head. Neos, indifferent to his complaints, strode directly to the chest, clicked the latch open, and began to rummage through its contents. As a satchel glared at Neos's retreating figure and then at the resilient little pink object on the ground, he ultimately sighed in resignation, bent down to retrieve it, and disdainfully popped it into his mouth. Subsequently, he sulked over to the side of the chest, beginning to assist Neos. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Fawkes sat on his gilded perch, eyes closed in a serene slumber, emanating a gentle crimson glow. "Albus, is what we are doing truly right?" Professor McGonagall's voice shattered the tranquility of the office. She had lost the dignified air she possessed during the sorting ceremony, her brow furrowed with concern. Dumbledore, with his azure eyes peering through crescent-shaped spectacles, regarded her gently. "Minerva, I have faith in you, in every exemplary professor at Hogwarts, to guide him well. I implore you, trust yourself and your colleagues, will you?" His tone remained as calm as ever, imbued with a soothing strength. Yet, this gentleness did not wholly dispel the shadows clouding Professor McGonagall's heart. Dumbledore quietly comforted her, escorting her to the office door. As the heavy wooden door closed softly, a figure silently emerged from the depths of the bookshelf in the office, dressed in a flowing black wizard's robe, with greasy hair, a hooked nose, and a pallor that spoke of years spent away from sunlight. It was none other than Professor Severus Snape, the potions master. Dumbledore, Snape's voice was low and frigid, laced with an unmistakable ire. Have you finally grown so old that you have lost your judgment? He strode purposefully to the desk, his black robe swirling behind him like the wings of a bat. You actually allowed Harry Potter to associate with such dangerous individuals. And Quirinus Quirrell. He nearly spat the name. Do not tell me your decrepit nose cannot detect the repugnant stench of a Death Eater upon him. Dumbledore met Snape's blazing dark eyes with a calm demeanor. Although his tone remained gentle, it carried an undeniable authority. There is no need for excessive concern, Severus. Harry must grow. Rather than letting him face the unknown risks alone beyond our sight, it is far safer to allow him to learn discernment and coping skills here at Hogwarts, under our collective watch, is it not? Humph. Snape let out a sharp, cold laugh, his features contorted with rage. It seems our illustrious headmaster is quite confident in his strategy. Let us hope your plan is foolproof. Do not forget our agreement. He whirled around sharply, his robe slicing through the air, akin to a black whirlwind as he stormed out of the headmaster's office. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud, severing the tension of Snape's fury. The office fell into silence once more, the only sound being the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Fawkes gently stirred his wings. Dumbledore slowly settled back into his high-backed chair, his gaze piercing through the crescent-shaped lenses towards the profound night sky outside, releasing a barely audible sigh. Ah, Neos, he murmured softly, his fingers lightly tapping the surface of the table. Are you the stone that suddenly plunged into the heart of the lake, leading to a new path of illumination? Or do you steer towards a deeper whirlpool? Chapter 26. The first day of school, the morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Neville's face and rousing him from slumber. Groggy, he sat up, rubbing his eyes and surveying the unfamiliar deep red curtains and four-poster bed surrounding him. A fleeting sensation washed over him. He was truly in the Gryffindor Tower. Yesterday had been, without a doubt, the most splendid day of his life. Not only had he made new friends in Harry, Ron, and Neos, but he had also realized his long-held dream of joining Gryffindor. A suppressed grin crept onto his lips at the thought. He swiftly rolled out of bed, tiptoeing to the washroom to freshen up, then returned to the dormitory to gently rouse Seamus and Dean. Fortunately, his roommates were relatively easy to awaken, mumbling sleepily before rising. However, Harry and Ron seemed to belong to a different species altogether. Neville approached Harry's bedside, cautiously nudging his shoulder and lowering his voice. Harry, wake up, or you'll miss breakfast. Harry merely rolled over with impatience, burying his head beneath the covers, mumbling a vague response before slipping back into slumber. With a sigh, Neville turned towards Ron's bed, raising his voice slightly. Ron, time to get up. Breakfast is almost over. Huh, all right, I'm up, Ron exclaimed as he shot upright, his gaze vacant. Yet, just as abruptly, he flopped back onto his pillow with a thud, immediately resuming his snores. Neville observed the two, exhaling in resignation. He raised his voice a notch, still shy, but significantly clearer. I'll go wake Neos. You two hurry up. With that, he exited the dormitory. A crisp knock echoed down the empty corridor as Neville stood before Neos' door, taking a deep breath. Neos, it's Neville. Are you awake? Creaking. The heavy wooden door opened a crack. Yet, Neos was nowhere to be seen. Instinctively, Neville glanced down, finding Asher leaning despondently against the doorframe, sporting two large dark circles under his eyes, his hair disheveled. Good morning, Mr. Asher, Neville greeted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Good morning. Asher replied lethargically, his voice rasping like sandpaper. What is wrong with you? Neville asked, astonished by his haggard appearance. Well, take a look for yourself, Asher chuckled bitterly, stepping aside to allow Neville to peer inside. Neville craned his neck to glimpse the room. Neos was evidently absent, likely already in the washroom. The room, apart from the beds, wardrobes, and desks reminiscent of their dormitory, boasted 3 immense bookshelves, densely packed with tomes of varying thickness. A comfortable rocking chair was positioned by the window, while a cozy lounge area was arranged on the opposite side. 2 3-seater sofas faced each other, flanked by single sofas, with a table nestled in between. A large black mirror adorned one wall beside the seating. Most striking was the corner, where a vast, intricately designed summoning circle occupied a significant space, accompanied by an equally large workbench. On the table rested a smaller black mirror alongside a peculiar box embedded with transparent glass. The entire room was excessively tidy, prompting an immediate understanding in Navi of the reason behind Asher's peculiar demeanor, reminiscent of Neos' earlier antics on the train, eliciting a sympathetic glance from him. At that moment, Neos returned from the washroom, wiping his hands. Good morning, Navi. Did you sleep well last night? He inquired, his tone casual as he approached. It was all right, Navi replied shyly, his gaze involuntarily drifting over the incongruous furnishings and decorations. These things. Oh, I just arranged a bit last night. No need to mind it. Neos brushed it off lightly. Did you come to fetch me for breakfast? Yes. Our first class today is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. I think we should head to the classroom early to secure good seats, Navi quickly explained. Neos nodded thoughtfully. What about Harry and Ron? Sighing in frustration, Navi replied, I couldn't wake them. The two then made their way back to their dormitory, where Seamus and Dean were each at a bed, futilely attempting to rouse their roommates. Upon seeing Neos and Navi enter, Dean threw up his hands and sighed. We did our best. Neos broke into a radiant smile. You two should go have breakfast. We'll handle things here. Exchanging glances, Seamus and Dean recalled that their first class was with the stern Professor McGonagall from the previous day, prompting them to hastily exit. Asher nimbly leaped onto Ron's bed, observing his contorted form. TSK, in that position, won't his spine snap? Navi and Asher made further attempts, shaking, calling, and even gently slapping their faces. Yet the two on the bed remained utterly unresponsive, as if under a powerful sleeping charm. Asher hopped off the bed and sat on the carpet, resting his head on his paws, lamenting, if it weren't for the rising and falling of their chests, I would suspect these two had already departed. Navi nodded in agreement. Wearing a worried expression, Neos ceased his efforts, turning back to his dormitory, soon returning with a piece of parchment and a quill. He approached Harry's bed and elegantly inscribed a message. Urgent notice. Harry, Ron, we have exhausted all means, yet we remain unable to awaken the two sleeping beauties. Therefore, please adhere strictly to the contents of this note. Situation 1. Should you chance upon this message before 8 o'clock, congratulations, there is still room for redemption. Please hasten to the hall to procure some sustenance, and then make your way directly to the classroom on the second floor for transfiguration. Situation 2. If you discover this message after 8 o'clock, please accept my condolences. I have placed an emergency breakfast on each of your bedside tables. As for whether you will be late, may God bless you. Neos affixed the note in a spot easily visible to Harry upon awakening, right on Ron's back. He then retrieved 2 small powders, placing them on the low cabinets beside each of their beds. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Neos clapped his hands, beckoning Neville and Asher to depart. Neville glanced at the note and the powders, hesitating to speak, but ultimately was pulled away by Neos. On the way to the hall, Asher became the center of attention. Almost every passing student and painting on the wall fixed their gaze firmly upon the magical creature at Neos' feet. Asher strutted with pride, clearly relishing the attention, while the socially anxious Neville wished he could shrink into his robes and vanish from sight. In the hall, Neos leisurely sipped his oatmeal, while Neville, filled with concern, barely touched the bacon and eggs before him. Neos, perhaps we should bring them some bread or something, Neville suggested in a hushed tone. Neos took his time swallowing a mouthful of porridge before responding, it would be of no use. Do you think they would dare nibble on bread under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye? The stern visage of Professor McGonagall flashed in Neville's mind, instantly quashing that thought. Yet, Neville remained uneasy. What about that powder you left for them? Isn't it meant for cleaning? Can it be eaten? Neos waggled a finger before Neville's face. That powder is my proud creation. Although it resembles jelly in appearance, its nutritional value rivals that of steak. Asher, peeling a banana, chimed in without looking up. It's clearly an accidental creation, and you call it a proud achievement? Your audacity rivals the walls of Hogwarts. Bang! Neos' fist landed accurately atop Asher's head, creating a sizable bump. Asher merely yelped, cradling his head, not reacting as he usually would with loud protests. Perhaps he had developed a tolerance, or Neos had shown restraint this time. Despite its accidental origins, Neos maintained his composure, asserting, its nutrition and flavor are undeniable. Don't believe me? Why not give it a taste? With that, he casually pulled out a small piece of the powder and handed it to Neville. Neville stared at the pink, translucent, slightly bouncy jelly in his hand, then glanced at Neos. Gritting his teeth, he popped it into his mouth. His expression froze. It had no flavor, absolutely none. Worse yet, the jelly was incredibly chewy. As Neville struggled to chew, it felt as though he was gnawing on an indestructible rubber ball, refusing to break down no matter how hard he tried. His face flushed with panic as he flailed his hands in the air, emitting muffled sounds of distress. What was happening to him? The situation had surpassed all of Neos' expectations. He had anticipated that Navi would hesitate to eat, yet he never imagined that he would be ensnared by the small powder. Having dined countless times with the cereal, he had never encountered such a predicament. Look at your teeth and mine. Now gaze upon his. Asariel pointed to his own sharp canines, then gestured towards Neos' shark-like fangs, before finally indicating Navi's standard human teeth. Navi, on the verge of tears, found his mouth stuffed with the unmanageable powder, which began to absorb his saliva and swell slightly. Neos, acting swiftly, pulled a spare eye mask from his pocket. Navi, look at me. Do you trust me? Navi nodded fervently, his eyes brimming with desperation. Good. Put on this eye mask. Open your mouth wide. Leave the rest to me. Do not move. Neos' tone was resolute. Trembling, Navi donned the eye mask and, with a sense of grim resolve, opened his mouth wide. In a deft motion, Neos transformed the faux wand in his grasp into a gleaming dagger. In a flash, the dagger expertly plunged into Navi's mouth. Its movement so swift that it left an afterimage in the air. Remarkably, the sharp blade danced within Navi's mouth, cutting with precision, yet inflicting no harm upon his tongue or oral cavity. Under Neos' surgical-like finesse, the stubborn powder was swiftly sliced into several small pieces, which fell onto the table with a soft plop. To the other young wizards dining nearby, the scene was nothing short of horrifying. A masked young wizard with his mouth agape, while another, also masked, wielded a dagger, frantically stirring inside his mouth, before the former expelled a mass of unidentifiable gelatinous substance. After a brief silence, the surrounding observers erupted into scattered applause. Neos stood gracefully, akin to a magician taking a bow, acknowledging the audience with slight inclinations in every direction. "How pretentious," muttered Asariel, watching Neos' theatrical display, while a small bump appeared on his own head. With a sudden exclamation, Navi ripped off the eye mask, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the pile of shredded powder on the table, as if he had glimpsed the most dreadful sight in existence. "Good grief," Asariel thought, observing Navi. "You nearly became the first young wizard in history to be sent to the infirmary by your breakfast." Neos, feeling a touch of awkwardness, used a levitation charm to shape the remnants of the powder into a small ball and placed it on the table. He glanced at the ball and then at the still shaken Navi, and, in a rare moment of embarrassment, rubbed his nose and remarked, "Harry and Ron, consuming this should, perhaps, hopefully, not result in choking, right?" As the tumultuous breakfast concluded, the clock struck 8:30. With their plans to find the two dashed, Neos and Navi hurried to the Transfiguration classroom located on the second floor. Today marked the first lesson for this group of young lions at Hogwarts, as well as their initial encounter with the stern Professor McGonagall. Upon entering the classroom, they found it largely empty, with only Hermione seated at a desk, engrossed in her studies, indicating that Seamus and Dean had likely lost their way. On Hermione's desk lay several open books, clearly indicating that the diligent student was not one to idle away her time. At the podium, a regal tabby cat sat upright, its golden eyes sharply fixed on the entrance. As Neos and Neville settled into their seats, Hermione snapped her book shut with a decisive clap, lifted the hefty stack of textbooks, and strode over to Neville's side. "Good morning, Neville." "Good morning, Neos." Hermione's voice resonated with confidence. "Good morning, Hermione," Neville replied, somewhat intimidated by Hermione's commanding presence. "Morning," Neos replied, then bent down to grasp Acisel by the scruff, lifting him from the floor to the tabletop. Hermione disregarded Neos and turned to Neville. "Could I trouble you to swap seats with me?" "Thank you." Without waiting for Neville's response, her gaze was firmly fixed on Neos. Neville glanced between Hermione, the impassive Neos, and Acisel, who was still resting his head on the table, and wisely gathered his belongings, discreetly moving to a seat behind the two. With a resounding thud, Hermione slammed the stack of books, heavy enough to serve as a weapon, onto Neos' desk, causing it to reverberate. She leaned forward, her hands braced against the edge of the table, her thick brown curls framing her face, and her bright brown eyes glinting with intensity as they pierced through to Neos. "Neos, what you used on the train was not alchemy, was it?" Chapter 27, Transfiguration Class. Hermione's voice rang out clearly in the quiet classroom, even echoing slightly. Neville, seated behind them, nervously twisted his fingers, anxiously darting glances between Neos and Hermione. What if they started arguing? Should he intervene? He feared he would be overwhelmed by Hermione's rapid-fire retorts and Neos' stoic demeanor. Yet, Neos remained unruffled. Instead of responding immediately to Hermione's inquiry, he first cast a glance at the tabby cat on the podium. From the moment he entered the classroom, he had discerned the true nature of the feline, its soul unmistakably linked to Professor McGonagall. Although he did not comprehend the magic at play, the essence was undeniable. He then leisurely returned his gaze to Hermione, the eyes behind his mask curving into an intrigued arc. "Oh, then what do you believe I was using?" "I believe you were employing transfiguration," Hermione countered without hesitation, her brown eyes locking onto the comical eyes of Neos' mask, her tone resolute. The tabby cat on the podium's ears flicked imperceptibly, its sharp golden gaze also honing in on Neos. "A rather interesting hypothesis," Neos replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, "but unfortunately, you are mistaken. I was indeed using alchemy." A fleeting look of uncertainty crossed Hermione's face. Coming from a muggle background, her understanding of the Wizarding World's nuances was limited. Though she had only met Neos yesterday, and he had not mentioned his family background, his extraordinary composure and confidence, which surpassed his years, coupled with his nonchalant attitude towards everything, led her to instinctively speculate that he, like Ron and Neville, hailed from a wizarding lineage. Yet, her indomitable spirit swiftly quelled any lingering hesitation. She straightened her back and resolutely asserted, "However, Percy, the head boy, has clearly stated that alchemy cannot possibly yield the effects you have demonstrated. Earlier that morning, she had deliberately intercepted Percy to inquire, and the response she received only deepened her confusion. Alchemy is one of the most profound and intricate disciplines, necessitating the completion of 5 years of foundational core subjects, potions, transfiguration, herbology, and ancient runes, before one is eligible to take electives in the 6th year. Moreover, graduating from Hogwarts merely signifies the beginning. Typically, one can only concoct basic magical items. Aspiring for further mastery? That hinges on the willingness of the elusive and venerable masters of alchemy to take on apprentices. In the face of Hermione's skepticism, Neos, however, harbored a different calculation within. To wield sufficient primordial authority, solitary endeavors were hardly a viable strategy. Establishing an organization was imperative. What he required were capable and trustworthy core members. As the architect of demons, he possessed innumerable methods to compel others into submission. Yet how could he ensure their competence and loyalty? The unpredictability of human nature was vast, rather than blindly drawing cards. It would be more advantageous to seize those high-quality cards blessed by the Sea of Souls. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude for accepting Dumbledore's invitation. Just yesterday at the station, he had observed several individuals favored by the Sea of Souls. Harry's essence was the most vibrant, followed closely by Hermione and Ron, while Neville, though slightly weaker, was equally pure. If you wish to learn, Neos's gaze, concealed behind his eye mask, fixated on Hermione. Imbued with a peculiar allure, I can teach you. He then turned to Neville. Neville, you too. Really? Hermione's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to ignited stars. Although the essence of Neos's alchemy remained a mystery, the power it exhibited was undeniably potent and enigmatic. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. No, thank you, Neville stammered. His face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his hands in protest. Neville? Hermione looked at him quizzically. You don't want to learn? No, it's not that. Neville quickly clarified, his voice barely above a whisper. Such formidable magic must surely be of great significance to Neos's family, a closely guarded secret, right? If he teaches us casually, his family would undoubtedly be very displeased. A shiver ran through Hermione. In her excitement, she had completely overlooked this crucial point. Neos's unique alchemy could very well be a clandestine heritage of an ancient wizarding family. The consequences of divulging it privately were dire. She could scarcely imagine the punishment Neos might face as a result. Both of them regarded Neos with expressions filled with concern, unwilling to see their friend embroiled in trouble due to their actions. Do not worry, Neos's voice remained calm and unruffled as he shrugged. I am an orphan, with no family. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the astonished faces of the two individuals. As for this, let us tentatively refer to it as alchemy. It is a creation of my own invention. Therefore, you need not harbor any reservations. The declaration reverberated like thunder in the minds of Hermione and Neville. The two stared at Neos, dumbfounded. An orphan? Something he had invented. This completely shattered their understanding. On the podium, the tabby cat's body also stiffened for an instant. Although Dumbledore had previously hinted that this young wizard had conjured demons solely from Muggle myths, hearing him assert the invention of a profound magical system akin to alchemy left Professor McGonagall even more astounded than her two students. This transcended the realm of extraordinary talent. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and Seamus and Dean rushed in, panting heavily. Hermione and Neville instinctively ducked their heads like startled rabbits, quickly flipping open the beginner's guide to transfiguration, their fingers trembling slightly as they pretended to read, attempting to conceal the tumultuous waves surging within. Neos, too, nonchalantly opened his textbook. Soon, apart from Harry and Ron, most of the Gryffindors had gathered, just as the last moments of class were about to be marked. The classroom door was abruptly flung open again. Harry and Ron burst in, clutching their books like two cannonballs. Seeing only a tabby cat at the podium, the two exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting the fortune of having narrowly escaped a calamity. Hermione, hearing the commotion, instinctively looked up and, upon seeing their disheveled appearance, sighed in resignation and buried herself back in her book. Phew, we made it, Ron mumbled incoherently. Phew, if we were late, McGonagall's expression would surely be terrifying. This peculiar sound of muffled lamentation caught Hermione's attention once again. She focused her gaze and nearly laughed aloud. Both of them had their cheeks bulging with a large mass. It was indeed the small powder Neos had given her to clean her hands the previous night. She immediately turned to Neos, her eyes brimming with an accusatory indeed. This is your doing. Neos, sensing her gaze, surprisingly responded with a casual peace sign. Phew, quick, go find Neos, Harry exclaimed, as he and Ron made their way to the front row. At that very moment, the previously tranquil tabby cat on the podium leaped forward with an unexpected grace. In midair, its body elegantly stretched and elongated, for shedding, bones reshaping, in the blink of an eye. The dignified Professor McGonagall had firmly landed on the floor in front of the podium, her emerald green robes impeccably arranged, her sharp gaze instantly locking onto the two, whose mouths were stuffed with powder and were about to move. Ugh! Ron's astonishment was muffled by the obstruction in his mouth, leaving only a vague whimper. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, observing the two with their bulging cheeks, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. With a swift motion of her wrist, she pointed her wand precisely at them. Two beams of light flashed. Harry and Ron's small powder was instantly transformed into two plump, jelly-like mice, which swiftly darted out from their open mouths and landed on the floor, reverting back to the original powder. With a burst of relief, Harry and Ron gasped for air, as if they had just emerged from the depths of water, finally liberated from that elastic breakfast. I require an explanation. Professor McGonagall's voice was icy, her gaze piercing. We got lost, Harry stammered, attempting to evade her scrutiny, his tone betraying a hint of guilt. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice grew colder, imbued with undeniable authority. You know that is not what I am inquiring about. Her sharp eyes scanned the two boys. Instinctively, Harry and Ron turned to look at the front row where Neos sat. Neos rose calmly, unperturbed. Mr. Chaos? Professor McGonagall's gaze shifted to him, scrutinizing. Do you have something to say? Professor McGonagall, Neos replied with a nonchalant demeanor, even feigning innocence. This substance is indeed edible. With that, he pulled a small piece of the powder from his pocket and, before the entire class, popped it into his mouth. The dagger-like shark teeth effortlessly sliced through the resilient powder, and within moments, he swallowed it. He even opened his mouth wide to display the emptiness within, revealing 2 rows of glistening, sharp teeth. Harry and Ron were left dumbfounded. Neville finally grasped the situation, realizing why Neos had claimed it was edible. Professor McGonagall stared at Neos for several seconds, her gaze seemingly penetrating through his very soul. Ultimately, she simply stated sternly, I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. With that, she turned and strode towards the lectern. Very well, Professor, Neos responded amiably as he took his seat. Harry and Ron remained frozen in place, still in shock. What? Professor McGonagall did not look back, her tone laced with a hint of frost. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, do you also find yourselves lost on the way to your seats? The two boys snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed to the nearest empty spots, clumsily taking their seats, nearly dropping their books in the process. Chapter 28. Huh? Is that not allowed? In the Transfiguration classroom at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall stood before the lectern, her posture upright and her expression grave. The young wizards sat in their seats, a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Professor McGonagall's keen gaze swept across the classroom, pausing momentarily before she spoke with clarity. Good morning, students. I am Minerva McGonagall, the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, and your instructor for Transfiguration. Transfiguration is one of the most intricate, perilous, and exquisite branches of magic that you will study here at Hogwarts over the course of the next 7 years. If you exert sufficient effort and possess the requisite talent and discipline, you will learn how to alter the form and nature of objects, starting with the simplest of transformations. With a gentle flick of her wand, the brass inkpot on the lectern instantly transformed into a crystalline goblet. A chorus of awe erupted from the young wizards. Professor McGonagall's gaze bore no trace of triumph. Instead, it grew ever more solemn. Yet, it is imperative to remember, any form of transfiguration is by no means a trifling matter. Any attempt that is careless, imprecise, or lacking in focus not only risks failure, but may also lead to irreparable consequences, even permanent harm. A profound silence enveloped the classroom, as the excitement on the young wizards' faces was supplanted by awe tinged with a hint of anxiety. Among the group, Hermione's eyes widened, radiating a fervent desire, while Harry, Ron, and Neville swallowed nervously, and not appeared somewhat disinterested. Thus, in my classroom, you shall observe 2 cardinal rules. First, absolute concentration. Any distraction poses a threat to your own safety and that of others. Second, rigorous discipline. I will not tolerate any form of tomfoolery. Should anyone dare to misbehave in my class, I shall escort them out, never to allow their return. I have warned you. With another flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall transformed the lectern into a pig, only to revert it back. She picked up an ordinary matchstick and held it aloft for all to see. Your objective today, and indeed for the coming weeks, is to transmute this very matchstick into a silver needle. Do not expect instant success. The hallmark of effective transfiguration is a stable transformation. A half wood, half silver, or a limp needle is no different from a failed matchstick. Professor McGonagall surveyed the classroom, her gaze still sharp. Now, open your textbooks to A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and turn to Chapter 1. Take out your wands. We shall commence with theory, understanding the fundamental laws of transformation and the necessary wand movements. I shall not permit anyone to attempt practical application until you have demonstrated your comprehension of the principles and maintained the requisite focus. Begin. Professor McGonagall turned toward the blackboard, tapping her wand lightly. causing chalk to dance through the air and inscribe intricate formulas and diagrams. The classroom resonated only with the rustling of pages and the rhythmic scratching of chalk against the board, as a palpable atmosphere of tension and concentration enveloped the air. Occasionally, Professor McGonagall would pause, scanning the students' responses to ensure everyone kept pace with her. After an extensive theoretical session, she finally distributed the matchsticks to the young wizards, preparing them to embark on their practical endeavors. Recall the principles of transformation I have demonstrated. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear, vividly outlining the form of the silver needle in their minds: straight, cold, hard, one and sharp, the other adorned with a minuscule eyelet. Willpower must triumph over the inherent properties of matter. The wrist movements must be precise. Remember, it is a gentle flick, not a swing. The incantation is needle-shaped transformation, pronounced clearly and forcefully. Professor McGonagall descended from the lectern, pacing slowly down the aisle between the desks. With a keen gaze, he scrutinized the wrist movements and concentration levels of each young wizard. The attempt commenced. Instantly, the classroom reverberated with a cacophony of uneven incantations, imbued with various tremors and hesitations. Needle transformation. Needle transformation. Accio Vito? Ron's face flushed crimson as he shouted at his matchstick. Needle transformation. With a vigorous flick of his wand, the matchstick emitted a small puff of black smoke. Its tip singed slightly, yet it remained fundamentally a matchstick. Oh, for heaven's sake! Ron muttered. Professor McGonagall silently appeared beside him, startling Ron nearly out of his skin. Mr. Weasley. Her voice remained calm and even, yet profoundly penetrating. Have I reminded you to gently flick? Rather than attempting to force it into a needle shape. Focus your mind. Envision it as a needle, rather than merely wishing it to become one. Try again, with a lighter touch, yet an unwavering resolve. Ron tucked his chin and took a deep breath, striving to steady his trembling hand. Meanwhile, Hermione pursed her lips tightly, her sharp gaze fixated upon her matchstick. Needle transformation. With textbook precision, her wrist executed a delicate flick. The matchstick before her quivered abruptly, enveloped in a dim, wood-grained silver sheen. Though the tip remained blunt and the eye unclear, its form had undeniably elongated and thinned, no longer resembling mere wood. Professor McGonagall's gaze lingered on Hermione's desk for a full 2 seconds. Her expression remained unchanged, yet a fleeting glimmer of faint approval seemed to flicker in her eyes. With a slight nod, she said nothing more and continued her rounds. This silent affirmation ignited a flush of excitement in Hermione's cheeks as she stole a glance at Neo's beside her. His wand lay quietly on the desk, while he meticulously sketched a complex, symbol-laden magical circle on a piece of parchment with a quill. Harry reflected on Professor McGonagall's movements and theoretical points. He closed his eyes, striving to vividly visualize a gleaming silver needle in his mind. Needle transformation. Suddenly, the tip of the matchstick before him flickered with a faint silver light. Yet the brilliance was ephemeral, and the matchstick reverted to its original state. Harry furrowed his brow in mild frustration. Just then, Professor McGonagall approached him. Harry's heart raced. Mr. Potter, you witnessed a fleeting transformation, indicating that your intent grasped the moment of change. The issue lies in your failure to maintain sufficient pressure to solidify it. Transformation is not a one-time flash, but a continuous shaping process. Envision your magic as an invisible hand, firmly grasping it the instant it turns silver, stabilizing its form. Do not settle for a mere flash in the pan. Try again. Harry nodded, Professor McGonagall's words illuminating the previously blurred sensations in his mind. Needle transformation. This time, the upper segment of the matchstick, roughly 2/3 of its length, glimmered with a metallic sheen, while the lower portion remained wooden and the needle tip was still unformed. However, the transformation was remarkably stable. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Good, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated in his ear. You're on the right track, Mr. Potter. Continue to stabilize it and complete the form. Neville, overly anxious, wielded his wand with excessive vigor, his incantation muddled and indistinct. The matchstick before him lay unresponsive. At that moment, a sudden, blinding white light erupted from Neo's desk, without warning. It instantaneously engulfed everyone's vision. The entire classroom's attention was firmly captured by this unforeseen phenomenon. The brilliance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the luminance faded, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the source of light was the peculiar, magical circle drawn on the parchment before Neos. Nonchalantly, Neos plucked a beautifully crafted silver needle from the center of the magical array. It was slender and straight, glistening with a cold radiance under the light. Even more astonishingly, intricate and mysterious patterns were etched upon its surface. Hermione gaped, her gaze oscillating between the silver needle in Neos' hand, the enigmatic magical circle, and the patch of baldness on Assassel's head. Assassel's mouth and limbs were tightly bound with tape, writhing like an enraged maggot. Were it not for the tape sealing his mouth, his roars could likely have brought down the roof. Professor McGonagall had instantaneously appeared beside Neo's desk. At the moment, the white light burst forth. She stared intently at the silver needle in Neo's grasp, her brow furrowed. Mr. Chaos. Her voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Might I examine it? What was that just now? Transfiguration, Neos replied nonchalantly as he handed over the silver needle. Professor McGonagall received the needle, feeling the cold metallic touch at her fingertips. She scrutinized it, detecting no trace of transfiguration magic, nor any other magical fluctuations. It resembled a naturally formed, exquisitely crafted silver needle. Could you demonstrate? Professor McGonagall's voice was low as she handed him a new matchstick. Of course, Neos replied, taking the matchstick and placing it at the center of the magical array. He then disregarded Assassel's desperate whimpers and writhing. Expressionless as he accurately plucked a small tuft of hair from the top of Assassel's head. Azazel bent in pain, contorted like a deep-fried maggot. He placed the tuft of hair into the magical array as well. Then, Neos clapped his hands together sharply before separating them, palms facing down, firmly pressing them onto the runes at the edge of the magical array. Buzz! A dazzling white light erupted once more. After the brilliance subsided, a silver needle, intricately patterned and nearly identical to the previous one, lay quietly in the center of the magical array. Professor McGonagall grasped the new silver needle. The frigid sensation at her fingertips and the absence of any magical trace reminiscent of the first. She cast her gaze upon the complex, enigmatic magic circle inscribed on the parchment, lingering on the ancient runes that symbolized decomposition, reconstruction, and equivalent exchange. In this moment, she finally comprehended the essence of what Neos referred to as invention. This magic circle forcibly dismantled the material structure of the matchstick and, through a set of rules she could not fathom, reshaped it into a silver needle. This was not merely transfiguration. It resembled a profound reconstruction of matter, a nascent form of alchemy that fundamentally undermined all existing magical theories. Dangerously so. Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous waves within her heart, and strove to maintain a steady voice. I regret to inform you, Mr. Neos. She gently placed the silver needle back on Neos' desk. In Transfiguration class, one must employ needle transformation to gain recognition. Neos appeared somewhat reluctant, the eye behind his mask reflecting inquiry. Is this truly unacceptable? Professor McGonagall's expression was grave, imbued with undeniable authority. I fear it is not permissible. Neos shrugged, requesting another match from Professor McGonagall. He picked up the fake wand on the table and casually tapped, needle transformation. Poof! The match instantaneously morphed into a standard silver needle. He then carelessly tossed the needle aside, as if completing a mundane task, and returned to his enigmatic magic circle. Observing Neos' demeanor, Professor McGonagall let out a resigned sigh and turned to depart. Neos understood that everything that transpired in class today would inevitably be reported word for word to Professor Dumbledore's desk. This was also a deliberate outcome on Neos' part. As the former child of destiny, Dumbledore would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing Harry Potter. Having resolved to wrest these favored ones from the clutches of the Sea of Souls, sending a clear signal to the current player, demonstrating his worth and potential peril, was undoubtedly a means to establish a preliminary camaraderie. Since the first beam of white light had flashed, Hermione had remained petrified, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes fixed intently on the magic circle on Neos' desk and the silver needle he had carelessly discarded. Neos, observing the astonished young witch, suddenly thrust the fake wand into Hermione's mouth, giving her throat a gentle poke. Gag! Hermione snapped back to reality, covering her mouth and angrily slapping Neos on the shoulder. Have you lost your mind? Neos disregarded her fiery glare, a smirk playing on his lips. Did you see that? This is my alchemy. So, would you like to experience it firsthand? Chapter 29, A Relaxed Routine. Hermione gazed at Neos with excitement, unconsciously swallowing, her voice bubbling with uncontainable joy. Really? Is that possible? The inflection of her question was nearly swallowed by her enthusiasm, her volume forgotten in her exhilaration. As Professor McGonagall's footsteps faded into the distance, she suddenly halted, her piercing gaze sweeping back toward them. Hermione, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, felt her face flush crimson, instinctively retreating beneath the table as though she wished to vanish into the very cracks of the floor. Only when that pricking gaze had vanished did she, like a thief in the night, slowly crawl back to her seat. Almost immediately, she leaned towards Neos, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with cautious anticipation. May I truly give it a try? The cartoon eyes on Neos's mask curved into crescent moons as he mimicked her, lowering his voice. Certainly. He deliberately elongated his tone, relishing the sudden spark of excitement igniting in Hermione's eyes, before breaking into a grin that revealed rows of glimmering shark teeth. Delivering the fatal blow. No, haha. Hermione's radiant smile froze, shattered, morphing into a mask of shock and embarrassment. In the next heartbeat, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and fury, she struck like lightning, her fingers pinching the soft flesh on the inside of Neos's arm with precision, twisting fiercely. Yet Neos remained unyielding, as solid as a stone, not even flinching. Instead, he leaned closer, nearly brushing against Hermione's cheek. His long fingers gently tucking a stray curl behind her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive skin, his voice low and spellbinding. Do not get too excited. You cannot control it yet. His tone exuded a wicked delight. Ah! Hermione recoiled as if scalded, hastily covering her burning ears with her thick, brown curls. Her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment and indignation as she glared at Neos, her eyes nearly spitting fire. It seemed that the generous Mr. Chaos had already begun to instruct Miss Granger on the intricacies of spellcasting. Professor McGonagall reappeared beside their table like a ghost, her voice betraying no emotion as she surveyed both Neos and the mortified Hermione, inquiring whether she might be fortunate enough to hear Mr. Chaos's insights. Professor. Hermione's voice was a mere whisper, her head lowered further, her voluminous hair becoming her sole sanctuary in that moment. Neos, on the other hand, innocently raised his head, displaying a radiant, harmless smile that could charm the sun. McGonagall scrutinized him deeply, her gaze imbued with a warning, yet ultimately, she said nothing and turned to leave. Following this incident, Hermione did not cast a single glance in Neos's direction for the remainder of the class, her spine rigid, seemingly intent on boring a hole into her textbook. When the bell rang, she seized her books and bolted for the door as if a monstrous creature were hot on her heels. TSK, 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 a satchel, freed from his tape by Neos, immediately launched into his critique. You truly have a wicked sense of humor, to toy with such an innocent girl. It's almost worse than Ontai. Neos leisurely helped him loosen the bindings, not even lifting his eyelids. Coming from a demon representing lust, your words carry little weight. During lunch, one member was notably absent from the Gryffindor table's 5-person ensemble. Hermione sat alone at the far end, engrossed in her plate. Asmodeus sprawled comfortably in her designated seat, propped up by several hefty tomes belonging to Harry, Ron, and Neville, barely reaching the table. Neville, feeling a pang of sympathy, mustered his courage and approached Hermione, inviting her to return. She merely cast a glance toward Neos and then, as if pricked by a needle, abruptly turned back, resolutely shaking her head at Neville. Dejected, Neville returned, his expression glum. His greatest fear had indeed come to pass. A rift had formed between Neos and Hermione. Harry observed the awkward exchange between the two, then glanced at Neos, who appeared unfazed, and curiously inquired, "What is wrong with Hermione?" Asmodeus, having witnessed the entire scene, immediately recounted the incident from Transfiguration class with exaggerated flair. Harry, Ron, and Neville, upon hearing the tale, exchanged peculiar looks, their gazes fixed on Neos, filled with incredulity and reproach. Hey, Neos leisurely sliced a piece of steak and, with a mouthful, mumbled defensively. It's not that I wouldn't let her use it. My alchemy has prerequisites, and she's simply ISNT ready. Yet, compared to the elusive prerequisites, the trio seemed far more concerned about his reprehensible act of blowing air into Hermione's ear. Breaking the silence, Harry suggested gently, "Neos, perhaps you should apologize to her?" Neos chewed his steak slowly, shrugging, "I would like to, but the moment I approach, she scurries away like a frightened cat. How about?" His gaze swept over the three. "You send a representative?" Neville instinctively lowered his head, nearly disappearing into his plate. Harry and Ron's attention naturally turned to Neville, although they had only met the day before. The shy Neville had formed the most amicable bond with Hermione. Ron quickly proposed, "Neville, don't be afraid. This afternoon, herbology class is with Hufflepuff, and Professor Sprout will surely pair you two. You can partner with Hermione and casually bring it up." After saying this, Ron exchanged frantic glances with Harry. Harry chimed in, "Exactly. It wouldn't be appropriate for Ron and me to address this. It's all on you." But Neville anxiously fidgeted with the hem of his shirt. "I don't know how to say it." Harry and Ron faltered, finding the matter somewhat delicate. At that moment, Neos set down his cutlery, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and offered Neville a reassuring smile. "It's simple. Just tell her I plan to host a small study group in my dormitory tonight to discuss some intriguing topics. She will definitely come." Encouraged by the trio, the kind-hearted and responsible Neville ultimately accepted this daunting diplomatic mission with a pained expression. Harry sincerely hoped for a reconciliation among friends, though Ron found Hermione a tad haughty. He too decided to partake in the study group for the sake of friendship. The afternoon herb class took place in the greenhouse, where the earthy aroma of soil and fertilizer mingled harmoniously with the fresh scent of the plants. The trio, clad in gloves, busied themselves with fertilizing the aconite while furtively glancing towards a distant corner. Neville was leaning closely to Hermione, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His cheeks flushed as he animatedly whispered something, evidently engaged in a strenuous attempt at persuasion. Hermione maintained a stern expression, occasionally responding with a word or two. As her gaze inadvertently swept towards Neos, the three boys instantly grinned, simultaneously raising their mud-streaked gloves in enthusiastic waves. Hermione merely rolled her eyes in exasperation, turning away and presenting them with her indifferent profile, which significantly heightened the challenge of Neville's endeavor. Asahel, squatting beside Neos near a flower pot, remarked, "You three are quite the dogs." During dinner, the atmosphere finally began to ease. Although Hermione wore a stern countenance, she ultimately returned to her place among the group. Neos lifted his gaze to the head table, meeting Dumbledore's eyes, which twinkled with a knowing smile, as the elderly headmaster subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Nearby, Snape, who had observed the exchange, wore an expression so dark it seemed it could seep ink, casting a scathing glare at Dumbledore. Throughout the meal, the group remained unusually silent, with only the soft clinking of cutlery and Asahel's audible munching on a chicken leg punctuating the stillness. Ron seized every opportunity to stuff various pastries into his mouth. As most had finished their meals, Neos was the first to rise. Neville and Hermione exchanged a glance before silently following suit. Quick to react, Harry snatched Ron, who was still grappling with a chocolate pastry, declaring, "Let us go." "Wait, I'm almost done," Ron protested, though his objections were silenced by Harry's insistence. Albeit he managed to pocket a few chocolate pastries. The five of them traversed the bustling hall in silence, entering the empty, tranquil corridor. The only sounds were their footsteps and Ron's determined chewing and swallowing of the pastry. As they approached the corner near the fat lady's portrait, Neos unexpectedly turned around and snatched the last piece of pastry from Ron's hand, stuffing it into his own mouth before Ron could react. "Hey, Neos," Ron exclaimed, bewildered. "If you wanted some, you could have just asked. Was it necessary to steal it?" Neos ignored him, leisurely savoring his ill-gotten treat. It was Asahel's languid voice that broke the tension. "Silly boy, don't get ahead of yourself. He stole your food solely because the sound of your chewing was severely disrupting his pretentious atmosphere." "Huh." The four were left dumbfounded. "Why have you all been so quiet?" Asahel rolled his eyes. Hermione crossed her arms, turning her face away as she huffed, "Because I have yet to forgive a certain obnoxious individual." Neville scratched his head, feeling awkward. I didn't know what to say." Harry offered an awkward chuckle. "Well, Percy led the way last night, and I was too tired to remember the route. I've been trying to find my bearings." Ron, unrepentant, asserted, "I was focused on enjoying my pastry." Once the four had spoken, their gazes converged upon Neos, who was still savoring his pie, eagerly awaiting his explanation. "Do not look at him," Asahel scoffed, unveiling the mystery. The reason for his silence was that a grand spectacle was unfolding in his mind. Under a moonless sky, 5 enigmatic wizards traversed the desolate corridors of a castle, their steps resolute and their silence profound, rushing towards an unknown destiny. Before Asahel could complete his eloquent narration, Neos seized him by a hind leg and, with the force of a burlap sack being torn, slammed him repeatedly against the cold, unyielding stone floor, producing a series of dull thuds. Although Harry was aware of Asahel's true nature and Neos' methods, he could not bear to look away. Neville and Ron, taken aback by this sudden eruption of violence, turned pale and froze in place. "Stop it!" Hermione, initially startled, was soon engulfed by fury. She rushed forward, glaring angrily at Neos, her voice trembling with emotion. "I noticed it on the train. You have been tormenting Asahel. Why? Is he not your companion? How can you be so cruel?" Harry hastily attempted to clarify. "Hermione, it's not as you think. Asahel and Neos are actually..." But Neos raised a hand to rest upon Harry's shoulder, halting him. The casual smile on his face vanished, replaced by an expression devoid of remorse. Instead, he withdrew a book of demons from his robe. This tome, which they had frequently seen Neos peruse over the past few days, remained shrouded in mystery. Ignoring Hermione's furious glare, Neos swiftly flipped to a specific page and, directing his attention toward the now motionless Asahel on the ground, recited an obscure incantation. Suddenly, a pinkish light erupted from within Asahel's body, enveloping him in an instant. The radiance flickered and faded. On the ground, a perfectly intact Asahel, his fur gleaming, clambered to his feet while shaking off the dust. "Damn it, Neos, you bastard. Again? You nearly made me lose my dinner." Hermione, Neville, and Ron stood aghast, witnessing this extraordinary scene, their eyes darting from the miraculous spectacle to the composed Neos and his unusual book. Harry, beside them, bore a look of resigned inevitability. Neos, regarding the astonished trio, slowly raised the demon book, revealing a mischievous grin, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim corridor light. "This, my friends, is what we shall explore during tonight's study session." Chapter 30, The Meeting of Five. In the Gryffindor Tower, within Neos' solitary dormitory, heavy crimson curtains shut out the night. The five sat upon the sofa, each in their own place. Asahel had been returned to the summoning circle by Neos, and the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Neos leisurely picked up a silver teapot from the table and poured deep red, steaming tea into the bone china cups before each of them, his movements graceful and unhurried. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, yet it did little to alleviate the urgency that creased Hermione's brow. She is, after all, a girl and cannot linger too long in the boys' dormitory. Now, she desires a swift resolution. Neos, Hermione was the first to shatter the silence. Her voice laced with an urgency she sought to suppress. Please inform Neville that we are to hold a study session. Can we commence now? Her gaze was fixed intently upon Neos, as if she wished to penetrate the veil of his blindfold. Neos, unhurried, lifted his teacup, gently dispersing the steam before taking a sip. Only then did he place the cup down, reaching into his robe to retrieve the heavy grimoire and placing it steadily in the center of the table. Certainly, Neos replied, his tone calm and unruffled. However, before we proceed, let us first address your earlier inquiry. His blindfolded gaze turned to Hermione. As for Acisel, is he my ally? He paused, seemingly weighing his words. He has never been my ally. A cold smile curled at the corners of Neos's lips, reminiscent of a ferocious beast and its unwilling master. Do not be deceived by his pitiable appearance. His essence is one of pure chaos, cruelty, and malevolence. Neos's slender fingers flipped through the thick tome, precisely halting at the final page. He turned the page to face the others and gently slid it toward Hermione, with a mix of uncertainty and trepidation. She leaned down to look. What met her eyes was not any known script, but rather a series of twisted, bizarre symbols that writhed as if alive, emanating a disquieting aura. What sent a shiver down her spine was the unsettling realization that she could comprehend them. The terms of servitude contained within were etched clearly into her mind. A chill crawled up Hermione's spine. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Neos. Memories of listening to the priest recount myths in her childhood church flooding back. Could it be? Her voice trembled ever so slightly. Let Harry and the others view it first. Neos interjected, his tone flat yet laden with an invisible pressure. Hermione had no choice but to suppress the tumult within and push the heavy grimoire toward Harry. He accepted the book, his expression grave as he read, though the contents did not shock him, for he was already well aware of what Acisel represented. However, his gaze toward Neos was one of profound caution. Ron leaned in for a glance, immediately grimacing in disgust. Merlin's beard. What kind of abominable script is this? It's more revolting than the rules for house elves. Who would sign such a thing? Neville nodded vigorously in agreement with Ron. Once all four had perused the contents, Neos retrieved the grimoire, placing it neatly before him on the table. Leaning forward slightly, he clasped his hands atop the book. Although his blindfold obscured his eyes, an intangible seriousness enveloped the room. Now, Neos's voice resonated clearly. You may begin to inquire. Acisel is a demon, Hermione nearly exclaimed, her voice cracking with intensity. The formidable self-healing power, the bat wings, the cloven hoof, that peculiar tail, coupled with this contract steeped in malevolent essence. All the clues pointed toward the forbidden existence spoken of in Muggle folklore. Ron and Neville were rendered speechless by Hermione's words. Hermione? Ron exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. A demon? Isn't that merely a tale from a Muggle storybook meant to frighten children? How could such a thing possibly exist? Neville, equally bewildered, nodded in agreement, clearly struggling to comprehend this explosive hypothesis. Hermione, however, paid no heed to their astonishment. Her gaze was fixated on Neos, scrutinizing him for the slightest flicker of reaction. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught the expression on Harry's face. Not shock, not confusion, but an unmistakable understanding. Harry, Hermione abruptly turned to him. You know. You've known all along, haven't you? Harry, caught off guard, stiffened momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Meeting Hermione's piercing gaze, he took a deep breath and calmly admitted. Yes, Acisel is indeed a demon. Moreover, he glanced at Neos, his expression complex. He is the very first demon created by Neos himself in this world. Pausing to recall the moment he first encountered Acisel, he continued. Acisel mentioned before that Neos would create more demons in the future. Having spoken, Harry's focus sharpened on Neos, his gaze unprecedentedly acute. Neos, you summoned us today, revealed this, and mentioned demons. What you truly intend to impart is likely far beyond your alchemical teachings, isn't it? What is your true purpose? Harry's words fell like a boulder into tranquil waters. Ron's complexion paled, instinctively retreating his hand into his sleeve, tightly gripping the wand concealed within. His body tensed like a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey, eyes brimming with vigilance. Neville's expression, on the other hand, conveyed a blend of hurt and disbelief as he looked at Neos, his large eyes filled with sorrow and confusion, as if betrayed by his most trusted friend. Yet, his trembling hands quietly formed fists, and he leaned slightly forward, indicating that despite his distress, he was prepared to stand alongside Ron to thwart any impending danger. Though Hermione did not exhibit the same intense physical reactions as Ron and Neville, her gaze flickered rapidly between Neos and the demonic tome. Her fingers unconsciously curled and relaxed upon her knee, clearly calculating how she would seize that malevolent book and escape the dormitory to present it to a professor if conflict erupted. In the face of the vigilant barrier erected by the four, Neos exhibited no anger. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a deeper, more enigmatic smile. Was there a hint of satisfaction in it? Just at that tense moment, Neos made an unexpected gesture, slowly raising his hand towards his face. Under the watchful gaze of four pairs of vigilant, perplexed, angry, and sorrowful eyes, he gently removed the black eye mask adorned with cartoonish eyes. Beneath the mask lay not the expected scars or voids, but a visage so breathtakingly perfect it rendered one breathless. The skin was a cool, pale white, and the features were sculpted with exquisite precision, as if crafted by a master artist wielding the finest tools. The lines were smooth and graceful, exuding a beauty that transcended the boundaries of gender. Yet, this beauty was devoid of warmth, instead emanating an inhuman, frigid sense of detachment. The tightly shut eyes, adorned with long lashes, cast faint shadows in the light, provoking an irresistible desire to uncover the secrets hidden beneath. Simultaneously, the four gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by this sudden visual impact. Ron even forgot his tightly gripped wand. Neville's sorrow was frozen upon his face, and Hermione's thoughts momentarily blanked. In this profound silence, Neos's voice, imbued with an unusual magnetism, resonated once more, clear and tranquil, as though the previous tension had never unfolded. He remained with his eyes closed, a haunting smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I gathered you here today to pose a simple question. He deliberately paused, seemingly savoring the dramatic moment. Would you care to entertain a demon? Chapter 31. Neos's little classroom commences. The dormitory was engulfed in a stifling silence. Neos's breathtaking yet lifeless visage gazed at the four, a faint, elusive curve gracing his lips. Clearing his throat softly, he shattered the stillness. So, have you come to a decision? Owning a personal demon is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who would be willing to forge a pact with a demon? Ron's voice quavered, his gaze involuntarily darting back to Neos's flawless face, only to divert as if scalded. His heart racing. Indeed, Neville strained to straighten his weakened spine, though his voice trembled, his tone remarkably resolute. While we may not understand demons, tales from Muggles consistently depict them as malevolent. They bring calamity. He stared intently at Neos, his palms slick with sweat. Neos's emerald eyes, sharp as the finest jade, locked onto Neville, for he was the most perceptive among them, thus the most wary. What is your true intent? What do you seek from us? Seemingly oblivious to their wariness, Neos tilted his head slightly, his exquisite face adopting an almost innocent expression of contemplation, his fingers lightly tapping his chin. Let me ponder what bait might lure you, cautious little fish. Please refrain from using the word bait. Hermione interjected, unable to suppress a facepalm, her voice laced with incredulity. This is profoundly disrespectful. Allow me to observe, Neos murmured, as if attuned to a sound only he could perceive. At last, the pair of eyes, long concealed beneath heavy lashes, slowly fluttered open. Instantly, an icy chill enveloped the entire room. These were not the eyes of a human being. The orbs within their sockets bore no pupils, nor a trace of white. They were two voids of pure, unfathomable darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all light. They resembled two portals to the abyss, cold, silent, yet imbued with a soul-chilling insight. The four were struck dumb by the sight of these eyes, a gasp escaping their lips as a shiver raced up their spines, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. The eerie gaze first turned towards Ron. The voice of Neos Weasley whispered like a breeze, yet it pierced Ron's mind with the clarity of a thunderclap, carrying an unsettling power of revelation. Your innermost desires burn more fiercely than anyone else's, do they not? You yearn to surpass your illustrious brothers, to prove your worth, to gain true recognition. Is that not so? If you merely nod, the demon that belongs to you will become your most loyal ally, tearing apart those invisible shackles, rendering you powerful, perfect, radiating with a unique brilliance. Ron felt as though his heart were gripped by a frigid hand, Neos' words striking precisely at the most secret recesses of his soul, leaving him utterly exposed, his complexion paling in an instant. That hollow gaze shifted to Neville. Neville Longbottom, my dear friend, Neos' voice took on a somber and compassionate tone, as if to soothe the wounds of the soul. I deeply lament your past tribulations. However, hope lies before you. His voice took on a hint of seduction. I have conceived an idea, a demon that can resolve your troubles, a demon that can dispel the shadows and bring you pure joy, a demon that will guard your quest for happiness. Neville's nose tinged with emotion, his eyes instantly reddened, aware that this was blatant temptation, cognizant of the indistinguishable truth. Yet there was a certain enchantment in those words that struck at the softest, most yearning corners of his heart. He bowed his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as emotion and terror waged a fierce battle within him. Hermione Granger. Neos' gaze settled on Hermione, his tone returning to a calm demeanor, even tinged with understanding. Among us, you possess the most rational and astute mind. I need not elaborate further for you. The curve of his lips deepened, for I know you already possess the answer within. Do you not? Hermione's body stiffened as though her innermost thoughts had been pierced, a flush instantly blooming upon her cheeks. She hurriedly lowered her gaze, attempting to evade the probing stares of the other three, her heart racing wildly within her chest. Finally, those fathomless depths of darkness locked onto Harry Potter. On that exquisite face, a smile blossomed, pure yet tinged with an aura of malevolence, 2 rows of gleaming white fangs glinting ominously in the light. Harry Potter. The voice of Neos was akin to the whispers of lovers, yet it bore an icy chill. From the moment of our first encounter, your guarded heart has never truly opened to me. Why is that? Are we not the closest of friends? He theatrically pressed his hands against his frigid chest, his face contorted in a semblance of sorrow. If only he could suppress the smile upon his lips. Perhaps his performance would possess some semblance of credibility. Your estrangement truly pains me, dear Neos. Harry's voice, sharp as a drawn sword, severed the threads of Neos' feigned display. His gaze was resolute and piercing. The very act of creating a demon is an exceedingly malevolent endeavor. If we are indeed friends, I implore you, abandon this perilous scheme. Do not conjure more beings like Azazel. Oh, my dear Harry, the sadness that adorned Neos' face vanished in an instant, replaced by a mocking smirk. Have you forgotten the words that Azazel, in a fit of rage, once uttered to you and Hagrid? He deliberately elongated his tone, steering Harry's memory. Harry furrowed his brow, recalling the moment of his first encounter with Azazel. Suddenly, a phrase, previously masked by fury, surfaced with startling clarity. Azazel embodies the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues. These 2 utterly contradictory concepts escaped Harry's lips like a boulder cast into still waters, instantly stirring a tempest within himself, Ron, Neville, and Hermione. The room was once again enveloped in silence, save for the heavy breaths of the 4, stunned into disbelief. Neo's smile transformed into a radiant expression of fervor and pride. He snapped his fingers. Indeed, the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues. Azazel, my first creation, embodies both the sin of lust and the virtue of chastity. Lust symbolizes the most primal, untamed impulses of life, while chastity represents the moral shackles meticulously constructed by civilized society. His voice crescendoed, and he stood, arms outstretched, as if presenting his greatest masterpiece to an invisible audience. Behold my creation, my art. Rather than viewing Azazel as a demon in the traditional sense, one might argue he is the very embodiment of humanity's conflict between desire and morality. He is the personification of the contradictions that lie deep within human nature. But why does he take on the form of a demon? Hermione was the first to break free from her stupor, her rational mind grasping the core contradiction. Her voice, tinged with excitement, grew sharp. By your own logic, he ought to be half angel and half demon. Yet what we observe is unequivocally a pure demon. How do you reconcile this? Neos lowered his arms, looking down upon Hermione from a lofty perch, as if his hollow eye sockets emitted an invisible derision. Oh, Navi 1. His voice was cold and laced with disdain. Do you truly believe that humanity's gossamer thin morals can triumph over the primal desires that burn as fiercely as molten lava, stemming from the very essence of life? Like a lightning bolt cleaving through the fog, the 4 individuals came to realize that it was not Neos who deliberately conjured the demons, but rather the weight of human nature itself that allowed desire to triumph over morality. Thus, only demons could be born, although they were still mere children. The relatively mature cultural backdrop of the West enabled them to grasp this harsh truth. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Harry's eyes as he hesitated before speaking. Is it possible that you could create angels that embody virtue instead? Of course. Neos replied with unexpected alacrity, only to douse the ensuing spark of hope in Harry's eyes with a cold reality. Yet I would never do such a thing. Even if I were to create an angel representing purity, it would be destined to be frail. Not only would it be unable to vanquish the demon of lust, but it would likely be greedily devoured the moment it came into existence. What would happen to this world if the angel of purity were consumed? Neos let out a few chilling laughs. Believe me, you do not wish to know. He paused, his voice imbued with a cold, almost cruel rationality. Rather than conjuring worthless angels that are doomed to be devoured, it is far better to forcibly merge these opposing twins from the start. Let them eternally battle and contend within the same vessel. During this prolonged period of mutual restraint, Neos leaned forward, his slender fingers deftly flipping through the book of demons on the table, precisely indicating the point in the contract where the termination time was stated. This, he declared, is our optimal opportunity to seize control. The termination time of the contract is also our greatest safeguard. Chapter 32, The Purebloods to My Dearest Father. I hope this letter finds you and Mother in good health. The journey on the Hogwarts Express was unremarkable, yet the sorting ceremony brought a semblance of solace. As you anticipated, and as the Malfoy lineage dictates, the sorting hat proclaimed Slytherin the moment it touched my hair. This was utterly predictable, father. However, I must report a matter that fills me with great displeasure. Following your guidance, I extended a hand of friendship to that insufferable boy, Harry Potter. You cannot imagine, father, the rudeness with which he rebuffed me. He chose to associate with that blood traitor Weasley, the foolish Longbottom, and a Muggle girl, which is nothing short of an affront to his surname. He clearly lacks discernment, showing no understanding of the situation, and is as repugnant as the company he keeps. Nevertheless, not all the newcomers are so wretched. I have befriended a young man named Neos Chaos. His demeanor is poised, and the etiquette and eloquence he displays indicate that he hails from a family that understands the importance of maintaining its status. He claims to be from the Imprint Manor in Chelmsford. Neos possesses considerable depth. I believe he is worthy of further observation, and perhaps he could become a valuable ally. Father, your extensive knowledge of the ancient wizarding families of the British Isles and their legacies is unparalleled. I wonder if you have heard of the Imprint Manor located in Chelmsford. I seek to delve deeper into the background of this potential ally to ascertain its value. Any information you could provide regarding the Chaos family or Imprint Manor would greatly assist me in establishing a beneficial network here. The courses at Hogwarts have yet to present a true challenge, yet I shall always remember your teachings and uphold the honor of the Malfoys. Please convey my deepest respects to Mother. Yours faithfully, Draco Malfoy. Draco gazed contentedly at the letter in his hand, his fingertips brushing over the elegant script. He was confident that upon receiving this correspondence, Lucius would take pride in his insight and social acumen, not only for successfully entering Slytherin, but also for astutely identifying a potential benefactor for the Malfoy lineage. After thoroughly reviewing the contents, he carefully folded the parchment, placed it within an envelope embossed with the Slytherin silver serpent crest, and sealed it with deep green wax. The following morning, at the Gryffindor table, the sight of Neos conversing with that foolish Longbottom seared Draco's eyes. A surge of unnameable fury ignited within him. In his letter to his father, he had deliberately avoided the fact that Neos was indeed a Gryffindor, though he was a reckless lion. One could only surmise that such a personage must hail from a lineage rich with Slytherin elites. For instance, his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, belonged to the esteemed Black family prior to marriage, which also counted itself among the Sacred 28, yet it bore the disgrace of Sirius Black. Although he was technically a distant cousin, he remained a traitor. The mainstream of the Black family has consistently been a staunch defender of pureblood ideals. Hastily finishing his breakfast, Draco evaded the throngs and privately dispatched the letter back to Malfoy Manor. He anticipated that by lunchtime, his parents would be seated at the polished long table of Malfoy Manor, partaking in the fruits of his endeavors. At Malfoy Manor, in the dining hall, Lucius Malfoy held Draco's letter with his sharply defined fingers, his expression dark as the gathering storm clouds outside. His brows were furrowed tightly. The words Imprint Manor on the parchment seared into his vision like a branding iron. Beside him, Narcissa Malfoy keenly sensed her husband's agitation, and upon reading the contents of the letter, her graceful facade shattered instantaneously. Lucius, you must visit Hogwarts. That place. We both know to whom it belongs. Calm yourself, Narcissa. Lucius's voice was low and taut, striving to soothe his wife, even as the knuckles gripping his serpent-headed cane turned pallid. That cursed land, in theory, should not bear wizards. I shall speak with Dumbledore. Draco shall not be in danger. He understood Narcissa's fears. That name-erased entity was far too ruthless, having nearly obliterated the Black Line in years past. He rose to his feet, intending to comfort his wife with an embrace, yet the moment he made contact, he sensed her body trembling. Lucius's heart sank heavily, and the afternoon meeting was instantly forgotten. I shall go at once, he declared resolutely. Hogwarts, the headmaster's office. Lucius did not wait long at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, for Dumbledore's reply arrived almost simultaneously with a carriage drawn by a thestral. Upon reaching the castle gates, the caretaker, Filch, awaited him with his customary gloomy demeanor. Good morning, Mr. Malfoy. Filch's voice was dry. The young wizards are still in class. Headmaster Dumbledore has instructed me to escort you. Lucius nodded slightly, remaining silent as he followed Filch through the hushed corridors. They ascended on the gargoyle and halted before the headmaster's office. Lucius adjusted his cufflinks before raising his hand to knock on the door. Come in. Dumbledore's gentle voice called out. Lucius entered, finding Dumbledore seated behind a spacious desk, his blue eyes calm and unwavering behind half-moon spectacles. Mr. Malfoy, to what do I owe this unexpected visit today? Dumbledore inquired, his fingertips touching delicately. Lucius was acutely aware that his counterpart was a master of legilimency. Although he trusted Dumbledore would not easily invade another's thoughts, he maintained a sense of caution. He deliberately focused on Dumbledore's distinctive crooked nose, his tone icy and laced with suppressed fury. Dumbledore, I demand an explanation. Oh, Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. About what? Do not feign ignorance. Lucius's voice rose sharply. That Neo-Oskios from the Cursed Manor. You have brought the descendant of a witch hunter into Hogwarts, this bastion of future British wizards. You, Dumbledore's gaze suddenly sharpened. akin to a drawn sword, and an invisible pressure instantaneously stifled Lucius's tirade. Observing Lucius's silence, Dumbledore slowly removed his glasses, producing a velvet handkerchief to gently polish the lenses. His movements composed and unhurried. Once resuming his spectacles, his voice was tranquil yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Oskios poses no threat to any student here. Lucius let out a short, scornful laugh. Huh? That witch hunter did not harm a single classmate during his time here. How strikingly similar history is. You must expel him immediately. This is the will of the Board of Governors. Though he had yet to secure the permission of the other governors, he was certain none would consent to allow the descendant of a witch hunter to remain at Hogwarts. Dumbledore met Lucius's furious gaze calmly, his voice low yet resonant within the office. That is not possible. Lucius's face contorted slightly in anger. He slammed his serpent-headed cane onto the floor with a dull thud, then turned abruptly, striding towards the door in silence. Dumbledore. At the entrance, he halted, turning his back on the headmaster, his voice laced with a chilling warning. You will come to regret this. Dumbledore's response was calm, yet resolute. Imbued with an undeniable authority, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. With a resounding crash, Lucius slammed the heavy wooden door shut, the echo reverberating through the tower. In the corridor, Lucius took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous anger within. Were it not for Dumbledore's formidable presence, he might have succeeded in uniting the other governors to effect a dismissal. Yet, in the face of the greatest wizard of the age, as long as he did not commit a grievous error, his position remained unassailable. Beside the first greenhouse, Lucius did not depart immediately. He sought out Filch to inquire about the first-year Slytherin curriculum. As the greenhouse doors swung open, students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw streamed out. And Draco, along with his companions, finally emerged. Upon seeing his father, Draco felt a surge of anticipation mixed with confusion. He straightened his posture, preparing to display impeccable noble etiquette before his peers, bowing, greeting, followed by the acknowledgement of Goyle and Crabbe. However, Lucius merely inclined his head slightly, signaling for him to follow. As he led the way to a secluded corner beside the greenhouse, Draco stood frozen, perplexed by his father's retreating figure, glancing back at the equally bewildered expressions of Goyle and Crabbe. This was not in accordance with any established protocol. The following day in the Hogwarts Great Hall, a subtle transformation took place, akin to a boulder cast into a lake, sending ripples that swiftly reached every corner. At the Slytherin table, the atmosphere was starkly different from the previous day. Almost every young wizard received letters from home during breakfast. The contents of these letters remained a mystery, yet their impact was immediate. Students from other houses soon noticed with astonishment that the pure-blooded Slytherin lords and ladies seemed as though they had been subjected to a forgetting charm, shedding their customary arrogance overnight. The previously haughty demeanor vanished, replaced by a seemingly deliberate friendliness. They began to engage in conversation with Hufflepuff students, even donning shy smiles. The most ostentatious and provocative Slytherins now resembled serpents with retracted fangs, striving to diminish their presence. Encountering Gryffindors in the corridors no longer elicited contemptuous glares or biting remarks. Instead, they hurriedly averted their gazes, even taking detours to avoid contact. The entire Slytherin house was enveloped in a hushed, cautious, and even slightly fearful demeanor. Chapter 33, Potions Class. Friday. Several days had passed since that fateful study session, and although the group of 5 appeared inseparable, observers could sense the pervasive tension that lingered among them. After grasping the essence of the demon that night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville found themselves ensnared in a web of ongoing turmoil. They understood that Neo's creation of demons seemed to be a desperate measure, yet the barrier known as morality remained insurmountable deep within their hearts. Ron's stance was the most resolute. He firmly believed that demons were the very embodiment of evil. Even if they possessed an ounce of virtue, a complete transformation of their essence required a moral elevation of humanity as a whole, not the fanciful aspirations of a few novice wizards. Hermione displayed her characteristic rationality and desire for control. She asserted that since Neos could create demons and impose constraints upon them, it proved that with sufficient knowledge, power, and will, one could wield such power as Neos did, transforming harm into benefit. The timid Neville, however, posed a question that left the other 3 in silence. Why had Neos chosen them? Was it due to trust? If they remained indecisive, would Neos lose patience and seek others to manage the demons? The tension between Hermione and Ron grew increasingly palpable. Hermione habitually guided others, which provided a sense of security for Neville, who often struggled with memory and made frequent errors, alleviating much of his trouble. However, Ron found this exceedingly distasteful. He felt that Hermione's demeanor was excessively arrogant, particularly when she directed her attention at him, which he perceived as a challenge to his self-esteem. Hermione, in turn, regarded Ron as someone who was oblivious to his own privileges, being born into a wizarding family, yet displaying laziness and a lack of appreciation for what he had. which she deemed a gross waste. Caught amidst the three, Harry felt as though his head were about to burst from the clashing viewpoints swirling within him. Ron's pessimism, Hermione's radicalism, and Neville's concerns collided like turbulent currents in his mind, leaving him with a throbbing headache and an inability to make a decision. During breakfast, Hagrid's invitation felt like a lifeline. Harry experienced a wave of relief. Hagrid was an adult, knowledgeable about Neos, and sufficiently trustworthy. He resolved to seek Hagrid's counsel. The only dilemma was how to cleverly evade Neos. Neville watched his friends ensnared in their respective whirlpools of worry, filled with a sense of helplessness. He wished for Neos to say something to ease the atmosphere, yet he was acutely aware that Neos was the source of this turmoil. He could only silently observe as his friends tormented one another and themselves, his small face etched with concern. Throughout this period of classes, the sole subject that piqued Neos' interest was Professor Binns's history of magic. Examining historical events from a wizard's perspective, particularly those parts obscured or distorted by Muggle records, provided him with considerable inspiration regarding human nature, faith, and the dynamics of power. Nonetheless, he was not in a rush to commence his research. Today was Friday, the first day of potions class with Slytherin. Neos intended to experience all foundational courses first before determining which areas of knowledge would prove most valuable to him. In the afternoon, he intended to explore the renowned library of Hogwarts, a place reputed not only for its rare tomes, elusive to the outside world, but also for the numerous private donations from pureblood families and distinguished alumni. Yet, what captivated him most was the enigmatic restricted section, rumored to harbor volumes imbued with potent magic and obscure historical secrets. The potions classroom was situated in the castle's deep, shadowy basement. The atmosphere here was cold and damp, permeated by a pungent aroma of peculiar herbs, preserved creatures, and noxious potions. Enormous glass jars lined the walls, containing a variety of bizarre flora and fauna, casting distorted shadows in the dim light, which rendered the space reminiscent of a sinister crypt or an embalming chamber. Upon the arrival of the quintet, the Slytherin wizards were already seated at a long table on the opposite side of the classroom, sitting unusually still and composed. An oppressive silence hung in the air. When Draco caught sight of Neos entering, his gaze instinctively darted away, quickly dropping to the surface of the table before him, as if something there held an irresistible allure. Ever since Lucius had pulled him aside that day, issuing a stern warning about Neos' true identity, Draco had been instructed, absolutely, unequivocally. Under no circumstances should he engage in any form of conflict with Neos. It was best to let the other party completely disregard his presence. For one could never predict when this individual, whose veins coursed with the blood of witch hunters, might one day awaken and reclaim the terrifying legacy of his ancestors. Neos' eyes swept over the unusually quiet Slytherin table, the corners of his mouth curling into a hint of amusement. He suddenly leaned towards Neville beside him and whispered, "I'm going to find some fun." Before Neville could respond, Neos strode directly toward the Slytherin side. The serpent's nerves instantly tightened. Upon seeing Neos approach, they instinctively recoiled, their bodies leaning slightly back, yet they felt as if they were pinned to their seats by invisible nails, fear suppressing their instinct to flee, leaving them rigid and breathless. Neos moved with an air of calm, ultimately halting behind Draco. He extended his hands and gently rested them on Draco's tense shoulders. Draco felt as though he were a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent, his blood turning to ice, immobilized to the point of holding his breath. Neos did not regard Draco. Instead, he slowly turned his head towards Crabbe, who sat beside Draco. His voice low yet piercingly clear in the stillness of the classroom. "Could you please move aside? I wish to sit here." Crabbe's massive frame jolted, and he almost sprang to his feet, awkwardly shifting to an empty seat nearby, his head bowed, unable to meet Neos' gaze. Neos smoothly took the spot vacated by Crabbe, then effortlessly draped his arm around Draco's rigid neck, pulling him closer. Draco's body was as stiff as a stone. "Dear Draco," Neos' voice, laced with an unnerving familiarity, drew close to Draco's pale ear. "Why have you not sought me out since the welcome feast? Our conversations were rather delightful, were they not?" Draco felt the arm around his neck tighten like a frigid iron band. He lacked the courage even to roll his eyes, managing only to stammer a few broken syllables. I. Neo appeared indifferent to his response, continuing unabated, "Today, we shall be desk partners, I believe." The arm encircling Draco's neck seemed to constrict ever so slightly. "We shall undoubtedly become the finest of collaborators in this lesson. Wouldn't you agree, Draco?" Draco experienced a suffocating pressure, as if the shadow of death had suddenly descended upon him. He hastily replied, his voice tinged with panic, "Why, yes. Of course. Certainly." Upon receiving this satisfactory answer, a radiant smile spread across Neo's face, and the grip of his arm relaxed. He casually picked up Draco's textbook, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, and began to browse through it. Draco felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, gasping for air. His forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat, nearly collapsing from the ordeal. The four Gryffindors at the long table witnessed the entire scene. Observing Draco's ghastly expression, Harry, Ron, and Neville found themselves inexplicably sharing a flicker of sympathy. Even Hermione's furrowed brow softened momentarily. Only Acisel, perched at Harry's feet, picked at his teeth with disdain, scoffing. Feel sorry for him. Spare me. Be careful, or Neo might find you dull and come over to play with you. At precisely 9 o'clock, the classroom door was flung open with brutal force, slamming against the stone wall with a deafening crash. All the young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin jumped in fright, turning in unison towards the entrance. Professor Severus Snape strode in, accompanied by a chill wind, adorned in his flowing black robes, which billowed as he approached the podium. He resembled a great bat in flight, his pallid, waxy skin, greasy black hair clinging to his scalp, and thin lips pressed tightly together formed a cold, austere visage, rife with scrutiny. Like Professor Flitwick, Snape picked up the attendance roster to call names, also akin to Flitwick. He paused momentarily when he reached the names of Neo Chaos and Harry Potter, his fathomless black eyes piercingly surveying each individual called. Upon reaching Neo's name, Snape's gaze swept across the Slytherin table, and his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Chaos. His voice slithered like a venomous snake across ice, cold and deliberate. Do enlighten me as to why you occupy a seat among Slytherin? Neo lifted his head, a harmlessly radiant smile gracing his face. Because my dear friend Draco graciously invited me, Professor Snape. As he spoke, he affectionately nudged the pale-faced Draco beside him with his elbow. Right, Draco? Draco could only manage a grimace, more pitiful than a cry, as he stiffly nodded at Snape. Snape's frigid gaze swept back and forth between Neos and Draco, ultimately uttering nothing, as he proceeded to complete the roll call. Once he finished, he closed the register and slowly lifted his eyes, his gaze as tangible as ice, sweeping over the little wizards below who sat in fearful silence. Snape's eyes resembled two cold, hollow, lightless tunnels leading into an abyss. Merely being scrutinized by them was enough to instill a profound chill. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, he stated, his voice barely rising above a whisper, yet every word was distinctly heard by all. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that commanded order in the classroom. Given the absence of foolish wand-waving, many among you may not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite allure of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant wisps of steam, nor the enchanting power of the liquid that flows through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your prestige, concoct glory, and even stave off death, but there exists one condition. You must not be the imbeciles I frequently encounter. Chapter 34, Harry no? Is he unwell? Snape's brief and icy opening remarks fell, plunging the classroom into a profound silence, so thick that even the air seemed to solidify. However, this stillness was soon shattered by a resounding applause emanating from the Slytherin table. Neos clapped vigorously, oblivious to his surroundings, his face adorned with a dazzlingly bright smile. The initially reticent Slytherins, upon feeling Neo's seemingly casual, yet undeniably oppressive gaze sweep over them, reacted as if struck by an invisible whip, joining in. And the applause quickly turned fervent and synchronized. The Gryffindor Lions were not about to be outdone. Observing this, they immediately joined in the clapping, causing the applause in the classroom to become sporadic, yet filled with rivalry. Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, raising their eyebrows in resignation. Hermione, in distress, covered her face with her hands, her cheeks flushed with shame and anger, wishing she could vanish on the spot. Asher pawed at Neville's robe, leaning close to whisper in his ear, his voice laced with the weariness of experience. You see, kid? To be his friend, your heart must be vast, your skin thick, and you must always be ready to be thrust forward as a target. Neville could only awkwardly scratch his head, unsure of how to respond. Once the classroom settled into silence, Snape's voice pierced through the remnants of the applause like a poisoned icicle. His hollow black eyes fixated intensely on Harry, demanding to know what would result from adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion. What powder is to be added to which liquid? Harry's mind was a blank slate. Instinctively, he glanced at Ron, who bore a similarly bewildered expression, clearly as perplexed by the question. Hermione's arm was raised high like a flagpole, yet she seemed still stunned from the social embarrassment caused by Nias, her lips pressed tightly together. I don't know, sir, Harry managed to reply, forcing the words out. Snape's thin lips curled into a derisive smirk, as if he were savoring a poorly executed performance. TSK, it appears that your illustrious reputation cannot compensate for your lack of common sense. He completely disregarded Hermione's stubborn arm. Let us try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to find a piece of dungstone, where would you search? Harry had no idea what a dungstone was. He steeled himself to meet Snape's cold, lifeless gaze, striving not to envision the mocking expressions of his classmates surrounding him. I don't know, sir, his voice dropped even lower. I suppose, Snape drawled maliciously. Before the term began, you likely didn't even touch a textbook, did you, Potter? A surge of anger rose within Harry. At the Dursleys. He had meticulously scoured through all the textbooks. Did Snape expect him to memorize every single word of that brick-thick tome, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Potter, let me ask you one last time. What is the difference between aconite and wolfbane? Hermione fidgeted in her seat, her arm raised even higher. I don't know. Harry's voice carried a hint of suppressed irritation, yet it was evident that Hermione possessed the answer. Why not inquire of her? Several students could not contain their laughter. This laughter, coupled with the earlier provocation led by Nias, fueled the flames of humiliation. Snape glared at Harry's face, so reminiscent of his father's, with a loathing that seemed almost tangible. Put it down. He barked at Hermione, his voice causing the glass jars to reverberate. He whirled back to Harry, speaking in rapid-fire bursts. Let me enlighten you. Daffodil root powder combined with wormwood creates a potent sleeping draught, the elixir of life. Dung stone, sourced from a goat's stomach, serves as a powerful antidote. Aconite and wolfbane are the same. Both are referred to as aconite. Do you comprehend? Why do you not write all of this down? The classroom erupted into a flurry of frantic rustling as students scrambled for parchment and quills. Amidst the cacophony, Snape's cold voice delivered a verdict. Potter, due to your insolence towards the professor, Gryffindor loses a point. Harry felt a suffocating rage rise to his head. It was Nias who had instigated the trouble. Why should he bear the brunt of it? The potions class continued in a stifling atmosphere, perhaps due to misplaced ire, or merely Snape's disdain for Gryffindor. The subsequent practical session devolved into sheer chaos. Snape glided through the cauldrons, draped in his long black robe, resembling a grim reaper surveying the battlefield amidst the strange, pungent fumes. He berated nearly everyone, criticizing the imprecise weighing of dry nettles, the crude technique employed to crush venomous fangs, his harsh scoldings echoing incessantly. Only Draco and Neos, the dynamic duo, managed to escape his ire. Draco, drawing upon the deep-rooted traditions of his pure-blood lineage, conducted himself with a semblance of competence, while Neos, entirely laid back, lounged against the back of his chair, observing Draco's flustered attempts to complete each step alone, an amused expression gracing his features. At that moment, a sharp crack, accompanied by a pungent, acidic aroma, erupted violently. A thick, foul-smelling green smoke billowed from the cauldrons of Neville and Seamus. Neville's blunder caused the potion within to boil over, warp, and ultimately spiral into chaos. Scalding corrosive liquid splattered forth, slithering across the floor like a green serpent, hissing menacingly, and instantly burning through the souls of several unfortunate souls. The cauldron itself twisted into an unrecognizable mass of ruined metal. Neville, closest to the explosion, bore the brunt of the scalding potion, dousing him completely. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream as visible welts and festering boils erupted on his exposed arms and legs, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to collapse. Idiot! Snape's roar resounded like thunder. With a flick of his wand, the potion on the floor vanished without a trace. Yet Neville's tragic state and the acrid scent in the air remained unerasable. Did you throw the porcupine quills in without removing the cauldron from the flame? Tears streamed down Neville's face, his nose swelling with painful boils, rendering him both pitiable and grotesque. Take him to the infirmary, Snape commanded sharply at the pale-faced Seamus. However, a figure moved faster than Seamus. Neos glided through the chaotic crowd like a specter, directly approaching the crumpled, moaning Neville. Chaos. Snape's brow furrowed into a tight knot, his voice laced with suspicion and unabashed disdain. What are you planning? Asahel. Neos' voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Asahel, who had been crouched by Hermione's feet, flapped his tiny wings and darted over. He unceremoniously grasped Neville's collar with his claws, attempting to lift him, only to inadvertently rupture several of Neville's swollen boils, eliciting another painful whimper from him. Neos gently tapped his wand, casting a levitation charm to clear a small patch of debris on the ground nearby. He then calmly retrieved an intricately patterned transmutation circle from within his robes, the very one he had once used to reshape his own body. With deft precision, he laid it upon the ground, unfurling it. Asahel dutifully placed the suffering, boil-ridden Neville at the center of the transmutation circle, then settled at Neos' feet, his watchful eyes fixed on his master. Be gentler this time, damn it. As Asasel's complaints morphed into a piercing scream, it became evident that Neos had transformed the mock wand in his hand into a small, gleaming handsaw. Without a trace of mercy, he clamped Asasel's head under his arm and, with a swift motion, began to saw at the delicate demon horns adorning the top of his head. The harsh sound of metal scraping accompanied Asasel's agonizing wails, reverberating throughout the cold underground classroom. Sparks erupted from the point of contact between the saw blade and the horns, causing some timid girls to shield their eyes, unable to bear the brutal and bizarre spectacle. Even within the transmutation circle, Navi was so taken aback by the sudden bloodshed that he momentarily forgot to cry, his eyes widening in terror. Neo's, expressionless, executed each motion with precision and coldness, as if he were merely processing an inconsequential material. Soon, a small segment of the darkly stained horn was severed. Neo's casually discarded the unconscious Azazel to the side, akin to throwing away refuse. Clutching the warm piece of horn, he approached the edge of the transmutation circle and carefully placed it upon a designated runic node. Turning to the now horrified Navi, his tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Close your eyes. He paused, observing Navi's pockmarked face, seemingly struck by a thought, and added, by the way, are you dissatisfied with your current appearance? Perhaps, aside from these sores. Navi opened his mouth, but the excruciating pain and shock rendered him incapable of uttering any coherent sound. Noticing Navi's inability to respond, Neos shrugged indifferently. Very well, perhaps next time. For now, we shall retain your original appearance. With that, Neos firmly pressed his hands against the runes at the edge of the transmutation circle. Chapter 35, Hooray! The weekend. A blinding white light suddenly engulfed the potions classroom. As the radiance faded, the scabs and burns on Navi vanished, leaving his skin significantly lighter. The classroom fell into an eerie silence as all the young wizards stood in astonishment. Even Severus Snape, who occupied the podium, displayed a rare flicker of shock upon his face. Whether through potions or magic, recovery typically requires time, and such instantaneous healing implied that, given sufficient materials, one could virtually be invincible in battle. Longbottom. Snape's icy voice shattered the stillness. Get up. Navi scrambled to his feet, his head bowed in shame. For your foolish recklessness. Snape's tone remained monotonous. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Instantly, Navi's eyes turned red. All the points Hermione had painstakingly accumulated over the week were now lost. He cast a guilty glance at Hermione, who bore a sorrowful expression, yet her eyes held no trace of reproach, intensifying Navi's discomfort. Professor, Neos's calm voice interjected. I treated my classmate and quelled the turmoil. Shouldn't I be awarded some points? Snape's gaze, sharp as a nail, bore into Neos's eye mask, lingering for a few seconds. 5 points to Gryffindor. This proclamation struck like a colossal stone landing upon the surface of water, igniting hushed whispers among the wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor alike. After all, it was the first occasion that Snape had awarded points to Gryffindor. Thank you, Neos replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Potter. Snape's voice followed closely. You failed to remind Longbottom about the fire. 1 point deducted from Gryffindor. The subsequent lesson transformed into Snape's opportunity for fault-finding. Harry's sluggish movements? A point deducted. Ron's stirring causing splashes? A point deducted. Hermione's potion appearing too pale? A point deducted. By the time the bell rang, the 5 points had been completely erased. The little lions gazed at Snape in disbelief, then at the pale-faced Hermione and the indifferent Neos. After the other students departed, Snape was the last to leave the classroom. As he closed the door, his gaze swept over the corner where Azazel sat, a frown creasing his brow, yet he ultimately took no action. Once Snape was well out of sight, Azazel rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. TSK, such an obvious trap, he scoffed, approaching the door. Only a fool would fall for it. He grasped the doorknob and pulled, but the door did not budge. Azazel froze. Oh. So it seems one truly does smile when left speechless. Clearly, Snape had locked the door upon his departure. Now, the deserted classroom held only him. Help. Neos. I know you can hear me. Azazel pounded frantically on the door. I promise I won't speak ill of you anymore. Let me out. It stinks in here. Help. Unfortunately, it was lunchtime, and the corridors were deserted. At the Gryffindor long table, Neos, savoring his mashed potatoes, exhaled. Finally, this week has come to an end. Any plans for the weekend? Harry swallowed his food, replying, Ron and I plan to explore the castle grounds. What about you? He omitted any mention of Hagrid's invitation. Neos shrugged, glancing at Hermione. I intend to accompany Miss Granger to the library. By the way, Harry, he shifted the subject. Please send my regards to Hagrid. The four of them froze momentarily. Had their plans been uncovered? Stop speculating. Neos looked at them. An owl delivered you a letter this morning. Apart from Hagrid, I can scarcely think of anyone else who would write to you. Neos turned to Hermione. Could you be a bit more discreet when spying on me? Neville. You can't keep secrets. If something's amiss, just tell me directly. Don't make me guess. And you, Ron. The whispers of your conspiracy with Harry were audible throughout the entire hall. All four faces flushed crimson. Harry, feeling guilty, asked, was it that obvious? Neos took another bite of mashed potatoes. If it weren't, why would I not have called you out? Ron blurted, pity us? Neos replied, correct. Are you pleased? Hermione sighed, not in the slightest. Neos wiped his mouth. I'm done. Hermione, shall we proceed to the library now or later? Hermione quickened her pace in eating. Let us go directly. Neos turned to Neville. What about you? Neville sheepishly scratched his head. I planned to find Seamus and apologize. I accidentally broke his cauldron. Well. Neos rose to his feet. casting a glance over the four companions. However, regarding my suggestion, you ought to have reached a conclusion by now, shouldn't you? The relaxed atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Harry gazed at his plate, Ron furrowed his brow, Hermione's eyes flickered, and Neville recoiled slightly. Neo sighed, conceding, all right. Perhaps I was a bit hasty. Let me know once you've made up your minds. At that moment, an owl swooped down, dropping a letter right before Neo's. He paused, taken aback. Who would be writing to him? The Hogwarts crest on the envelope clearly indicated that the old fox intended to have a word with the young fox. He picked up the letter adorned with the crest, stood, and approached Hermione from behind, mischievously ruffling her already tousled hair. Apologies, Hermione, he exclaimed rapidly. Someone is looking for me. You can head to the library by yourself. Take your time eating. I must be off. With that, he dashed towards the Great Hall's entrance. You rascal, Hermione called out while arranging her hair. Stay safe. Remember to seek out a professor if anything arises. After turning to offer a few words of caution to Harry and the others, she sprinted in the direction Neos had gone. Neos stood before the gargoyle at the 8th floor waterspout. The stone creature responded promptly, revealing a spiraling staircase that wound upward. Gazing at the dauntingly long steps, Neos grimaced before beginning his ascent. Come in. Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated even before the knock echoed at the door, and the heavy wooden door swung open silently. Neos stepped into the headmaster's office. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, framed in ornate gold, most of whom appeared to be either dozing or feigning sleep. Yet, Neos keenly detected a few pairs of eyes discreetly peering out, filled with curiosity. At the center of the room stood an elaborately carved desk, cluttered with various magical instruments glimmering faintly, parchment scrolls, and several glass jars brimming with colorful sweets. Beside Dumbledore's desk, a phoenix perched on its stand, preening its feathers that resembled flames in their brilliance. Occasionally, it lifted its elegant head, emitting a clear, bell-like trill. As it gently flapped its wings, tiny golden sparks would drift down, twinkling momentarily in the air before quietly extinguishing, leaving no trace behind. Good afternoon, Mr. Chaos, Dumbledore greeted from behind his broad-backed chair, his blue eyes twinkling with mirth behind crescent-shaped spectacles. You as well, Headmaster Dumbledore, Neos replied with a slight nod. Dumbledore waved his hand lightly, and a comfortable armchair glided to the front of his desk. Please, have a seat, he gestured. Neos took a seat without hesitation. How has your week at Hogwarts been? Dumbledore inquired, his fingers interlaced, as if engaging in casual conversation. Quite well, Neos shrugged. I've made a few interesting friends. Dumbledore's gaze sparkled behind his lenses. It seems you have found your direction for the future? I suppose so, Neos replied ambiguously. At that moment, a steaming cup of red tea gracefully floated before Neos. He, without hesitation, lifted it and drank heartily, showing no restraint. Recently, Dumbledore's tone had taken on a hint of amusement. Your name has become quite prominent within the Slytherin circles. Neos set down the teacup, the bottom clinking crisply against the saucer. Let them rest easy, he said in a nonchalant tone, the cartoon eyes on his eye mask staring directly at Dumbledore. I merely wish to befriend Mr. Malfoy. As long as they do not provoke me, I have no inclination to act out of line. He emphasized the words befriend and out of line slightly. Dumbledore's gaze, sharp as a knife behind his crescent-shaped glasses, suddenly intensified. Mr. Chaos, I am curious as to why you harbor such interest in Mr. Malfoy. Neos met that piercing gaze with a gradually blossoming, radiant smile. Because he possesses talent, I have a little one here who is in dire need of him. Dumbledore fell silent for a few seconds. Ultimately, he too revealed a gentle smile. Well then, I sincerely wish you a pleasant rapport with Mr. Malfoy. Thank you for your well wishes, Neos replied as he stood, preparing to depart. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. Miss Granger is still waiting for me in the library. And should I make her wait too long, she may start to overthink. Just then, a house elf emerged from the corner of the room. Dressed in a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, resembling a short robe, it was tied at the chest with a strap. Sparse tufts of white hair on its face and head indicated its advanced age, while its eyes, filled with a mix of awe and anxiety, bore heavy dark circles. This is Pip, the head of the Hogwarts kitchen. Dumbledore's voice remained steady, as if he had anticipated Pip's arrival. He has some matters he wishes to discuss with you. Chapter 36, The House Elf. Neos regarded this peculiar creature with keen interest. A house elf. This was his first encounter with such a magical being. They bore more resemblance to goblins than to fairies, yet their exceptionally clear gaze indeed, fairies are more to my taste. That mischievous glint in their eyes, their sharp fangs, and those slender fingers apt for handling both coins and darker deeds. Pip has some inquiries for you. Dumbledore's gentle voice interrupted Neos's musings. No, not inquiries, but requests, esteemed headmaster. Pip trembled at Dumbledore's terminology, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind, his voice rising in pitch. How could the humble Pip dare to inquire of a noble wizard? Neos raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from Dumbledore to the anxious little elf. Requests? It seems we have no connection. That is a misconception, Mr. Chaos. Dumbledore chuckled softly, his gaze behind the crescent-shaped glasses imbued with understanding. The seamless functioning of the vast castle of Hogwarts was greatly indebted to the diligent efforts of Peeves and his companions. He methodically counted on his fingers. Consider. Who silently delivers your luggage to the dormitories? Who prepares the sumptuous meals in the kitchen? And who, in the dead of night, cleans your robes? It was indeed the meticulous care of Peeves and his fellow house elves that allowed the professors and young wizards to focus on the art of teaching and learning. Dumbledore's summation was laced with sincere admiration. However, this only heightened Peeves' trepidation as he fervently waved his frail arms. No, esteemed headmaster, it is the house elves who deserve the gratitude. We are thankful for Hogwarts Sanctuary, which bestows upon us this unparalleled honor. To serve the Grand Castle, the esteemed professors, and the hopes of Britain's future is the greatest joy for us house elves. His voice trembled with emotion, his large ears flushed with excitement. Observing Peeves' tearful and almost humble demeanor, Neos felt an unusual stir within him. For the first time, he pondered whether it had been somewhat hasty to cast Asher as a heartless jester. Perhaps the next demon could be designed with a gentler disposition. At the very least, a semblance of decorum should be maintained. He posed a query. Given that they undertake so much labor, why does Mr. Filch still carry a bucket to personally scrub the artwork from the corridor walls? He referred to the scene he had witnessed a few days prior, where Filch was laboriously cleaning the twins' graffiti. At that moment, he had questioned why this caretaker did not employ magic, considering the corridor's prohibition on spellcasting did not apply to staff members. Upon closer observation, he confirmed that Filch lacked any magical ability, though it was puzzling why a magical school would harbor someone incapable of casting spells. Bad Peeves. Bad Peeves. Peeves seemed to be struck at a sensitive point, collapsing instantly, his frail fists raining down upon his own head. He had allowed Filch to usurp the cleaning duties. Bad Peeves. Neos watched the suddenly self-punishing house elf with a perplexed glance toward Dumbledore. House elves. Dumbledore's voice grew somber, are ancient and powerful magical beings, their strength capable of penetrating Hogwarts' anti-apparition enchantments. Yet, his gaze behind the lenses revealed compassion. They are bound by ancient blood contracts. These contracts act as heavy shackles, compelling them to obey their masters unconditionally. Should they fail in their tasks or perceive themselves as negligent, an overwhelming sense of guilt drives them to self-punish in hopes of attaining forgiveness. Neos understood. This resembled a blood curse, passed down through generations after ancient wizards vanquished a particular race. As for Filch, Neos keenly sensed that Peeves' words reflected a lack of reverence typically afforded to wizards. Evidently, a squib held a status in the eyes of magical creatures far beneath that of a true wizard. Stop, Neos interjected, halting Peeves' self-inflicted torment, his tone tinged with exasperation. Hermione is still waiting in the library. Pray tell, what brings you to me? Pip, with drooping ears, cautiously extracted a fist-sized, pink gelatinous substance from the pocket of his robe, presenting it to Neos with both hands. This is the jelly that Mr. Chaos lost at school, which you seem to call Little Pink. Pip's voice was as faint as a whisper. It has caused us a bit of trouble. Neos was taken aback. Are you certain this is Little Pink? Where did you find it? Neos, with a hint of suspicion, received the familiar gelatin, his fingertips recognizing its texture. This Little Pink, aside from its slow proliferation when absorbing water, its slight corrosiveness, and its tenacious nature that could pose a choking hazard, is hardly a threat. Moreover, he distinctly remembered cleaning it up each time. How did Pip come to possess it, and why had it caused them distress? Pip nodded vigorously. Absolutely. After the welcome feast. It was on the Gryffindor long table and on the floor of the Transfiguration classroom. Neos exclaimed, the case is solved. This indeed falls on him. That night, in the heat of excitement, he forgot to clean up the Little Pink that Harry and the others had left on the table. As for the Transfiguration classroom, who would pay attention to anything else while watching a friend's mischief? Coughing awkwardly, Neos rubbed his nose, the cartoonish eyes on his eye mask reflecting his embarrassment. It appeared this matter truly was his fault. Thus, we shall leave this issue to Mr. Chaos. Dumbledore's tone was gentle, yet implied a dismissal. Pip, I would appreciate it if you could guide Mr. Chaos. Certainly, esteemed headmaster. It is an honor. Pip bowed and accepted the task. The two exchanged no further words and hastily departed from the headmaster's office. At the corner of the 8th floor corridor, Hermione fixed her gaze on the distant gargoyle, anxiously biting her lip. She watched as Neos ascended alongside the stone creature, yearning to follow yet fearful of being discovered. Just as her internal struggle reached its peak, the gargoyle statue slowly descended again. Neos reappeared, and to her astonishment, he was accompanied by another peculiar creature. Pip, as the head of Hogwarts Kitchen, possessed exceptional sensory abilities. After all, the pinnacle of a house elf skill is to serve seamlessly, ensuring their presence remains undetected. He immediately sensed the burning gaze from around the corner. Mr. Chaos, Pip's sharp voice held a note of alertness. Neos had already noticed the little tail trailing behind him. He had intended to feign ignorance and continue this game of hide and seek, but with the revelation, the thrill was lost. "Come out, Miss Beaver," he called lazily in a teasing tone towards the corner. "I can hear the sound of you gnawing wood even from Diagon Alley." Hermione, who initially intended to retreat, flushed crimson upon hearing this, a mix of indignation and embarrassment flooding her cheeks. She stamped her foot and dashed out from her hiding place, rushing up to Neos with determination and delivering a sharp smack to his forehead without uttering a word. "You are the Beaver." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her brown curls flared in agitation. Neos grinned, revealing a row of glimmering shark teeth. "Don't be absurd. I am at most a shark." Chapter 37. Hermione and the House Elf. Such teeth can only lead to various oral maladies. Hermione crossed her arms, the daughter of a dentist, her retort precise and professional. "Do not underestimate them." Neos grinned, his shark teeth glinting. "They are quite advantageous when tearing into prey. One might think you were some savage beast." Hermione raised her chin, her gaze dripping with disdain. Speaking of beasts, Neos shifted the conversation, narrowing the cartoon eyes on his mask. "Yesterday at breakfast, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil appeared utterly sleep-deprived. Could it be due to the loud noises you made while gnawing on your bed last night?" "You." Hermione's cheeks instantly reddened, resembling a ripe tomato, as she cautiously bit her tongue. Nearby, Pip observed their banter, his frail fingers twisting the edge of his short robe, hesitant to intervene. After several rounds of verbal sparring, Neos seized Hermione's hand, which was attempting to strike his head. All right, Miss Beaver, that's enough. Pip has serious matters to discuss with me, and we shouldn't linger." He gestured to the side. "Pip." Hermione finally shifted her attention to the wrinkled little creature, scrutinizing it. "Is it you that Neos recently conjured?" She deliberately omitted the term demon, casting a cautious glance at the quiet corridor. "Greetings, esteemed wizard." Pip promptly bowed deeply, his large ears nearly touching the floor. The humble Pip was a house elf from the Hogwarts kitchens. "House elf?" Hermione echoed the unfamiliar term, her gaze turning suspiciously back to Neos. "This truly is not your doing. Why are you looking at me?" Neos shrugged innocently. "Though my knowledge is limited, house elves have long been residents of the wizarding world, far predating my little hobbies." Hermione remained skeptical but turned to Pip, softening her tone. "Hello, Pip. I am Hermione Granger." "Greetings, esteemed Miss Granger." Pip lowered his head further, trembling with astonishment. Observing Pip's subservient and nearly timid demeanor, Hermione furrowed her brows and once again sought Neos' gaze. "I told you not to look at me." Neos sighed, somewhat exasperated. "This is my first close encounter as well." "Hey, Pip," he addressed the house elf. "Didn't you mention that little pink caused trouble? Lead the way." Pip, as if roused from a dream, quickly straightened up. "Apologies, Mr. Chaos. Pip has wasted your precious time." Bad Pip, bad Pip." He then raised his fist and struck his own head vigorously. "Hey, stop. Don't do that," Hermione exclaimed, instinctively trying to intervene. Pip's fist hung motionless in the air as tears streamed down his cheeks. Miss Granger had intervened, preventing Pip from punishing himself. Mr. Chaos would never forgive the wayward Pip, and he wept in profound sorrow. What was the matter with him? Hermione, observing Pip's despair, anxiously turned to Neos for an explanation. In a voice devoid of fluctuation, Neos speculated that their ancestors were likely vanquished by ancient wizards, subsequently forced to bear a curse inscribed within their bloodline. This curse rendered them incapable of harming wizards and compelled them to regard servitude as the highest honor or, perhaps, the very essence of their existence. Hermione gasped, astonished as she looked at Pip. "Isn't this slavery? Only now do you realize?" Neos chuckled lightly, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Welcome to the wizarding world of 1991. Dear Miss Granger, a realm stubbornly enshrined in the Middle Ages." Furrowing her brow, Hermione pressed, "Why is this so?" "Ah, why indeed?" Neos elongated his tone, the eyes on his mask curling in a mocking arc, making it a riddle difficult to decipher. Observing Hermione lost in contemplation, Neos sighed silently. No matter how intelligent or precocious, she remained a child at heart. "Pip, lead the way," he decided, opting for a different approach. Realizing he ought to impart a lesson on wizarding society to their little know-it-all. Pip, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, hurriedly scurried ahead. Hermione pressed her lips together and quickened her pace to follow. "Hermione," Neos inquired as they walked, his tone returning to neutrality. "Do you know why the Muggle world abolished slavery? Because it is immoral?" Hermione ventured cautiously. "Morality is one reason," Neos nodded, "but the core driving force is efficiency. As Muggle technology advanced, they discovered that employing free laborers, even at a cost, generated far greater value than that produced by slave labor. The additional expenses could simply be passed on to consumers. A profitable transaction naturally led to the demise of slavery. And what of wizards? Why do they not abolish it?" Hermione pressed further. Neos did not respond directly. Instead, he raised his voice to address Pip, who was leading the way. "Pip, Are you human? Startled by the sudden question, Pip stumbled, nearly falling. He turned in trepidation. Esteemed Mr. Chaos. Pip is not human. Pip is a house elf. His voice laced with confusion and anxiety. Neos acknowledged with a sound, gesturing for him to continue guiding them. Even if not human, it is still unacceptable. Hermione retorted immediately, imbued with a youthful sense of justice. They possess intellect. They have feelings. They should not be treated in such a manner. Turning to Pip, her voice softened immensely. Pip, tell me, do you desire freedom? True freedom? Freedom? The word struck Pip like a thunderbolt. His complexion drained of color, and an overwhelming dread enveloped him. He fell to his knees, scrambling towards Hermione's feet, his frail hands clutching the hem of her robe. With the other hand, he began to beat his head furiously, tears and snot streaming down his face. Miss Granger, is it something that Pip has done to upset you? Bad Pip. Bad Pip. Pip can change. I implore you, please do not cast Pip away. Pip is a good little elf. Pip works very hard. Pip does not wish to leave Hogwarts. Mr. Cows, I beseech you, please plead for Pip with Miss Granger. He cried out incoherently, as if freedom were a fate more dreadful than death. Although the young wizard had no authority to expel house elves, Pip had no doubt that Neos, with his connection to the headmaster, possessed such power. Hermione was utterly taken aback by Pip's intense reaction. She attempted to bend down to assist him, but found herself unable to break free from his desperate grip on her robe, leaving her to helplessly glance at Neos. Stop! Pip! Neos' voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable command. Pip's cries and self-inflicted anguish ceased abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed. Stand up. Straighten yourself. Neos continued to command. Trembling, Pip dutifully rose, bowing his head as he stood before the two, his shoulders still quivering slightly. Do you understand why Miss Granger wishes to grant you freedom? Neos inquired. Pip does not know. Pip's voice was a mere whisper, filled with confusion and fear. Just moments ago in the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore personally entrusted me with a task. My acceptance letter to Hogwarts was also delivered to me by him. Neos' tone was flat, yet it struck Pip and Hermione like a heavy hammer. Hermione's eyes widened in shock as she finally comprehended what Neos had been doing. Pip, in turn, trembled even more violently. Even those pure-blooded Slytherins, with their noses in the air, fall silent when my origins are mentioned. Neos paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating Pip's lowered head. Do you believe I am akin to those ordinary young wizards within this castle? Pip's head drooped even lower, large tears silently splattering onto the floor as he dared not respond. Dear Pip, why have my friends and I not received your special treatment? Why do we eat the same fare as the other young wizards? Seeing Pip's despair, Hermione's heart ached. She subtly extended a finger to gently tug on Neos' sleeve, wishing to halt his continued pressure. Yet she understood that this storm had arisen because of her. Neos was merely assisting her in mending the situation. Neos seemed to sense the faint tug at his sleeve. Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. From now on, my friends and I may dine as the other young wizards do, but Pip suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. They must be prepared by your own hands. Can you manage that? Neos gazed into Pip's eyes. Pip was momentarily stunned. As the head of the kitchen, he had not personally cooked for the young wizards in many years, being burdened with the intricacies of ingredient procurement and staff management. Yet, at this moment, the request sounded like celestial music to his ears. It signified that Mr. Cows had no intention of expelling him, and had even granted him a chance for redemption and loyalty. I can. Pip can. He nearly screamed in excitement, his words tumbling over one another. Thank you, Mr. Cows. Thank you for your kindness. Pip swears. In the future, every meal shared with you and your friends shall be prepared by Pip himself. He shall endeavor to deliver nothing but excellence, ensuring you are never disappointed. He bowed deeply, his body nearly bending at a 90-degree angle, his voice imbued with profound gratitude, reminiscent of one who has survived a calamity. All right, lead the way. Addressing the issue with the little one is of utmost importance. Neos gestured dismissively. Pip immediately straightened his posture and resumed his brisk pace, as if the earlier collapse had never transpired. Hermione silently trailed beside Neos, observing the small figure ahead, seemingly revitalized, eliciting a myriad of emotions within her heart. Do you understand? Neos' voice floated softly from beside her, yet it resonated clearly in her ears. Yes, Hermione murmured in response, her voice somewhat muffled. She gazed at Pip's back, which was now alight with excitement at the prospect of serving, and reflected on the horrific tempest of freedom they had just witnessed, feeling a heavy chill settle upon her heart. Neos' voice broke the silence once more, carrying a piercing clarity that suggested a profound understanding of the world. Muggle slaves can be released at the mere whim of their master's compassion. But for wizarding slaves... He paused, his gaze sweeping over Pip, whose soul and thoughts had long been corroded and shackled by that ancient curse, rendering the very notion of freedom their deepest nightmare. Chapter 38. The Hogwarts kitchen. Pip guided the two along a secluded path, moving stealthily. In the expansive corridor, only the sound of Neos and Hermione's heels echoing against the stone floors could be heard, while Pip's bare feet made no sound at all. Eventually, the trio arrived at the first floor of Hogwarts Castle, near the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. During the break time, numerous badgers were bustling in and out. Pip led the two into the shadow of a corner, waiting for the flow of traffic to thin before swiftly signaling them to follow. He halted before a grand painting depicting a bountiful bowl of fruit. Within the artwork, a plump silver pear stood out prominently. Pip reached out, carefully scratching the surface of the pear with his finger. To their astonishment, the pear emitted a series of delicate and peculiar giggles. Instantly, it contorted and transformed, morphing into a gleaming brass doorknob. Pip grasped the knob and gently twisted it. With a soft click, the entire painting slid silently inward, akin to a door swinging open. Pip quickly waved his hand, beckoning the two to enter. As they stepped inside, a warm breeze infused with the aroma of freshly baked bread. The hearty scent of stewed meat and the sweet fragrance of baked pie crust enveloped them, instantly dispelling the chill of the castle's stone walls. They found themselves in a vast cavernous space, its soaring vaulted ceiling illuminated by the glow of the hearth and suspended magical candles. Before them lay a dazzling scene of bustling activity. At the center of the kitchen, 4 enormous long tables, identical to those in the great hall above, were set, with food being precisely conveyed to the upper house tables through these magically linked banquet tables. Dozens of domesticated house elves, clad in neat uniforms, scurry about with astonishing efficiency. Their diminutive forms are ubiquitous. Some are energetically waving their slender arms, directing enormous spoons to stir automatically in cauldrons towering above them. Others, on tiptoe, orchestrate rows of knives to neatly chop mounds of vegetables. Still others push floating carts laden with freshly baked, golden brown rolls and pies. The aroma so enticing it seems almost tangible. The kitchen's walls are lined with massive stone fireplaces, their flames roaring, while large copper pots and iron hooks dangle above. Piles of gleaming copper pans, tin trays, and wooden bowls are stacked high on the shelves. In a corner, hanging hams and sausages glisten with an alluring sheen under the soft glow of the fire, beside baskets brimming with freshly picked, dew-kissed pumpkins and vegetables, exuding the fragrance of earth. Enormous oak barrels brim with apple cider, the air infused with a hint of yeast and cinnamon. There is no moment of tranquility here. Only the symphonic clatter of pots and pans, the crackling of the fire, the rustling of ingredients being prepared, and the unique melodies hummed or softly exchanged by the house elves in their high-pitched voices. They move with agility, their eyes focused, and their faces radiate a sense of almost sacred duty, as if providing delicious fare for the students and staff of Hogwarts is the highest honor of their existence. One can observe a house elf meticulously using magic to ensure that the corners of a stack of napkins are perfectly aligned, while another checks a whole row of sizzling roasted chickens in a massive oven, ensuring each one boasts a flawless golden brown hue. The entire kitchen resembles a grand, intricate, and vibrant machine, propelled by culinary magic, tirelessly generating warmth and joy to nourish the entire castle under the diligent hands of countless little workers. The aroma of food, the magical glow, and the palpable sense of bustling activity coalesce to form the beating heart and stomach of Hogwarts. This scene should be one of harmony and beauty. However, on the ground, a layer of at least 20 centimeters of pink powder spreads like a grotesque fungal carpet, utterly shattering this idyllic vision. Before Neos and Hermione, more than one house elf stumbles on the slick, yielding surface, sending their ingredients or utensils crashing to the floor. Pip closes the door, turns around, and bows his head deeply, his voice laced with guilt and frustration. Mr. Chaos, it is indeed this pink powder that renders our work impossible. Neos gazes at the nearly all-encompassing pink disaster on the kitchen floor, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. How could it have proliferated to this extent? Pip's head droops even lower, nearly burying itself in his chest. We discovered that it only requires water to multiply, and we just wanted to see how large it could grow. Enough, no need for explanations. Neos interjects decisively, raising his hand to halt Pip's lamentations. Order them to cease all work immediately. Quickly cover all exposed food, ingredients, and water-sensitive kitchen utensils. Seal them tightly. Yes, Mr. Cows. Pip responded sharply, as if receiving a military command, and immediately began issuing orders in the high-pitched voice characteristic of house elves. The kitchen became a whirlwind of activity, this time in the name of protection rather than preparation. The elves swiftly lowered pot lids, oilcloths, and magical shields, their movements so rapid they seemed to blur. What do you intend to do? Hermione inquired, her curiosity tinged with concern as she observed the commotion. The eyes on Neos' goggles playfully winked at Hermione. Just watch, Miss Beaver. Soon, a space was cleared in the center of the kitchen, the elves retreating to the doorway, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation as they gazed at Neos. He stood firm at the convergence of 4 long tables, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, slammed his hands down onto the thick layer of flour. Sizzle buzz. In an instant, the entire kitchen was engulfed in blinding white light and a myriad of silver-blue lightning bolts. The current danced across the floor, spreading and coursing over Hermione and all the elves without inflicting any harm. Immediately, the thick layer of flour on the ground began to boil violently, as if it were ice tossed into hot oil. Countless wisps of cold steam erupted from it. Devoid of warmth, Neos had merely stripped away all the moisture contained within the flour. He mused internally, "It's a pity this is a confined space. Otherwise, I could have simply decomposed the moisture into hydrogen and oxygen for greater efficiency. The key is that acyl is absent, and without an equal exchange medium, such delicate operations become unmanageable." The dense, frigid white steam enveloped the vast kitchen space like a tangible fog, obscuring all vision, leaving only the hissing sound of the steam to be heard. After 5 or 6 minutes, the thick fog gradually dispersed. The sight that met everyone's eyes caused them to gasp in astonishment. The kitchen appeared as if it had just weathered a torrential downpour. Water dripped from the walls, floors, shelves, and even the vaulted ceiling. The hastily covered food bore numerous water stains along the edges of their protective coverings. The once roaring fireplace now emitted only a few stubborn wisps of blue smoke and damp charcoal ashes. Standing at the doorway, Hermione, Pip, and the other elves were drenched, their hair and clothes clinging to their bodies in a disheveled state. Even Neos, the instigator, was not spared. His wet black hair clung to his forehead, droplets cascading down his finely sculpted jawline. He held a piece of flour, now reduced to the size of a fist and completely devoid of moisture, and approached the equally soaked, grim-faced Hermione, even giving her a thumbs up with a sense of pride. All done. The next moment, Neos cows. Hermione's scream nearly toppled the dripping vaulted ceiling. She cared not for her drenched state. In her eyes, there existed only the ingredients that had been soaked by water, the extinguished flames of the stove, and the imagined scene of the little elves laboring tirelessly to rectify this calamity. A surge of unbridled fury ignited within her. She clenched her fists, akin to an enraged young lion, and lunged fiercely towards Neos. Upon seeing Hermione charging towards him, Neos, filled with mischief, took to his heels. Thus, in this magical kitchen, recently ravaged by a flood, a comical yet chaotic chase ensued. Soaked to the skin, Neos darted across the slick stone floor, while the equally drenched and infuriated Hermione pursued him relentlessly, splashing water with each step. The little elves, terrified, pressed themselves against the walls, wide-eyed, witnessing this absurd battle of the drenched. Ultimately, Hermione succeeded in capturing the slippery Neos. "Dry him off. Now." Immediately, she commanded through gritted teeth, gripping Neos by the collar, her damp curls still dripping. Eventually, after their playful antics, Neos, under Hermione's watchful eye, attended to the sodden ingredients and kitchenware. As they departed the kitchen, dusk had fallen outside, and the melodious chime of the dining hall's dinner bell resonated throughout the castle. Chapter 39, Hagrid's Hut. After dining, Harry and Ron made their way directly to Hagrid. Hagrid resided in a quaint wooden cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots positioned before the door. Beside the cabin lay a pumpkin patch, brimming with enormous, plump pumpkins. When Harry knocked, sounds of frantic struggle and low growls echoed from within. Then came Hagrid's voice. "Back up, Fong, back up." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment." He retreated momentarily, bellowing inside. "Back up, Fong." Hagrid eventually swung the door wide, allowing them entry, still clutching the collar of a massive black hound. The cabin contained but a single room. Ham hocks and wild fowl hung from the walls. A copper kettle boiled water over the hearth. And in one corner stood a large bed, draped with patchwork quilts. "Make yourselves at home." Once Fong had calmed down, Hagrid released him. Fong immediately leaped towards Ron, showering him with enthusiastic licks. Contrary to his formidable appearance, Fong was as gentle as Hagrid. "This is my friend, Ron," Harry introduced to Hagrid. Hagrid was busy pouring boiling water into a large teapot, while placing rock cakes onto a plate. "Another Weasley brother, I see," Hagrid remarked, glancing at Ron's freckled face. "I nearly spent half my life trying to keep your twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest." Ron, thoroughly besieged by Fong, was unable to respond to Hagrid. After setting down the teapot, Hagrid turned his attention to Harry, inquiring, "Is Neos not with you?" Upon mentioning Neos, Harry's mood noticeably darkened, and Hagrid's smile faded slightly. "What's the matter? Have you had a falling out with him?" Faced with Hagrid's inquiry, Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Despite having prepared a multitude of thoughts to express before arriving, the sight of Hagrid's concerned expression suddenly deterred him from involving the kind gamekeeper in the troubles concerning Neos. "No," he hastily shook his head, striving to adopt a light-hearted tone. "Neos and Hermione have gone to the library. Hermione is also our friend." The simple-minded Hagrid remained oblivious to the fleeting unease in Harry's demeanor, smiling contentedly. It seems you have made quite a few good friends, he said, genuinely pleased for Harry. Harry, too, was touched by Hagrid's unreserved warmth, momentarily casting aside his heavy burdens. He began to enthusiastically recount his experiences from the first week at Hogwarts, the intriguing classes, the stern Professor McGonagall, nearly headless Nick, and the lively atmosphere of the common room. He even shared the memorable scene of Neos donning a bath hat during the sorting ceremony, which elicited hearty laughter from Hagrid. The rock cakes Hagrid offered nearly threatened to chip their teeth, as Harry and Ron pretended to relish the treat while struggling to chew. Fong rested his head on Harry's lap, drooling and soaking a large patch of his robes. As the conversation flowed, it inevitably veered toward less pleasant topics. Harry vented his frustrations to Hagrid regarding Snape's unreasonable harassment and Filch's eerie demeanor. Hagrid expressed his discontent with Filch as well, unceremoniously referring to him as an old toad. However, he offered a more measured assessment of Snape. Harry, don't take it too much to heart. That fellow Snape has hardly ever liked any student. He treats everyone the same. Yet, Harry sensed a flicker of something in Hagrid's gaze, as if he were intentionally avoiding eye contact. Just as Harry contemplated probing further, Hagrid abruptly turned to Ron. How's your brother Charlie? I really like him. He has a way with animals, especially the dangerous ones. Harry keenly discerned that Hagrid was deliberately shifting the topic. Ron, thus compelled, began to share amusing anecdotes about Charlie's adventures studying dragons in Romania. At that moment, Harry's gaze inadvertently swept across the fireplace. Beneath the teapot warmer lay a small slip of paper, seemingly used as a makeshift coaster. It was unmistakably a clipped segment from the Daily Prophet. Harry's curiosity piqued. He leaned in discreetly while Hagrid and Ron were engrossed in conversation, and discerned the title and content. Latest report on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the unauthorized intrusion at Gringotts on July 31st is still ongoing. It is widely believed that an unidentified dark wizard is responsible. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. In fact, the underground vault that was searched had been completely emptied earlier that day. This afternoon, a spokesperson for Gringotts stated that no information can be divulged regarding the contents of the vault, and it is advisable to refrain from interfering in this matter. Harry's heart leaped. He immediately recalled Ron mentioning on the train that someone had attempted to rob Gringotts, though Ron had not disclosed the specific date. Hagrid, Harry exclaimed, his voice tight with excitement. The day of the Gringotts break-in was July 31st, my birthday. At the time of the incident, we were likely there as well. He fixed his gaze intently on Hagrid's face. Hagrid seemed taken aback, his hands freezing momentarily, and his face, obscured by a thick beard, appeared to flush. He dared not meet Harry's eyes, mumbling indistinctly and awkwardly shoving a rock cake into Harry's hands. Try this, just baked. Harry did not accept it, instead rereading the brief report with meticulous attention. The bolded statement echoed in his mind. The underground vault had indeed been completely emptied earlier that day. If the small cloth bag Hagrid had taken from the filthy vault 713 minute was emptied, could it be that the intruders were seeking that unassuming little bag? Harry's mind was flooded with questions. Where was that small bag now? Did Hagrid know who the intruders were? Why was he avoiding the topic? And what about Snape? Had Hagrid's flickering gaze when mentioning him indicated that he knew something about Snape, yet was unwilling to share? Most troubling of all was the audacious proposal from Neos. How was he to decide? As Harry and Ron walked back to the castle for dinner, their pockets were filled with the rock cakes Hagrid had insisted they take. Out of politeness, they felt unable to refuse. Ron even joked, maybe Neos would like one? With his teeth, he might manage to chew it. Harry merely forced a smile. After an afternoon tea with Hagrid, rather than clarifying his thoughts, he found himself burdened with even more questions. Chapter 40. Hooray! A new member. At dinner, at the Gryffindor long table, Neville, Seamus, and Dean had arrived early to the Great Hall. Neville fidgeted restlessly, frequently glancing towards the entrance until he spotted Harry and Ron approaching, their arms cradling a large bundle of items. Hey, Neville, come help, Ron called out, excitement lacing his voice. Neville hurried over, taking some of the load. Weren't you supposed to find Hagrid? What are these? Hagrid was so enthusiastic. Ron grinned widely, producing what looked like a cake. Look, rock cake, baked by Hagrid himself. Try it. As Neville observed the overly radiant smile on Ron's face, a smile reminiscent of Neos' mischievousness, his heart sank. He hesitated but ultimately selected the smallest piece, cautiously taking a bite. Crack. The excruciating pain from his teeth, coupled with the granite-like hardness, made him gasp in shock, contorting his entire face. Ha ha ha. Ron erupted into a fit of joyous laughter, clearly delighting in Neville's reaction. Clutching his teeth in agony, Neville painfully placed the menacing morsel back on the table. You can keep that for yourself, Ron. No way. Good things should be shared. Ron grinned broadly, his eyes sparkling with mischief, quickly pulling out several more pieces and thrusting them into Neville's hands. Here, take these for Seamus and Dean to try as well. Faced with Ron's unabashedly wicked grin, Neville, resigned, steeled himself and selected 2 pieces of the seemingly softer rock cakes, making his way towards Seamus and Dean, who were still some distance away. Having had his fill of laughter, Ron turned to the quietly contemplative Harry beside him. Hey, what's up? You've been out of sorts since returning from Hagrid's, and I've been the only one talking. Harry seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps seeking reassurance. I was pondering whether or not to accept Neos's invitation. And also, is Hagrid hiding something? Ron threw an arm around Harry's shoulder and shook him playfully. Hey, mate, don't overthink it alone. Didn't Teen Neos say he wouldn't rush us? As for Hagrid, he shrugged. Adults often have things they don't want us to know. Want to know more? After dinner, let us discuss it together. Don't keep it bottled up. We are friends, right? Ron's smile radiated a reassuring sincerity. Harry felt a warmth swell within him. His childhood, spent as a guest in someone else's home, had conditioned him to bear burdens alone. This sense of camaraderie was both unfamiliar and precious. Just as their gazes met, silently conveying a profound bond of friendship, a jarring voice lazily floated from behind. TSK, 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 just as I thought, England. Having grown up in the Muggle world, Harry instantly grasped the implication, his face flushing crimson. Ron, however, looked utterly bewildered. What? What did you say? Don't say such things. Harry quickly defended himself, his ears burning. Neos, with cartoonish eyes on his blindfold, smirked and elongated his tone. Yes. Friends. He emphasized the word friends deliberately, striding into the hall with an air of nonchalance. Neos, clarify that for me. Why did you emphasize that word? Harry, both embarrassed and irate, chased after him. Left behind, Ron felt equally perplexed, scratching his head just as he noticed Hermione, her hair more unruly than usual, resembling a dandelion, trudging towards him with a heavy gait. Hermione? What does that guy Neos mean? Ron hastily inquired. Hermione wearily lifted her eyelids, her voice laced with exhaustion. He means that you and Harry share a special bond that transcends mere friendship. With that, she walked straight to the end of the long table and sat down. Ron stood there, his mind racing. A special bond that transcends friendship? What sort of bond? He instinctively scanned the auditorium, his gaze landing upon a pair of upperclassmen couples entering hand in hand. With a thunderous roar, Ron's face flushed a deeper shade than his hair. Neo, Harry and I are not in that kind of relationship. A deafening shout erupted at the entrance, drawing countless gazes. With his face aflame, Ron stormed inside in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Neo had already disregarded Harry and Ron's protests and strolled over to Neville. Seamus and Dean were gathered around Neville, half-jokingly reprimanding him for his recent rock cake prank. Hey, gentlemen, Neo interjected, might we temporarily borrow our esteemed Mr. Longbottom? Seamus and Dean paused, taken aback by Neo's presence. They instinctively ceased their tirade, aware of his pivotal role in their group. Neo, you must have a word with Neville. Seamus pointed at the remaining rock cakes on the table, feigning indignation. He actually disguised a stone as cake for us. Quick-witted Ron swiftly produced a large rock cake from his pocket, presenting it to Neo like a prized possession. Here it is. You must try it, Neo. Hagrid made it. Under the curious and somewhat gleeful gazes of the onlookers, Neo unflinchingly accepted the seemingly lethal cake. Then, amidst the astonished stares of everyone, a cacophony of crunching echoed through the air. Neo, expressionless, chewed the incredibly hard rock cake as if it were a mere biscuit, grinding it to bits and swallowing it with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the stone had vanished from his mouth. Neo brushed off non-existent crumbs from his hands, his tone as bland as if he were commenting on plain water. Not bad. Is there more? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Seamus, Dean, Neville, and several nearby Gryffindors gaped in shock, utterly petrified. Neo surveyed the group with their jaws nearly touching the ground and shrugged nonchalantly. Well, we'll be eating soon anyway. He turned, his gaze expertly honing in on the Slytherin table. The previously murmuring snakes seemed to have been collectively silenced, each one hastily lowering their heads to study the wood grain of the table with intense focus. Neo walked directly behind Draco Malfoy. Just as Draco was terrifiedly about to turn around, Neo's hands darted like lightning under his armpits, lifting him effortlessly overhead. The sight, if witnessed by Muggles years later, would surely evoke cries of Simba. Goyle and Crabbe instinctively attempted to rise and intervene, but Neo's merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze icy and piercing beneath the blindfold. With a voice that was soft yet laden with invisible pressure, he inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" The words struck them like a deluge of icy water, rendering Goyle and Crabbe momentarily immobile, akin to quails ensnared by a predatory bird. They swiftly retreated into their seats, burying their heads lower than before, scarcely daring to breathe. "Put me down. Chaos. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Please, let me down." Draco futilely struggled in Neos's grasp, his voice tinged with desperation and unprecedented terror. His meticulously groomed blonde hair was disheveled, and his pale face flushed crimson with a mix of shame and indignation. Neos remained indifferent, holding Draco aloft, flailing like a silver fish caught on a hook, as they traversed the great hall amidst the astonished, amused, and schadenfreude-laden gazes of fellow students. He paid no heed to the collective attention and announced to the wide-eyed trio, "Come sit over here. I managed to secure us some meal allowances." Harry and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, as if ensnared by a disarming spell, and mechanically followed Neo's to the far end of the long table, beside Hermione's seat. "Hermione," Neo said cheerfully, as if he were bearing not Draco but a sack of potatoes, "we're back. Look, I even brought you some Slytherin delicacies." Hermione curled into a ball, her fluffy brown curls nearly concealing her entire face, resembling an excessively startled plush toy. At that moment, her sole desire was to master apparition and escape from this mortifying planet that made her want to dig her toes into the ground. Meanwhile, Draco, held aloft by Neo's like a trophy, had his pale skin flushed red, resembling a boiled lobster. Despairing, he gazed upward at the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, attempting to shield himself from the probing eyes and whispers surrounding him. He even began to seriously contemplate the possibility of transferring to Beauxbatons or Durmstrang immediately, and whether Neo's might one day pay a visit to Malfoy Manor on a sunlit afternoon. Neo's finally displayed an act of mercy, gently placing the nearly fainting Draco down onto an empty seat opposite Neville. Draco, dazed and disoriented, collapsed onto the hard bench, and upon looking up, found himself met by Neville's large, sympathetic eyes filled with compassion. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame and Neo's unrelenting pressure, Draco's mind momentarily faltered. He offered Neville an exceedingly radiant smile, unsure whether it was to uphold his noble dignity or a sign of his unraveling sanity. Neville distinctly noticed that at the edge of that overly brilliant smile, a single crystalline tear was silently cascading down Draco's cheek. Chapter 41, The Dinner of Six. The group listened intently as Ron animatedly recounted the events of the afternoon at Hagrid's hut. Draco sat in a daze, his gaze hollow as he stared at the exquisitely prepared food before him, yet he remained motionless, his utensils untouched. Neville, unable to bear the sight, quietly placed several perfectly roasted pieces of beef and soft Yorkshire pudding onto Draco's plate. Draco, lost in thought, lifted his head to look at Neville. "You should eat," Neville urged gently, his voice imbued with sincere concern, "or you won't be able to sleep tonight due to hunger." This simple comfort seemed to ease Draco's taut nerves slightly, and he responded with a soft acknowledgement. "By the way," Ron turned to the others, "what have you all accomplished today?" Neville, somewhat bashful, spoke up. "I went to watch the Quidditch team practice with Seamus and the others. Though they all enjoyed it, I found it too dangerous." Neville's childhood experience of being thrown out of a window by his uncle, which unexpectedly triggered his magical abilities, had also left him with a severe fear of heights. "Come on, Neville," Ron exclaimed dramatically. "Don't tell me you're not interested in Quidditch. It's the most exhilarating sport. My favorite team is the Chudley Cannons. Even if they're likely to come in last again this year, I believe one day they will lift the championship cup." Hermione slightly tilted her head and whispered to Nias, "What is Quidditch?" Nias, engrossed in a piece of lamb, did not look up and mumbled, I don't know." Hermione shot him an irritated glance before turning to Harry across the table in search of an answer. Harry knew a bit about it, but upon seeing Draco's pitiable state, he recalled how animated Draco had been while discussing Quidditch at Madame Malkin's. Although he did not particularly like Draco, he felt that since Nias had drawn him into their small group, there was a possibility they could become friends. Rather than allowing Draco to continue suffering, it would be better to give him an opportunity to shine and lighten the mood. "Hey, Draco," Harry interjected at the opportune moment, addressing him. "Aren't you quite knowledgeable about Quidditch? Why don't you tell us about it? I grew up in the Muggle world and don't know much about the sport." He said this to avoid making Nias and Hermione feel awkward. Draco perked up. He had been contemplating how this was a perfect moment to join the conversation, and Harry's words were a timely boon. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to regain a semblance of the composed Draco Malfoy. "Well, since you insist, Quidditch is indeed a fascinating sport." He straightened his posture, chin raised, as the familiar Draco re-emerged. In a Quidditch match, a team requires 7 players, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and 1 seeker. 3 types of balls are utilized: the quaffle, the bludger, and the golden snitch. The chasers are responsible for throwing the quaffle through the opposing team's goal hoops, earning 10 points for each goal scored. The beaters protect their teammates by using bats to knock away the ferocious bludgers. As for the keeper, their duty is, naturally, to defend their team's 3 goal hoops. The essence of victory and defeat truly lies in the seeker's hands. The golden snitch, no larger than a walnut, darts through the air with incredible speed. Capturing it guarantees a remarkable 150 points and concludes the match instantly. At this moment, the inquisitive Hermione raised her hand to inquire, "If the seeker is unable to catch the golden snitch, wouldn't the game be perpetually unresolved?" "I know this," Ron interjected loudly before Draco could respond. "The eternal match between the Celtic team and the Flanders team in 1291. "Eternal match?" Hermione pressed further. Draco seized the opportunity to elaborate, keen to avoid Ron overshadowing his moment. Indeed, this legendary match persisted for a full 3 months. There were no artificial snitches back then. Instead, they used an exceptionally clever raven chick. It could even disguise itself as a flock of swamp birds, seeking refuge in muddy burrows during torrential downpours. This forced both teams to don bubblehead charms and dive into the swamp in search of it. As he spoke, Draco's pace quickened. Anxious that Ron might again seize the spotlight, both sides were compelled to continuously summon substitute players. The organizers even had house elves conjuring tents in midair to provide resting spots for the players. Many athletes relied on stamina potions or nutritional elixirs to endure, with several suffering from nosebleeds due to excessive consumption. Due to the prolonged duration of the match, the wooden brooms warped from the relentless rain, necessitating that the beaters cast repair spells while competing. Moreover, the Department of Magical Sports attempted 3 times to terminate the match, only to be thwarted by the furious fans. Even the referee, Modric Williams, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into the swamp, sustaining injuries from a water beast before being hospitalized. It was not until the 93rd day that the seeker for the Flanders team, Vanderwide, inadvertently consumed a swamp poisonberry and fell into a coma, while the golden snitch was washed to the feet of the Celtic seeker, Aidan Lynch. Ultimately, the score read 1270 to 1260, with the Celtic team narrowly clinching victory. After finishing his narrative, Draco cast a furtive glance at Neos, who had just set down his knife after finishing his meal, and offered a gentle applause. A splendid commentary. Draco, Neos remarked, his tone laced with approval, before lifting his pumpkin juice and surveying the group. Welcome to our midst. The others understood and raised their own pumpkin juices in unison. To Draco, Neos initiated. To Draco, the group echoed in chorus. Observing this scene, Draco felt the shadow of Neos's earlier jest dissipate entirely. He suddenly grasped 2 pivotal realizations. First, Neos seemingly harbored no intent to harm him or his family. Second, joining this small circle could potentially yield unprecedented advantages for the Malfoy family. Consider the individuals before him. Harry Potter, the savior who vanquished the Dark Lord, wielding unparalleled influence. Ronald Weasley, hailing from one of the most illustrious families in the wizarding world, with deep-rooted connections. Neville Longbottom, a member of a solid pureblood family, left-leaning yet formidable in stature. Hermione Granger, a prodigy of Muggle descent, seemingly intertwined with Neos. Neos Chaos, an enigmatic descendant of witch hunters, endowed with revolutionary power. And then there is Draco Malfoy, a staunch representative of pureblood elitism. The energy generated by this gathering of individuals is simply beyond imagination. Draco even suspects that upon their graduation from Hogwarts, they could unleash a transformative storm, upending the entire wizarding landscape of Britain and beyond. A person like Neos would never settle for tranquility. To follow in his wake would undoubtedly bestow immeasurable power and benefits. Neos' gentle demeanor allowed Draco to seamlessly integrate into the ensuing discussion, as if he had always been a member of this collective. When Ron inquired about Hermione, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to share the day's experiences. Today, Neos and I visited the Hogwarts kitchen. Her voice was soft, yet it caused several young wizards to pause in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the two would venture to such a mysterious locale. Hermione, do tell. Ron's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he asked, was it filled with endless desserts and delicacies? Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. Ron, wake up. That essay kitchen. Not a fairy tale wish-granting house. Then what were you doing there? Ron scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Hermione did not respond directly. Instead, she gently nudged Neos with her elbow. Neos set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and then from his pocket produced a fist-sized, entirely translucent pink gem. It lay quietly in the palm of his hand, radiating a warm and peculiar glow under the candlelight of the Great Hall, instantly captivating the attention of the onlookers. Observing the surprise and curiosity flickering in their eyes, Hermione interjected to disrupt their speculation. Stop guessing. That is a concentrated, solidified pixie dust. Huh, pixie dust? What is that? Harry and Draco inquired almost in unison. Neos offered no further explanation, casually returning the gem to his possession before, like handing out sweets. He placed a piece of ordinary pixie dust into Draco's hand. Play with it, Neos said nonchalantly. As long as you don't put it in your mouth or in water, it's safe. Huh. Draco, holding the cool, slightly quivering pink substance, found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Chapter 42, Neos' Philosophy. Hermione elaborated on the chaotic scene of the kitchen inundated with pixie dust. How the slick, spreading pink fungal carpet tripped the busy house elves and forced the entire kitchen to cease operations. Her tone bore a hint of lingering fear and disbelief. Draco, gripping the cool, slightly pulsing pink object, furrowed his brow. He simply could not reconcile this little thing with the calamity Hermione had described. Harry's thoughts were firmly ensnared by a singular inquiry. What exactly are house elves? House elves? Draco seemed to have been activated by a familiar switch. a hint of the pride unique to purebloods emerging on his face. They are the most perfect servants for wizards, Potter. Not only can they manage domestic affairs, but they can also handle some basic tasks. He slightly raised his chin, stating that his own Dobby frequently assists his father in organizing documents. Neville nodded, a touch of nostalgia in his tone. When I was little, my grandmother was busy, and it was our house elf, Binky, who took care of me. He often took me to play in the garden. Ron scratched his red hair, appearing somewhat embarrassed. We, can't afford a house elf in our family. Upon hearing this, Draco displayed a look of surprise. Weasley, it seems your family has lost a house elf rather than being unable to afford one. After a brief pause, he observed Ron's more confused expression and clarified that while your family has always tried to distance itself from the Sacred 28, your bloodline remains, and you, like the Malfoys and the Longbottoms, are among the oldest families in the British wizarding world. House elves only choose to serve ancient bloodlines or powerful entities like Hogwarts. Ron was taken aback. He had never considered that his family might have once possessed a house elf. However, Draco's words sparked a notion within him. How much easier life would be for Mum if there were indeed a house elf to assist. He eagerly inquired, do you know how we could retrieve a house elf, or perhaps find another? Draco pondered for a moment. Your family likely expelled or transferred a house elf in the past. I can assure you of that. As for reattracting one, he shook his head. That would probably require asking my father. A profound sense of inexplicable joy surged within Ron. He observed the once pretentious and irksome Draco Malfoy, who, after being tempered by Neos, revealed a quality of being communicative and even helpful. It felt strange, yet it was undeniably pleasant. Draco, witnessing Ron's genuine happiness, felt an inexplicable warmth arise within him. This was starkly different from the fleeting and cruel pleasure he derived from mocking others in the past. It was a more enduring and substantial delight. However, Hermione, watching the two of them fervently discuss how to acquire a house elf, listening to Draco's words about perfect servants and loyalty, felt a surge of intense irritation and anger rise within her. The busy figures of house elves in the kitchen, Pip's desperate cries, and even a glimpse of a house elf baby in the corner flashed before her eyes. You. Hermione's voice escalated in pitch, laced with incredulity and sharpness. Why are you only thinking of enslaving more house elves? This is wrong. They possess intelligence. They have emotions. They are not mere tools. Her outburst fell like a bucket of cold water. Ron and Draco fell silent immediately, with Draco hastily lowering his head as if to bury his face in his plate. Ron was taken aback by Hermione's fury, instinctively glancing at Neos, his eyes filled with confusion and a plea for assistance. What is wrong with her? Neos understood that he could no longer remain an observer. A profound ideological chasm had opened within the team, and mere appeasement would only exacerbate the issue. Hermione, Neos spoke, his voice low yet remarkably clear, instantly silencing the subtle sounds around the dining table. Hermione abruptly turned to him, her eyes slightly reddened, her voice trembling as she questioned. Do you also believe that enslaving others, subjugating other beings, is acceptable? Is there truly no issue with that? Neos did not respond immediately. He first shook his head slowly, then nodded gently. This contradictory gesture left everyone present, including Draco, who was feigning ignorance, feeling perplexed. I believe, Neos began, his voice calm as though stating an objective fact, that enslaving our fellow humans is unequivocally wrong. I empathize with and oppose any injustice and suffering endured by humanity. He paused, as if his gaze pierced through the masks, scanning each face. However, his tone remained unperturbed regarding other species, imbued with a chilling resolve. I am afraid my stance differs. Draco's body tensed suddenly, as if infused with newfound strength. His previously hunched back straightened, and a fleeting glimmer of what seemed like support flickered across his face. You, how can you say such a thing? Hermione's complexion turned ashen, her lips quivering, as though she was truly encountering the person she had known intimately for the first time. Harry, Ron, and Neville shared the same astonishment, their gazes fixed on Neos, filled with bewilderment and unfamiliarity. Neos raised his right hand, palm upwards. A few slender, flickering arcs of white electricity danced silently between his fingers, shimmering and emitting a faint crackling sound, as if to silently underscore his power. Hermione, he gazed intently at her, his tone laced with a near-cruel rationality. Do you truly believe that the almost instinctual reverence, submission, and humility shown by the house elves arise from their free will? No. He answered himself. It is merely a behavioral pattern forcibly shaped by a curse engraved deep within their blood, a fade donned out of necessity for survival. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to a more oppressive timbre. Imagine, if one day, this curse were to be shattered, this race that has been enslaved for millennia, inherently capable of wandless and silent magic, even able to effortlessly penetrate Hogwarts' anti-disapparition wards, were to break free from their shackles. Neos' gaze swept over Harry, Ron, and Neville, finally returning to Hermione's pale visage. In what manner would their wrath be unleashed? How utterly and lethally would their vengeance manifest? I implore you to pause and reflect, before hastily assuming the mantle of liberators. Neo's tone bore the weight of a mentor's admonition, yet it was chillingly austere. Consider the world that your well-intentioned actions may ultimately create. Is this truly the realm you desire? He regarded Hermione, his voice softening, yet each word pronounced with clarity. Hermione, rather than fixating on shattering that bloodline covenant, it would be wiser to direct your energies towards the tangible enhancement of their current work environment and living conditions. This, perhaps, is the choice that would inflict the least harm upon this race, upon humanity itself. Having spoken, Neos disregarded the oppressive silence enveloping the dining table and the myriad complex expressions on the faces of those present. He rose resolutely, preparing to depart. Neos, Hermione suddenly stood, her voice laced with defiance and a final flicker of stubbornness, calling out to his retreating figure, What if I must liberate them? What if I succeed? Neos paused, slowly turning around. The comical cartoon eyes of his mask fixated on Hermione. Dear Hermione, his voice, though exceptionally gentle, caused the surrounding atmosphere to plummet in temperature. You have misunderstood a critical aspect. Before my arrival, that bloodline curse served as a tool of their enslavement. However, after my intervention, his tone turned frigid. Imbued with an unassailable declaration, this curse transformed into a protective shield for the continuity of their race. He tilted his head slightly, as if stating an undeniable truth. As long as they remain compliant, never attempting to break free from this yoke, I shall regard them fondly, akin to a useful implement. I may even extend certain benefits to them. Yet, a sinister chill crept into his voice. However, should I detect even the faintest hint of rebellion? Even its nascent stirrings, Neos's lips curled into a cold and ruthless smile. I trust that Azazel and his comrades would be most pleased to partake in the ensuing feast. Silence engulfed the room. It felt as though even the air had solidified around the dining table. Hermione felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body trembling slightly. Harry and the others wore grave expressions, rendered speechless by Neos's blatant threat. Neos, accustomed to awaiting Azazel's jests or counterarguments, found only a disconcerting stillness. He glanced down in surprise, instinctively searching for that small figure at his feet. Ron swallowed hard, cautiously raising a hand, his voice dry as he broke the silence. Azazel seems to still be in the potions classroom. Neos froze momentarily, then erupted with a thunderous exclamation. The previously cold and commanding aura he exuded shattered in an instant. You all continue your meal. I must go rescue Azazel. Without waiting for a response, he dashed out of the hall like a gust of wind, leaving behind several companions unsettled by Neos's ideology, seated in stunned silence. Chapter 43, The Gossip of Snape. Neos stood before the firmly shut door of the potions classroom, his fingertips gently tapping against the ancient, heavy wooden barrier. Pip! A faint pop resonated in the air, and Pip's crumpled figure materialized behind him in an instant. The dinner had just concluded, and the kitchen was bustling with activity, yet sensing Neos's call, Pip hastened to respond without delay. A subtle smile curved Neos's lips. I was quite pleased with tonight's dinner. Let this standard be maintained henceforth. Pip humbly lowered his head, his voice brimming with gratitude. It is Pip's honor to serve you. Neos gestured towards the wooden door of the classroom. Kindly open it for me. My pet is trapped inside. Pip raised his hand, and with a click, the lock sprang open. A peculiar pink light seeped through the crack of the door. Neos stepped inside with measured grace, Pip following closely behind. In the corner of the classroom, a satchel lay sprawled across a desk, soundly asleep. A bubbling cauldron before him simmered with an unidentifiable substance, while several empty glass jars with indistinct labels lay scattered nearby. It was evident that Professor Snape's personal collection had suffered a dire fate. One could only wonder if Snape would regret locking this fellow in the classroom when he discovered the empty jars the following Monday. Neos raised an eyebrow and withdrew a faux wand from his robes. A flash of white light illuminated the room as the tip of the wand blossomed into a hefty metal sphere. With a resounding crash, the makeshift hammer plunged through a satchel's head, embedding itself deeply into the desk beneath. A dark crimson liquid erupted forth like a burst dam. The sudden agony jolted the slumbering satchel upright like a fish, only to crash heavily onto the floor, his body convulsing violently. Mere moments later, the horrific wound on his head visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Pip nearly fainted from shock. Neos, you scoundrel! A satchel exclaimed, clutching his newly restored head in outrage. Could you not employ a gentler method to rouse someone? Neos disdainfully flicked away the remnants of tissue from the hammer, restoring the wand to its original form. Was that not gentle enough? Instantaneous reboot, devoid of pain. A satchel, infuriated, raised his tail in indignation. I must be quite sheltered. I have never heard of any sane individual requiring torment or rebooting to awaken. Neos, uninterested in further debate, tucked away his wand and casually pulled a chair towards him. resting his chin on one hand as he gazed at his satchel with keen interest. So, what say you? Has the potions professor, who has harbored malice towards us since our arrival at the school, been unable to resist studying you? A satchel, while wiping the blood from his face, scoffed. No. He has neither invaded my mind, nor even approached within 5 paces of me. Neos chuckled lightly. Oh, it seems he possesses some principles. Though he regards us with the vigilance of a thief, at least he is not like that old dung, who, upon our first meeting, dove straight into one's mind. As Azazel extracted a twisted, lizard-like creature from the cauldron with a small fork, he gestured towards Neos. Upon seeing Neos shake his head, he turned to Pip. Pip hurriedly waved his hands in retreat. Azazel had no choice but to pop the creature into his mouth, chewing it while muttering. However, today I stumbled upon something far more intriguing. That Snape, he harbors affection for Harry, albeit faint, but I certainly cannot be mistaken. Neos abruptly sat up straight, and even Pip widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, Neos exclaimed, his cartoonish eye decals gleaming. Isn't it remarkable? Even the professor has a penchant for such things? A young boy? Stop it. What nonsense fills your head? Azazel hastily interrupted. It is affection, not love. It resembles the fondness an elder has for a younger. And it is intermittent. I suspect it is a case of transference. He likely harbors feelings for one of Harry's parents. To Neos' delight, he erupted in laughter, slapping his thigh. Incredible. A Minotaur storyline? Truly, this is Britain. Azazel rolled his eyes dramatically. Can you not act more normally? Neos disregarded his retort, stroking his chin with a look of intrigue. Is this rumor credible? Which one do you think it is? Azazel replied irritably. I am the demon of lust and chastity, not the editor of a gossip magazine. You inquire of me? Who should I ask? If anyone should inquire, it ought to be a local. As he spoke, both he and Neos fixed their gazes on Pip, who was desperately attempting to minimize his presence. In an instant, Pip froze like a statue. Having served at Hogwarts for over a century, Pip was privy to the secrets of many professors and young wizards. Regarding Professor Snape's long-buried past, he not only knew but could be considered one of the bystanders of that time. Upon overhearing the discussion about Snape, he had begun to feign ignorance. Gossiping about professors was one thing. For a house elf to participate was tantamount to courting disaster. The trio could sense that Snape was eavesdropping on their conversation from the adjacent office. Pip stood rigidly, his gaze fixated on his toes, daring not to shift his focus. Neos and Azazel exchanged knowing smirks. With swift dexterity, Azazel seized Pip, unceremoniously pressing him onto an overturned cauldron. He then plucked a murky eyeball from the bubbling cauldron, enthusiastically thrusting it into Pip's stiff hand. Hey there, my friend, don't be nervous. I am Azazel. Would you care for an eyeball? My skills are impeccable. 7/10 cooked. Delightfully crunchy. Pip clutched the eyeball as if it were a piece of glowing coal. No. Thank you, esteemed Mr. Azazel. My name is Pip, and I have already eaten. Azazel, feeling quite familiar, draped his arm around Pip's slender shoulders, ignoring his resistance. Oh, come now. No need for formalities. We're both servants. May I inquire your age? Pip lowered his head, his voice trembling. Pip, 103 years old. As Azazel exaggeratedly slapped his thigh, he exclaimed, Ah, a centenarian. I am scarcely a year old. Therefore, I must address you as brother. Brother Pip. He leaned in closer, his voice laced with an irresistible, seductive whisper. Dear elder brother, why not regale us with tales of Professor Snape? The moment you refrain, my heart feels as though it is being clawed by a cat. As he spoke, a barely perceptible, sweetly scented pink mist drifted silently towards Pip's nostrils. Unaware, Pip inhaled it, and his gaze grew hazy, his taut body gradually relaxing. Pip, however, knew little, and his voice became flat. Neos and Azazel's smiles widened, while Snape, seated in the armchair of the adjacent office, exhibited a vein pulsating at his temple like a writhing worm. Professor Snape had a very close female friend upon entering school, Pip murmured dreamily. Azazel exhaled a denser plume of mist, and then? Were they particularly fond of each other? The two were inseparable. What happened next? Neos leaned in, eager to hear a captivating tale. Snape was sorted into Slytherin, while that girl found herself in Gryffindor. And then, they chorused, their eyes sparkling with the excitement of gossip. The Gryffindor marauders despised Professor Snape, often clashing with him. Initially, the girl intervened, but Pip's voice faltered. But what happened? Neos and Azazel nearly pressed their ears to Pip's lips. From the next room came the sound of knuckles cracking ominously. One day, Professor Snape called that girl a mudblood. Pip's voice carried a barely detectable sigh. From that moment on, they never spoke again. Despite having grasped the core of the tale, both appeared unsatisfied. Neos pressed on. Pip, whom did that girl end up with? Pip, in a daze, replied. The leader of the Marauders, James Potter. The instant the words fell, the sound of the armchair being abruptly pushed back echoed from the next room. Yet, almost immediately, the air was drained of anger, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. Pip, Azazel inquired, coaxing him. Have you ever seen Harry Potter? Pip nodded, Indeed, Mr. Potter. Who does he resemble? His father? Or his mother? Neo's cartoonish eyes were fixed on him. In appearance, he resembles his father, Pip murmured. But those green eyes, they are identical to his mother, Lily Evans. In the adjacent office, silence reigned. Snape slumped back into his armchair, as though all strength had been drained from him. Before him, the memory of Harry's bewildered yet stubborn emerald eyes during today's potions class resurfaced, merging seamlessly with the image of that red-haired girl's smiling eyes in the sunlight, eyes he had gazed upon countless times, yet were now filled with sorrow and disbelief because of him. He abruptly covered his face with both hands, tears of suppressed anguish spilling through his fingers. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably, as if bracing against a storm that threatened to engulf his very soul. Neos cast a sidelong glance at Acisel, who understood and gently exhaled a mist glowing with ethereal light towards Pip. Startled, Pip shuddered, his bewildered gaze suddenly sharpening, as if awakening from a fleeting dream. Entirely oblivious to the preceding conversation. Now that we have found him, let us depart, Neos declared with a casual tone, rising to his feet. If they lingered any longer, Filch would soon come bearing his lantern to apprehend them. Pip, still dazed, followed the two towards the door. Just as he was about to close it, Neos leaned back, addressing the tightly shut wooden door leading to the office with a clear and cheerful tone. Good night, Professor Snape. Wishing you sweet dreams. Neos chaos. A roar filled with rage erupted from within, akin to the growl of a wounded beast, shaking the dust from the doorframe. Chapter 44, The Room of Requirement. Hogwarts Kitchen. Pip remained shaken. The earlier scene of Neos provoking Professor Snape had startled him into instinctively grasping Neos and Acisel, and with a snap of his fingers, they were whisked away to this place. The kitchen was ablaze with light, for long tables connected to the great hall piled high with the remnants of dinner. Dozens of house elves flitted about like intricate cogs, silently and efficiently clearing away the leftovers, while the air was imbued with lingering aromas of food and the freshness of cleaning magic. Neos surveyed the vast, warm, and bustling heart of the castle. And a thought crystallized. The core members were almost gathered. They urgently required a secret hideaway, a sanctuary entirely their own, secluded and undisturbed. There was no time to waste. It was better to resolve this matter now than to scramble later. Pip, Neos turned to the still shaken house elf beside him. Are there any corners in Hogwarts that the ordinary little wizards are unaware of? Preferably somewhere so concealed that even ghosts and Filch would not bother to tread? Pip's slender fingers tightened around the hem of his short robe. He knew of a place, the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor. All the house elves were aware of it. It was a part of Hogwarts magic, ancient and enigmatic. Out of reverence for the castle, they never disturbed that room, nor did they ever clean it. Their predecessors had adhered to the same practice. However, no little wizard had ever inquired about it. Here lay the conflict between a century-old tradition of silence and the request of the gentleman before him, chaos. Pip hesitated for less than 3 seconds. The house elf's duty was to fulfill the wizard's needs, rather than cling to tradition. Mr. Chaos. Pip's voice trembled slightly, yet remained resolute. I know of a place. Neos' lips curved into a gentle arc beneath his blindfold. Oh, would you be so kind as to lead the way? Pip nodded vigorously and extended his hand once more. With a resounding pop, the air cracked, and the three of them vanished from the warm glow and bustle of the kitchen, reappearing in a vast, frigid stone corridor on the 8th floor. The hallway was so silent that one could hear the sound of dust settling. The only prominent feature was the enormous magical tapestry on the opposite wall, a group of comically attired giants in ballet tutus, brandishing colossal sticks as they besieged a hapless wizard in the center. Neos felt the corridor was excessively spacious, almost intentionally so. Mr. Chaos. Pip pointed at the bare stone wall opposite the tapestry. This is the place. Neos focused his gaze within the confines of his blindfolded vision. The surface of the stone wall revealed the outline of a grand double door, intricately entwined with a dizzying array of black magical runes, with subtle energy flowing silently within. How do I open it? Neos inquired. You need to walk back and forth in front of this wall 3 times, Pip explained, while concentrating on the type of room you desire. Having resolved the matter of the room, other concerns arose. Neos lacked a soul. Strictly speaking, he was a peculiar specter. When ordinary individuals pass away, their souls are collected by the Sea of Souls, while the remnants of their memories and emotions coalesce into ghosts. Ghosts can voluntarily plunge into the Sea of Souls, but the result is disintegration and assimilation. During this process, stronger ghosts, though also torn apart, can maintain a semblance of self-awareness, albeit fleetingly, allowing them to experience the emotions and experiences of others. Naturally, ghosts may choose to linger in the physical realm, yet the gradually fading emotions will inevitably compel them to seek the Sea of Souls. As a traveler from a higher dimension, Neo's soul was a veritable boon for the Sea of Souls. During his crossing, his essence was assimilated by the sea, yet his residual higher dimensional memories and emotions would taint the souls of this world. In an act of self-preservation, the Sea of Souls, devoid of self-will, had actively expelled him back into the physical realm. He lacked a soul core that the Room of Desires could read. After a moment of contemplation, Neos decisively produced a Sassel's grimoire. Upon seeing this, Azazel rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Huh? Were it not for my grimoire serving as an anchor, I wonder what you would use to communicate with this wretched wall." As a conglomerate of emotional remnants from the Sea of Souls, Azazel himself possessed no soul. The grimoire Neos crafted served as the foundation of his existence, an anchor for his personality, and could be considered his soul. This was also the fundamental reason for his fear of Neos casting him into the Sea of Souls. While it could not destroy him, it would obliterate his personality. Neos cast a glance at Pip, who appeared bewildered, and nodded towards Azazel. With a resigned sigh, Azazel approached and draped an arm around Pip's slender shoulders. Before the latter could react, Azazel unleashed a thick plume of pink mist. Pip's expression instantly froze, his gaze becoming vacant and dazed. A satchel casually rolled up the nearby tapestry depicting the grotesque creature, muttering disdainfully, "My hypnotic mist daily either targets greasy old white men or lulls domesticated pixies to sleep. If any artist dared to illustrate such, I would not hesitate to draw my blade upon them." Ignoring a satchel's complaints, Neos took a deep breath. He raised his palm, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand. This was his initial attempt to let a portion of his essence detach from the meticulously crafted vessel. A chilling sense of emptiness seized him in an instant, while within, his heart throbbed violently, as if his veins were on the verge of bursting. Time was of the essence. If he lingered any longer, this body would surely perish on the spot. His glowing blue palm clutched the demon book tightly. As if grasping the only lifeline available, Neos solemnly paced back and forth 3 times before the bare stone wall. With a hum, the surface of the stone wall rippled like water, and a pair of immense double doors, adorned with intricate black magical runes, silently materialized, imposing and enigmatic. Neos immediately withdrew his glowing hand. The frantic beating of his heart subsided slightly, yet the lingering chill of detachment still haunted him. He pressed both hands against one of the heavy doors, exerting force. Creak! A dazzling golden light surged forth like a tangible torrent through the crack of the door, nearly illuminating the entire dim corridor. As the brilliance waned, the sight within the door left both Neos and his satchel breathless. An unimaginable vast space unfolded before them. Towering golden pillars, seemingly endless, upheld the lofty dome. The walls and columns were densely inscribed with ancient and ornate hymns of praise and blessings, each word shimmering with golden light. A broad, blood-red carpet extended straight from the entrance, leading to a magnificent stepped pyramid base at the heart of the space. Flanking the carpet stood 2 rows of guards clad in golden armor, each wielding a spear. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, each guard bore slightly different decorations. Yet all featured a golden double-headed eagle sculpted upon their right shoulder armor. The crimson plumes atop their helmets and their capes billowed fiercely, creating a striking visual impact against their resplendent golden armor. They remained silent as statues, exuding an oppressive aura of authority. At the end of the carpet, a steep staircase led to the apex of the pyramid, where a vast and cold throne, forged from pure gold, awaited in stillness. Behind the throne, cables resembling electrical wires were concealed by the base, leaving the destination of their other ends a mystery. Under an unseen light, the throne emitted a silent summons. As though anticipating its master, Neos stepped into this resplendent hall. A crackle echoed as white arcs of electricity danced around him. The eye mask upon his face vanished, and his hair grew at an observable pace, transforming into a sleek, lustrous mane. The wizard's robe upon his form twisted and morphed into a dignified, ancient Roman-style white toga. Even his pallid skin radiated a healthy, sun-kissed glow. Calmly, he retrieved a mock wand from his bosom, which contorted in his grasp, morphing into a laurel crown of gold that symbolized supreme glory. He raised his hand, firmly placing the laurel upon his head. Boom! The golden-armored guards on either side moved in perfect unison, their heavy armor clanging with a metallic resonance. They knelt on one knee, spears poised, as if to welcome the returning sovereign. "No, Neos!" Azazel cried out from the doorway, tears streaming down his face, desperately waving his small hands. "Don't go to that cursed place. You will be drained by that abyss. It's a bottomless pit. Come back, Neos." Hearing his name, Neos paused before the steps, slowly turning around. A serene, almost divine smile graced his lips as he spoke with calm conviction, for humanity. Azazel was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, an unnamed fire surged within him. He unleashed a strength incongruent with his size, darting into the hall, his small claws gripping the collar of Neos' luxurious toga with fervor. "You come back." With all his might, Azazel dragged Neos from the resplendent chamber, slamming the door with a forceful thud that severed the dazzling golden brilliance. Azazel hovered in midair, shaking Neos by the collar with frenzied intensity, spittle nearly flying into Neos' face. Are you insane? What do you intend to do in that ominous place? Do you also wish to embark on some grand expedition? To reclaim lost territories with a bunch of gleaming cans? Wake up. You don't even have the money to buy cans. Neos transformed his toga back into Hogwarts robes, retracted his hair, and donned the eye mask once more, smiling as he explained. Oh, you see. The atmosphere was just so fitting. Not to take a seat would be rather disrespectful to this room. His sun-kissed skin swiftly reverted to its original pallor. Chapter 45, The Seats. You did this on purpose. Azazel exclaimed, vigorously shaking Neos by the collar. This room will only become what you desire. Admit it. You simply want to play that golden throne trick. Heh. Neos seized the moment to feign innocence. Heh. What nonsense. Azazel grew more irate, his tail standing upright like an exclamation mark. Ignoring the frenzied Azazel, Neos assessed his physical condition, feeling sufficiently restored. Casually, he grabbed Azazel's leg and tossed him to the ground like a rag doll. Stop fooling around. We have serious matters to attend to. He approached the wall, pacing back and forth 3 times. The door, adorned with intricate black arcane patterns, re-emerged. This time, it should pose no issue, Neos remarked to Azazel, who was still sprawled on the ground, urging him to lift the hypnosis from Pip. Reluctantly, Azazel rose and gently exhaled a mist glowing with white light towards the dazed Pip. Startled, Pip shivered, his eyes regaining clarity as he scratched his head in confusion. What just happened? I seem to have forgotten something, he murmured. Azazel floated over and patted his shoulder reassuringly. No worries, dear brother. It's rare to be blissfully ignorant in this life. Do not let your troubles weigh heavily upon your heart. Pip nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Pip, Neos instructed. We shall enter for a moment. Wait outside and later escort us back to the Gryffindor common room. Certainly, Mr. Chaos, Pip replied respectfully, his form swiftly fading into the shadows of the corridor. Neos pushed open the heavy door. Behind it lay not the resplendent golden throne, but a square room of approximately 50 square meters. In the center stood a massive black round table, its surface smooth as a mirror, etched at the center with a profound inverted heptagram design. Surrounding the table, each point of the heptagram pointed towards a compact, floating egg-shaped chair. Between 2 points of the heptagram, 2 elegantly designed high-back chairs with stark lines were placed. Azazel drifted closer, counting the seats, 6 high-back chairs and 7 egg-shaped ones. Do you intend to control 7 demons with only 6 individuals? Neos approached the table, his fingers gliding across the cold surface as he replied nonchalantly. Is it not reasonable that the 7 deadly sins require only 6 people? Azazel plopped down into one of the floating egg chairs, crossing his legs and folding his arms in a classic display of sarcasm. Huh. Others have 5 with their 4 heavenly kings, yet you have 1 less with your 7 deadly sins. Truly impressive. Neos ignored his quip, moving over and gripping Azazel's head as if it were a basketball, lifting him effortlessly and placing him beside the main seat at the table, directly across from the entrance. This is your position. He deposited Azazel onto the left floating egg chair of the principal seat. Azazel shifted in the chair, discovering its ability to rotate 360 degrees and its surprising comfort. He glanced at the vacant seat to Neos' right, inquiring, and who occupies this position? Neos settled into the high-back chair of the main seat, lazily propping his feet on the smooth table, hands resting behind his head. That is reserved for Belle, the embodiment of gluttony and temperance. Azazel raised an eyebrow in surprise. Belle? The Belle we speak of? Neos chuckled softly, the cartoon eyes on his mask curving with amusement. Indeed, there is a certain charm to it. Azazel muttered, I hope you do not make him too handsome. I wouldn't want him to steal my thunder. Neos turned to him. What? Are you not handsome enough? As Azazel lowered his gaze to examine his doll-like body, he then lifted his eyes to meet the gaze of Neos, whose eyes were sealed by a blindfold. With sincerity, he suggested, next time you reshape your body, do remember to bestow upon yourself a few more pairs of eyes, ones that provide a comprehensive, unobstructed view. Neos did not respond verbally. Instead, he simply gestured with his hand. And what comes next? Azazel swayed in his egg chair, inquiring, after crafting Belle, who do you intend to seat in that chair? He pointed towards the remaining seats. Neos straightened his posture, his fingertips gliding over the egg-shaped chair as he spoke with a clear, icy tone. Gluttony and restraint, jealousy and forgiveness, wrath and gentleness, pride and humility, sloth and diligence, greed and generosity. Finally, his fingers settled firmly on Azazel. And you, lust and purity. Azazel mimicked Neos, sprawling like a demonic pastry in the egg chair, his tail rhythmically tapping against the seat. If I am not mistaken, you never intended to relinquish complete control to them. Did you? You aspire to be the ultimate arbiter? His voice carried a hint of understanding and sarcasm. Neos grinned, revealing his sharp, white teeth. Oh, have you finally come to that conclusion? You cannot truly believe I would be foolish enough to hand the chains over to another? Azazel abruptly sat upright, his sharp gaze fixated on Neos. You greedy fiend. Noticing Neos' lack of reaction, he pressed further. Who is the first fortunate soul? Naturally. We commence with the easiest to handle, Neos replied nonchalantly. Hermione Granger? Aishire confirmed. Indeed, Neos' tone took on a nearly cruel, analytical quality. A remarkably intelligent girl with few friends, her assertiveness is merely a fragile armor. Why does she immerse herself in books? Out of fear of the unknown in the wizarding world, fear of her humble muggle origins, fear of isolation and loneliness. She fervently studies, seeking to arm herself with knowledge, to prove her worthiness of acceptance. With just a touch of understanding and kindness, she would flit into my meticulously woven web like a moth. Ironically, Neos chuckled lightly. In her turmoil, she even finds the energy to pity house elves. What a perfect master she would make. Jealousy and forgiveness would surely favor her. Aishire shot him a disdainful look, akin to that reserved for the ultimate scoundrel. No wonder you share a name with that yellow-bellied creature. Neos waved his hand dismissively. And yet you still assist me? Without your succubus charm, could my web be so tightly woven? Aishire turned his head, visibly irritated. Then I despise myself for it. Wholeheartedly. Enough of the sulking. Neos continued to point at the remaining vacant seats. Neville, Draco, Ron, and our dear savior, Harry Potter. Upon hearing Harry's name, Aishire leapt from the egg chair, rushing to confront Neos. Wait, Neos, have you lost your mind? Neville I can accept, but Harry Potter? How could he possibly correspond to greed and generosity? That connection is tenuous at best. Neos leaned down, drawing closer to Aishire, his gaze beneath the mask seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of his being. Aishire, he spoke with a chilling insight. It is not my desire for him to embrace greed and generosity. Rather, he is left with no alternative but to choose between the two. Consider this. The previous protagonist has yet to exit the stage. How do you suppose that illustrious white wizard will nurture our young Harry? Observing Aishire lost in contemplation, Neos extended his hand, resting it gently upon the boy's small head. No matter what Dumbledore has endured, one truth remains immutable. He, along with those virtuous souls he mentors, are, at their core, idealists. They shall never be satiated. No matter how well they perform, they will relentlessly chastise themselves for not being sufficiently accomplished. Look at Harry, growing up in such a stifling environment. He possesses an empathy for all misfortunes, even yours. His gentleness ensures he will never find contentment, willing to pay a steep price for it. Dumbledore will undoubtedly spare no effort in reinforcing this trait, sculpting him into the epitome of a savior. At this juncture, Neos seized Aishire's head, lifting him to eye level. Gazing at the comical cartoon eyes on the mask, Aishire quipped, next time you wish to engage in an earnest gaze, please remove that wretched mask. I would rather stare into two black holes than behold those abominations. With a sudden increase in pressure from Neos' grip, Aishire could almost hear the faint groan of his own skull. Do you see now? It is not I who instills greed in Harry. Neos' voice deepened. It is his predecessor who has paved the way for him to generously sacrifice for the greater good. This path inevitably culminates in an insatiable thirst for power, victory, and the desire to end all sacrifices. His contributions directly correspond to generosity. Moreover, Dumbledore's script remains unfinished. Who knows? Perhaps there is a role for both you and me within it. Releasing his grip, Neos allowed Aishire to tumble back onto the table, leaving a distinct imprint of his hand on the boy's head. How utterly vexing, Neos muttered, rubbing his wrist with a hint of irritation. I would love to craft a special demon tailor for that old headmaster, but what form should it take? He mused aloud, as if inquiring of Aishire. What are your thoughts? Noticing Aishire cradling his head in a dramatic display of feigned death, Neos' fingertips glimmered with white light, transforming the mock wand into a small dagger, which he playfully prodded against Aishire's posterior. Ow! Aishire yelped, springing to his feet and casting a resentful glare at Neos. You've become quite the cunning one. The wiliest of foxes. What makes you think you can outsmart him with a demon? Spare yourself the effort. Neos stroked his chin, pondering the dilemma as he rose and made his way toward the door. Observing this, Aishire hurriedly took flight to catch up. Pip, here, Mr. Chaos. Pip's figure swiftly emerged from the shadows. Please escort us back to the common room. Certainly. With a snap, they were off. A crisp explosion echoed, causing Neos and Aishire to vanish from their original location, reappearing before the portrait of the fat lady in Gryffindor Tower. You may return now. I shall summon you if needed, Neos instructed Pip. Pip bowed to the two. At your service, as always. Aishire waved a small hand at Pip. Farewell, old chap. Pip smiled and nodded at Aishire before disappearing with a sharp crack. Chapter 46, Birthday. The young Gryffindors stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. The once inseparable quintet had now fragmented into disarray. Neville consistently lingered with Simon and Dean, while Harry and Ron had become steadfast companions. Even Neos was often unseen, rarely attending the evening feasts. And what of Hermione? She rushed into the library after every class, forsaking social interactions, curling up in a corner, engrossed in a myriad of hefty tomes. No one knew what she was seeking. Whenever the young wizards encountered her, she was invariably cradling a stack of substantial books. Some even dubbed her the resident ghost of the library. Occasionally, curious souls would inquire why they no longer resembled their former selves, only to be met with awkward smiles and vague evasions. Among this group, Draco appeared to maintain the most relaxed demeanor. Whenever someone attempted to pry, he would haughtily retort, "What business is it of yours?" before gesturing for Crabbe and Goyle to escort the intruder away. Though uncertain, he firmly believed that Neos was engaged in significant matters. Once he found the time, he was convinced they would reconvene under Neos' leadership. Indeed, Neos was occupied. After a week of experiencing Hogwarts courses, he had discerned their limited value. Transfiguration was easily supplanted by alchemy. Charms were instinctual. Potions held little utility for him. And the defense against the dark arts class resembled mere safety instructions. Astronomy failed to pique his interest, as he had no intentions of embarking on grand expeditions. The only subjects that captivated him were herbology and the history of magic. Beyond classes, he secluded himself in the dormitory, delving into various religious texts and mythologies, preparing to create his next tome on demons. On Wednesday morning, each of the 5 received a succinct letter from Neos, stating, "Gather on the 8th floor at 7 o'clock." Neville and Draco were particularly elated. Harry and Ron hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to attend. Hermione, however, faced a dilemma. While Neos was indeed her friend, the chasm between their ideologies left her in a state of uncertainty. At 7 o'clock that evening, the group gradually assembled in the corridor of the 8th floor. Draco even arrived without Crabbe and Goyle, politely nodding to those who had arrived earlier. Upon seeing Hermione approaching with her books, he hastened forward, snatching the hefty volume from her hands, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to?" Hermione found herself somewhat at a loss due to his fervor. "I have been frequenting the library lately." Draco nodded knowingly, tilting his chin with a hint of pride. "Reading is commendable. If you are in search of any elusive tomes, do not hesitate to inform me. The Malfoy library is quite extensive, and if we lack it, I can certainly have my father procure it." Hermione nodded in understanding, recognizing that this kindness stemmed from Neos. Draco turned to the other 3, adopting a tone of reproach. "Look at Hermione, how diligent she is. Unlike you two, who seem only to revel in merriment. Even Neville is more industrious than you." Harry scratched his head awkwardly, acknowledging Draco's point. During this period, he and Ron had indeed indulged in exploring Hogwarts Castle, allowing their studies to fall by the wayside. Ron's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "Aren't you the same? Always wandering about with your 2 lackeys." With a proud posture, Draco replied, "Me? I have learned quite a number of extracurricular spells, all taught personally by my mother. I wouldn't dare claim to know more than Hermione, but I am certainly more knowledgeable than the 3 of you combined." Observing the skeptical expressions on their faces, Draco drew forth his wand and directed it at the wall. Incanting Legilimens, a spell shot forth, striking the wall and transforming into a cloud of dust. With a triumphant smile, he inquired, "What do you think? Interested in learning?" Ron was the most enthusiastic, with Neville and Harry also eager to try. "Really?" Hermione, although well-versed in many practical spells from her books, recognized that such dark curses were indeed rare. Seeing that he had successfully piqued their interest, Draco was generous with his offer. "Of course, but we must wait until tomorrow." "Why tomorrow?" Ron asked, puzzled. Draco shot him an exasperated glance. "Today, Neos has summoned us for a reason. There is flying class tomorrow, and I wish to rest early to perform well. Besides, we need a secure location." At that moment, Neos' voice echoed from the direction of the staircase. "I know a splendid place." Draco turned around with delight. "Good evening, Neos." Neos responded warmly to the enthusiastic Draco. Neville shyly greeted him, while Ron appeared somewhat reserved, but managed to speak. Hermione remained silent, even avoiding Neos' gaze. Harry's eyes were filled with suspicion. "Neos, did you summon us here for a particular reason?" "You wound me deeply," Neos feigned distress. "Are we not friends? Must there be an ulterior motive to gather you all?" This remark did little to allay Harry's concerns, heightening his vigilance instead. "Follow me," Neos said, choosing not to elaborate further as he led them to the tapestry depicting the troll bludgeoning the hapless Barnabas. The group curiously surveyed their surroundings. Neos reached into his robe, his fingertips brushing against the cursed book, and, under the puzzled stares of his companions, paced back and forth before the barren wall 3 times. A pair of enormous double doors, adorned with black magical runes, slowly materialized on the opposite wall. Neos gradually pushed the grand doors open. Within the confines of the door lies a cozy chamber. The candlelight flickers gently, the flames dance in the fireplace, adorned above with a golden double-headed eagle emblem. The white wallpaper, embellished with golden patterns, shimmers under the light. A soft sofa is placed beside the hearth, accompanied by a round table and 6 armchairs. "Wow!" Ron exclaimed, I had no idea Hogwarts possessed such a place. Neos guided everyone to take their seats, explaining, "This is the room of requirement. It transforms based on the user's thoughts, becoming whatever one needs." Ron, filled with excitement, remarked, "I've heard George and Fred speak of this place. It seems they have hidden many of their inventions here." He instinctively glanced around with caution, and Neville and Harry appeared tense as well. They had certainly heard plenty about the remarkable exploits of the Weasley twins during this time. "Do not worry," Neos reassured. "Each person's room is independent. Unless one knows the specific desires of another, entry into each other's rooms is impossible." The group breathed a sigh of relief. Draco, after observing the room for a while, commented, "I have heard my father mention this room. It is said that many have concealed items here." "Indeed," Neos nodded. "When not in use, it transforms into a vast storage chamber." Harry, intrigued, inquired, "Where do these items come from?" "Some are left behind by generations of students," Neos elucidated, "while others are conjured by the room's transfiguration." Just as the conversation unfolded, the door of the room of requirement suddenly swung open. The candlelight and the fire in the fireplace extinguished in an instant, plunging the room into darkness. A wave of panic swept through the group. However, from the doorway, the melodious voice of Acisel resonated. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Acisel and Pip entered slowly, pushing a small cart adorned with an exquisite three-tiered birthday cake, the candlelight flickering in the darkness. Following them were several house elves, pushing a laden cart filled with an array of delicacies. Illuminated by the cake's candles, Harry and the others exchanged puzzled glances, silently questioning one another. "Is it your birthday today?" Seeing the equally bewildered expressions on their faces only deepened their confusion. Neos gazed intently at the flickering candle flames. Today marked the 12th year since he had arrived in this world. In the preceding 11 years, he had traversed ancient churches across the globe, seeking a glimmer of hope for reclaiming his soul. There was little left to cherish in his past life, and even if there were, it was likely unattainable. Now, the quest for his soul seemed to be his sole obsession. The astonished gazes of the others finally converged on Neos, and realization dawned upon them. Today was indeed his birthday. Upon concluding the birthday song, Acisel presented the cake before Neos. "Make a wish, birthday star." Neos slowly closed the cartoon eyes on his blindfold, silently wishing, "May all go smoothly." The cartoon eyes opened once more, gently extinguishing the candles. The room's candlelight flickered back to life, and the house elves erupted in jubilant cheers. Harry and his companions joined in the applause. Pip directed the house elves to lavish the round table with an abundance of food, then bowed respectfully and quietly withdrew with his fellow elves. However, after the warmth of the moment, an air of awkwardness spread among the remaining guests. They were entirely unaware that it was Neos' birthday, arriving empty-handed without any gifts. Neos, however, smiled serenely, stating that their presence alone was the finest gift he could receive. Chapter 47, Flying Class. The following morning, the group reconvened at their designated seats. The students from the four houses regarded this scene with mild surprise, but thought little of it. After all, it was quite normal for children to have disagreements and then reconcile. Yet, the atmosphere among the six was somewhat delicate. Ron and Draco were unusually exuberant, regaling each other with tales of their flying experiences. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville appeared quite anxious. Although Neville hailed from a wizarding family, he had never before encountered a flying broomstick. In preparation for the afternoon's flying lesson, Hermione had borrowed a book titled The Marvelous Quidditch from the library, incessantly reciting the flying instructions within its pages over the past few days. Harry and Ron found themselves overwhelmed by her incessant reading, while Draco bluntly informed her that flying was not as difficult as it seemed. Once you took off, instinct would take care of the rest. Hermione simply thanked him politely before becoming engrossed in the knowledge contained within her book once more. Neville remained by her side, listening attentively and occasionally posing questions. Although he could not retain much, the clarity of the guidance offered him a modicum of reassurance. Among them, Neos appeared to be the most composed. Since arriving in this world, he had lost interest in flying and now relished the grounded sensation of walking. During their conversation, two owls swooped down, delivering two packages, one to Draco and the other to Neville. Draco frequently received sweets sent from home, and even during the days when the group was scattered, he would share with everyone upon receiving them. As Ron excitedly helped Draco unwrap his package, he noticed Neville extracting a glass ball swirling with white mist from his own. "This is a memory ball," Neville explained, seeing the curious gazes of his friends. "My grandmother knows I have a poor memory and needs reminders. If you squeeze it tightly, and it turns red." Before he could finish, the memory ball in his hand embarrassingly transformed into a glaring red. "It indicates that you've forgotten something," Neville added awkwardly. Draco snatched the memory ball and carelessly placed it on the table. "This thing is useless." Harry attempted to console him, saying, "Neville has a poor memory. This should help, right?" Draco, stuffing a licorice wand into his mouth, scoffed. "Harry, it only tells you that you've forgotten something, but not what you've forgotten." Aside from creating anxiety, This contraption is utterly pointless. The others at the table paused for a moment, finally grasping the inherent absurdity of the situation. Indeed, it is worth a try, Neo spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Your grandmother truly knows you well. Each time it turns red, you find yourself instinctively racking your brain for what you may have overlooked. Is this not a form of memory training? The crowd suddenly grasped the concept. Even Draco, who had scoffed moments earlier, found himself pondering, perhaps I should have one sent from home as well? Though confident in his memory, who would refuse the chance to excel further? In the afternoon, they finally embarked on their first flying lesson. The venue for the lesson was a grassy expanse near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The Slytherin young wizards had already lined up in anticipation. 21 weathered broomsticks were meticulously arranged on the ground. Soon, Professor Hawk, the flying instructor, strode purposefully towards them. Stand beside a broom. Quickly now. Time is of the essence. She commanded succinctly. The young wizards hastily formed neat lines. Extend your right hand, placing it just above the broom. Professor Hawk demonstrated loudly before instructing, up. The air resonated with the chorus of up from the young wizards. Neo, Harry, and Draco succeeded on their first attempt, the brooms soaring effortlessly into their grasp. Ron called out several times before his broom finally leapt up, though it struck him squarely on the nose, eliciting laughter from those around. Hermione's broom merely rolled across the grass, refusing to rise. Neville fared even worse. His broom remained stubbornly rooted to the ground. Ultimately, a few unsuccessful young wizards had no choice but to lift their brooms from the earth. Next, Professor Hawk elaborated on the key points and precautions of flying, correcting their grips one by one. Draco's grip was consistently incorrect, and only after several corrections did he manage to adjust it adequately. All right, listen closely. Professor Hawk surveyed the crowd. When I whistle, you will push off the ground with both legs. Remember, push hard, steady your broom, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Before the final syllable of 2 had escaped her lips, the anxious Neville instinctively pushed off the ground with all his might, soaring abruptly into the sky. Come back, child, Professor Hawk shouted, but it was too late. Neville shot upwards over 20 feet, gravity and his excessive speed causing him to begin sliding down the broomstick. His terrified scream pierced the air. In that critical moment, Neo swiftly retrieved a dehydrated, solidified powder, aiming for the spot where Neville was destined to fall. He hurled it with force while simultaneously pressing his hands down towards the ground. A torrent of water surged forth from the earth, shooting upwards towards the airborne powder. Upon contact with the water, the dehydrated powder expanded dramatically, transforming instantaneously into a vast, soft pink cushion. Neville landed with a thud, instantly adhered to the cushion, utterly immobilized. Well done, Mr. Chaos. 5 points to Gryffindor. Mrs. Hooch exhaled with relief, genuinely praising him. Neo smiled faintly but suddenly recalled something. His expression shifted as he shouted towards the center of the cushion. Neville, lift your head up. Do not let your hair touch the little puff. Upon hearing this, Neville, sprawled out in a star shape at the center of the cushion, struggled a few times but found himself utterly immobile. He could distinctly feel a chilling sensation at the back of his head, clearly indicating that the little puff had not been courteous and was already feasting. Despairing tears slowly welled up in Neville's eyes. Mrs. Hooch and Neos hastened to the edge of the cushion. Without hesitation, Neos clapped his hands towards the puff, separating the moisture within it. Acisel was still sound asleep in the summoning circle, but this time it was on an open field, where the released vapor was whisked away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Once freed from his constraints, Neville instinctively reached for the back of his head. His fingertips encountered a smooth, icy, and utterly bare sensation. With a snicker, the gathered young wizards erupted into uproarious laughter at Neville's bald head gleaming in the sunlight. Even Mrs. Hooch quickly turned her face away, her shoulders suspiciously shaking. Struggling to contain her mirth, she approached and took Neville's hand. Come along, dear. Madame Pomfrey surely has some hair-growing potions. Before departing, Mrs. Hooch cast a stern glance over the crowd. I am taking this child to the infirmary. Everyone, return your brooms to their places and remain where you are. Anyone who dares to move shall forfeit their chance to see Quidditch. With that, she led Neville, who was cradling the back of his head, towards the castle. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco, witnessing Neville's plight, could not help but shudder, secretly relieved that they had not allowed that thing to touch their hair. Draco's gaze was fixed intently on the pink gem that Neos had retrieved. The earlier heart-stopping scene had completely transformed his perception of the little puff. He resolutely decided to send the piece of puff that Neos had given him back home for his father to examine thoroughly. Chapter 48, Harry and Draco's Contest. Seeing Mrs. Hooch escorting Neville towards the castle, Ron excitedly rushed to Neos' side. Neos, that throw was spot on. Indeed, if you join the Quidditch team, you will undoubtedly become the most exceptional seeker. Even Draco, rarely expressive, was caught up in the excitement. Upon hearing this, Harry couldn't help but retort to Draco. This doesn't seem like good news for your Slytherins, does it? Draco's expression twisted as though he had swallowed a fly. Yet he maintained his prideful demeanor, saying, "Humph. My father is a governor. As long as Neos is willing, not only could he join the Slytherin Quidditch team, but transferring to another house would be a breeze." Harry, unwilling to back down, shot back. "Why should Neos go to Slytherin? Why not come to Gryffindor?" This statement left Draco's face alternating between shades of green and white. Neos paid no heed to the quarrel between the two. In his view, such harmless banter could sometimes enhance the camaraderie within the team. He stepped aside, laid the broom flat on the ground, and promptly reclined upon it. The broom then levitated steadily, supporting him as he hovered just 20 centimeters above the grass, resembling a moving salted fish. The attention of the other young wizards was captivated by the dispute between Harry and Draco, leaving nearly no one aware of Neos' peculiar display. However, Hermione's peripheral vision caught sight of the floating fish. She quietly slipped away from the crowd and hastened to Neos' side. Lowering her voice to caution him, "You'll anger Professor McGonagall like this." Neos, seemingly indifferent, replied, "It's not a big deal. I just added 5 points. Deducting them should suffice to placate Professor McGonagall." Hermione, clearly exasperated, retorted, "Why do you always find a way to deduct points after adding them?" Neos sat up, crossing his legs atop the broom, confidently asserting, "The points I add should be deducted by me, of course. If someone else deducts them, wouldn't that be a loss for me?" Hermione sought to counter this flawed logic, but found herself at a loss for words. "What if we don't win the House Cup?" She attempted to shift the perspective. Neos reclined once more, casually waving his hand. "Trust me, don't live so exhaustively. For the next 7 years, the House Cup will invariably be ours." He believed that some cunning old fox, intent on nurturing Harry, would ensure that Gryffindor triumphed year after year. Just then, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Hermione quickly rushed over. Discovering that Harry and Draco were indeed chasing each other on their brooms in midair, she hurriedly inquired of Ron what was happening. Moments ago, they had been arguing about which house Neos should join. Ron spoke rapidly. Draco claimed Slytherin could provide better flying training, while Harry countered that Slytherin-esque players were clumsy and that Gryffindor-esque players possessed superior skills. "Get to the point, Ron," Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. Ron quickly added, "Then Draco proposed a race." Harry hesitated but eventually agreed. The rules are a 30-second chase. First, Draco chases Harry, then they switch. Whoever touches the other first wins. After hearing Ron's explanation, Hermione felt her heart leap to her throat and yelled into the air, "You two, come down. Professor McGonagall will punish you severely when she returns." However, the two in the air were already consumed by fervor, their minds solely focused on the desire for victory. Initially, Harry flew somewhat awkwardly, but he soon realized he could predict Draco's flying trajectory. Moreover, he became increasingly fluid in his movements, as if he were one with the broom. Witnessing this, Draco felt a surge of surprise. He had practiced extensively at home, even mimicking the difficult maneuvers of professional players, and believed himself to be skilled. Yet, Harry's displayed talent and adaptability far exceeded his expectations. As he pursued Harry, the latter slipped away like an eel, while when Harry turned to chase him, the pressure of being firmly locked onto him left Draco feeling trapped with no escape. Neos reclined leisurely upon his broom, savoring the aerial spectacle of the fly-like dogfight unfolding above. Hermione rushed anxiously to his side, inquiring, "If they fall, can you catch them?" Neos gestured reassuringly, prompting Hermione to exhale slightly, though her gaze remained fixated on the sky with palpable tension. The young wizards on the lawn craned their necks, gasping in awe. "What a pity Neville isn't witnessing this," Ron lamented. After several rounds of intense pursuit, both competitors were nearing the limits of their stamina. As Draco's turn was about to conclude, they both recognized that the next round would undoubtedly determine the victor. As the 30-second mark approached, Draco executed a sudden maneuver, attempting to create distance. Harry, quick to react, performed a swift turn and closed in. Feeling Harry's proximity, Draco conceived a daring plan. He accelerated sharply, hurtling towards the castle's outer wall. At the moment of imminent collision, he yanked the broom upwards, soaring rapidly. Harry, undeterred, followed suit with agility. Draco ascended to a great height before diving almost vertically toward the ground. Harry did not hesitate to pursue him. Just as Draco was about to crash into the earth, he summoned his remaining strength to pull up sharply, narrowly gliding over the grass. Harry remained relentless, but he soon noticed Draco's speed plummeting, his grip on the broom loosening. Exhausted from the extreme exertion, Draco unexpectedly fainted atop his broom. Harry yearned to grasp him, yet he too was at the brink of exhaustion. At that moment, a small pink orb soared through the air. Harry's heart lightened, realizing Neos had intervened. However, he remained apprehensive, forcing himself to accelerate in case of contingencies. Yet, the anticipated pink cushion failed to materialize. Could it be that the distance was too great for Neos to activate the small orb in time? This dreadful thought ignited a sense of urgency within Harry as he desperately sped forward to catch the plummeting Draco. Just as his fingertips nearly grazed the hem of Draco's robe, a powerful jet of water erupted from the ground, striking precisely at the small orb below. In an instant, hope morphed into terror as Harry comprehended the truth. It was a trap. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated at the castle's edge, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. The young wizards rushed towards the scene in alarm. As the dust settled, they beheld a massive pink cushion, standing 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. Inside, Draco remained in a falling posture, while Harry was frozen mid-reach. The only notable difference was that both their hair and eyebrows had vanished without a trace, their heads gleaming under the sunlight. Trapped within the pink cushion, Harry gazed at the jubilant young wizards outside, tears of sorrow and indignation slipping down his cheeks. He finally grasped the depth of Neville's despair. Draco, in fact, had long been roused from his slumber, yet he resolutely kept his eyes shut, unwilling to confront the embarrassing scene unfolding before him. Hermione, witnessing this comical spectacle, could not help but stifle a laugh, turning to the approaching Neos with a teasing remark. "You must have done this on purpose." Neos, feigning innocence, shrugged his shoulders. It was merely a matter of distance. The water manipulation was not precise enough. How can you blame me? At that moment, Hermione caught sight of a dark green figure striding towards them in the distance. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she urgently tugged at Neos. "Quickly, release them. Professor McGonagall is coming." Without delay, Neos invoked his spell. The small pink figure instantly dehydrated and shrank, causing Harry and Draco to tumble awkwardly to the ground. Professor McGonagall approached, her sharp gaze surveying the scene before settling on the two gleaming bald heads, her brow furrowing with disapproval. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy." Professor McGonagall's tone was icy, and Mr. Chaos. "Follow me." The three promptly complied, their hurried footsteps echoing in the corridor, accompanied by the rustling of their robes. Draco caught sight of Harry's tense profile and tightly pressed lips, unable to suppress a low inquiry. "Harry? What's wrong?" Hearing Draco's question, Harry lowered his voice. "Do you think Professor McGonagall might expel us?" Draco scoffed. "Expel us? If she truly intended to do that, she could have announced it on the lawn without taking us here." Although Draco's reasoning was sound, it did little to alleviate Harry's anxiety. At that moment, Neos interjected. "It's fine. If we were to be expelled, we could find a secluded forest to inhabit." Harry and Draco exchanged bewildered glances. What would we do living in a forest? Harry blurted out, struggling to follow Neos' train of thought. Neos shrugged nonchalantly. "Come on, we are wizards. Shouldn't we claim a forest as our stronghold and occasionally sneak into the Muggle world to cast curses on their princes or princesses? In due time, they would surely send an army to hunt us down. Frankly, is there anywhere more advantageous for wizards than a forest?" Harry and Draco were momentarily rendered speechless by this peculiar line of reasoning, unsure how to respond. They exchanged a resigned glance, silently trailing behind Professor McGonagall. Before long, Professor McGonagall led them to the classroom of Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, and Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain. Upon seeing Flint's face, Harry could not contain himself and whispered to Draco, "What's wrong with his face?" Draco immediately elbowed him gently and whispered back, "Be polite, Harry. While what you say may be true, it's best to keep such thoughts to yourself." Professor McGonagall walked with an unusually brisk pace today, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Not only had she discovered a prodigious seeker and a remarkable chaser for Gryffindor, but she had also managed to secure a competent seeker for Slytherin. From her office window, she had witnessed the exhilarating clash between Harry and Draco, and Neo's precise throws had been a delightful surprise. It had been far too long since Gryffindor last lifted the Quidditch Cup, and although regulations stipulated that only second years could participate in the selection, as deputy headmistress, she possessed the authority to make exceptions for the trio. Furthermore, assigning Draco to Slytherin would effectively silence Snape and quell various rumors, rendering the situation more equitable. The group entered an empty classroom. Upon opening the door, they found Peeves, the poltergeist, with his backside in the air, scribbling obscenities on the blackboard with chalk. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened instantly as she commanded, "Out." Peeves. Although Peeves grumbled in discontent, he managed a cheeky grin and reluctantly glided through the wall. Turning to Wood and Flint, McGonagall got straight to the point. "Oliver, I have found you a seeker." She indicated Harry, then her gaze shifted to Flint. "Marcus, I have also secured you a seeker." She pointed towards Draco, and finally, her attention returned to Wood. "Additionally, I have found you a chaser." She looked at Neo, observing the confusion on the faces of the two captains. McGonagall succinctly recounted the events that had just unfolded on the pitch. Neville's unexpected ascent, Neo's remarkable rescue, the breathtaking aerial duel between Harry and Draco, and Neo's second catch of the two brave souls. With each word, the eyes of Wood and Flint sparkled with increasing excitement, their gazes towards their new recruits brimming with fervor, while not forgetting to glare at each other. At that moment, Harry and Draco finally grasped Professor McGonagall's intent, their hearts racing with exhilaration. To become Quidditch players in their first year? This was an unprecedented honor at Hogwarts. Moreover, according to McGonagall's implication, they were to occupy pivotal positions that could influence the game. Seekers. Draco could almost envision the pride on his father's face upon receiving this news. While Harry felt a twinge of uncertainty about his abilities, the exhilarating sensation he experienced in the air had bestowed upon him an unprecedented confidence. Their gazes met once more, seemingly igniting with flames of determination. The unresolved contest from earlier would be continued on the Quidditch pitch. However, Neo slowly raised his hand, calmly breaking the fervor. Professor? May I opt out? The moment those words escaped his lips, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The excitement on Wood and Flint's faces froze, while Harry and Draco turned to him in astonishment. After a week of interaction, Professor McGonagall had somewhat discerned Neo's indifference towards involvement. Yet she was taken aback by his abrupt refusal, lacking even a semblance of a plausible excuse. Witnessing Neo's dismissal, Draco inexplicably felt a sense of relief. He held confidence in his abilities, yet the prospect of opposing Neos, even in the arena, was unappealing. Flint, though maintaining a stoic demeanor, exhibited a slight softening in his gaze. At that moment, Wood, visibly anxious, stepped forward with earnestness. Cows, you possess extraordinary talent. This is an exceptional opportunity. If you are willing, I assure you that within a month, I can train you to become a top-notch seeker. Neos merely scratched his head, responding, however, I truly have no interest in chasing a ball on a broomstick. This prompted even Flint to interject, gruffly stating, Cows, I must remind you that no matter how great your talent, without training, it will wither away. Professor McGonagall also attempted to persuade him further. Mr. Cows, your talent is indeed rare. Neglecting it may lead to future regrets. Neos shook his head, his tone turning earnest. Professor McGonagall, rather than pursuing the ball on the field, I would prefer to ensure that my fellow students can land safely while chasing it. What do you mean? McGonagall raised an eyebrow. I wish to participate in Quidditch, but not as a player for any team. Neos produced a translucent pink gem from his pocket, stating, I wish to serve as an on-field safety support. You have witnessed its effects firsthand. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. Although the school matches may not pose the same dangers as professional games, they still carry considerable risks. While Madame Pomfrey possesses remarkable healing skills, I hope my presence can alleviate her burdens and allow my classmates to perform on the field without worry. Neos' voice was resolute. He expressed a desire to safeguard their safety rather than to gallivant across the field. This is my choice. Professor McGonagall fell into contemplation. Neos' words held validity. With him and his pink gem, the safety of school matches could indeed be significantly enhanced, allowing players to showcase their skills more boldly. Since your mind is made up, I shall not impose my will upon you, Professor McGonagall ultimately stated. Your proposal is valuable, and I will discuss it seriously with Professor Dumbledore. In the end, Wood and Flint arranged a time for their first training session with Harry and Draco. Professor McGonagall instructed the two captains to return to their classes while she turned to walk towards the 8th floor office, preparing to confer with Dumbledore regarding Neos' proposal for on-field safety personnel. Neos returned to the lawn alone, while Harry and Draco, filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension, made their way to the hospital wing. After all, they now required Madame Pomfrey's hair growth potion to salvage their appearances. At dinner, when Harry and Draco appeared in the Great Hall sporting newly grown, yet still somewhat sparse hair, Hermione and Ron immediately rushed over to them. Although they had heard rumors from Neos, given his dubious history, they felt it prudent to confirm the matter personally. Merlin's beard. What Neos claimed turned out to be true. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice rising with excitement. You two really became Seekers in your first year. You must be the youngest Seekers in the history of Hogwarts. However, Harry and Draco appeared somewhat deflated, lacking enthusiasm. Clearly, the experience of being the center of attention that morning, with their bald heads on display for numerous classmates, had left a profound impression on their tender psyches. When Neville saw them in the infirmary, he even found himself less sorrowful about his own hair loss to the little pink creature, for at least he had company. And the spectacle was far more grand. When do you start training? Hermione inquired curiously. Harry poked at the broccoli on his plate with his fork. I start on Friday. What about you, Draco? Draco straightened, attempting to reclaim some semblance of nobility. I start on Saturday. He then shot a provocative glance at Harry. Unwilling to back down, Harry glared back, and the tension between them thickened once more. As for Neos, Ron turned towards the leisurely drinker of pumpkin juice, confusion etched on his face. Why did you decline? What a splendid opportunity. Neos set down his cup, grinning widely to reveal a set of shark-like teeth. I would much rather watch Quidditch players turn bald than become one myself. This flippant remark prompted Harry, Draco, and even Neville beside them to instinctively touch their own heads, as if feeling a sudden chill. Chapter 50, A Night Adventure. Neos shattered the brief silence. Weren't you planning to study magic tonight? His statement caught them off guard. Hermione furrowed her brow and, with her customary caution, replied, perhaps we should choose another time? Wandering around the school at night could lead to hefty point deductions, or worse, expulsion. Neos glanced at her with a nonchalant expression. As long as we don't get caught, what's the issue? This confident assertion acted as a key, unlocking fresh perspectives for the others. Indeed, the crux of the risk of nighttime escapades was the possibility of getting caught. As long as they avoided the professors, Filch, and his cat, there was little to fear. The spark of adventure ignited in the eyes of Harry, Ron, and Draco. However, Hermione's concerns lingered. She turned to Draco, highlighting the most pressing obstacle. But the Slytherin common room is in the dungeons, which is far from the 8th floor. The journey back for Draco carries the highest risk. Who can guarantee he won't encounter a patrolling professor or Filch in the dark corridors? She paused, lowering her voice. Furthermore, Draco is currently more aligned with us in Slytherin. Her unfinished thought hung in the air, but her meaning was clear. Draco's situation was precarious, and the consequences of being caught could be far more severe. However, Hermione was mistaken. It was not Draco who isolated Slytherin, but rather Draco who had chosen to distance himself from Slytherin. Although the little snakes maintained a wary distance from him due to family warnings, their complex attitudes towards Malfoy, who had allied himself with the descendants of the witch hunters, were largely a reflection of Draco's own choice to take a stand rather than being ostracized. The Slytherins believed that the Malfoy family had placed their bets too boldly this time, shocking the community. Simply put, when Neos snapped his fingers, Draco could head directly to the room of requirement after the banquet. Once he had finished instructing them, he could easily rest there for the night. A sly smile crept upon his lips. After all, a room that could be arranged to one's liking was undoubtedly more comfortable than the dank and chilly dungeons of Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Having been away from home for so long, he indeed missed the comfort of his large bed and room at Malfoy Manor. More importantly, spending the night in the room of requirement meant he could write a letter home. I have no objections, he eagerly declared, his tone laced with anticipation. Hey, I want to stay in the room of requirement too. Ron immediately chimed in, captivated by the idea. As a seasoned member of the Bedlate Alliance, Harry raised a very practical question. The idea is splendid, but who will wake you up in the morning? Draco straightened up at this, proudly retorting, please, Harry, I do not share your and Ron's bad habits. Ron ignored Draco's teasing, instead giving him a conspiratorial glance, silently pleading to be included. Draco, understanding the unspoken request, discreetly nodded. Ron's face lit up with joy as he seized a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. Neville timidly raised his hand and spoke softly. Could I, perhaps, go to the room of requirement with Draco a bit earlier? I'm afraid that if I follow you all at night, I might hold you back. He worried that his clumsiness would expose their covert activities. Hermione rubbed her temples, feeling the situation grow increasingly complicated. But her sense of responsibility compelled her to think thoroughly. All right, but Draco, how will you explain your absence to your roommates? And what if Neville's Seamus and Dean notice you're not in your bed? Draco waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. My roommates are Goyle, Crabbe, and that Blaise Zabini. Don't worry. They won't spill anything. He had complete confidence in the loyalty of his followers. As for Blaise Zabini, he certainly lacked the audacity to report the heir of the Malfoy family. You Slytherins actually share a dormitory of 4. Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. As it was the first time he had learned this, Draco was pleased with Ron's reaction and, with a hint of superiority, replied, of course. If given the chance, I could show you around. Let us not digress, Ron. Hermione interrupted them, pressing on with the critical question, what about Neville? Seamus and Dean are not Goyle and Crabbe. At that moment, Neo spoke up again, his tone as relaxed as if discussing dinner. It's simple. I could create a replica of Neville and place it on his bed. Hermione observed Neo's nonchalant expression and glanced at the several boys around her, who had evidently been convinced, realizing that every avenue for dissent had been effectively closed. She sighed and resignedly declared, very well, may Merlin bless us with enough luck tonight to avoid being caught. It was 11 o'clock at night in the Gryffindor common room. The flames in the fireplace danced, crackling softly. Neo sat alone in an armchair by the hearth, cradling a hefty religious tome adorned with jewels and gold, its cover radiating a mysterious gleam in the firelight. At his feet, Acisel idly toyed with a lump of pink powder, attempting to mold it into the shape of a sword while muttering complaints about the material's elasticity. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory. Hermione, wrapped in her robe, descended and paused upon seeing Neo and the book in his hands. The cover of the book shimmered in the firelight, and she instantly comprehended the nature of Neo's reading. As a witch, she could not refrain from inquiring, her voice tinged with confusion. You actually read religious texts? Without diverting his gaze from the pages, Neo replied coolly, what do you think enabled me to create an entity like Acisel? Hermione pressed her lips together, deciding against probing further into this potentially perilous subject. She was more concerned with the present. Is that doll you crafted really capable of deceiving Seamus and Dean? It won't give us away, will it? After dinner, they had used a large lump of pink powder to fashion a replica of Neville and tucked it into his bed, even employing a transfiguration spell to make it appear less transparent. Neo casually turned a page in his book, assuring her, do not worry. As long as no one idly sprinkles salt on it, maintaining that form for 3 days will pose no problem. At that moment, the staircase creaked again, and Harry and Ron stealthily made their way down. Their faces were etched with tension and excitement. Without wasting any time, the group climbed out of the common room in succession. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, the fat lady having left for her rounds, as Harry, Hermione, and Ron anxiously observed their surroundings. Suddenly, with a pop, a small flame emitting pink light ignited behind them, in the dimly lit corridor. This burst of color was strikingly conspicuous. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were startled by the unexpected pink glow, spinning around with their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Noticing 3 pairs of terrified eyes fixed upon him, Azazel innocently blinked, waving the pink flame on his fork. Why are you staring at me? It's so dark. Without a torch, do you expect to trip? Hermione gasped and immediately sent a silent warning to Neo with her eyes. Do something about him. Neo understood instantly, his movements swift as lightning. He seized the delicate pink wand that a satchel had just fashioned, unceremoniously thrusting it into a satchel's throat, effectively silencing any sound that might have escaped. Almost immediately, under a satchel's terrified gaze, Neos effortlessly grasped the small fork engulfed in pink flames. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged it into a satchel's rear, extinguishing the flames in the process. A satchel yearned to scream, but the expanding pink wand lodged in his throat afforded him no such opportunity. Neos, resembling a bearer of a peculiar lantern, firmly held the fork's handle and hoisted the impaled satchel, mouth stuffed with the pink wand, onto his shoulder. Onward. Chapter 51. The formation of the 6-person team. The group soon arrived at the Wish Room on the 8th floor. Upon entering, they were greeted with a surprisingly transformed space. The once empty room had been arranged into a makeshift training ground. Wooden dummies designed for spell practice stood against the walls, but what captured their attention were the magical puppets, slowly moving and simulating human steps, emitting faint creaks as they mechanically paced back and forth in the center of the room. To their further astonishment, Draco and Neville were already engrossed in practice. Clearly, Neville, not wishing to hinder their progress, had requested Draco to commence lessons as soon as they arrived. Relax, Neville. Draco's voice bore a hint of impatience as he demonstrated before a moving puppet. You need to focus. Envision an invisible chain wrapping around your opponent's legs. Your intent must be clear. Try again. However, the more Draco emphasized this, the more Neville's hand trembled around his wand, his face turning crimson. Yet the tip of his wand produced not even a spark. Witnessing this, Ron couldn't help but mutter, he is certainly not a competent teacher. Harry nudged him with his elbow, lowering his voice to caution. Don't say that. Draco is sacrificing his own free time. Realizing his slip, Ron sheepishly covered his mouth. Upon seeing the others arrive, Draco visibly exhaled in relief, addressing the sweat-drenched, nearly exhausted Neville. All right, take a break. Once I finish teaching them, practicing together might yield better results. Neville collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Draco's rigorous instruction combined with his own strenuous efforts had proven overwhelmingly taxing. You're here. Draco approached the group, striving to mask his fatigue. Neo smiled and nodded. You've worked hard. Draco straightened his posture, feigning ease. It's nothing arduous. We're all comrades here. Neo's acknowledgement clearly pleased him, causing his lips to curl involuntarily. Is this spell particularly difficult? Ron, observing the weary duo, couldn't he restrain his curiosity? Not particularly challenging, Draco replied ambiguously, omitting the latter part that suggested the instructor's exertion, for he could not publicly declare that Neville was a slow learner. Let us not dwell on trivial matters, Draco suggested, redirecting the conversation as he approached a moving puppet. I shall demonstrate first, and then we can practice together. Mutual learning often reveals issues more easily. Neos casually discarded the small powder still lodged in his mouth and the fork stuck in Assassel's rear, tossing them into a corner as the group gathered around Draco. The incantation for the leg locker curse is legs, stand still, and the essence of casting it lies in one's intent. Visualize a sturdy chain instantaneously binding the target's legs, securing them immovably. Observe closely, he commanded, flicking his wrist as his wand pointed precisely at the puppet. Legs stand still. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of the wand, striking the puppet's legs with a sharp crack. In an instant, the puppet's legs snapped together, rigid and utterly incapable of movement, leaving it to flail its upper body in vain. Harry and Ron watched in wide-eyed awe, unable to suppress their applause, while Hermione shot them an exasperated glance, urging them to focus on the task at hand. That is the principle and the motion. It is not overly complex. Now, each of you, find a target and give it a try, Draco instructed, sheathing his wand and gesturing for them to commence. Harry and Hermione, possessing exceptional comprehension, practiced several times on the stationary target puppet, and soon the incantation's glow shone steadily, successfully immobilizing the target. Ron, however, struggled mightily. Repeatedly casting the spell at a moving puppet, his spells either flickered weakly and dissipated or missed entirely. Frustration mounted as beads of sweat appeared on his brow, uncertain whether it was his wand's fault or his own impatience. Neos, having grasped the concept after a single demonstration, felt little interest in such a rudimentary spell. He approached the panting Neville and waved at the flustered Ron. Ron, come over here. Ron and Neville exchanged glances before stepping up to Neos. You two share a commonality. Neos stated directly. Ron's expression soured, and he blurted, Are you implying that we are both foolish? Neville, hearing this, lowered his head in embarrassment. No, Neos shook his head. It is your wands that seem to harbor little fondness for you. Ron sheepishly scratched his head. My wand is Charlie's old one. Neville's voice dropped, tinged with an almost imperceptible sadness. Mine belonged to my father. The atmosphere grew heavy, and both Neos and Ron wisely refrained from probing further. While a mismatched wand posed a challenge, Neos' gaze swept over the two. You are both too anxious. The more haste you exhibit, the stronger the wand's resistance becomes. What should we do then? Neville asked eagerly, having practiced for hours without progress and unwilling to relinquish his father's wand. Seeing Ron seemingly stuck as well intensified his anxiety. Quite simple. Neos' voice carried an unusual soothing quality. Clear your mind of distractions, then use your will to overpower your wand's resistance. Do not contemplate failure. Focus solely on one thought. My spell shall succeed. Then, wave your wand. Is it truly that simple? Ron questioned skeptically, glancing at Neos. Indeed, it is that simple. Willpower is the key, Neos affirmed. Beside him, Neville closed his eyes, savoring Neos' words, clearing his mind of distractions. The concepts of overwhelming will, certainty, and inevitability echoed in his thoughts. Moments later, he opened his eyes, imbued with an unprecedented resolve. He approached a moving puppet, inhaled deeply, and raised his wand steadily. His heart devoid of hesitation, fixated solely on the intent to bind the creature's legs. Legs, freeze in place. A beam of white light, more potent than during Draco's demonstration, erupted from the tip of Neville's wand, striking the puppet's legs with precision. The puppet's movements halted abruptly, its legs seemingly welded together, rigidly frozen in position. Upon casting the spell, Neville felt as though he had exhausted all his strength, his legs weakening as if he might collapse. Draco, quick to react, rushed to support him. His voice brimming with joy. Merlin. Neville, you did it. I knew you could. Yet Neville remained transfixed on the immobilized puppet, then glanced at his wand. Abruptly, he broke free from Draco's grasp, raised his wand once more, and with a clear, albeit measured, cadence, recited, Incendio. A brilliant flame engulfed the puppet. Repello Muggletum. The puppet was thrust backward by an unseen force, crashing against the wall. Wingardium Leviosa. The puppet, having collided with the wall, wobbled before levitating again. While there remained room for improvement in his spellcasting speed and clarity, the power exhibited by these incantations far surpassed his usual performance. This spectacle left everyone in awe. Draco, particularly astonished, had always seen Neville floundering in potions class. He had never fathomed that this shy boy harbored such formidable magical prowess. Hermione, Harry, and Ron gaped in disbelief. Neville gazed at the floating puppet, initially laughing in disbelief, but his laughter turned to tears. Large droplets cascaded down his cheeks without warning. This startled Draco, who anxiously inquired beside him, Neville? Neville, what's wrong? Don't frighten me. Neville hastily wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, striving to muster a smile. I'm fine, Draco. I'm just overwhelmingly happy. His voice trembled, the emotions he had long suppressed finally finding an outlet. I've never shown any signs of magical ability. Everyone thought I was a squib, until my uncle threw me out of the window. He took a deep breath, tears flowing more freely. Even upon entering Hogwarts, I was always the worst, struggling in every subject. Ron simply lacked interest. But I couldn't succeed no matter how hard I tried. He looked at his wand, envisioning his father wielding it against dark wizards. Now I can finally stop holding everyone back. By the end, his voice was choked with emotion. Draco stood frozen in place. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury and exceptional talent since childhood, he had never encountered such profound defeat and insecurity, nor did he know how to offer solace. The only image that flickered through his mind was of his mother's warm embrace during his childhood tears. Though he felt a twinge of awkwardness, he hesitated only briefly before extending his arms, clumsily yet resolutely enveloping the trembling Neville. Hermione's eyes too were red-rimmed as she stepped forward, gently embracing both Neville and Draco from the other side. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry joined the embrace. Ron observed the four intertwined figures, his cheeks slightly flushed. Feeling the scene was somewhat sentimental, yet he ultimately overcame his slight discomfort and reached out from beside Harry to join the group, forming a tight circle. At this sight, Neos instinctively glanced towards Azazel in the corner. The little creature was desperately mouthing words, its tiny paws fervently pointing towards the embracing group, wildly signaling. Hurry up. You're the missing piece. Those in the embrace seemed to sense Neos' gaze, raising their heads to look at him, even Azazel's small eyes filled with anticipation. As Neos beheld this warm scene, a resigned yet indulgent smile graced his lips, and he shook his head gently. In the next moment, he opened his arms and exclaimed, "Wow!" before diving into the pile, becoming a part of the six-person hug. Neville, tightly encircled in the middle, felt the last remnants of his defenses crumble as he realized even Neos had joined. No longer able to suppress himself, he buried his face in Draco's shoulder and wept openly, as if releasing all the grievances of the past and the joys of the present. Neos' gaze, concealed beneath his mask, swept over the bodies entwined around him, radiating warmth. A strangely unfamiliar, yet oddly comforting emotion stirred within him, akin to a stone cast into stagnant water, creating ripples in the icy shell of his alchemically constructed form. How wondrous, a thought quietly emerged. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he had so vividly felt the collision of human emotions. What had once been easily accessible and even bothersome in his past life now seemed so precious. With this thought, he instinctively looked towards the corner. A faint pink glow emanated from Azazel's diminutive hands, gently wrapping around the embracing figures like invisible threads, quietly amplifying the softness nestled deep within their hearts. Azazel, noticing Neos' gaze, was about to retract his ability when a clear voice resonated in his mind. "This time, I'll let you off." Upon receiving the message from the contract, Azazel's small eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, after conveying this message, Neos gently leaned his head against Hermione's fluffy, fragrant curls, surrendering himself to the deliberately crafted yet profoundly authentic warmth surrounding him. Chapter 52, Combat Instruction. At long last, Azazel ceased his incantations. The group gradually emerged from their emotional state, slowly releasing one another. Except for Neos, who remained as composed as ever, the faces of the others flushed crimson, resembling ripe tomatoes. Silence lingered in the room for a moment before Neos broke it. "Would you like to learn some combat techniques?" Hermione, regaining her composure, responded promptly. "I believe there is little need for us to engage in battle." Her tone was characteristically rational, although Harry found merit in Hermione's words. Hagrid's secrecy left an unsettling feeling within him. "I think it could be beneficial to learn a few techniques. After all, one never knows when they might come in handy," he cautiously suggested. Hermione was about to counter the necessity of learning combat skills when Ron interjected with a hint of urgency in his voice. "Exactly. There's no harm in acquiring more knowledge." Hermione regarded Ron with a quizzical expression. "That's not something I would expect you to say." Moreover, she raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the practice area. "Your leg-locking curse seems to have yet to succeed, does it not?" Ron's face reddened even further at her remark. He abruptly turned away, inhaling deeply, his mind echoing with Neos' earlier guidance. "Clear your thoughts, overpower your will, strike true." He firmly pointed his wand at a moving puppet and declared, "Leg-locker curse. Halt." A flash of white light surged forth, and the puppet's legs were instantaneously bound together. Ron turned back, raising an eyebrow at Hermione with a triumphant glint in his eye, a challenge evident in his gaze. Hermione shot him an exasperated look before turning to Neos. "All right then, what do you intend to teach us?" Neos stroked his chin, deep in thought. The young wizards before him were rather inexperienced, rather than imparting advanced magic. It would be more prudent to teach them practical, foundational skills. After a brief moment, an idea struck him. "How about spell combinations?" "Spell combinations?" The group expressed curiosity at this unfamiliar term. "Indeed," Neos elucidated, "it is a technique of casting. By combining various spells in a specific sequence and timing, one can achieve effects that exceed the sum of their parts." His inspiration stemmed from combo techniques in games from his past life. Although the Wizarding World also employed adaptive strategies, this systematic approach could swiftly enhance the combat prowess of novice wizards, allowing for future adjustments based on experience. "I shall demonstrate," Neos proclaimed, stepping 10 meters in front of a puppet that was advancing towards him. The group held their breath, their attention riveted on his movements. Just as the puppet crossed into the 10-meter range, Neos sprang into action. A faux wand appeared in his hand. "Leg-locker curse, halt." The white light struck the puppet's legs with precision, rendering its movements abruptly rigid. "Full force push," he commanded next, as a powerful thrust collided with the puppet's newly immobilized legs. The unbalanced puppet lurched forward abruptly. "Wingardium Leviosa." The beam of the levitation spell struck the puppet's fallen leg, yanking it upwards with great force. The puppet's head came crashing down onto the floor with a resounding thud. Neos' assault continued unabated. his wand casting 3 red spells that shot towards the back of the puppet's head like a tempest. Suspended upside down by the levitation spell, the puppet offered no resistance. Flames roared. A searing fire spell once again struck its frail head. 2 more swift beams of red light followed suit. Under Neos's precise onslaught, the puppet's head ultimately shattered with a crack, scattering debris across the ground. Neos lowered his wand and turned around. Behind him were several faces etched with astonishment. Their shock did not stem from the power displayed. Neos had clearly moderated the spell's intensity, a feat they could replicate with these fundamental spells. What left them astounded was the realization that these well-known basic incantations, when combined, could unleash such formidable destructive capacity. Could we truly achieve something similar? Ron swallowed hard as he beheld the puppet's ruin. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always believed that only dark magic possessed such potency. Yet here was proof that even the most elementary spells, when arranged in a specific manner, could yield such results. Remember, Neos's voice turned serious, carrying an undeniable weight. When engaging an adversary, the foremost consideration must be survival. One must exert every effort in the face of an enemy. In battle, there exists only life and death. Do not hesitate at the brink of life and death. Do not ponder whether your opponent has a family. To survive is to earn the right to feel guilt. The deceased have no opportunity for remorse. This harsh yet pragmatic discourse prompted even the softest-hearted Neville to nod gravely. Was there anything unclear about the demonstration? Neos inquired. Hermione immediately raised her hand. Miss Granger, please voice your query, he prompted. Hermione pursed her lips. Disregarding his teasing, what was the magic you used right after the levitation and fire spells, those subsequent red beams? Neos gently applauded. Excellent. Miss Granger has posed a crucial question, one that can lead to a significant combat principle. He surveyed the puzzled faces around him. A slight smirk gracing his lips. What do you believe is the most vital aspect of combat? Draco eagerly interjected. Is it the power of the magic? Yes and no. Neos shook his head. While power indeed influences the advantage between foes, it does not wholly determine victory. The key to triumph in battle lies in seizing the initiative. It hinges on the seamless connection between spells. If another spell is cast carelessly before the first has fully taken effect, it may disrupt the former's impact. Yet, we cannot afford to wait idly. At this moment, the technique I employed earlier becomes paramount. As the spark of excitement ignited in their eyes, Neos revealed, this is the foundational spellcasting technique you must master before embarking on spell combinations. I refer to it as blank magic. Blank magic? The group exchanged glances. Clearly unfamiliar with the term. Indeed, it possesses no extraordinary effects. Rather, it resembles a muggle firearm more than magic. This spell is quite elementary, Neos elucidated, as it involves the release of a rapidly propelled orb of pure magical energy. There is no need for incantation. One merely points their wand at the target. The onlookers once again displayed expressions of astonishment, creating a spell in their first year, and a silent one at that. The method is straightforward. Envision a sphere of magical energy coalescing at the tip of your wand, hurtling forward, tethered by a fine thread connecting it to your hand. When you sever this thread with your willpower, the magical orb will be propelled forth in an instant. He paused momentarily before adding, as your abilities strengthen, you may attempt to shape it, envisioning it as a sharp sword or dagger, and even alter its hue. However, he shifted his tone. Shaping and coloring will impede the speed and rhythm of the spellcasting. In practical application, I recommend maintaining the simplest and most efficient form, a pure energy sphere. The faster, the better. Chapter 53, Cerberus. Neos' blank spell was indeed quite simple. The group swiftly grasped the trick, although their casting speed was still somewhat clumsy. With diligent practice, their proficiency would surely improve. On the way back, only Neos, Harry, and Hermione remained. Acisel was still slung over Neos' shoulder like an oddly shaped lantern. Ron had chosen to stay in the room of requirement. This time, Hermione said nothing. But Harry could not help but voice his complaint. He didn't even tell me he was going to spend the night there. And what of it? Do you wish to spend the night there too? Hermione retorted immediately. I just wish he would inform me in advance next time. Harry attempted to argue. If you want to spend the night, who would handle Seamus and Dean? Hermione's words effectively silenced any potential rebuttal from Harry. Don't you think our voices are a tad too loud? Neos' calm reminder fell upon them like a bucket of cold water. It suddenly occurred to them that they were still out at night. They instantly hushed, stopping in their tracks and scanning their surroundings warily, as though Filch might leap out from around a corner with his lantern at any moment. Once they confirmed the eerie silence, they both exhaled in relief. Let us proceed, Neos cautioned, observing the two still shaken behind him. The longer they lingered, the more likely an unexpected incident might occur. Henceforth, Harry and Hermione ceased their chatter, closely trailing Neos, even moderating their breathing. Just as they stepped onto a moving staircase, the once still stone steps emitted a muffled rumble and began to slowly rotate. Why must it be at this moment? Harry was thoroughly vexed by this sudden turn of events. Mind your volume. Harry, Hermione whispered urgently, once the staircase halts. We only need to wait half an hour to return. Neos remained cool-headed, scrutinizing the floor to which the staircase was approaching. The fourth floor? It seems the old fox's script is about to unfold. We may not be able to wait until that time, Neos remarked, a subtle understanding in his voice. It's nothing. Just half a moment. Hermione's words abruptly halted as she clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the staircase. A gaunt, gray-furred cat was crouched there, its cold yellow eyes fixed upon them. Mrs. Norris. Meow? A sharp, piercing yowl shattered the silence of the castle. Mrs. Norris. Have you caught them? I'm on my way. Filch's chilling laughter and hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Run. Harry hissed urgently, leading the charge deeper into the corridor. With Hermione close behind, her heart racing, Neos sighed silently, quickening his pace to catch up with the two frantic companions. The trio raced to a heavy, closed wooden door. Harry desperately twisted the doorknob, but it remained obstinately shut. It's locked. Hermione shoved Harry aside, her wand flashing towards the lock. Alohomora. With a crisp click. The door swung open. Hermione darted inside first, followed closely by Harry and Neos. As they squeezed through the doorway, they quickly shut the heavy door behind them and secured the lock. Almost simultaneously, Filch's voice called from outside. Any discoveries, my dear? Meow? After a brief silence, Filch seemed to abandon the search. Let us go. The footsteps outside gradually faded. Only then did Hermione allow herself to relax, collapsing against the door and gasping for breath to steady her nerves. Did you notice which floor we were on? Neos' voice broke the stillness of the room. Hermione jumped at the sudden question but instinctively replied, it should be the fourth floor, right? She felt Harry tugging at her sleeve, and with irritation, she snapped, stop it. Harry, Filch isn't. She whirled around, her words choking in her throat as terror gripped her. Her heart, which had just begun to calm, felt as though it had leapt to her throat. Neos stood calmly in the center of the room, and before him loomed a massive hound, nearly brushing the ceiling with its size. It bore 3 fearsome heads, 6 bloodshot eyes fixated on Neos, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. Foul drool dripping from its 3 toothy maws. Now it seems we understand why the fourth floor is forbidden, Neos stated matter-of-factly. Though Harry was unfamiliar with this creature, he quickly lowered his voice and commanded Neos, Neos, do not be afraid. Listen, now slowly back away. Move gently. Do not turn around. And absolutely do not run. Memories of Dudley and his friends unleashing their dog upon him surged to the forefront of his mind, but he had no time to dwell on those painful recollections. He could only hope that his limited experience with ordinary dogs would prove useful. Hermione? Hermione? Harry called, not receiving a response, prompting him to raise his voice slightly. Hermione abruptly regained her senses, her gaze fixated on the 3 enormous dog heads. What's happening? Harry stealthily advanced a few steps, positioning himself to shield Hermione. I'm blocking your view. It shouldn't see you. When Neos retreats, I'll shout for you to open the door, and you must dash out immediately. Both of them were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts pounding frantically within their chests. At that moment, the central head of the 3-headed dog let out a deafening roar, its massive jaws lunging towards Neos. Just as peril loomed, Neos sprang into action. He swiftly retrieved a small pink gem from his pocket and hurled it beneath the 3-headed beast. Simultaneously, he directed a spell with a flick of his finger, summoning a torrent of water that cascaded down upon the pink gem with uncanny precision. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. Upon contact with the water, the gem expanded uncontrollably, propelling the unsuspecting 3-headed dog violently towards the ceiling. A chilling howl of anguish pierced the atmosphere. The central head collided forcefully with the jagged protrusions of the ceiling, blood gushing forth and staining the expanding gem below. The other 2 heads, too, were subjected to the relentless pressure of the swelling gem, emitting pitiful whines as their colossal bodies became ensnared between the ceiling and the gem, immobilized. This breathtaking turn of events left Harry and Hermione utterly petrified in place. What just happened? Hermione's voice trembled, her mind a blank slate. Harry, mustering his courage, stepped forward, gazing up at the 3-headed dog ensnared by the gem. Why is it here? Neos did not respond directly, but instead gestured towards the spot where the 3-headed dog had been standing. Following his indication, Harry noticed a trapdoor being pressed down by the gem. Is it guarding something beneath? His voice trembled with shock and dawning realization. Otherwise, what could it be? Neos countered. Surely no one would keep such a dangerous creature as a pet at school. Harry cast a sidelong glance at Azazel, still slung over Neos' shoulder. At last, Hermione's reason reasserted itself, and she urgently whispered, you too, hurry. That noise was too loud. Filch or a professor could come to investigate at any moment. She turned to Neos, her tone frantic. Remember to stow the gem. Leaving it here would make it obvious we were here. Harry also recognized the gravity of the situation. A look of concern etched upon his face. Neos regarded the suffering three-headed dog, trapped against the ceiling, then glanced back at the trapdoor. It was only the second week of term. If they breached it now, the cunning old fox would surely concoct some new mischief. Once he confirmed that the other two heads had also succumbed to unconsciousness, he instructed Harry and Hermione, "You both exit first. I'll handle the gem." Recalling the devastation in the kitchen, Hermione acted without hesitation, rushing forward to grasp Harry, who was still hesitating, and forcibly dragged him out of the room. As the door shut behind them, Neos immediately set to work. He seized the Sassel's tail with a firm grip and yanked it. The excruciating pain caused Azazel to writhe madly in the air, his cries stifled by the small powder lodged in his throat. Neos carelessly discarded Azazel like refuse at the doorway, and then pressed his hands forcefully onto the expanding mound of powder. As his palms pressed down, the massive powder rapidly shrank, shriveling and solidifying. Moments later, only 3 egg-sized gems of varying colors remained. One was pink, while the other 2 were white and blue. Neos pocketed the pink gem and cast a levitation charm on the other 2. They wobbled and followed Neos as he floated toward the entrance. At the doorway, Azazel had just dealt with the fork from his rear and the powder in his throat when he spotted Neos approaching with the 2 perilous gems. Coughing, he asked with irritation, "Cough, how do you intend to store those? If they explode, it won't be a trivial matter." Neos merely smiled gently. Azazel sighed and extended his skull necklace towards Neos, saying, "Just give it to me." Neos guided the 2 gems into the gaping mouth of the skull necklace. As soon as the gems entered, the skull's mouth swiftly snapped shut. "Phew," Azazel rubbed his neck and muttered softly. "If it weren't for my precious necklace that can freeze time, I could have found a job in the Middle East." Chapter 54. A mundane, yet not so mundane routine. The following morning at breakfast, Ron had intended to boast about the novel experience of spending the night with Neville and Draco in the room of requirement. However, after hearing Harry and Hermione's harrowing encounter with the three-headed dog, a wave of regret washed over him. Although the three-headed dog sounded perilous, Neos had subdued it with such nonchalance. Ron felt an overwhelming sense of remorse for not returning to the tower as he should have the previous night. If he had gone along, he too could have witnessed that astounding scene. Last night, Azazel had taken Ron's place in his bed. Before sleeping, Azazel had even hypnotized Seamus and Dean, ensuring they would not discover his presence in Ron's bed upon waking. Harry, on the other hand, had tossed and turned throughout the night. The moment he saw the trapdoor, he had already guessed. The terrifying three-headed dog was likely guarding the small bundle that Hagrid had retrieved from Vault 713. Realizing this only heightened his insomnia, as he spent the entire night speculating about what could be concealed within that bundle. Harry! Ron's call pulled him from his reverie. What is it?" Harry looked at Ron with a bewildered expression. "Hermione won't let me see that three-headed dog," Ron whispered, his tone pleading. "Can you persuade Neos to take us there? Just the 4 of us." Fearing Harry would refuse, he enlisted Neville and Draco as shields. "Don't even think about it, Ron." Hermione immediately interrupted their conversation, exclaiming, "We accidentally stumbled in last night. If it weren't for Neos, you wouldn't have seen us today." While reflecting on the thrilling scene afterward brought a peculiar sense of exhilaration. It certainly was not a justification for risking such a venture again. "But you all witnessed it," Ron grumbled, his frustration palpable. Hermione's furious demeanor reminded him of his mother's wrath. "Let's postpone this for a while," Neos interjected calmly. "I am currently crafting a second demon. Once it is completed, it can escort you on an adventure." Neos' words fell like a stone into water, abruptly solidifying the previously relaxed atmosphere at the dining table. "Really? How long will it take?" Ron, still fixated on the three-headed dog, seemed indifferent to Neos' mention of the second demon. Around Christmas time, Neos provided a rough estimate. Aside from the perplexed Draco and Ron, who was preoccupied with the three-headed dog, Harry, Hermione, and Neville all visibly tensed at the news. "Who is it this time?" Hermione asked, feigning calm as she sliced her steak. "Gluttony and temperance," Neos replied with ease. Draco glanced curiously between Hermione and Neos, about to inquire further, but was subtly restrained by Neville tugging at his sleeve. "So, who do you intend to choose?" Harry asked seriously, directing his gaze at Neos. Even Ron, lost in his fantasies, finally sensed the gravity of the situation. "This time, I will handle it myself," Neos declared, astonishing everyone except Draco. "I will demonstrate the entire process of summoning a demon and signing a contract. If you are unwilling," he paused, "I would never force you." An eerie silence enveloped the dining table. Just then, the raucous sound of owls delivering messages shattered the stillness. Many received parcels, but the most striking was a slender package being carried by 6 owls, slowly descending. As they swooped above the group, they placed the peculiar parcel before Harry. Ron felt that this stalemate could not continue. He subtly exchanged glances with Draco, who nodded in understanding. "Wow, what a large package," Ron exclaimed dramatically, attempting to lighten the mood. "Who is this from?" He leaned closer for a better look. Draco, quick to react, seized the package and weighed it in his hands. his expression instantly shifting to one of surprise mixed with anger. This is a flying broomstick. Well done, Potter. You secretly bought a new broom without telling me. Are you trying to practice in secret and outpace me? Unlike before, he deliberately referred to Harry as Potter, laden with provocation. Harry stared blankly at the package. Reaching out to touch it, the texture confirmed it was indeed a broomstick. At this point, he was truly at a loss for words. I didn't buy it. The sudden appearance of the flying broomstick left Harry with a throbbing headache. He had indeed entertained the thought of purchasing a new broom. Yet he had not yet made a decision regarding which one to acquire. What is this? Draco relentlessly pressed on, leaving no room for respite. How should I know? Harry, too, felt a surge of irritation. Wait a moment. Here is a letter. At that instant, another owl swooped in, delivering a letter with pinpoint accuracy onto the parcel. Harry quickly seized the letter, hoping it would exonerate him. He unfurled the parchment with haste. Do not open the parcel. Inside lies your new broom, the Nimbus 2000. I wish to keep your new broom a secret, lest everyone else desires it. Oliver Wood will conduct your first lesson at the Quidditch pitch tonight at 7. Minerva McGonagall. Upon reading the letter, a cloud of gloom lifted from Harry's heart, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He proudly handed the letter to Draco, whose expression turned more grotesque than if he had swallowed a fly. Harry then passed the letter to Ron beside him, casting a challenging glance at Draco. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the parcel. I have never touched a Nimbus 2000 before. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder. Let us find a secluded spot this afternoon for you to try it out. He turned to Neville. Neville, would you like to join us? Harry was aware that Hermione and Nias had little interest in Quidditch or flying broomsticks, so he tactfully refrained from inviting them. Left to his own devices, Draco wrestled internally. He yearned to join, yet felt too proud to speak up. Draco, would you care to come? Harry seemed to read his thoughts, inquiring with a hint of mischief in his smile. Upon hearing the invitation, a flicker of excitement ignited within Draco, only to be swiftly extinguished by the sight of Harry's mischievous grin. No need. He stiffened his neck, resolutely declining, though his mind was already made up. He would immediately write to his father after class. He must have a broom superior to Harry's. After breakfast, the group made their way to the potions classroom. This time, Nias chose to pair with Hermione, sparing Draco the usual torment of team selection. Draco opted to partner with Neville, despite the risks, as he shared a rapport with Neville that was the most harmonious among their group. Moreover, he was keen to inquire privately about the demon Nias had mentioned at breakfast. The atmosphere in today's potions class was particularly strange. Professor Snape's gaze swept over Nias like a searchlight, as if he sought to uncover some hidden truth. Naturally, he did not neglect to subject Harry to his customary barbs. However, Harry remained unfazed by Snape's biting sarcasm, wearing an expression of indifference. Clearly, his thoughts were consumed not by the potion in the cauldron, but by the pristine Nimbus 2000 awaiting him in the dormitory. Even more peculiarly, Draco, who typically excelled in potions, seemed utterly distracted throughout the entire lesson, frequently lost in thought. Instead, it was Neville, the one responsible for the potion mishap in the previous class, who seemed to have suddenly found clarity, diligently engrossed in operating the cauldron on his own. Although his technique was still somewhat unrefined, his earnestness was undeniable. Neos, on the other hand, continued his customary demeanor, aimlessly wandering about like a shopper in a mall, casually flipping through a book before closing it again. Beside him, the bustling figure had shifted from Draco to Hermione. The six of them were already the focal point of Gryffindor and Slytherin, and their peculiar behaviors today drew the curious gazes of all the little lions and snakes, significantly elevating the chaos rate in today's potion class. Snape was busier than a server in a trendy restaurant, his black robes swirling as he navigated through the young wizards, scarcely affording himself a moment to breathe. This may have been the most exhausting lesson of his teaching career. Yet, even amidst the whirlwind of activity, he did not forget to deduct points from his beloved Gryffindor with great fervor. Chapter 55, Confrontation with Snape. The exhilarating and tense potion class finally came to a close. As the bell rang, the young wizards dashed out of the classroom in a flurry. Hermione tidied her belongings and cast a glance at Neos, who remained seated, then looked over at the somewhat fatigued Snape. Aren't you leaving? She inquired. You go ahead, Neos replied, idly toying with a potion-cutting knife. I have a small matter to discuss with Professor Snape. Hermione, concerned, glanced once more toward the direction of the podium, but ultimately nodded. I'll wait for you in the library. With that, she swiftly merged into the departing crowd. Draco was pacing back and forth at the entrance. The fantastical tales Neville had recounted about demons during potion class were simply too absurd. He felt compelled to inquire directly with Neos. As for Harry and Ron, the moment the bell rang, they hoisted Neville and rushed towards the Gryffindor Tower to retrieve the Firebolt 2000. Upon seeing Hermione emerge alone, Draco instinctively peered behind her. Where's Neos? Hermione shrugged helplessly. It seems he has something to discuss privately with Professor Snape. Draco's gaze crossed the still open wooden door, landing on Snape at the podium. Snape was rubbing his forehead, his expression darker than the bottom of a cauldron. We should leave, he suggested. They are likely discussing something very important. Neos had been summoned directly by the headmaster before. It could very well be a similar circumstance this time. I'm heading to the library. What about you? Hermione asked. I need to return to the common room. See you tonight. With that, Draco swiftly made his way toward the Slytherin direction. Hermione watched his retreating figure, sighed softly, and turned to head toward the library. In the now empty classroom, only Neos and Snape remained. The room was filled solely with the sound of Snape organizing his lesson plans and the occasional glint of the knife in Neos's hand. On the wall beside the podium, several empty specimen jars stood out conspicuously. Clearly, the ingredients consumed by Acisel during the last incident would take Snape some time to replenish. At long last, Severus Snape meticulously arranged the final teaching materials. He lifted his gaze towards Neos below him, inquiring, "Is there something you require, Mr. Chaos?" Neos paused his playful handling of a small knife and met Snape's piercing stare. "I have a minor request, Professor Snape," he replied. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Snape's lips. "Ah, the exceptionally talented and omnipotent Mr. Chaos, in need of assistance? How utterly surprising." He deliberately emphasized the word assistance. Neos appeared unfazed by Snape's sarcasm and continued, "You see, Professor, I recently stumbled upon a most intriguing book in the library." Snape let out a disdainful snort. "Truly unexpected. Mr. Chaos has shown an interest in literature? I had presumed your knowledge was derived from more direct sources." Neos disregarded the jibe. "This book discusses the language of various plants. I find the interpretations quite compelling, and I wish to engage in a discussion with you, the master of potions, to glean your insights." As he observed Snape's already somber visage darken further, Neos felt a sense of satisfaction as he began his analysis. "For instance, the questions you posed to Harry during the first class. The daffodil root powder, if my memory serves me right, it is a type of lily? Its meaning is, my regrets lie buried alongside you, which is truly tragic and despairing, is it not?" Snape's hands, concealed beneath the table, clenched tightly. His knuckles whitening as the veins on the back of his hands throbbed like a writhing worm. "Then there is the mugwort," Neos continued, seemingly oblivious to Snape's reaction, "which symbolizes pain and profound remorse. Lastly, he mentioned the aconite and wolfsbane. After a brief pause, he elaborated, the book states they are of the same plant, with no distinction in their potion properties. Yet intriguingly, their meanings diverge drastically. The aconite represents chivalry and fearless protection." Neos' tone carried a hint of amusement. "While the wolfsbane embodies world-weariness, hatred, and annihilation. They are, after all, of the same origin yet point towards entirely opposing paths. Much like two parallel lines that never meet. Don't you find it fascinating?" He deliberately paused, watching the seething fury in Snape's eyes nearly erupt, before leisurely uttering his final inquiry. "Oh, by the way, there is one question that has lingered in my mind. What does the foul stone represent in terms of flower language, Professor? You are so erudite. Could you enlighten this curious student?" This blatant humiliation finally ignited the powder keg. With a resounding crash, Snape abruptly rose, the chair screeching against the floor. He swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at Neos. "If your intention was to provoke me, Chaos." His voice was low, veins bulging angrily at his temples. "Then you have succeeded." Neos raised his hands, the cartoon eyes on his mask squinting into two narrow slits. "Wow. Calm down, Professor Snape. I'm just a child." "A child?" Snape's cold laughter seemed to seep through his clenched teeth. "A child who can toy with life and create monsters at the age of 12. Do not think you and your wicked pet can deceive my gaze. From the moment you crossed the threshold of Hogwarts, I could smell the nauseating stench emanating from you and your foul creation." At this, Neos raised his arm and pretended to sniff his own armpit, then innocently looked at Snape. "Professor, while your nose is quite impressive, you cannot simply accuse someone without reason. I assure you, I smell delightful." This almost shameless retort nearly provoked Snape into laughter. "Huh. I cannot fathom why that old fool Dumbledore would permit your kind into this school. But listen closely, Neos Chaos. You had best pray to Merlin that I do not uncover any incriminating evidence against you. Otherwise," Neos cupped his chin with his hands, the eyes on his mask blinking innocently as he interrupted in a Navi tone. "Professor, we are wizards. We do not ally with demons. Shall we then collaborate with the church?" Then, abruptly shifting his tone to a somber note, he added, "Moreover, I intend to craft the most exquisite demon for dear Harry. Do you think he would appreciate such a gift? You dare." The mere mention of Harry's name, especially in connection with demons, consumed the last vestiges of Snape's reason with fury. Instantly, the image of those green eyes, identical to Lily's, flashed through his mind. Snape dashed down from the podium, approaching Neos and directly pressing his wand against the boy's chin. "Try to lay a finger on a single hair of his, and I swear, I will make you regret ever entering this world." Yet Neos appeared unfazed by the cold threat. He leisurely brushed aside Snape's wand with 2 fingers and even took his time to straighten his crumpled collar. "Professor, why are you so angry? This is all for Harry's benefit. Just think about what it means to forge a pact with a powerful demon. He leaned closer to Snape, lowering his voice. With enough sacrifices, a demon can fulfill virtually any wish of its master. He deliberately emphasized any wish, watching with satisfaction as Snape's pupils constricted. Do you believe? Neo's smile blossomed once more, that our Harry would refuse such an opportunity to have his desires realized? These heart-wrenching words struck Snape like a heavy blow, reverberating within his heart. His body swayed imperceptibly, the flames of his rage seemingly frozen in an instant. The hand holding the wand slowly descended. Actually, I came to see you today mainly to pay a visit to Headmaster Dumbledore. Unfortunately, I do not know the password to his office, so I was hoping you could assist me in making an introduction. Neos waited for quite some time before he realized that Snape remained frozen in place, staring blankly ahead. He extended his hand and snapped his fingers before Snape's eyes. Professor? Professor Snape? Snape jolted, as if awakening from a nightmare. He sheathed his wand, turning stiffly away from Neos. You may leave now. I shall inform Dumbledore, he said. What is the password? Neos inquired. Lemon sherbet. All right, thank you, Professor. Neos replied cheerfully, as if their earlier confrontation had never transpired. With that, he turned to make his way toward the door. Wait. Just as Neos was about to grasp the doorknob, Snape's hoarse voice broke the silence once more. Neos halted, slowly turning back. Is there anything else, Professor? He deliberately slowed his speech, yet Snape still faced away from him. Those things you created, can they bring back the deceased? Neos feigned contemplation. Snape had never perceived that mere seconds could stretch into eternity. Well, I have never attempted it. But theoretically, with sufficient cost, it should be possible. It should be possible. Snape began to probe for further details when a soft click interrupted him. He spun around abruptly. The classroom was now devoid of life. Snape rushed to the door, flinging it open with urgency. Outside lay only the empty corridor and the distant sounds of students at play. Bang! Snape slammed the door shut, leaning against the cold surface as if all his strength had been drained. He braced himself on a nearby desk, bending over as he gasped for breath. He was unsure whether his current exhaustion stemmed from physical depletion or from the relentless despair that had lingered for over a decade, now seemingly on the brink of resolution. Chapter 56. Open and Honest? In the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Neos and Dumbledore sat in armchairs by the fireplace, each cradling a cup of thick lemon tea. Sipping it delicately, the air was infused with the sweet aroma of tea and the scent of aged parchment. Dumbledore placed his cup on the nearby table, his fingertips lightly touching, his voice calm. Mr. Neos, have you come to seek the counsel of this old man regarding some troubles? Neos set down his cup as well. You see, Headmaster, ever since you invited me to Hogwarts, I have been pondering what I should do moving forward. Yet, the more I think, the more lost I feel. Thus, he lifted his gaze, his covered eyes meeting Dumbledore's. I decided to seek your guidance. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Mr. Neos, you are a remarkably independent young man. I fear my old thoughts may not sway your decisions. Neos shook his head. Even if I have thoughts, I am still but a child, with far too shallow an understanding of this world. The guidance of a sagacious elder is undoubtedly preferable to my own fumbling in the darkness, is it not? A subtle smile played upon his lips, hinting at deeper meanings. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, the air in the office seemingly thickening. The portraits of past headmasters on the walls quietly cracked their eyes open, and even the sorting hat perched atop the bookshelf seemed to lean forward. Well, Dumbledore's gentle gaze gradually deepened, and I shall not refuse his offer. May the wisdom born of my aged bones prove of some utility to you. Upon hearing this, Neos raised his hand, pinching the edge of his eye mask with 2 fingers and gently tugging. The mask slipped away. Dumbledore's breath momentarily caught in his throat. The eyes within those sockets bore no irises, no pupils, nor even the whites of the eyes, only an abyss of pure, all-consuming blackness, akin to 2 portals leading to the chasms of nothingness. Dumbledore had witnessed countless extraordinary sights and endured many heart-stopping moments. Yet these eyes, this embodiment of sheer void, instinctively tightened his fingers resting on the armrest, causing the knuckles to pale. Was this the curse of Chelmsford? The price of creating demons? Or simply an innate condition? Countless thoughts flickered through his mind. His gentle gaze swiftly sharpened, locking onto Neos' face. Neos seemed oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere, his gaze, like a black hole, fixated on Dumbledore as he began to speak in an almost conversational tone. Headmaster, ever since I truly began to comprehend the wizarding world, a question has been swirling in my mind. Why, despite the plethora of wondrous powers and creatures inhabiting this land, are it the ordinary non-magical folk who predominantly steer the course of the world? His voice was deep, laced with confusion. The powers of wizards and magical creatures are undeniably more formidable, are they not? Yet, why has the world remained under Muggle dominion for centuries? Dumbledore had already sensed the direction of the inquiry, yet maintained an air of tranquility as he continued. It is because wizards possess such distinctive personalities that they find it challenging to form a unified, substantial governance akin to that of Muggles. The Ministry of Magic arose primarily in response to the Muggle world. Indeed, Neos nodded. Last century, the fear and hatred of ordinary people towards wizards ignited the witch hunt movements. Wizards established the ministry for their own protection. Although it is significantly improved, he paused, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. The prolonged oppression and persecution have led to an accumulation of discontent among wizards. Dumbledore's gaze grew profoundly intricate, as if he were peering through Neos into the distant past. Thus, a segment of wizards began to yearn for the overthrow of the international statute of wizarding secrecy, aspiring to establish a new order wherein wizards would govern Muggles. Consequently, in 1926, the First Wizarding World War erupted. Alas, Neos lamented with a sigh, their ambitions were thwarted by you. And then came 1970. Another ambitious soul seeks to use Britain as a springboard to retrace old paths. Ultimately, however, the curve of his lips deepens as he is thwarted by you, or rather, by Harry. Neos leaned slightly forward. His eyes, resembling black holes, seemed poised to absorb Dumbledore. Headmaster, have you ever noticed an exceedingly intriguing phenomenon? His voice, laced with seduction and a cold scrutiny, hangs in the air. Dumbledore's brows knit tightly together. He refrains from responding, choosing instead to observe Neos in silence. He senses that the other is on the verge of unveiling a shocking core idea. Indeed, Neos chuckles softly, the sound piercing through the stillness, unnoticed by anyone, or rather, no one dares to ponder in that direction. I once believed that a wizard's power stemmed from demons. Yet, upon encountering you and stepping into Hogwarts, I finally discovered the precise answer. He abruptly rises, placing his hands on a tea table laden with silverware. Looking down upon Dumbledore with a deliberate cadence, the power of a wizard originates from ordinary people. Preposterous. Dumbledore can no longer maintain his composure. His voice rising in a commanding tone, exuding an overwhelming aura. Neos, the contents of today's discussion shall never leave this office. But you must immediately cease this dangerous and unfounded fantasy. Regardless of any evidence you possess, this must be stopped. Once these words escape, whether true or false, they will unleash a tempest upon the entire magical realm, and Neos, you shall face utter ruin. The portraits on the walls erupted into chaos, Phineas Nigellus cursing vehemently, while other headmasters voiced their anger or terror in response. Yet, Neos appeared impervious to the uproar. He leisurely reseated himself, lifting the cup of viscous red tea, taking his time to clear his throat. Since the worlds of wizards and muggles have been thoroughly severed, he set down the teacup, his voice returning to its earlier steadiness. Is the magical ability of wizards undergoing a holistic decline? Do legendary wizards, capable of slaying entire cities, still exist? How many Aurors in the Ministry can consistently execute the shield charm flawlessly? He tilted his head slightly, that abyss-like gaze directed at Dumbledore. Consider the two so-called wizarding wars. Their patterns, scales, and the all-consuming frenzy. Do you not find them reminiscent of the world wars of ordinary people, Headmaster? Accept the reality, Headmaster. Neos's voice resonated like a decree. A wizard's ability to cast spells is rooted in the profound belief and longing for mysterious powers harbored within ordinary people's hearts. Why does the wizarding world seem to linger in the Middle Ages? It is precisely because, following that era, Muggles began to observe the world through their science. They cast aside ignorance, employing logic and empirical evidence to explain everything. As their belief in magic wanes, or even vanishes, he paused, a smirk gracing his lips. The world of wizards will also fade away. Upon concluding his words, Neos no longer regarded Dumbledore's astonished expression. Instead, he reached into his cloak and produced the Book of Demons, gently placing it upon the coffee table that lay between them. Please place your hand upon it. Dumbledore gazed at the tome, then shifted his gaze to Neos' abyss-like eyes, his aged visage displaying a slight tremor of the muscles. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly raised his hand and laid it upon the icy cover of the book. The instant his palm made contact with the book's surface, Neos opened his mouth. An ethereal blue light emanated from his lips, illuminating the lower half of his face and reflecting in Dumbledore's astonished pupils. Before the incredulous eyes of Dumbledore and the portraits adorning the walls, Neos' throat convulsed, and he emitted a nauseating retching sound. Following this, a saliva-coated, rusted nail was expelled from his mouth. He methodically wiped the viscous remnants from the corner of his lips with a clean handkerchief, then carefully wrapped the rusty nail within the cloth, presenting it before Dumbledore. Dumbledore's pupils dilated in shock, as his hand rested upon the Book of Demons. The nail radiated a pure, gentle, yet overwhelmingly powerful white holy light. Yet, as he withdrew his hand from the book, the light and the sacred aura vanished without a trace, and the nail reverted to its wretched, corroded state. This was one of the legendary nails that had been used to crucify Jesus. Its authenticity remained uncertain. However, Before Dumbledore could muster any reaction or thought, Neo's hands glowed with an ethereal blue light. Grasping one end of the nail with one hand and the other end with the other, he forcefully twisted it before Dumbledore's gaze. With a crack, the rusted nail snapped. At the moment of its fracture, a tremendous force erupted within the confines of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's senses were instantly overwhelmed. The scene before him transformed from the familiar office to a cascade of pure holy light. It felt as though a multitude of voices resonated in his ears. A symphony of fervent prayers from countless devotees, the anguished pleas of a mother for her sick child, and the heartfelt confessions of sinners in the shadows. Chapter 57. Faith? The blinding radiance and the buzzing in his ears struck him suddenly, causing Dumbledore to instinctively release his hand from the Book of Demons. The tumultuous sounds had nearly disrupted his thoughts. He sank deeper into the armchair, his breathing growing heavier, his chest rising and falling slightly. What was that? Dumbledore's sharp gaze pierced toward Neos like a hawk, his voice low. Do you not already possess the answer within? Neos spread his hands, bearing an expression of nonchalance, as if it were none of his concern. Faith. Dumbledore struggled to articulate the word. He indeed sensed the nature of that power, yet his heart instinctively resisted acknowledgement. If that were indeed faith, would it not validate the notion that the extraordinary powers of wizards stemmed from Muggles' fantasies of the unknown? More terrifying were Neos's recent words. With every advance of Muggle science, the wizarding world weakens, inching closer to its ultimate demise. At the thought, Dumbledore's fists clenched silently. That day may still be far off, yet the crisis looms ever closer, as science silently erodes their realm. The last time he felt such profound unease was on the eve of his confrontation with Grindelwald. Tell me, Dumbledore's voice bore an unprecedented gravity. What is your purpose in revealing this? Neos chuckled lightly, raising the cup of red tea beside him. Sipping the warm liquid along with the undissolved sugar granules at the bottom, chewing casually. Headmaster, I made my intentions abundantly clear upon our first meeting. Creating demons? A chill of lethal intent permeated the air. Neos felt it acutely. He understood that if his forthcoming response did not convince or even satisfy the old fox before him, his corporeal existence might very well meet its end within this office, a fate he had anticipated. Indeed, Neos confessed, demons can supplant the beliefs of ordinary individuals, becoming the wellspring of a wizardess power. By forging a pact with a demon, even a muggle can transform into a wizard. Dumbledore slowly straightened, his gaze returning to the peculiar tome of demons on the coffee table. And what is the cost? Neos gently shook his head. There is no cost. If one were to insist, he paused, the character of the contractee will inevitably gravitate towards the demon with whom the pact is made. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. How severe is the impact? It should not be too grave, Neos replied flatly. My demons are two-faced. For instance, with Azazel, if someone were to contract with him, they might become a notorious flirt, or, perhaps, a hopeless romantic. A stifled laugh erupted from an unseen portrait in the corner. The taut atmosphere in the office shattered instantly with this unexpected side effect. The formerly solemn portraits of past headmasters could no longer restrain themselves, murmuring to one another with a buzz of conversation, punctuated by suppressed laughter. Even Dumbledore himself couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. He raised his left hand, making a gesture for silence. The voices of the portraits ceased abruptly, and the office fell into quiet once more, though the air still lingered with traces of absurdity. Is there a way to negate this influence? Dumbledore's voice regained its steadiness. Neos's eyes, devoid of whites, seemed to glance at him. Dumbledore felt the weight of a silent disdain. There is no remedy. This is already the diminished effect, Neos emphasized. Demons are not like faith. Faith is a miracle born from the collective beliefs of humanity, while demons, he stressed, are far more intricate. They are remnants of intense emotions from various life forms. They do not solely belong to humanity. Mr. Principal, rather than fretting over these minor character flaws, have you considered how it would be if other non-human entities were to acquire their powers? A profound clarity dawned upon Dumbledore. It was no wonder that the contract between Neos and Azazel was indefinite. He intended to maintain a firm grip on this demon. With this thought, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened once more as he scrutinized Neos. Given Neos' exhibited desire for control, it was inevitable that he would gather more demons under his command in the future. Thus, when wizards began to form contracts with these demons, Neos, as the master of demons, would, in a sense, wield dominion over the entire wizarding world. Neos did not shy away from Dumbledore's penetrating gaze. Instead, he broke into a remarkably radiant smile, as if he could see into Dumbledore's thoughts. I have come primarily to inquire, Mr. Principal, Neos said, shifting his tone, if I may distribute the demons I have created to my companions? Dumbledore's pupils constricted abruptly. I have already begun the creation of a second demon, Neos continued, and I hope that you will personally attend to witness the ceremony of my summoning. I have also informed Harry and the others, and they will be present as well. The subject of the contract remains with me. If, after witnessing the entire process, they are unwilling to accept the demon I offer, he paused slightly, I hope to receive your assistance. Dumbledore understood. Neos was implying that if anyone refused, he would require Dumbledore's intervention to modify or erase their memories. This not only provided him with a compelling reason to be present, but also appeared as a gesture of goodwill. After all, such magic, which could alter the course of the future, ought not to be revealed lightly. You truly trust me, Dumbledore remarked, his tone inscrutable. Neos shook his head, rather than trust. I believe you will make the wisest choice. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore finally chuckled softly, the creases around his eyes easing. Though our encounters have been few, you do indeed understand me well. His blue eyes, framed by half-moon glasses, fixed on Neos. Then, are you not inclined to share your ultimate purpose? Neos silently met Dumbledore's gaze, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. Mr. Principal, if you are willing to personally contract with a demon, I would be more than happy to divulge that to you. Dumbledore did not express anger. Rather, he responded with an inquisitive retort, I too can? Of course. Neos waved his hand nonchalantly. You are the greatest wizard of our time. In my eyes, there is no one more suitable than you. Should you desire, I will ensure the creation of the most exquisite demon tailored specifically for you. Dumbledore smiled, resolutely shaking his head. No need for that. Such matters are best left to you young ones to explore. I, an old relic, shall refrain from joining this spectacle. Neos showed no disappointment. Very well, he stood, resuming a neutral tone. Since you insist, I shall take my leave. He nodded slightly, turning towards the door. Dumbledore did not impede him, but merely watched his retreating figure. Perhaps it is time to reconnect with old friends. Stepping through the oak doors, Neos stood beside the stone gargoyle, murmuring softly into the empty corridor. Pip. Moments later, the air before him shimmered slightly, and Pip materialized, bowing deeply, his pointed ears nearly brushing the ground. Pip is at your service. What does Mr. Chaos require? Inform my companions to gather in the room of requirement tonight. Additionally, have the kitchen prepare a cake, just like the last one. Pip lowered his head even further. Mr. Chaos, should there be any inscription on the cake? No need, Neos replied succinctly, then added in a lowered tone. Oh, and inform everyone except Hermione that today is her birthday. Do not delay. Pip slowly straightened up and respectfully replied, Understood, sir. No sooner had he spoken than, with a soft pop, he vanished from sight. Chapter 58, Happy Birthday. In the corridor leading to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, the footsteps of 5 individuals echoed. Hermione turned her head, urgency lacing her voice. Did Pip tell you what Neos wanted us for? Harry quickly glanced at Ron and Neville. Shrugging no. He just said to meet in the room of requirement. Then poof, he was gone. I know. That was apparition. Ron interjected immediately. It's a particularly powerful magic. Harry's eyes lit up. Really? I wonder how difficult it is. If I could learn it, I would never be late for class again. Draco unceremoniously doused their enthusiasm. Don't be ridiculous. Apparition is magic taught only in higher years, and he prolonged the statement. Even if you learned it, you can't use it freely without a ministry license, unless you wish to be prosecuted. Hermione furrowed her brow, looking at Draco in confusion. Then why can house elves do it? Draco cleared his throat, explaining. Their apparition is different from that of wizards. Besides, they use it to serve wizards, so the ministry certainly doesn't interfere. Hermione pressed her lips together. Although her mindset had shifted somewhat recently, Draco's assertion still unsettled her. She redirected the conversation. Well, did Pip inform you? Draco's body visibly stiffened, and he cast an imploring glance at Harry and Ron. His meaning was clear. I just helped you. Now it's your turn to assist me. Harry and Ron received the signal, but, in a tacit agreement, turned their heads away simultaneously, one feigning interest in the cobwebs on the ceiling, the other staring at his shoelaces. Unable to rely on those two, Draco's gaze drifted to Neville, who was making an effort to diminish his presence, and decided against it. He appeared more anxious than anyone else. Well, Draco hesitated, concocting an excuse. When Pip came, I was writing a letter to my father. So I didn't pay much attention to what was said, just heard Neos telling us to gather in the room of requirement. Hermione cast a skeptical glance at her companions. What was peculiar about them today? Clearly, they were concealing something from her. Noticing her gaze shift towards Neville, Draco hastily signaled Harry with frantic gestures. Sighing inwardly, Harry steeled himself to change the subject. Hermione, that book on Quidditch you found earlier, when you spoke about it last time, I didn't catch everything. Could you tell me more about those Quidditch techniques, especially regarding the Seekers? He understood Hermione well. If given the chance to share knowledge, she could expound for hours. Indeed, Hermione's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her earlier doubts momentarily cast aside. Oh, Harry, you're finally interested. That book is absolutely fantastic. Did you know that Quidditch originated from? She began eagerly, diving into a discussion about its origins, rules, and tactical analyses. Ron observed Harry, who looked utterly disenchanted, and Hermione, who had shifted into encyclopedia mode. Quietly, He moved beside Neville and sympathetically patted his shoulder. Draco, relieved as well, leaned in to whisper, "Let us go. We shouldn't keep Neos waiting." Fortunately, they were not far from the 8th floor. Before long, they encountered Azazel, who stood at the door, visibly impatient. "Finally, you've arrived," Azazel complained. "That creature called Peeves has bounced back and forth 3 or 4 times. Always trying to ambush me." Hermione scrutinized him, seemingly unaffected. "Did he succeed?" Azazel flicked his tail dismissively. "Succeed? Him? Aside from startling me momentarily, he couldn't harm a single hair on my body. The only issue is that he is immensely irritating. If Neos hadn't forbidden me from dealing with him, I would have already turned him into a snack." Harry shot him a skeptical look. "Hey, what with that expression?" Azazel bristled. "Don't let my appearance fool you. I am a demon. Dealing with a powerless emotional entity like him is as easy as squashing a bug." However, apart from Draco, who listened with some seriousness, Harry, Ron, and even Neville were struggling to suppress laughter. Azazel's image, shaped by Neo's peculiar teachings, was simply too entrenched. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and go inside." Azazel, flustered and embarrassed, turned and forcefully pushed open the heavy door to the room of requirement. Upon opening, a profound darkness greeted them, with no light filtering in from outside. Without a second thought, the group stepped into the void. Hermione, just about to warn them to be cautious, realized they had vanished into the shadows. Hesitating for a moment, she approached the doorway and tentatively extended her arm into the darkness, feeling no particular sensation. Just as she began to relax, a hand suddenly seized her wrist. "Ah!" Hermione gasped in fright, attempting to pull back her hand, only to be yanked inside. As she traversed the darkness, she instinctively shut her eyes. The anticipated sensation of suffocation did not materialize. Instead, she was met with a familiar sight. The arrangement of the room was identical to that of the last birthday celebration for Neos. Beneath the warm glow of candlelight, a beautiful 3-tiered cake at the center of the round table emanated an enticing sweetness. She opened her eyes and saw the person holding her. It was Neos, standing before her with a gentle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Happy birthday," he whispered softly. "Happy birthday," echoed the voices of Harry, Ron, Neville, and Draco. Filled with sincere joy, Hermione was momentarily taken aback. From a young age, Hermione had always been different. While other children rolled around in the sandpit, chasing and playing, she preferred to nestle in a corner, lost in the pages of her books. This uniqueness made her an outsider in school. In a Western educational environment that esteemed coolness and camaraderie, a girl with a passion for reading often found herself in solitude. Lacking friends, she turned to books. Yet, the more she immersed herself in literature, the more challenging it became to forge connections. It was as if she were trapped in an unbreakable cycle. Until that fateful day when the owl delivered her acceptance letter to Hogwarts. In that moment, all her feelings of alienation seemed to find resolution. She was, after all, a witch. She was never meant to belong to that ordinary world. As Professor McGonagall guided her into Diagon Alley, the witch's erudition, elegance, and strength profoundly impressed her, becoming a template for her aspirations. Especially upon learning that both Professor McGonagall and the illustrious Dumbledore hailed from Gryffindor, her determination to enter the Lion's Den solidified. She had envisioned Hogwarts countless times. Surely it was a place teeming with wise and graceful wizards like Professor McGonagall, a sanctuary of knowledge, a haven where she could finally belong. Yet, reality doused her dreams with cold water. Outside the classrooms of Hogwarts, the world of young witches and wizards bore little essential difference from that of Muggle schools. Though she had made friends, anxiety trailed her like a shadow. Ron, Neville, and Draco, all from wizarding families, effortlessly shared knowledge that was foreign to her. Although Harry, being Muggle-born, bore the halo of the Chosen One, the one individual whose background mirrored hers, Neos, surprisingly held opposing views. Watching Ron squander his talents, she often felt compelled to offer guidance, yet feared it would jeopardize their friendship. This pervasive sense of crisis drove her to bury herself in piles of books in the library, numbing herself with endless knowledge to the point of forgetting what day it was. At this moment, gazing at the warm lights, the genuine smiles of her friends, and the cake adorned with "Happy Birthday, Hermione," all the suppressed grievances and overlooked emotions surged forth, breaching her defenses. Tears flowed unbidden, cascading down her cheeks. As the atmosphere felt just right, Azazel, with his beady little eyes darting mischievously, began to gather a familiar pink glow with his short hands. He intended to employ the same trick again. However, as the pink light began to shine, a swift whoosh pierced the air. "Ow!" accompanied by a brief and piercing cry. A satchel transformed into a perfect parabola, tumbling headfirst into the ashes of the fireplace, leaving only its diminutive legs flailing momentarily. The onlookers remained silent. Neos, seemingly unfazed, retracted his legs as if he had merely brushed the dust off his robes. Naturally, he took the still-dazed Hermione's hand, guiding her to the round table, softly encouraging her. "Come, make a wish." Hermione sniffled, wiped away her tears, and pressed her palms together, earnestly closing her eyes. The candlelight danced upon her tear-streaked lashes, embodying her hope that each future day might be enveloped in warmth and companionship akin to the present. Silently, she made her wish, then puffed up her cheeks and blew out all the candles in one breath. Hooray! The crowd erupted in cheers. Next came the gift-giving segment. Harry presented an enchanted quill that wrote automatically, saying, "This will save you some effort in note-taking." Ron handed her a packet of ice mice, stating, "Fred and George recommended these. I hear they're delicious." Neville, somewhat bashful, produced a set of exquisite bookmarks adorned with the emblems of the four houses, saying, "I hope you like them." Draco gifted her a pair of elegantly styled alchemical glasses, suggesting, "Wear these while reading, they will ease eye strain." Hermione gazed at her gifts with wide, astonished eyes, asking, "Where did you all acquire these?" Ron smirked and interjected, "George and Fred know about a secret passage to Hogsmeade. We asked them to buy these for us." He turned to the other three, a look of incredulity on his face, as if to say, "You're all foolish. They were going anyway, and you actually paid for the errand? That's a whole sickle." The three exchanged awkward glances, silently acknowledging that they had each given the twins only 5 nuts. At last, all eyes fell upon Neos. Without further delay, he retrieved an object from his cloak. As it emerged into the light, Hermione could not suppress a gasp. It was a delicate and translucent statue, meticulously crafted from various crystals. It vividly depicted a scene, a young Hermione sitting quietly at a table, deeply engrossed in a thick tome. The crystal's luster shimmered in the candlelight, as if it had captured the most beautiful moment in time. Chapter 59, Malfoy Manor. In the morning, the cobbled path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade glistened with moisture. Professor Snape, his black robes swirling, walked silently at the forefront, followed by the equally taciturn Draco and Neos. Only a satchel flitted about, flapping its tiny wings around Neos, chattering incessantly. "You troublemaker," a satchel poked Draco's shoulder, its voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Didn't T. Neos tell you to keep the little one away from water? Did you not mention a word to your father?" Draco's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly lowered his gaze. On that fateful Friday, he returned the small pink item sent by Neos, along with a letter, to the Malfoy Manor. The following day, a brief and curt letter arrived from home, penned by his mother, Narcissa. The letter contained only 2 matters of concern: what precisely that pink object was, and a summons for him to return home immediately. Although the letter did not explicitly state it, Draco was certain that his family was in an uproar over the small pink contraption. After much contemplation, he reluctantly sought Neos' assistance. Professor McGonagall, in her capacity as deputy headmistress, sanctioned their departure from the school, contingent upon Severus accompanying them personally on Sunday. Severus remained silent throughout the journey until they finally exited the anti-apparition zone of Hogwarts. Hand in hand, they apparat to Malfoy Manor. Draco instinctively tightened his grip on Neos' hand, while Asher plopped onto Neos' shoulder. Severus frowned and seized Draco's other hand. With a flick of his wand, the 3 figures and 1 magical creature vanished from sight. Upon their feet touching solid ground once more, Draco was nearly driven to exclaim at the sight before him. Malfoy Manor, his proud, ancient, and stately home. At that moment, it had transformed into a disaster zone, inundated by pink jelly. Enormous, bouncy blobs of pink were oozing from the manor's windows, doorways, and even the walls, resembling a wildly expanding slime. Priceless tapestries and splendid fragments of furniture were swept away in this pink tide, strewn chaotically about the courtyard. Where was the elegance befitting a pure-blood aristocratic residence? It was unmistakably a ruin overtaken by pink jelly. Lucius stood amidst the chaos, his golden hair disheveled, his face a ghastly shade of pale. He was frantically waving his wand, casting powerful spells at the writhing mass of pink, causing splashes of pink foam to erupt upon impact, yet the overall effect was negligible. Nearby, under a tree, Narcissa clutched a handkerchief tightly, her complexion ashen, her eyes filled with worry as she observed her husband's futile struggle. "Mother!" Draco, disregarding the nausea induced by apparating, stumbled forward. Hearing her son's voice, Narcissa turned sharply, her gaze landing on Draco, tears welling in her eyes as she lifted her skirts and rushed toward him. Neos surveyed the absurd scene with a barely perceptible smirk, whispering to Severus beside him, "What a touching tableau, a father battling to protect his home, a mother filled with concern, and a returning son. Such a heartwarming family portrait. Truly enviable, wouldn't you agree, Professor Snape?" Severus shot him a fierce glare, letting out a cold huff as he strode purposefully toward Lucius, who had now also taken note of their arrival. He ceased his futile incantations, panting heavily, his gaze sweeping over Snape before finally settling on Draco. "Hey, Neos," Acisel whispered mischievously in Neos' ear, "they're treating you like air. Your dignity has dropped to the ground." With an expressionless face, Neos raised his hand and pinched Asasel's cheek, pulling it with force. A short, anguished scream escaped Azazel as his face was entirely torn away, revealing the underlying muscle tissue. Neos casually discarded the severed skin and strode towards the group that had gathered. What transpired here? Snape's voice was devoid of emotion, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of disbelief as he surveyed the devastation before him. Lucius' face twitched as he pointed towards the slowly expanding pink substance, his voice strained. Because of the piece Draco sent back the day before yesterday, that pink thing. As for why it had transformed in such a manner, he found it difficult to articulate. Upon receiving his son's parcel that day, he had carelessly placed the inconspicuous pink powder on his desk, leaning against the window with a cup of red tea as he read the letter. When he read that Draco had befriended the descendant of the witch hunter, Neos, his hand trembled, spilling the scalding tea all over the desk, which just so happened to drench the pink powder. In an instant, it spiraled out of control, violently shattering the adjacent window. What was worse, on Friday night, rain fell upon Malfoy Manor, and the ensuing events spiraled completely beyond his grasp. The pink powder, thriving on moisture, had filled his ancestral estate overnight, transforming it into its current grotesque state. Fortunately, at the last moment before disaster struck, he instinctively pulled Narcissa to safety. Yet, no matter what spells he tried, they had little effect on the pink powder. Desperate, he even resorted to the killing curse. A flash of green light ensued. But what was the outcome? The pink powder was merely symbolically reduced in size, then resumed its merry expansion. Lucius felt that all his pride and composure had been utterly crushed by this wretched pink substance that night. I have brought the culprit. Snape shifted slightly, revealing Neos, who was approaching. He is the one who handed this over to Draco. Lucius' gaze immediately locked onto Neos, scrutinizing the black-haired youth with unabashed hostility and scrutiny. Is it him? The descendant of the witch hunter. Neos chaos. He snorted coldly, his voice frigid. Indeed, a vile bloodline. Snape's gaze also fell upon Neos, his thin lips uttering a scathing remark. Yes, an anomaly, an unpleasant little wretch. Lucius shot a surprised glance at his old friend. He shared a deep bond with Snape, one that had endured since their days at Hogwarts. After the fall of the Dark Lord, it was thanks to Snape's assurances before Dumbledore that he had managed to evade retribution. He was well aware of Snape's sharp tongue, yet to describe a student as unpleasant conveyed a powerful message in itself. Lucius's internal assessment of the danger posed by Neos surged several levels higher. Draco must be kept away from him. At that moment, Neos approached them, wearing an expression of almost innocent calm. Good morning, I am Neos Chaos, he said, gesturing towards Azazel, who was covering his face with his paw. This is my familiar. Azazel. Azazel weakly lifted his paw and feebly waved. Hi. This display of friendliness ignited Lucius's fury, the wicked witch hunter. His voice rose in anger. Is it you who has enticed Draco into sending such a perilous creature back to Malfoy Manor? Do you wish to obliterate the very foundation of the Malfoy family's generations of legacy? His chest heaved violently as he unleashed the pent-up rage of a day and night. Are you and your ancestors still indulging in the delusion of destroying the wizarding world? Nearby, Draco paled dramatically upon hearing his father's tirade. He had deliberately avoided mentioning the six-member group and Neos' ability to create demons in his letter, and now he deeply regretted that decision. Draco rushed between them, forcing an unnaturally wide smile onto his face. Father. Lucius's speech was abruptly interrupted by his son. Taking a deep breath, Draco compelled himself to meet his father's piercing gaze. This is Neos, my best friend. His words tumbled out in a rush. He and I, along with Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger, we are all the best of friends. At the conclusion of his statement, the air seemed to freeze. Lucius's brow furrowed into a tight knot. As the head of the Malfoy family, steeped in pure-blood politics for decades, he swiftly grasped the weight behind this list. Draco was attempting to present him with a network of valuable connections. However, Draco's rigid smile and eager defense pierced Lucius's heart like a thorn. This demeanor suggested that within this small circle, the dominant figure was not his son or Potter, but rather this malevolent chaos before him. The Malfoy family's tradition was to align with the powerful to garner the greatest benefits. In Lucius's mind, compared to the perilous Neos chaos, the illustrious savior Harry Potter was evidently the more prudent and favorable choice. Chapter 60, The Indecisive Draco. Neos remained oblivious to Lucius's venomous glare. He walked directly toward Draco, who was frozen between his parents and friends, disregarding all stares, and reached out to grasp Draco's icy wrist. The eye patterns on the cartoonish mask subtly curved into two eerie arcs. My dear Draco, Neos' voice dripped with a nearly seductive gentleness. I have always held great faith in you. However, it appears your father harbors a slight misunderstanding of me. He feigned sorrow with a deep sigh, while Azazel, perched on his shoulder, gracefully descended to the ground, embracing its petite arms, resembling an eager spectator. Navi must have disclosed my capabilities to you, Neos continued, his gaze beneath the eye mask seemingly piercing through Draco's very soul. During this time, You have been quite harmonious with everyone, have you not? As soon as the words left his lips, a faint white arc of electricity crackled at his feet. 2 chairs, sculpted from stone, materialized upon the damp grass. Neos compelled Draco to sit upon one, while he took the other. A sharp intake of breath escaped both Lucius and Narcissa, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Thus, Neos leaned slightly forward, his voice low yet distinct. I intend to offer you an opportunity. Draco Malfoy, are you willing to truly become one of us? Draco sat bewildered upon the frigid stone chair, his gaze oscillating between Neos' crescent-shaped eye mask, his father's contorted face twisted in rage, and the tears of fear and concern shimmering in his mother's eyes, his mind a blank canvas. He would never join your absurd faction. Lucius's voice trembled with anger. Your tainted and cursed bloodline will only bring ruin to the Malfoy family. It will bring eternal disgrace. Neos appeared impervious to the outburst. Slowly, he raised his hand, his fingertips resting upon the edge of the cartoonish eye mask. Under the watchful eyes of all present, he gently removed the mask. Those eyes, they resembled a vortex in the depths of the cosmos, devouring all pure, unfathomable darkness. There was no sclera, no pupils, only a haunting void that sent shivers through the very essence of one's soul. The moment those eyes were fully revealed in the morning's soft light, a primal, instinctual fear enveloped every individual present. Narcissa emitted a sharp gasp, instinctively retreating a step. Lucius's pupils dilated, suppressing the surge of panic, his hand gripping the serpent-headed wand. Veins bulging as he swiftly drew his wand and directed it toward Neos with a sharp clang. Snape also swiftly brandished his wand, unhesitatingly stepping forward to shield Narcissa behind him. Indeed, it is Chelmsford, the abomination born of that cursed land. Lucius's voice bore an imperceptible tremor of dread, yet was largely infused with offended fury. Surely, your veins run with the filth of curses. Enough, Lucius. Snape admonished his old friend sharply, halting his reckless behavior. Lucius's chest heaved violently. Out of respect for his old companion, he suppressed his fury for the moment, yet his wand remained unwaveringly fixed on Neos. Behind Snape, Narcissa's gaze traversed over his shoulder, her anxiety fixated on her son, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Draco sat stiffly upon the stone chair, cold sweat dampening his hair. His once meticulously groomed golden locks now disheveled against his pale cheeks. The immense pressure rendered him nearly breathless. The feigned smile on Neos' face vanished entirely, his eyes, resembling black holes, fixed on Draco, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth. Draco, my dear friend, are you unwilling? Draco bowed his head in anguish. Though initially coerced into joining the group of 6, the days spent with his companions had woven an emotional bond he found hard to sever. Scalding tears finally broke free from his eyes, crashing onto the frigid ground. Like a helpless child, he desperately gazed toward his mother, his voice cracking with despair. Mother, what should I do? Narcissa's heart felt as though it was being brutally twisted, the pain rendering her nearly breathless. She yearned to rush forward and embrace her child. Yet Snape's iron-like arms held her back resolutely. Very well, Draco, Neos' voice echoed again, unsettlingly relaxed. Why not let Acisel and your father engage in a little duel? His abyssal gaze turned toward Lucius, his tone innocently naive. If Acisel wins, Draco will join us. That seems a fair proposal, doesn't it, Mr. Lucius? The attention of all present swiftly converged on Lucius, then collectively shifted to the peculiar creature beside him, still engrossed in picking its nose. A laugh escaped Lucius's lips. First one of shock, followed by unabashed derision. Has your curse not only tainted your blood, but also scorched your mind? You wretched hunter. He found this to be a ludicrous provocation born of desperation. Even Snape's tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, though the extent of the demon's power remained unclear. The vivid images of Neos' routine torment of Acisel lingered in their minds. It was difficult to associate this comical little creature with any genuine threat. Narcissa's taut nerves relaxed a fraction. That small being appeared anything but formidable. Observing Draco, who had gone from tears to a state of confusion, Neos suddenly let out a light laugh. You will eventually oversee them. Consider this a preliminary acquaintance with their operational methods. Acisel, keenly aware of Lucius's disdain and Narcissa's relief, felt an inexplicable surge of ire rise within him. He huffily retrieved a charming trident from his skeletal necklace, spinning it in his hand. Neos, Asasel's voice abruptly escalated. First blood, or absolute blood? Neos smiled at him. Did you bring the materials? I did. Acisel replied succinctly, pointing to his skeletal necklace. Then let it be absolute blood. Neos nonchalantly determined the nature of the duel, casting a sidelong glance at the still scornful Lucius, and added, Shall we test liberation? Acisel, scratching his face in bewilderment, asked, Do I have a transformation form? Their dialogue continued, completely disregarding the tense atmosphere surrounding them, leaving the meanings of first blood and absolute blood unexplained. Neos calmly retrieved the Book of Demons from within his robes. although Lucius could not comprehend their cryptic dialect. The book exuded an overwhelming sense of danger that sent shivers down his spine. Instinctive fear eclipsed his disdain for Azazel. The source of this threat must be addressed first. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he executed a formidable spell, his wand tracing an intricate trajectory without hesitation. A blade sharp enough to rend steel silently sliced towards Neo's wrist, where he grasped the book. "Watch out!" Draco exclaimed in alarm. In the blink of an eye, a harsh clang of metal echoed. Azazel's diminutive form erupted with astonishing speed, launching upwards like a bolt of lightning. That seemingly ridiculous little fork in his hand precisely intercepted the invisible blade. "What?" Lucius's pupils constricted sharply, the derision on his face instantly frozen. Severus tightened his grip on his wand. Narcissa covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. Draco stood dumbfounded, astonished that Azazel had managed to block his father's spell. Yet, Neos appeared unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids, as he remained engrossed in the Book of Demons. Subsequently, he rose and began to chant in a harsh, distorted language directed at Azazel. Each unfamiliar syllable that emerged from Neos's mouth slithered into the ears of those present like a venomous snake. As the incantation progressed, a pink glow radiated from Azazel, intensifying to a blinding brilliance. His form began to blur and warp within the luminous aura. An oppressive aura, chilling and formidable, gradually enveloped the dilapidated estate. Chapter 61, The Liberation of the Demon. The pink light surrounding Azazel erupted like a long-dormant volcano, shooting skyward. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it detonated, transforming into a vast dome 5 kilometers in diameter, encapsulating the entire Malfoy estate. The original Azazel vanished, replaced by a strikingly handsome man with rippling muscles. His torso bare. However, his lower half was that of a robust goat, with a pair of exaggerated bat-like wings unfurling gently from his back, and a menacing trident firmly grasped in his hand. Fiery orange hair shot upwards like flames, while pointed ears and horns on his forehead signified his inhuman essence. From the moment he emerged, an indescribable and intoxicating aura permeated the air, subtly tantalizing the senses of everyone present. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at this transformed demon. Azazel twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, reveling in the surge of power within him. "You wretched creature," he growled, his voice laced with incredulous anger. "How many layers of shackles have you placed upon me?" Draco stood utterly stupefied, his gaze fixed upon the demon before him, lips quivering as he murmured, You are Azazel?" As Azazel heard the question, he struck a proud pose, showcasing his impressive physique. "What do you think, kid? Am I not striking? Such a familiar tone. Such an infuriating manner." Draco was finally convinced that this towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, was indeed the same diminutive creature he often saw being squished and molded by Neos. Just then, a blinding green light suddenly tore through the air, unannounced, and struck Azazel squarely in the chest. The moment Lucius laid eyes on Azazel's true form, his fear overwhelmed his reason, and the killing curse escaped his lips almost instinctively. Amidst Narcissa's screams and Snape's suddenly dilating pupils, the green light collided forcefully with Azazel's bare chest, only to dissipate as if it had never been there, leaving no ripple in its wake. How could this be possible? The color drained from Lucius's face, his hand gripping his wand trembled violently. The magic he prided himself on had no effect on his opponent. Although that strike failed to harm Azazel in the slightest, it ignited his fury. "You wretched human." Azazel's handsome visage twisted in rage, and the air around him buzzed under the weight of his power. "How dare you attack me? Do not overdo it." Neos' cold voice cut in, carrying an undeniable authority. "Damage done is a hassle to repair." Neos' command momentarily stilled Azazel's wrath. He shot Neos a fierce glare, gritting his teeth as he replied, "What a nuisance. Fine, I promise not to drive him insane." In the terrified gazes of Draco and Narcissa, Neos simply uttered a single word, "Agreed." In the next instant, Azazel flicked his fingers casually in Lucius's direction. Lucius reacted swiftly, casting the shield charm almost simultaneously. He intended to apparate away, but an overwhelming sense of confinement enveloped him from all sides. The pink dome was a barrier against apparition. However, the anticipated attack did not follow. After the snap of his fingers, Azazel made no further move, merely striding back to Neos' side, extending his massive hand. Neos placed his hand on the cold stone chair, and white arcs of electricity flickered as a crystal goblet materialized in his grasp, which he then handed to Azazel. "To devise such a trick, you are quite the pervert," Azazel remarked, weighing the goblet with a hint of disdainful admiration. He turned to Draco, whose face was pale. "Kid, this underhanded tactic was Neos' idea. Don't blame me." Before he could finish speaking, he flicked his wrist, sending the exquisite goblet flying from his hand. With a sharp crack, it shattered upon the damp ground. Almost simultaneously with the sound of breaking glass, a piercing, inhuman wail erupted from Lucius's throat. The proud and reserved head of the Malfoy family, as if struck by an invisible hammer, suddenly crumbled under the weight of despair. He lunged towards the glimmering shards of glass scattered on the ground, heedless of their sharp edges, desperately clawing at the debris with trembling hands. Lucius! Narcissa's heart shattered, and she screamed in a panic to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Severus's iron grip. Step aside, Severus. I must save him. Tears streamed down Narcissa's face as she fought against his hold. Calm down, Narcissa. Severus's voice was uncharacteristically harsh, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. As he fixed his gaze upon Asher, your presence would only add to the toll of sacrifice. We do not even know what magic he is employing. Think of Draco. What will become of him if you two fall victim to this madness? At that moment, Asher seized a second and then a third goblet from Neo's hands. Just as before, he tapped the rim of each cup with his fingers before shattering them. With each glass that shattered, Lucius's anguished cries escalated. Witnessing the horrifying sight of his father's hands lacerated by the glass, Draco felt suffocated. The scene before him resembled the most absurd nightmare, his indifferent friend. The professor restraining his mother, his father on the ground collecting shards, and the demon radiating malevolence. Overwhelmed by the sight of his father in such a frenzied state, he fought against the urge to vomit, trembling as he rose from the cold stone chair and approached Neos. Neos regarded him with keen interest, his eyes like black voids anticipating Draco's next move. No, don't. Draco, do not approach him. Narcissa's desperate cries drowned out even Lucius's screams. Draco halted before Neos, turning back to glance at his mother, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. It will all be over soon, mother. He faced Neos, his voice hoarse with fear. Neos, can you undo the magic on my father? He gazed helplessly into those eyes that consumed all light, finally realizing that he had been in the company of a monster clad in human skin all along. All thoughts of gain and future had evaporated. He only wished to save his family. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Neos' mouth. Certainly. Draco was initially taken aback, then looked at Neos with gratitude. Neos casually raised his hand, immediately halting Asher's actions of shattering the goblets. Clean this mess up, Neos commanded. Asher grumbled in discontent, but retrieved a mini broom from his necklace, clearly one he had used in his younger days. He effortlessly lifted Lucius and placed him beside a small pink figure, then knelt down to begin sweeping up the glass shards, muttering under his breath. Seizing the opportunity, Neos stepped toward a relatively flat area nearby and pulled out a massive transmutation circle from his robes. Draco recognized it. The last time Neville was gravely injured, Neos had used this to heal him. Neos smiled and waved his hand at Draco, signaling him not to worry, then addressed Azazel, who was finishing sweeping the floor. Let us begin. Remember to extract the part of his soul that belongs to you. Azazel rolled his eyes in impatience. I know. You're Silverboss. Can we start? Neos nodded. Receiving the directive, Azazel faced the pile of blood-stained glass shards and exhaled a plume of pink flames, exuding an oddly sweet aroma. The moment the flames made contact with the shards, they silently melted into a small pool of scorching glass liquid. But then, as the shards began to melt, Lucius, bound nearby in a small pink cocoon, erupted with a howl that was exponentially more agonizing than before. To everyone's horror, Lucius unleashed a terrifying force from within, tearing apart the cocoon that enveloped him. His skin ripped away in the process as he lunged towards the pink flames like a mad beast, heedless of everything. Lucius! Narcissa's scream was heart-wrenching. Father! Draco's eyes widened in despair as both instinctively prepared to rush forward. Yet Azazel was quicker, snatching both mother and son and sticking them against the nearby cocoon as if they were mere posters. You cannot touch that fire, Azazel warned in a grave tone, emphasizing the last two words. Trapped in the cocoon, Narcissa and Draco could only watch helplessly as Lucius's figure was entirely consumed by the pink flames. Lucius's continuous, heart-wrenching wails echoed around them. Despairing tears poured from the eyes of mother and son like a broken dam. The scene was filled only with the soft crackling of the flames and Lucius's anguished cries. In the shadows of the distant thicket, Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf, peered in terror at this hellish scene. Snape's expression was dark enough to drip with water. He glared intensely at Azazel, his voice icy. What do you intend to do? What kind of magic is this? Azazel cast a glance at him, his immense bat wings fluttering in annoyance. Humph, if it weren't for your status as a pure-hearted warrior, I would have struck you already. Draco's helpless gaze turned once more to Neos, but Neos remained focused on the alchemical array. It was Azazel who felt the need to explain. Crossing his arms, he pointed with his tail at the charred remains of Lucius and the cooling glass liquid, Arachne's thread. He said with a hint of mockery, a little trick devised by that fellow Neos, based on my chaste powers. Snape furrowed his brow even tighter. What is the effect? Azazel's tone was casual, yet each word was chilling. It locks a person's soul and an object together. Normally, there are no issues. Should this object shatter, he paused deliberately, revealing his gleaming white fangs with a sinister grin. Those ensnared would plunge into a sorrow and anguish deeper than hell itself. Quite simple and brutally straightforward, I assent it. Chapter 62, Resurrection. Lucius, though charred black as coal, bore the subtle rise and fall of his chest, a testament that his life had not yet flickered out completely. Neos appeared to have finally prepared himself, ambling over to Draco with a feigned tone of astonishment. Oh dear, Azazel, what have you done? Look at what has become of our esteemed Mr. Malfoy. He paused, casting his gaze over the scorched body, but fortunately, there is still breath. Narcissa and Draco, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly lifted their heads, their eyes ablaze with intensity as they turned to Neos. Draco's lips trembled, his voice hoarse. Neos, my father. Can he really? Neos turned towards him, the darkness in his eyes curving slightly. Oh, come now. We are wizards. As long as one is not pierced through the heart by a knight or prince, death is hardly a certainty. Azazel rolled his eyes in exasperation. Must you always drag those unfortunate knights and princes into your boasts? What have they ever done to you? Draco, accustomed to their nonsensical banter, instinctively cast a pleading glance towards Snape. Perhaps the potions master could provide a decisive judgment. Upon receiving Draco's gaze, Snape swiftly approached, crouching beside Lucius's charred form to conduct his examination. Yet, as he delved deeper, his brow furrowed tighter, and he found himself involuntarily holding his breath. When he finally rose, his face was so grim it seemed capable of dripping with despair, and he slowly shook his head at Draco and Narcissa. That silent verdict instantly drained the last flicker of hope from their eyes, despair crashing over them like a frigid tide. Snape's fingers gripped his wand, knuckles whitening from the exertion, his body quivering with suppressed rage, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent. He stepped towards Azazel, his voice unnaturally calm. Can you resurrect him? He understood that he must retain his composure. For Lily's sake, he could not perish here. Azazel cast a fleeting glance his way, his tone indifferent. He hasn't even breathed his last. What need is there for resurrection? Snape choked on his words, suppressing his fury, and rephrased. Then, can you heal him? Though Azazel bore a handsome visage, the malice within remained unchanged. Nonchalantly, he picked at his ear with a pinky finger and then, with the utmost casualness, smeared the filth onto Snape's expensive black robes. Of course. What? Do you wish to negotiate with me? He flashed a malevolent grin. The veins on Snape's forehead bulged like contorted worms. He stifled the urge to retaliate, forcing his voice through clenched teeth. Yes. Tell me, what price must you pay for him to be restored to the state he was in before your duel? He was acutely aware of the demon's cunning. Thus his words had to be precise, leaving no room for verbal games. Upon hearing this, Azazel suddenly stiffened, gazing at Snape with utmost seriousness. Just as Snape anticipated a harsh condition, Azazel erupted into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh my goodness. You are quite the entertainer. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that he doubled over, theatrically wiping non-existent tears from his eyes. Now I understand why Neos enjoys teasing you so much. Your earnestness in attempting to negotiate with a demon is simply delightful. Ha ha ha. Snape was utterly bewildered by this unexpected outburst, frozen in place, at a loss for how to respond. Once Azazel had laughed enough, he caught his breath and regarded Snape with a look of incredulity. Do you genuinely believe that demons operate like charitable foundations? What reason do I have to engage in a transaction with you? Knowing you wish for this old fool to recover, why not simply wait for him to breathe his last, and then come to you? At that point, wouldn't you be willing to offer so much more for his resurrection? Ha ha ha. His laughter was laced with unabashed malice and ridicule. This brutally candid logic fell upon Draco and his mother like a cold shower, extinguishing their last vestige of unrealistic hope. Narcissa, too, comprehended Azazel's true identity, a genuine demon. While the initial conflict had indeed been instigated by Lucius, at this moment, for her husband's sake, she took a deep breath and addressed Snape with resolute conviction. Enough? Severus, you have done more than enough. Once Lucius recovers, I will personally negotiate with this demon to request his resurrection. She understood that the price would undoubtedly be steep, perhaps even involving a soul, or something far more dreadful. Upon hearing this, Snape closed his eyes in anguish and bowed his head. He could neither refute her nor bear the weight of that unknown cost on her behalf. For Lily's sake, he could only choose silence. At that moment, Neos interjected, his void-like eyes fixed on Draco, his tone inquisitive. Draco, Azazel inadvertently put your father in this state. Will you be angry with me? His tone suggested that the other party had merely broken a toy. Draco felt his mind whirl in confusion. His father was at fault, but Neos and his companions were also excessively cruel. Having just held on to hope for Neos' miraculous alchemy, he was now sentenced to despair by Snape. He had neither the desire nor the strength to ponder Neos' words, and thus lowered his head in silence. Neos, unfazed by his silence, approached Azazel and playfully nudged him. Enough with the games, it's time to get to work. Let us bring our Mr. Lucius back. The interrupted Azazel clicked his tongue in annoyance but obediently retrieved a syringe from his skeletal necklace, grumpily handing it to Neos. Subsequently, he approached the alchemical circle and produced a colossal metallic basin, from which he began to pour forth an array of materials, as if discarding refuse. Once the basin was filled to the brim, Azazel returned to Lucius's side. Under the horrified gazes of Draco, Narcissa, and Snape, he pressed his fingers together and forcefully plunged into Lucius's temple, penetrating his brain. With a sickening squelch, Lucius's already feeble breath ceased entirely. Azazel yanked forth a fist-sized orb of white light, entwined with pink threads, from within. The orb pulsated gently in his grasp, emanating a faint yet pure essence of the soul. Without casting a glance at the charred corpse, he seated himself cross-legged upon the ground and began meticulously detaching the pink filaments from the orb. With each thread he extracted, he would nonchalantly consume it, slurping it down like noodles. Meanwhile, Neos had plunged a syringe into Lucius's heart, forcibly extracting approximately 20 milliliters of viscous, dark blood. Ignoring the astonished stares of the three nearby, he strode directly to the alchemical circle, commencing the preparation of the materials. Before long, Azazel successfully liberated the final pink thread, inspecting the pristine orb with satisfaction before presenting it to Draco, shaking it before him. "Behold, young one, this is your father." Draco stared, dumbfounded, at the gentle white light, a sense of absurdity washing over him. While Draco and Narcissa remained bewildered, Snape had already grasped the insane intentions of the two. However, as he observed Neos and Azazel carelessly tossing the invaluable soul, the viscous blood, and a multitude of unmeasured materials into the basin, stirring them with reckless abandon, the meticulous potion master felt darkness enveloping his vision, his temples throbbing. With preparations complete, Neos turned to Azazel. "We require a sacrifice." Azazel crossed his arms and retreated a few paces warily. "Can't you do it yourself?" Neos shook a finger, resolutely asserting, "Why should I, with you present?" Azazel, wearied and resigned, inquired, "What parts do you need?" "Wings and tail," Neos replied without hesitation. With a cry of despair, Azazel seized the base of his magnificent bat-like wings and tore them off with a fierce tug. Accompanied by the agonizing sound of tearing flesh and a spray of purple blood, the wings were brutally removed. Following this, he grasped his tail and similarly yanked it away. He discarded these blood-dripping components into the basin as if they were mere refuse. Neos wasted no time, slamming his hands against the edge of the alchemical circle. A resonant hum erupted, and blinding white light burst forth from the circle, engulfing the enormous metallic basin. As the light receded, a 3-meter-tall, muscular hybrid giant resembling Lucius emerged at the center of the alchemical circle. Wait, Snape, with his keen perception, immediately detected the issue. The height was incorrect. Neos tilted his head to observe the towering figure of Lucius, seemingly unsatisfied as well. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a handful of hair from Asariel's head. "Ouch! My glorious hair!" Asariel screamed. Neos disregarded his protests and placed the handful of hair upon the transmutation circle. A flash of white light. Lucius with 4 arms. Another flash. Lucius with 2 heads. The light continued to flash. Lucius with 5 buttocks. White light. A female Lucius. White light. A supportive Lucius. White light. A stomach Lucius. The initial shock had long since been washed away by this series of absurd spectacles. Draco and Narcissa looked at the bizarre incarnations of Lucius, absurdly finding that the original half-blood giant Lucius was, in fact, somewhat pleasing to the eye. Snape observed Neos, who was still enthusiastically plucking the sparse hair from Asariel's head, preparing for the next creation. The potion's master could no longer contain his frustration. Erupting in an angry roar, "You two fools! Could you not first create a being that resembles a human, and then use magic or potions to remove the excess parts?" Asariel, with his balding head, suddenly enlightened, smacked his thigh and shouted at Neos. "Right. Why didn't we do that?" However, Neos remained deaf to his words. Grabbing another handful of Asariel's scant remaining hair, and without hesitation, activated the transmutation circle once more. Let us play a little longer. Chapter 63, Submission. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the towering stained glass windows, casting warm golden patches upon the opulent carpet. The air was suffused with the familiar, tranquil scent of sandalwood belonging to Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy awoke languidly amidst the soft velvet bedding. "What has happened to me?" He propped himself up, instinctively supporting his forehead. The remnants of an exceedingly terrifying nightmare lingered in his mind, the vividness of the dream still sending chills down his spine. He sat up abruptly, examining his body with meticulous care. His skin was smooth, his muscles toned, and there were no scars to be found. Not only that, but he felt as though his body had reverted to around the age of 20. "Dobby," he instinctively called for his house elf. "Pop." Dobby's diminutive figure appeared instantly at the foot of the bed. However, unlike usual, Dobby's frail body trembled like leaves in the wind. His already pale face now devoid of color, his tennis ball-sized eyes filled with unmistakable fear. Master, Master, Dobby's voice was as faint as a whisper, quaking. What can Dobby do for you? Lucius furrowed his brow, suppressing a flicker of unease. Where's Narcissa? Mistress, she is in the reception room, entertaining guests, Dobby stammered. Guests? Lucius's voice deepened, resonating with his customary authority. Why did you not awaken me? Prepare my attire. Yes, yes, my lord, Dobby exclaimed, hastily waving his slender fingers. A meticulously pressed emerald green velvet robe emerged from the wardrobe, floating gracefully beside Lucius. Under Dobby's trembling service, Lucius swiftly donned his garments, regaining the dignified demeanor of the noble head of the house. Master, Master, Dobby timidly inquired, shall Dobby prepare for the evening banquet? The banquet? Lucius pondered, perplexed by the significance of guests that warranted Narcissa to summon him and arrange the dinner without delay. Go, he gestured with a wave of his hand. In an instant, Dobby vanished from sight. Lucius grasped his serpent-headed wand and strode with a measured yet urgent pace towards the manor's drawing room. Upon pushing open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, he found himself frozen at the threshold, a chill racing up his spine. The atmosphere around the grand dining table was peculiar. The menacing presence of Neoscaos lounged languidly in a high-backed armchair, arms cradling his head, with feet carelessly resting upon the polished tabletop, adopting an almost irreverent posture. To his left sat his son Draco, alongside the sullen-faced Severus Snape. To his right was his wife Narcissa, poised yet pale, her hands resting on her lap, slightly clenched. On the table, the resealed Aesocel, in his three-headed form, clutched a small mirror, silently shedding tears over his bald pate. The absurd and terrifying nightmare they had just experienced was, indeed, a reality. Cold sweat instantly soaked Lucius's temples. Narcissa, quick to react, rose swiftly and walked briskly to her husband's side, gently yet firmly linking her arm with his, guiding him to an empty seat beside her. Lucius felt the light pressure of her fingers on his arm, forcing himself to suppress the surging fear, swallowing the words that threatened to spill forth. His complexion growing even paler than Narcissa's. Ah, the sleeping beauty finally awakens? Neos remarked without lifting his eyelids, his tone laced with mockery. Once all were assembled, Neos leisurely removed his feet from the table and straightened his posture. He opened his cavernous black eyes, fixing his gaze upon Draco. Draco. Neos' voice echoed distinctly in the silent drawing room. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to become my companion? Draco's body quivered, instinctively looking to his parents. Lucius and Narcissa mirrored his pallor, their eyes brimming with an unmistakable mix of worry and dread as they regarded their son. Taking a deep breath, Draco seemed to summon all his strength to quell his fear, lifting his gaze to meet those abyssal eyes, his voice resolute yet hoarse. I am willing. Excellent. The corners of Neos's mouth suddenly curved into an exaggerated arc, as if he had just heard the most satisfying answer. Henceforth, you shall be the master of the demons of pride and humility. The demons of pride and humility. Lucius, Narcissa, and Snape were struck with disbelief, gazing incredulously at Draco. They never anticipated that Neos would truly bestow such formidable demons upon another. Draco himself was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the magnitude of the revelation. However, Neos swiftly shifted his tone, the smile now tinged with a hint of awkwardness as he scratched his head. Your demon, well, is not yet ready. This sudden twist introduced a touch of absurdity into the previously tense atmosphere. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance, suppressing their questions for the moment, deciding to seek clarity from Draco later. Neos's abyss-like gaze turned toward Snape, his tone laced with temptation. Professor, what do you think? Would you be interested in raising one as well? I can customize one to your tastes. I assure you it will be to your satisfaction. Snape abruptly turned away, offering Neos only a cold, tight-lipped profile and a barely audible, derisive snort. Ah, truly a champion of pure love, Neos remarked with a nonchalant shrug, muttering just loud enough for those present to hear. Finally, his gaze fell upon the visibly uncomfortable Lucius. Mr. Malfoy, how is your new body treating you? Lucius's body quivered involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Although resurrected, the profound anguish from the Arachne's thread and the horrific memories of being forcibly soul-extracted and repeatedly revived as various monstrosities were indelibly etched in his mind. This dread, upon being resurrected by Neos, had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified manifold. In the clutches of the Dark Lord, he would merely face the torment of the Cruciatus curse, or perhaps a swift killing curse. However, under Neos's dominion, Lucius could distinctly sense that Neos's intent to kill and torment him was not born of punishment or coercion, but rather stemmed from a childlike, pure curiosity and whimsy. It was akin to pouring scalding water into an anthill, devoid of malice or rationale, simply for the sake of doing so. Such inhuman, irrational manipulation was far more spine-chilling than any calculated cruelty. Narcissa gently nudged her husband under the table. Lucius snapped back to reality, forcing a stiff yet respectful smile, his voice barely concealing a tremor. Thank you, Mr. Chaos. My body feels exceptionally well. Unprecedentedly well. No discomfort whatsoever. He deliberately employed honorifics, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. That's wonderful, Neos replied with a gentle smile, which, to Lucius, was far more terrifying than any grotesque expression. Just so. There is a small matter for which I would like to request your assistance, Mr. Malfoy. A small matter? Assistance? Lucius's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Having endured the era of Voldemort, he understood this phrasing all too well. When an individual possessing far greater power than oneself suddenly adopts a courteous demeanor and requests assistance, it signifies that one is about to confront a task that is nearly insurmountable and cannot be declined. He felt a tightening in his throat, slowly raising his head. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the button adorning Neos's chest, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Please, command me, Lucius's voice was dry. The Malfoy family shall exert every effort to fulfill your directive. He nearly employed the language of an oath of allegiance. Observing the once proud head of the Malfoy family now reduced to a state of subservience, Neos offered a gentle smile. I wonder if the Malfoy family possesses any notable connections within the Red Alliance? The Red Alliance. Lucius's heart plummeted, his mind racing. The situation in that territory had recently become tumultuous, rife with hidden currents. Neos's inquiry could only herald troublesome undertakings. And my lord, Lucius stammered, steeling himself to divulge part of the truth. After all, it was common knowledge that the Malfoy family's influence predominantly resided in Britain and France. We do have some acquaintances there, though our connections are somewhat tenuous, and our influence is markedly limited. He carefully considered his words. That poses no significant issue. Neos appeared unfazed, casually waving his hand. Can you devise a means to establish contact with them and create a reliable communication channel? Lucius's mind raced, weighing risks and possibilities. Ultimately, he bowed his head and respectfully replied, I should be able to manage that without difficulty. I will employ all available resources to establish contact as swiftly as possible. Excellent. Neos nodded with satisfaction, issuing his final command. Then, Mr. Lucius, please ensure you maintain correspondence with your acquaintances and report to me at all times regarding the movements of the Red Alliance's Ministry of Magic. Chapter 64. The Underflow of Daily Life. By night, the bright moonlight bathed the path from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts, casting a silvery sheen upon the damp ground. The air was imbued with the earthy scent left behind after last night's rain. On the road, a nocturnal thestral carriage glided smoothly. Inside, Neos observed the slightly anxious Draco across from him, the only sounds being the gentle crunch of the wheels over pebbles. Draco, Neos' voice shattered the silence. Draco's shoulders quivered imperceptibly. Neos slowly extended his hand, gently grasping Draco's hands resting on his knees. I apologize for everything that transpired with your father today. His tone was deep and clear. I hope this will not affect our relationship, all right? Draco instinctively nodded, a lingering trace of fear evident in his gaze. Yet his tense body seemed to relax, just a fraction. You possess considerable talent, Neos continued. I do not wish for you to fear me, Draco. Neos' words seemed to carry a certain enchantment, and Draco felt as though the heavy stone pressing upon his chest had shifted slightly. He inhaled deeply, attempting to meet the gaze concealed beneath Neos' visor. Although the chill still lingered, the overwhelming fear that had nearly crushed him began to dissipate. He nodded once more, this time with greater conviction. A subtle smile graced Neos' lips as he reclined against the chair's backrest. Once you possess your own demon, you shall understand that death is merely a trivial jest. The carriage fell into a serene silence, interrupted only by the gentle sound of wheels rolling over gravel. Neos' words were like stones cast into a deep pond, creating ripples within Draco's heart, while they also distinctly reached the ears of the ever-silent Severus Snape nearby. Snape's hand resting on his lap curled ever so slightly, his breath seemingly pausing for a heartbeat. Neos, clearly attuned to this subtle shift, tilted his head slightly and mischievously inquired, Professor, have you truly given up on the idea of raising one for amusement? Custom-tailored, of course. This time, Snape did not respond with a scoff or a derisive glance. Instead, he lowered his head further, shadows enveloping much of his face. As silence cloaked him like a heavy armor, the carriage was steeped in a deeper quietude. At last, the carriage arrived at the gates of Hogwarts Castle. As the door swung open, Snape was the first to leap out, striding purposefully into the castle's depths without a backward glance. Just as Neos alighted, he was greeted by a chorus of excited calls. Neos, Draco, Harry and Ron bounded out from the shadows of the porch, their faces alight with curiosity and exuberance. Hermione and Neville followed closely behind. Harry, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, how was it today? Was Malfoy Manor enjoyable? Draco emerged from the carriage with a slightly fatigued gait, his complexion still somewhat pale. Ron jovially draped an arm around his shoulders, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, did your parents give you a hard time? Tell us, what mischief did that little pink one wreak upon your home this time?" Draco opened his mouth to respond. But before he could utter a word, Azazel, perched on Neo's shoulder, interjected triumphantly. It was quite the spectacle, aside from the main structure remaining intact. Every nook and cranny was crammed full. TSK, if you had delayed your visit any longer, you would have been able to tour the Pink One's theme park. At this, Hermione and Neville exchanged worried glances with Draco. Was anyone injured? They asked. Azazel waved a small claw dismissively. Only his father experienced a minor scare. A scratch here and there. But Neos has already healed him. He is now as lively as ever. Neos chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Draco has agreed to adopt a demon. What? The four exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to Draco. They had never anticipated that Draco, who had been the last to learn of the demon's existence, would be the first to make such a decision. Fear not, Neos reassured, observing their astonishment. The order of creation is predetermined. As for Draco, he is expected to be the third. The third? Harry instinctively pressed. Then who is the first? This inquiry piqued the curiosity of all present, as numerous pairs of eyes fixated intently on Neos. With an air of mystery, Neos glanced furtively around before lowering his voice and beckoning them closer. Come here, he urged. Instantly, the group huddled together, their heads drawing near to form a tight circle, their breaths hushed in anticipation. A mischievous grin spread across Neos's face, akin to that of a trickster reveling in his success, as he whispered quickly, I won't tell you. No sooner had he spoken than he slipped away from the circle like a slippery eel, erupting into a bright laugh as he dashed toward the castle. Hey, he tricked us. Ron was the first to react, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his voice. Stop, Harry called out, laughing as he pursued him. Hermione stamped her foot in playful frustration. Neos, you're so immature. Yet, she couldn't suppress her laughter as she joined the chase. Neville lingered by Draco's side, extending his hand to gently grasp Draco's still cool wrist. Draco, Neville spoke with a calm and resolute tone, imbued with a reassuring strength. Though I am unaware of the specifics of your experiences today, I trust Neos. He would never truly harm you. The warmth emanating from Neville's grasp and the sincerity of his words caught Draco off guard. He recalled Neo's usual indifference, only animated by select interests, and reflected on his parents. Indeed, they did not seem to be on Neos's list of fascinations. Furthermore, Neos had chosen to entrust such formidable power to him, even reserving a place for him, a tangible sign of trust. This realization stirred a tumult of emotions within him, both touched by the trust and grappling with an inescapable conflict. Yet, clarity soon dawned. Having chosen this path, embracing this power and responsibility, he would serve as the bridge between Neos and his parents. With him in the middle, surely their interactions would not resemble today as ever again. With this thought, Draco felt an intangible weight lift from his chest, replaced by a long-forgotten sense of ease. He firmly grasped Neville's hand, a genuine smile gracing his face for the first time that day. Let us go. Let us catch that trickster, he declared, joining the pursuit of Neos. As time slipped by, the atmosphere of Halloween drew nearer. During this period, numerous changes unfolded. Draco had finally regained his former self, even appearing more cheerful, although he had taken on the task of occasionally delivering letters from home to Neos. Neville seemed like a different person, making rapid progress in charms and transfiguration classes, emerging as a formidable addition to Gryffindor, second only to Hermione. Even Professor McGonagall's gaze toward him had softened considerably. Harry's life had become almost entirely enveloped by Quidditch. Whenever classes were not in session, one could invariably find him soaring through the wind on his broomstick at the Quidditch pitch. Ron became Harry's most devoted supporter and logistical aide, frequently bringing snacks and pumpkin juice to the pitch to cheer him on while also observing Wood's rigorous training sessions. Hermione's schedule remained relentlessly packed. In addition to the library and classrooms, she had recently added a new frequent haunt, the Hogwarts kitchen. However, it seemed the house elves were not particularly fond of her presence. The busiest among them was undoubtedly Neos. Not only was he engrossed in writing a new book on demons, but he also took on an additional role as an emergency rescuer at the Quidditch training grounds. Harry, Draco, and even the twins occasionally found themselves tumbling from their brooms while attempting complex maneuvers. In those moments, Neos always appeared just in time, using his little pink powder to catch them. Though they emerged unscathed, their hair, well, over time, discerning the freshly trained Quidditch players by their hairstyles became an unspoken trick among the students of Hogwarts. After witnessing the remarkable efficacy of the pink powder firsthand, George and Fred became utterly fascinated. They pestered Neos for days, eager to purchase a small amount for experimentation. Eventually, Neos, feeling overwhelmed by their persistence, nearly offered them a piece for free. However, Ron was the first to interject, exclaiming, "Stop. Think of the Malfoy Manor. That place is so large. It would be filled to the brim." Our humble abode cannot withstand such chaos. He apprehensively recounted the dire tales he'd heard from Draco. Upon hearing of this, Percy sought out Neos for a conversation, delicately expressing his concerns. The matter even caught the attention of Professor McGonagall. In her office, she adjusted her glasses and, with an authoritative tone, reminded Neos, Mr. Chaos, the history of Hogwarts Castle is long and storied. I believe it is ill-suited to endure any large-scale material expansion experiments, especially of that pink variety. Ultimately, after much persuasion from various quarters, Neos had to regretfully shrug at the eager twins. Chapter 65, The Halloween Feast. Hogwarts Castle on Halloween seemed to be steeped in the sweet, rich aroma of roasted pumpkin. The great hall transformed into a fantastical festival hall. Swarms of bats hung upside down from the ceiling and stone walls. The ceiling was shrouded in simulated dark clouds, and hundreds of floating pumpkin lanterns radiated a warm, yet eerie glow. The feast was particularly lavish that day, as young wizards gazed upward in awe at the decorations while their mouths were stuffed full. At the end of the Gryffindor long table, the group of 6 was relishing this grand banquet. Or rather, 5 of them were enjoying it, while one expressed discontent. Neos forked a piece of pumpkin pie, his tone thick with disappointment. This is absurd. We are wizards. On Halloween, shouldn't we be mingling among muggles, quietly casting curses upon them? Hermione wiped the frosting from the corner of her mouth and retorted, I feel it necessary to remind you that those who have done such things in history are infamous dark wizards. Ordinary wizards might merely immerse themselves in the ambience, but would never stoop to cursing muggles. At the very least, couldn't Neos drop some peculiar candies for them to savor? Harry couldn't help but laugh, gesturing towards the distance where the Weasley twins were surreptitiously sprinkling some dubious powder into a Slytherin student's pumpkin juice. Are you referring to George and Fred? Neos poked at a pumpkin pie with disdain. So, our Halloween as wizards consists solely of gnawing on pumpkins? Ron was struggling with a piece of cauldron cake, mumbling indistinctly. At least, that's how it is at Hogwarts. Well, Neos sighed, I regret enrolling at Hogwarts. This festival is exceedingly dull. Neville offered a quiet consolation. Don't say that. Perhaps once we graduate, we might be able to celebrate with, more freedom? Of course, that is provided we don't violate the statute of secrecy. What kind of freedom is it if it involves breaking the law? Neo scoffed, clearly dissatisfied. Draco attempted to lighten the mood, pointing to a swarm of bats fluttering above. At least today's decorations are somewhat interesting. Neo seemed to recall something. Speaking of decorations, I read about a creature called a ghoul in a book once. They say that. Stop, interjected Asher, raising his head, his mouth stuffed with pudding, mumbling. If you actually hang a bunch of those things up, I guarantee no one will be able to eat at this feast. Neos pursed his lips, evidently disappointed by the wizard's overly lenient Halloween. Just then, bang! The heavy doors of the great hall swung open violently. A powerful stench of garlic swept through the entrance like a noxious cloud. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, his purple turban askew, his complexion even more pallid than usual, emanating an overwhelming odor. The dungeons. The dungeons. Quirrell's voice trembled with fear. There's a troll in the dungeons. Locking eyes with the headmaster, his lips quivered. I think I should report to you. But before he could finish, he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, his eyes rolling back as he fell onto the carpet, unconscious. As he staggered past the long table, he brushed by the group of 6. Except for the unfazed Neos, the expressions of the other 5 contorted in unison, each covering their mouths and noses. Merlin's foul socks, Ron exclaimed, just as he was about to consume the last piece of roasted potato, caught unawares by the noxious assault, tears streaming down his face as he gagged painfully. He must have done that on purpose. Harry, equally afflicted, glanced at the composed Neos. You don't smell that? Neos shrugged innocently. I do. It's just the smell of garlic. What's the big deal? He even took a bite of garlic bread. Asher clamped his tiny paws tightly over his nose, muttering in a voice only he could hear. Those without a sense of smell or taste are truly something else. After Chilo collapsed, the auditorium was initially enveloped in an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of chaos. The clattering of fallen cutlery, terrified screams, and the jarring noise of chairs scraping against the floor melded into a dissonant symphony. As the scene descended into pandemonium, Dumbledore drew his wand and lightly tapped his throat. Silence. His voice, imbued with penetrating authority, instantly quelled the tumult. The young wizards stood frozen, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed toward the podium. Prefects, Dumbledore's voice rang clear with command. Immediately escort your respective students back to the common rooms in a safe and orderly manner. All professors, follow me to the underground classroom. His gaze swept across the room, exuding an undeniable force. The prefects sprang into action. In that moment, Snape, his expression dark, swiftly slipped through a side door. Percy puffed out his chest, his voice trembling with excitement. First-year Gryffindors, follow me. Maintain order. As long as you heed my instructions, the troll is nothing to fear. Form a line and stay close to me. He waved his arms, striving to maintain composure as he guided the startled first years through the tumultuous crowd. Draco had already slipped back into the ranks of Slytherin, while the other 5 took advantage of the chaos to return to the Gryffindor line. The crowd moved slowly. Harry furrowed his brow and quietly asked Ron beside him, "How did the troll even get in here?" "Who knows?" Ron rubbed his reddened nose, still stinging from the fumes. "Maybe Peeves the poltergeist let it in for fun. Those big oafs are so dim-witted. A little bait, and they can be lured anywhere." However, Hermione shook her head seriously, her mind sharp and quickly connecting the dots. "I find that highly unlikely. Don't forget, the 3-headed dog we encountered in the Forbidden Corridor was classified as a level 5 creature by the Ministry of Magic." Harry instantly grasped Hermione's implication. "Are you suggesting that this troll might have been placed here to guard something?" Hermione nodded vigorously. Ron, following this line of thought, blurted out, "But how did it end up in the underground classroom? Surely no one would deliberately place it there to distract the professors." He paused mid-sentence, his complexion paling. "Wait, could it be that I've guessed correctly? We need to find out who released the troll." Harry abruptly halted. Ron, Hermione, and Neville looked at him in surprise. "Are you out of your mind, Harry?" Hermione hissed urgently, her tone a mix of anxiety and anger. "That's a level 4 troll. We've only been learning combat skills for a few months. Do you think we're trained Aurors? Facing a troll head-on is tantamount to suicide." Yet, Neos stroked his chin with interest. "I think Harry's idea has a certain festive flair. It's Halloween after all. We ought to seek out some special fun, shouldn't we?" Though uncertain of Neos' combat prowess, his light-hearted demeanor bolstered Harry's resolve. "Yes." Harry felt a surge of support and determination. "And we have 5 of us." He instinctively wished to say 6 individuals, only to recollect that Draco had already retreated to the Slytherin common room. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Harry pivoted and dashed in the opposite direction of the crowd. "Harry, wait!" Ron exclaimed, without hesitation, immediately sprinting after him. Hermione, observing the impulsive retreat of the 2 boys, felt a mixture of frustration and helplessness as she turned to Neos. "Could you refrain from indulging their adventurous spirits in the future?" Neos merely shrugged nonchalantly, his tone casual. "After training for so long, they ought to practice their skills in real scenarios, don't you think? Mere theoretical discussions will not suffice." He then called out to Neville. "Come along, Neville. Let us go witness the spectacle." With that, he set off leisurely in pursuit. Neville inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and though a hint of anxiety lingered on his face, he resolutely followed Neos. Hermione, watching their figures recede into the distance, stamped her foot in frustration, but ultimately let her concern prevail, hastening after them. Chapter 66. The Troll. The corridor of the underground classroom was dim and damp, permeated by a noxious blend of potions and a peculiar stench. Around the corner, 4 young wizards were cautiously peering out, alertly scanning their surroundings. "We haven't located that creature yet," Harry whispered, his tone tinged with impatience. "Is your nose merely decorative?" Ron retorted, pinching his nose and speaking in a muffled voice. "We must follow this scent. It is unmistakable. It's growing stronger." Hermione furrowed her brow, struggling to suppress her discomfort as she took a whiff. "This odor is overwhelmingly potent." She found it 10 times more pungent than the strongest dragon dung fertilizer in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Neville's complexion turned pale, his stomach churning, silently nodding in agreement with Hermione. "So, which direction?" Neos folded his arms, leaning against the cold stone wall, observing the 4 indecisive individuals with a hint of exasperation. "If we linger any longer, the headmaster and professors will arrive to clean up the mess. I beg you, Neos." Asher's voice quivered, his nose stuffed with 2 twisted pieces of tissue, his skin taking on a sickly hue. "Please swap this wretched nose for me. I feel like I might vomit." At that moment, Harry at the forefront suddenly raised his fist. Everyone instantly held their breath, frozen in place. Shortly thereafter, a heavy thudding sound, reminiscent of a colossal entity dragging a weighty object, approached, accompanied by a low, indistinct mumbling, echoing through the silent corridor like distant thunder. The troll's massive form emerged from the shadows. Its skin was a dull, gray-brown, rough as weathered granite, its immense body caked with mud and unidentifiable stains, emanating a nauseating stench. Its head appeared woefully small, starkly disproportionate to its bloated body, supported by 2 stumpy legs resembling tree stumps, and its flat, calloused feet scraped against the ground. In its grip, it clutched a gigantic wooden club, dragging one end along the floor, producing a jarring screech. Despite the distance of several meters, the overpowering mixture of body odor, decaying flesh, and excrement was already enough to induce dizziness. The ogre seemed to sense the commotion, awkwardly halting its steps, its murky eyes casting a glance in their direction, emitting a threatening growl from its throat as it began to drag a wooden club closer. Step by step, towards the corner. A collective gasp escaped the mouths of the group, the pungent odor infiltrating their nostrils, amplifying their sense of suffocation. "Are you all truly certain about this?" Hermione's voice trembled as she sought one final confirmation from Harry and Ron. They offered no reply, merely pressing their lips tightly together. Their wands firmly grasped in hand, the tips raised slightly. Hermione took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and turned to Neo for a last affirmation. Neo lazily gestured at her. Hermione's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly drew her wand. Lowering her voice to quickly formulate a plan, the ogre's weakness lies in the back of its head. Harry, Ron, you must divert its attention. Somehow get it to turn its back to me and Neville. We will seize the opportunity to strike at its nape and aim to incapacitate it. Understood. Harry nodded vigorously. His focus locked onto the approaching ogre. Ron, I'll count to 3, and on the mark, we charge to distract it. 1, 2, 3. Now. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Harry and Ron shot forth from their hiding place like arrows released from a bow. Cover me, Harry bellowed, refraining from a direct assault, instead skirting along the wall in an attempt to flank the ogre. The creature, incensed by the sudden appearance of 2 small figures, let out a roar, its massive club swinging through the air with a heavy whoosh aimed directly at Harry, who was sprinting against the wall. In that critical moment, Ron's wand erupted with brilliance. A powerful thrust collided with the side of the ogre's swinging club. With a resounding crash, the club veered sharply, narrowly grazing Harry's back before crashing against the wall. Harry felt the rush of wind sweep past him, cold beads of sweat breaking out on his skin. Yet he did not falter, rolling away from the danger and successfully maneuvering behind the ogre. Look this way, you dim-witted giant. Harry called out as he sprang to his feet, sprinting in the opposite direction from Hermione and the others while fervently waving his wand. A flurry of rapid magical orbs surged forth like a tempest, striking the ogre's back and thick legs. The impacts echoed in a series of thuds. The magic balls hitting the ogre's tough skin, though their damage was minimal, the incessant stinging drove the creature into a frenzy. It clumsily turned, fully exposing its broad back to Hermione and Neville, releasing an enraged growl, and lumbered after Harry. Now's our chance. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione seized the moment. Her wand aimed at the heavy club dragging on the ground. The club shuddered violently, as if seized by an invisible hand, and abruptly lifted from the ogre's rough palm, floating unsteadily in the air. The ogre, feeling the sudden lightness in its hand, instinctively looked down at its empty palm, confusion etched across its small face. Push it back. Hermione and Neville shouted simultaneously. 2 formidable spells collided fiercely at the end of the colossal club suspended in midair. With a resounding thud, the club was propelled forward as if launched by a catapult, striking the giant squarely on the back of its head. A deafening sound echoed, sending shivers through the air. The giant's massive form stiffened abruptly, its murky eyes glazing over, swaying slightly before crashing to the ground, face down. The tremendous impact reverberated through the entire corridor. Harry leaned against the wall, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Just as he opened his mouth to inhale, a wave of nauseating stench surged into his nostrils, causing him to gag and tears to spring forth. He covered his mouth and staggered over to Ron, who was also panting heavily. Is it dead? Harry's voice emerged hoarsely. Ron pinched his nose, cautiously peering at the giant's shattered, concave skull, then glanced at the hefty wooden club still resting upon it, shrugging his shoulders. Unless it has turned to stone, I cannot fathom how it could possibly still be alive. We must leave this place immediately, Hermione urged, her voice laced with urgency as she listened intently for any sounds that may arise from the distance, the earlier commotion having been far too loud. The others nodded in agreement, suppressing their nausea and tension as they turned to flee the fetid scene. However, from the depths of the corridor, a rapid and clear sound of footsteps approached with the precision of a drumbeat. This is bad. Run. Harry's face paled, whispering in alarm. Hermione, Ron, and Neville reacted swiftly, turning on their heels to sprint back the way they came. Yet, Neo stood frozen in place. All of you petrify. A cold, furious female voice accompanied by beams of white light surged forth. In the instant the spell was cast, Neos rolled to the side. Whoosh. Several petrifying curses whizzed past the hem of his clothing, striking Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who were fleeing ahead. The 4 of them froze in place, caught mid-run, with only their eyes left to express terror. Immediately following, another spell darted toward the still-rolling Neos. With a sharp glint in his eye, Neos deftly flipped his wrist, transforming his faux wand into a tennis racket. He focused on the trajectory of the spell, exerting force in his wrist, and with a resounding crack, he expertly returned the incoming spell as if playing tennis, directing it towards the corner of the wall. There, cowering in avoidance of the giant, was Azazel. What in the world are you doing? Professor McGonagall's face was ashen, her eyes ablaze with fury. Snape followed closely behind, his dark robes swirling, his expression grim enough to draw water. Quirrell cowered at the back, peeking out in terror. Neos disregarded the furious McGonagall and the brooding Snape, leisurely walking to the corner to retrieve the rigid Azazel, placing him beside the giant's foot. He walked directly towards Quirrell, who was hiding behind Snape. With a firm grip on Quirrell's arm, he unceremoniously pulled him beside Azazel, aligning them with the corpse of the giant. A pure, almost innocent smile blossomed on Neo's face as he observed Azazel, who was still trembling slightly from being petrified. At that moment, Professor McGonagall had already used a spell to reverse the petrification on Harry and his 3 companions. The 4 young wizards hung their heads, too afraid to meet the professor's gaze. McGonagall's piercing stare swept over them, her voice as frigid as the air itself. "Why are you here? Why did you not obey the orders to return to the common room? Give me a reasonable explanation." Harry abruptly lifted his head, ready to shoulder the blame. "Professor, it was me. It was me, Professor McGonagall." Neo's calm voice emanated from behind McGonagall. She turned abruptly, along with Snape and Quirrell, their 3 pairs of eyes fixating on Neos. "Recently, my studies in alchemy required certain magical creature materials," Neos explained, casually poking Azazel's rigid cheek. "The giant conveniently meets my requirements. Thus, I brought them along to gather materials." His tone was as relaxed as if discussing a trip to the greenhouse for herbs. Observing Neo's playful explanation towards Azazel, McGonagall's brow furrowed in frustration, her voice laced with suppressed fury. "Mr. Chaos, I cannot comprehend what monumental alchemical research necessitates bringing 4 first-year students to confront a level 4 giant. Your explanation is utterly unconvincing." Neos ceased his teasing of Azazel and plucked a tuft of the latter's eyelashes. He then drew his wand and waved it at the giant's massive arm. Wingardium Leviosa. The giant's heavy arm was lifted by an unseen force. Neos swiftly laid down an alchemical circle beneath the giant's arm and tossed the tuft of eyelashes into the circle. With a decisive clap of his hands against the edges of the alchemical array, a blinding flash of white light engulfed the giant's arm. As the radiance dissipated, the arm vanished entirely, replaced by a rather substantial gray-hooded cloak. The smooth, mirror-like surface at the shoulder's severed edge bore no trace of blood. As if the arm had never existed, Neos turned to the pale-faced Quirrell, who was desperately attempting to diminish his presence. "Professor Quirrell, might I trouble you to try it on?" Quirrell trembled, casting a fearful glance at Professor McGonagall, his eyes brimming with desperation. McGonagall scrutinized the peculiar cloak, then glanced at Neos before finally nodding slightly towards Quirrell. Quirrell, shaking, carefully pinched the corner of the cloak with 2 fingers. The texture felt cold and coarse, akin to polished stone, devoid of the foul odor he had anticipated. Reflecting on the weight of his mission and the 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor, Quirrell grit his teeth and bravely donned the cloak. As the fabric enveloped him completely, he suddenly doubled over, violently retching before the astonished onlookers. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, her piercing gaze directed at Neos. "Mr. Chaos, I demand an explanation." Neos snapped his fingers with a casual demeanor. "It's quite simple, Professor. I have restructured the material composition of this troll's arm through alchemy, significantly enhancing its magical resistance." He gestured towards the still heaving Quirrell. "Now, this cloak can withstand approximately 20% of magical damage." At this revelation, Snape's eyes glinted with intrigue, and without hesitation, he raised his wand. Sleep. As the spell struck the cloak, its brilliance dimmed noticeably, resulting only in faint ripples across its surface before fading away. Quirrell, though slightly staggered by the impact, remained unscathed. Snape narrowed his eyes, clearly surprised. He adjusted his magical output and cast several spells of varying intensity for further examination. Ultimately, he confirmed that the cloak could likely nullify the spells of 1st and 2nd-year students, beyond which it would merely diminish their potency. Observing Quirrell, who was still clutching the wall in distress, McGonagall turned back to Neos, her scrutinizing gaze unwavering. "And what, pray tell, accounts for Professor Quirrell's severe physiological reaction?" Neos spread his hands. "In pursuit of ultimate concealment and the authentic characteristics of the material, I deliberately transformed the most pungent underarm portion of the troll into the inner lining of this cloak's hood." He pointed to the gray hat atop Quirrell's head. "Furthermore, to enhance the wearer's stealth, this cloak possesses a unique trait. Only the individual donned in it can fully experience its distinctive aroma. Others will not detect it." Chapter 67. Temptation is ever present in life. "I must concede, Mr. Chaos, you are a rather imaginative individual," McGonagall stated coldly. "However, I hope that in the future, should inspiration strike you again, you will consult with the professors rather than dragging your classmates into perilous adventures." Her gaze swept over the 4 students, instantly deflating their earlier euphoria from victory. "Due to your recklessness, 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." McGonagall's voice was resolute. Neos lowered his head slightly, his tone obedient. "Understood, Professor McGonagall. I shall take your words to heart." As McGonagall's focus shifted back to the 4 students, they averted their eyes, staring at their shoelaces, too intimidated to breathe. Her gaze lingered on them for several seconds, the tension in her jaw appearing to soften ever so slightly. Her voice remained stern, yet it seemed to lack some of the previous severity. "Simply splendid. Few first-year wizards can so harmoniously vanquish an adult troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, the students excitedly turned towards Professor McGonagall. 20 points. After deducting the 10 points lost by Neos, Gryffindor's hourglass still gains 10 points. With a wave of her hand, McGonagall dismissed the unpleasant air, commanding them to return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. The students were now enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective common rooms. Her gaze swept over them, lingering especially for a moment on Neos. The young wizards fled as if granted amnesty, racing back down the path they had come. Hermione dashed a few steps forward, suddenly recalling something. She halted abruptly and turned back, realizing that Neos had indeed not followed. He was eagerly crouched beside Professor Quirrell, who was still leaning against the wall and retching. Without hesitation, Hermione rushed back, firmly grasping Neos' arm and dragging him towards Harry and the others. After the figures of Snape and the other young lions vanished at the end of the corridor, he cast a silent spell to unfreeze Azazel, who had been petrified, before limping away without a backward glance at Quirrell. As for Quirrell, the odor emanating from him was now so foul that even Filch and the house elves would likely refuse to assist him. Azazel, feeling the stiffness dissipate, cursed and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Neos and the others had departed. The young wizards ran at full speed until they were far from the underground classrooms, no longer able to smell the suffocating stench, before finally daring to slow down and catch their breath. By Merlin's beard, Ron leaned against the cold stone wall, wiping the sweat from his forehead. If we hadn't lost points, we would have had a full 20. Now, we've lost 10 points and gained 20, leaving us with only 10. Hermione shot him an exasperated look, fixing her disheveled hair. Be grateful, Ron. That Professor McGonagall didn't put us in detention is already a blessing from Merlin. Consider what we've done. Thank you, Neos, Harry said sincerely, looking at Neos. If it weren't for you taking the blame, Professor McGonagall would have deducted even more. Neos was always unexpectedly reliable in critical moments. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just consider this 10 points as my way of earning a bit of pocket money for you all. Deducting the points I earned today balances it out. So there's no loss. His nonchalant attitude towards house points left the other four momentarily speechless. Neos. Neville finally spoke up, his voice still trembling slightly from the earlier tension. Yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Was that spell you used the same one you employed during my treatment last time? Ever since that night's training, Neville seemed to have undergone a transformation. He became another key contributor to Gryffindor after Hermione. Even Professor McGonagall's gaze towards him softened considerably. He now possessed a fervent curiosity about power, particularly the extraordinary techniques exhibited by Neos. You mean that? The transmutation circle is primarily designed for biological plasticity. Theoretically, with sufficient materials and offerings, it could even create a body devoid of soul and emotional memory. Despite his casual tone, the content of his words left several individuals frozen in shock. A homunculus? Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising in astonishment. What is a homunculus? Ron asked, utterly bewildered, glancing between Hermione and Neos, feeling entirely out of sync with their conversation. No, Neos interjected, shaking his finger to dismiss Hermione's assumptions. A homunculus is imbued with its own soul from the moment of creation, thus it is a new life. What I have here, he tilted his head, seemingly searching for a more apt term, is at best a mere lump of flesh that can breathe. He paused, observing the still bewildered expressions on their faces, and decided to employ a metaphor they could grasp. The soul is like a box that every living being comes with. Emotions are the stuffing gradually placed into the box. Memories, well, they are the contents within the box. I am not yet skilled enough to conjure a box out of thin air. Memories and emotions must be gradually filled into the box as the being develops its own consciousness. Seeing the mixed expressions of comprehension and confusion on his companions' faces, Neos quietly sighed. It was still too early to discuss these matters. Ron furrowed his brow, striving to digest Neos' words when suddenly his eyes lit up as he raised his hand. Wait, if you were to insert a soul, along with memories and emotions, into that lump of flesh you created, wouldn't that mean you could revive someone? Neos snapped his fingers with a crisp sound, a smile of approval spreading across his face. Excellent answer, Ron. He gave Ron a thumbs up, but added, however, the difficulty of resurrection is immense. Once a person dies, their soul sinks into the sea of souls, or the veil of shadows, and only a select few wizards with formidable willpower can force their emotions and memories to remain in our world, and they become ghosts. At that moment, Azazel flapped his small wings, cursing as he caught up. You mutt. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Neos swiftly clamped his hand over Azazel's mouth. Gazing at the flailing Azazel, an ingenious idea sparked in Neos' mind. A mute. Why can't a mute cast spells? If we were to embed the soul, emotions, and memories of a mute into a wizard's body, could this reborn mute not wield magic? He pondered. Then, could a ghost inhabit the body you created? Harry's voice interjected, having remained silent until now. Upon hearing the word resurrection, his heart felt as if it had been abruptly squeezed by some unseen force. Parents. This thought surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. After much hesitation, he finally posed the question. Of course, Neos replied with unhesitating clarity, but then shrugged, adding, however, the ghosts may not be inclined to agree. Why not? Ron inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Isn't this essentially a form of resurrection? They could touch and eat again. Neos remained silent, stepping forward to firmly pinch Ron's arm. Ouch! What was that for? Ron recoiled in pain. Does it hurt? Neos asked. Of course it hurts. Ron rubbed his arm. Neos nodded. Precisely. Ghosts are merely filled shells without souls to act as the connectors. Even if they were given physical bodies, they would possess no sensation. He emphasized, what's worse, without a soul, the body would cause their lingering emotions and memories to dissipate at an accelerated rate. They might last a year or so before completely vanishing, rendering them unable to be ghosts at all. Harry listened in silence, biting his lip as he spoke softly, yet with a hint of stubbornness. Is there any way to acquire an empty box? Neos perceptibly caught a fleeting glimmer in Harry's eyes. Was it greed? Desire? Yes. The master of avarice and generosity was beginning to awaken. A silent grin spread across his lips, revealing a set of teeth that seemed ominously stark in the shadows. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible. Once a being perished, their box sank like a stone into the sea of souls, utterly unreachable. Therefore, if one truly wished to provide a home for their cherished substance and essence, the only method, he deliberately paused, casting a glance at his companions, would be to borrow a ready-made box from a living creature. The corridor fell into a profound silence. The cold stone walls seemed to absorb all sound, leaving only the varying breaths of the group. Ron shivered, Hermione's complexion turned slightly pale, and Neville nervously rubbed his fingers together. Harry bowed his head, his tousled hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. Neos paid no heed to this heavy silence. He grasped the satchel by the mouth, tugging him along at a leisurely pace toward Gryffindor Tower. People, after all, always find grandiose justifications for their desires. He merely needed to cast out the bait. When the others yearned enough, they would inevitably follow the scent. And by that time, the price of the commodity might not be as fair as it is now. Chapter 68. Let us all learn alchemy together. Halloween had passed, yet a faint aroma of pumpkin lingered in the halls of Hogwarts Castle. This morning, Draco had heard about the experiences of Harry and his friends from the previous night. Though he once again missed the collective adventure, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For the scent emanating from the giant was no trifling matter. To his astonishment, Neos and Acisel had remained entirely aloof throughout the ordeal. That colossal creature was subdued solely through the cooperation of Harry and his companions. Ron spent the entire morning extolling their valiant exploits. In a bid to provide a more comprehensive account to those around him, Ron even took the liberty of partnering with Draco during potions class to brew concoctions. Observing Ron, who was animatedly boasting and spitting words in excitement, Draco glanced at the materials in his hands and could not refrain from remarking, "You did not come here merely to mooch off my classwork, did you?" Ron paused momentarily but quickly resumed his narration of heroic deeds as if nothing had happened. During lunch, the Great Hall was abuzz with chatter. "Are you all right?" Harry asked sympathetically, eyeing a despondent Draco. "Sigh, I am seriously contemplating whether to transfer schools." Draco replied weakly, poking at the lamb chops on his plate with his fork. "Transfer?" Hermione exclaimed, raising her head in surprise. "Why? Aren't you the one who loves Slytherin the most?" "I do love it," Draco lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Harry. "But this is the second time. I've missed out on 2 adventures in a row. The last time with the 3-headed dog was an accident. But this time you all went seeking the giant without summoning me." His grievances flushed the faces of several young wizards with an awkward crimson hue, particularly Harry, since this escapade had indeed been his suggestion. "Why don't we send Pip to fetch Draco?" Neville suddenly suggested. The movements at the table froze instantly. Indeed, they had not considered that option. From now on, whoever discovers something intriguing can have Pip inform everyone. Harry exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm. "Pip cannot be on call for us 24 hours a day." Hermione immediately doused the excitement with cold reality. "He has the kitchen and the entire school's meals to manage. Then why don't we acquire our very own house elf?" Neos' voice resonated softly, capturing everyone's attention. "Draco, have you ever asked your father how wizarding families attract house elves anew?" Draco nodded, recalling, "My father mentioned that in the past, if a family lost a house elf, they simply needed to post a public notice. The elves would come forth to offer their services, but they would remain unseen. Wizards could feel their care, yet find it challenging to detect them. If a wizard failed to seek out their elf after a time, the elf would assume the wizard was dissatisfied with their service and would quietly depart. However, if the wizard found them, a contract could be established." "Why do they do it this way?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "Because house elves revere the powerful. In their view, only formidable wizards can offer them protection," Draco elucidated. And the process of seeking out house elves serves as a means for the elves to assess whether the wizarding family is sufficiently strong. Did you just mention the past? Ron eagerly pressed on. What about now? How can one acquire a house elf at present? Now it's quite similar, Draco shrugged. As long as you possess sufficient renown and publish a notice in the newspaper seeking a house elf, that should suffice. Listening to the discussion, Asher mumbled softly. This sounds remarkably like the tale of the snail girl, though one would think no one would bear children with a house elf. Neos cast him a glance, responding in a monotone. That may not necessarily be the case. At that moment, everyone was preoccupied with thoughts on how to procure a house elf, thus neglecting their peculiar exchange. Among us, it seems that only Harry might be able to acquire a house elf this way, Draco concluded. Ron immediately turned to Harry. Hey Harry, my dad knows a reporter from the Daily Prophet. Should we ask him to arrange an interview for you? You could certainly end up with your very own house elf. Indeed. Harry, Neville eagerly chimed in. If you had a house elf to take care of you, the Dursleys wouldn't dare bully you anymore. Even Hermione refrained from disputing this time. After spending some time together, she understood well the conditions Harry endured at the Dursleys. Although Harry felt somewhat averse to enslaving sentient beings, the notion was tempting when considering the Dursleys' demeanor. He hesitated. I'll think about it. Seeing Harry's indecisive stance, everyone ceased their persuasion. How wonderful. Ron lamented enviously. I wonder when my family will have our own house elf. It's merely a matter of fame. Neo's calm voice cut through the conversation, instantly capturing everyone's attention. I have a plan. I've recently conceived a rather intriguing project. If successful, it could potentially revolutionize the entire wizarding world. He paused, heightening their anticipation. Have you all noticed that Mr. Filch never uses magic? Neos posed a seemingly irrelevant question. Ron immediately responded, I know. George and Fred have mentioned it. Filch is a squib. Harry and Hermione, having frequently heard Neville refer to this term, understood it to mean those born into wizarding families who cannot perform magic. However, they were taken aback to learn that someone in Hogwarts, a school of magic, was incapable of wielding it. Despite Filch's unlikable nature, Neville lowered his head in empathy. Understanding Filch's plight, Draco, however, appeared unfazed, having been informed about Filch by Lucius prior to his enrollment. What do you mean by that? Hermione perceptively seized upon the crux of the matter. Could your project be related to squibs? Absolutely. A hint of pride illuminated Neo's face. My project is the transformation of squibs. Transformation of squibs? You wish to transform Filch? Hermione's mind conjured images from science fiction films depicting humans being converted into machines. Do you recall our conversation from last night? You have reminded me that if the soul, emotions, and memories of an individual can be transferred into a body of my creation, it could be considered a form of resurrection. He surveyed his astonished companions and pondered. If the essence of a mute individual, along with their emotions and memories, were to be placed within a body endowed with the talents of a wizard, would this resurrected mute then truly become a genuine wizard? A collective gasp resonated around the dining table. Draco felt particularly affected. His father's recent letter had mentioned that the body Neos had reconstructed for him was not only robust and healthy, but also allowed for a more fluid practice of magic than before. Are you suggesting that you intend to share your findings with us? Ron's voice quivered with incredulous excitement. Indeed, Neos nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, to be precise. I plan to instruct you on how to operate it. However, the subsequent practical steps will necessitate your own efforts. He paused, adding, of course, when it comes to publication. I must be credited. Beside him, a Satchel rolled his eyes and murmured, TSK, isn't this just like those unscrupulous professors in university? They have students write the papers while claiming the credit, leaving the arduous tasks to others, and when things go awry, it's the interns who take the blame. Chapter 69, Alchemical Instruction. As night descended upon Hogwarts, the room of requirement was ever accommodating. The room was ingeniously divided into two sections. One side boasted a cozy area adorned with thick carpets, scattered with plush sofas and fluffy cushions. The other side resembled a classroom, dominated by an expansive blackboard covering a significant portion of the wall. At that moment, Neos stood before the blackboard, meticulously drawing a vast and intricate alchemical circle. The other five sat on the front row of sofas, their eyes fixated on Neos' movements, eager not to miss a single detail. With the final stroke, Neos stepped back, satisfied with his creation, and then with a flick of his wrist, tossed the remaining piece of chalk at Ron, who was on the verge of dozing off. Ouch! Ron jolted awake, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. Wow, what happened? Did I miss something? Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. Congratulations, Ron. Neos has just finished his drawing. Wake up, Harry urgently whispered. Neos is about to begin. Ron straightened up, shaking off his drowsiness. Neos turned to face his students, brushing off the chalk dust from his hands, his gaze sweeping over them with a hint of an enigmatic smile. All right, class, welcome to Neos' crash course on alchemy. Today, we shall delve into my personally devised system of alchemy. He took a couple of steps, his voice resonating clearly. This is distinctly different from the traditional alchemy you are familiar with. Traditional alchemy is a profound discipline that intertwines the histories of magic, ancient runes, potion-making, astronomy, and even magical archaeology, embodying centuries of wisdom from the wizarding world. He paused, observing the thoughtful expressions on their faces. I trust that through your time at Hogwarts, you have garnered some understanding of traditional alchemy. Ron couldn't help but tilt his head closer to Harry, lowering his voice. Hey, don't you think he bears quite a resemblance to Professor McGonagall? Harry whispered back, listen closely, and honestly, I think he resembles Professor Flitwick even more than McGonagall. Neos, unfazed by the hushed conversation between the two, continued with his lecture. As for my alchemy, Neos said, shifting his tone to one of sharpness, it is more akin to, well, a magical reflection of the technological advancements in the Muggle world. It lacks the enchanting qualities of traditional alchemy. Its effects are rather straightforward. And it serves only two purposes. He raised two fingers, indicating decomposition and composition. The core principle underpinning all of this, his voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable weight. His singular, equivalent exchange. No sooner had he spoken than a satchel swiftly sketched a massive balance on the board. Equivalent exchange? Ron blinked in confusion. Exchange with whom? A splendid question, Mr. Weasley. Neos nodded approvingly. Equivalent exchange means that to gain something, you must offer something of equal value in return. As for the object of exchange, he deliberately elongated his tone, his eyes behind the blindfold sweeping over the audience. You may interpret it as an exchange with the very fabric of this world. This time, it was Harry who raised his hand. Professor, are you referring to deities? Neos chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. You could interpret it that way, Mr. Potter. But do remember, his tone suddenly turned serious, his blindfolded eyes locking onto Harry's gaze. In this world, there are no gods. This contradictory statement left several young wizards' minds buzzing, their faces reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Neos, however, continued with his explanation, seemingly indifferent to the importance of the previous inquiry. When utilizing my alchemy, in addition to providing equivalent materials, one typically requires specific transmutation circles, as well as the practitioner's formidable willpower and extensive knowledge in physics and chemistry. He then shifted his tone to a more relaxed one. Fortunately, we are wizards, a fortunate group favored by the world. Thus, when employing my alchemy, we can often temporarily overlook the need for equivalent materials and that knowledge. Hermione, quick to grasp the crux of the matter, immediately raised her hand. Neos, are you suggesting that if one possesses the equivalent materials and that knowledge of physics and chemistry, Muggles could also utilize your alchemy? Her words landed like a stone cast into calm waters. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Draco all stared in shock, wide-eyed, at Neos, awaiting his response. Neos snapped his fingers, the eyes on his blindfold playfully winking at Hermione. Precisely, Ms. Granger. If I were a true professor, Gryffindor would likely earn 10 points for your insight tonight. Confirming Hermione's assumption, he then revealed even more astonishing information. In fact, this alchemical system was originally designed for ordinary individuals. You may refer to it as Muggle alchemy. Draco could not help but raise his hand, his tone imbued with an inquisitive essence. Professor Neos, why did you create this? Muggle alchemy? Neos spread his hands and shook his head. I apologize, Draco, but that question lies beyond the current scope of our lesson. I am unable to answer it. Although he received no answer, Draco's curiosity was evidently ignited. He eagerly pressed on. So, if we do not require equivalence in Muggle knowledge, does that mean we can simply draw the transmutation circle to employ Muggle alchemy? Neos nodded, then slowly shook his head. To be precise, in most cases, yes. However, his tone suddenly intensified. Biological transmutation is the exception. He pointed emphatically at the enormous transmutation circle behind him. To alter the form of a living being or to conjure something alive from nothing, even as wizards, we must pay a price. This price, his voice took on a chilling quality, must either be borne by the caster themselves or, alternatively, by another. This proclamation fell like a cold shower, eliciting varied reactions from the 5 students. Neville and Hermione fell into deep contemplation, their brows furrowed. Harry and Ron wore grave expressions, instinctively sitting up straighter. Only Draco found his gaze involuntarily drifting to Azazel, who was busy sketching a self-portrait in the corner of the blackboard. Neos did not afford them much time for reflection. He swiftly grasped Azazel by the back of the head, yanking a substantial tuft of hair from it. Ignoring Azazel's pained cries, Neos displayed the hair to the others. There is another method to circumvent the equivalent exchange rule of biological transmutation, and that is through demons. The body of a demon not only can bear the cost of biological transmutation for us, but can also absorb the curses of other wizards. Upon signing a contract with a demon, one might even gain the ability to perform Muggle alchemy without the need for a transmutation circle. Though it may not possess the wonder of magic, its offensive power is still formidable. Furthermore, Muggle alchemy without a transmutation circle is almost indistinguishable from silent, wandless spellcasting. What do you think? Are you enticed? This abrupt shift in tone left the young wizards momentarily bewildered. Azazel rubbed the back of his head, rolling his eyes in exasperation. After all that build-up, you were just promoting this? That was quite the lengthy preamble. Draco, seeing this, immediately raised his hand high like a student eager to answer in class. Me, I want it. However, Neos offered him little favor. All right, put your hand down. They all know you are my lackey. Draco's face flushed crimson, and he sheepishly lowered his arm. Azazel floated leisurely to his side and patted his shoulder with an air of condescension. Kid, you still have much to learn.